thing that we can do. We began the process of building a greater economic base. And at the same time, we are putting pressure where it really hurts. I ask you to follow through here. Now let me say as I move,
I've run through religions trying to find peace. Pirates living scenerism, digging trying to find peace. Wicked little YGs. It could be one in a second if my clock you with your timepiece. I'm good with the hold of the curb. So with all else fails, I got my rules and my word. All I need to hold the meds is the flame of my herbs. See the man been doing noodles on the arms of an iron bird. Streets taught me hustle, life taught me loyalty. I'm good with life and all adversity she hit me with. I sat with killers and man justify a wickedness. And I felt it was genuine. The hood's anti-establishment, anti-bullshit and anti-virus. Like, fuck Corona, man's a soldier. I'm more worried about what normal's gonna look like when this lockdown's over. I had a dream that we could be free. Coffee is their only weapon and they don't scare me. I'm a warrior, fit for the warfare. Spiritual or physical, I'm good for all attacks. Cause I know who I am and that's facts. And I know who to dodge and that's rats. So it's minimal talking. Gotta watch who I'm with when I'm laughing. And there's no more marching to the man them avenge Martin. Get 'em, still we have been forward. Clear vision of who we are and war with. I pray for no more soldiers in the name of the drip. And more riots over vaccines and microchip. Let's take the power from the government and give it to the streets. Let's move for the greedy, more power to the peace. It's definitely more dark, it's definitely peak. So put your boots on walls, no place for the weak.
Rise up, rise up. Because you never say rise up. Before the time's up, I can never rise up. Rise up, rise up. The road will never rise up. Before the time's up, come together, they will never rise up.
we are exploited. We are downtrodden. We are denied not only civil rights, but even human rights. So the only way we're going to get some of this oppression and exploitation away from us or aside from us is come together against the common enemy. Who taught you to hate the texture of your hair?
I was raised in government-built housing. Don't know what's hard, God doesn't love us, we're still drowning. We never rid on them brothers that killed Malcolm. Fuck it, all our leaders are masons, keep it 1,000. They're just here to rock you to sleep and keep you from rousing. Pass the net, trap you with webs and keep you browsing. Conflicted thoughts collide inside of my dome. The only time that I am home is when my eyes close in my zone. Like my iPhone, I'm flying mode, way down the front from Black the River, bigger than the Georgia Guidestone. How can we heal the earth? You looking for another black man to fill the hearse? The Bloods and Crips should be beefing with the Bilderbergs. Ain't trying to fund no revolution, they just build a church. Wish I could travel back in time and kill Bill my birth. And I ain't getting vaccinated, have to kill me first. They say we have to reincarnate until we learn. I'm trying to form a link from a Stargate with his city burn. My little bro got killed, I had to sit with his pop. He made me want to walk so long, when would he bringing this stuff? Way before there was a virus, was sick on his block. Don't try to stunt around these kids, you get hit with a block. That's running down your watch like hickory lock. I seen the roads turn into prison, I was literally shot. Only allowed to exercise and go visit the shops. While they take away our freedoms, we just sit there and watch, doing nothing. And I was raised in government-built housing. Don't know what's up, cause just like us, we're still drowning. We never rid of the brothers that killed Malcolm. Fuck it, all our leaders and masons keep it 1,000.
Rise up, rise up. Because you never say rise up. Before the time's up, I can never rise up. Rise up, rise up. The road will have to rise up. Before the time's up, come together, they will never rise up.
Yeah, family, I'm in the building. You done know it's your boy Jedi for Jedi Online, Trilluminati Live. Red Pill Trill, like, comment, share, subscribe. Hit the notification bell so you know when we go live. And please, please, please put the number of your like in the chat. You know, like that.
Red big guns, I can take down a helicopter. Just a hot blast, man, I send it to the doctor. Top dark, big shots, let the cop car. You're not on, and your squad hasn't got on. Me a pro that's a rock and roll like a rock star. Like a low when I touch a phone like a block star. Get flows, got me rocking shows, fucking up bars. Like a clothes, but got the whole popping up bra. Gotta take that cool off. Pull it to the side, don't take it all off. Caps on my body bagging like a sword off. When they hate and pray, man, niggas are full off. Captain saving the cape in the wall cause. They all lost, placing the faith in the full squad. I got black box like I'm playing the real card. To watch me shine, it's making it feel odd. You love my vibe, you blatantly feel tossed. And when you still ask, my full-time job escaping is still feelings all around. No, bro, you just text the Zanks helicopter machine that roll at tank. Some enough to worry about war, cause we're good to roll to wherever they can. Dizzy off dank, loud is heard with a dirty stank. 311, give me good puss, cause you know we make a man feel like champ. But once I'm in, then I'm out. If I stick about, man, I feel like tramp. Blessed with karma, dog, I've always been good with skills. Come up with self, man's unruly, dog, I've never been on the rails. I used to wanna burn the world, and now I wanna live love, and I gotta give thanks to the search for self. I'm a real boss, I know, put my W out of L's. I was out here with my eyes on the prize.
I'm a man running down, girls. Alright, kid, it don't play.
Pay attention to what they play them say. Kid, it don't remember. Kid, it don't play. Pay attention to what they play them say.
Hey. Hit the like button, family tree. Hit that like button. Let's get these likes up. Hold tight to 33 people in the building. You know what I mean? Happy New Day. Happy Tuesday, 26th of July, 2022. Apparently, that's what they say it is. 20 minutes past 11. Yeah, man. Come through, hold the vibe. I'm going to put the links out there. I got some duties this morning for about an hour, and then I should be proper good to go. Right. What are you doing? Let me play a tune. Let me play another song. Let me play another song. Kid, it don't rap. Kid, it don't play. Boom, 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 boom. One of my buttons is fucking... Look at this. One of my buttons is all popped up.
This is your captain, this is your captain, this is your captain, this is your captain, this is your captain.
Yeah, that's better. Wow.
Giving niggas guidance, alliance to defiance. I'm on freedom or violence, speaking my truth, no one's keeping me silent. Sing shots like I'm David, when he was beating Goliath. Catapulted into my life, I collided with giants. With a mind deeper than a trident, held in the palm of Poseidon. I'm like a tsunami to pirates, get round in my way, but I'm fly like a pilot. Haters can't cope, my aura's too vibrant. Girls wanna show me their private. One time, I wanna live alone on the island. I was when I close off my eyelid.
Look close, you might see a ghost in my iris.
Approach when I'm like this.
Anarchist.
I mix DMT with some
Cannabis. What would I write this?
Would I ride for my G?
Yes.
Is my phone on silent?
Yes.
Do I despise the police?
It's Kobe's last name, Brian.
I know some activists, I know some lifers, man, I know some savage shit, man, living right shit. I know some dogs only rough in the cyber. I know some people that actually riders, don't know my destiny. But my past is
I'm a survivor.
my probation officer says I should be in an asylum. Cause I said the queen of witchcraft. There's no curve when I watch the horizon. If life is a game, at the end you face the last one like bison.
Perfect.
History in a grabber, kick like a ladder, riding through a block full of
ciphers. Dodging a slammer is hot in the manner. We are not stopping for sirens. Our friend got stabbed in the heart. I could not stop him from crying. What belongs to the king with bulletproof wings, no weapon could stop him from flagging. The air is so toxic, it's frightening. AI and robots are rising. They're starting to get mad at the vaccine. Alice the Cardi, we're shopping for diamonds. Shopping for items. Besotted with icons. It's true talk whenever my mic's on. Blood bath in the street, even tool in my waist and my heart on my sleeve. Why is that the magi? Following them when the rich get warm and I think cryptocurrency the mark of the beast. Michelle was a man and a bomb as a let it spark in the bark of the dog. Look what the shotgun done to the bark of the tree. Inheriting negative karma for me. It's getting harder to sleep. Hey, I got this smoothie here. Got my smoothie ready. Even though it tastes like shit. Oh. Yeah. Yo, that's when we're gonna get into it. I'm a rude boy with manners, books and bandanas, a poet and a nerd, a crook and a gangbanger. I'm at home with the holy, I'm good with the grand slangers. Just because I got my head in the book, I'm never puss. With a whoosh, I could jump out a bush and get you smushed, better shush. And the wrong one to push, I get you whoops. If I give the young drillers the look, you're getting cooked. With a gang, who you smell in the air, is hella push. You know the fam, they ever prepared. We're never shook in with man. From everywhere, every hook, feds prang. Not in here, not in here. Cause we ain't hooked on their fool's narratives. Poison and their additives. They pay us as the bad guys. They're the real savages. An empire of vampires and energy scavengers. Descendant of Dracula, infiltrated Africa. Yeah!
Instigated massacres. Oh, I came to sing that song for 5 minutes. It's my favourite song.
Huh?
It's my favourite song, man.
You got sneaks. What's going on?
I just came to sing my song for 5 minutes with you, and then I go into my meeting. Let's sing.
My mission is immaculate. I don't need a juju ring.
Sage or an amulet. Bandanas, a poet and a nerd, a crook and a gangbanger. Good with the gram slangers. Jump out a bush, get you whoosh with a mad hammer. Crook and a gangbanger. I'm a good with the gram slangers. Jump out a bush, get you whoosh with a mad hammer. Fair skull doggery. Man is on some anti-sex fuckeries.
I don't even want no
reparations or apologies. True. Help an old lady cross the road, because that's how I am. If he's your man, he's my bro. Treat him like his fam. I'm the man.
I leave you bleeding where you stand.
Leave you bleeding where you sit. Leave you bleeding where you sit. You keep pausing it.
Beef for my freedom to the heathen. I would never change my
manners. Books and bandanas. It's karaoke time.
So much jokes. Oh my god. I would love to see it. Oh, I'll pay for a karaoke session with you just rapping to my bars. It is so funny.
Whoosh. Shush.
Then I jump on my phone. It could be to get at my knowledge or get him hit with the
whoosh. I play the tune.
Sorry.
I've got 3 minutes to get this out quick.
We don't part with them faggots because they was never been hit with a package I couldn't push. If they couldn't make it, then me and mine took. Come from a manner where you could dead overlook. Close my eyes and I see heaven. To me, it's earned their keep dog. They put in more than the tenant.
Can someone take a screenshot of this, please? This is the biggest joke.
What? South in the back?
I'm trying to read a book.
He knows he can't read.
And hold that cam, man. He make sure no one sees your identity. Make sure he's staying.
Oh shit! Yeah, I can see it. I just took a screenshot on my computer.
Why is he pretending to read? Like, tell him to behave. I swear in one of the shots he's got the book upside down. I swear to God.
Stop it!
Tenants, they don't smoke and tenants. They consume more kestrel than this whip do petrol. Dog likes no bitch.
She's a queen, she'll test you.
Where my energy's ancestral. My path, it might not be the best route, but I do what I do. Couldn't care what the rest do.
I'm a rude boy with manners, books and bandanas. Home with the holy, I'm good with the grand slangers. Whoosh with the mad hammer. A poet and a nerd, a cook and a gang banger.
Books, bro. Mom.
Yeah, fucking books. Yeah.
Yes, books.
Yeah. Yeah.
Curry.
It is idiot.
I thought it was gonna be packs of curry, jokers.
Wow.
Huh?
I wasn't ready for that shot to the heart. Fucking hell.
Why is that a shot? They thought I was gonna have curry on me.
Shut up. You love curry, man. You love curry, curry muncher.
I'm not a curry muncher. I'm really not. And I don't like curry that much. I hate the smell of it.
Listen.
I hate the smell and the taste of it. Wherever I find it, it just makes me feel sick.
What a liar. You
it,
fucking love curry.
Right there.
You listen, if I cooked you a chicken curry, you'd love it.
I wouldn't.
Listen, I'm telling you, you would enjoy it. I'm telling you now.
Why?
You would enjoy it.
Tell us, what's so special about it?
Because I made it with love. Okay, I'm going to my meeting now. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Waste scan.
Okay, if you give me like 2-3 minutes, let me check what the situation is. I might be able to stay on. Okay, I'm going to go on mute. Shut up your face, man. Did you like how that rhymed with waste, man?
What did I have for you, lot? Hold on, man. I got these kids. How many times can I ask you, lot? How many times can you watch Lion King and be amused by it? Like, for real, how many times in a row? How many times can you watch, like, do you know there's like bare Lion Kings? There's like action, animated ones, like CGI ones, musical Lion Kings, all sorts are going on. Like, what the fuck is this?
They're all shit apart from the original.
Exactly. And I get, Dad, lion, lion, and lion. And it ain't going to stop until you put a lion on. Lion, lion. Bullshit. So, on all the time, sneaking remotes to try and put it on. Like, I'm not, like, turn this off. What's this? You watched this already. What? Turn this off. Lion. The fuck, man. Anyway, we got the youth them. Guide the new generation, all that. It's condoms from now on, man. It's condoms. It's condoms, man.
Wow.
Yeah, well, not. Feelings. You rich. Now, how many times did you watch Jungle Book though? Because I used to watch films a lot, but I didn't watch it like every day, back to back to back to back to back to back. Did I? Huh? No, never. What was my thing? What did I rinse? There's something I rinsed. I watched Never Ending Story a couple times.
Fern Gully.
Fern Gully. I'm a bad man. Do I look like I'm fucking in Peckham? I look like I was watching Fern Gully. No. I did rinse Aladdin. I definitely
gay.
How is that gay? I rinsed Aladdin. There's something else that I wanna. It weren't really like the cartoons. It was like little films and that. Ghostbusters, these type of things. Something else I rinsed, man. What was it? Watch Never Ending Story once or twice. Wizard of Oz. Yeah, I watched that one. Shut up, man. Never Ending Story was bad. Wizard of Oz. I watched that once or twice. You know what I mean?
Never ending.
House Party. Yeah. House Party.
Nah, don't try and gangster it up for him for life to death. And I saw your comment about greasy curry. Okay.
Sword in the Stone. He knows, man. Labyrinth.
Don't try and masculine it all up now.
It's not masculine. It's just better than the shit you grew up watching. That's it, isn't it?
How do you know? I watched House Party. I have older siblings.
You fucking never watched House Party, you lying.
Of course I did. I have older siblings. I got siblings older than you, mate.
Yeah, but you lying bitch. You never watched House Party.
I did. We had it recorded on a VHS.
Fucking describe it.
Fight me now. Fight me immediately.
Describe it.
So there was a dude with a high top, and then there was his mate, and then they were best buddies, and they were trying to organize going to this house party. They were in a record shop trying to get some decks and shit. There's a group of bad dudes. One of them's got a lisp like South, and they're trying to get away from him. Yeah, bad shit happens. I've seen that film, man.
Oh, well done for Googling it.
No, I'm not Googling it.
Yesterday. You've only watched it yesterday trying to catch up on our culture. You fucking vulture.
You want to fight, innit? You really want to fight. You really want to fight me, don't you? Anyway, I've seen House Party. I have to go on mute.
Yeah. Sorry about that, guys, man. I just got emotional. She's blatantly a culture vulture. She don't know nothing about no fucking house.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Don't do this to me.
Yeah, she watched the cartoon exactly for Life to Death Knows. You don't think you're slick. You watched the cartoon. You didn't.
I didn't even know that House Party. Hang on. I think
what's the main characters in House Party?
3 or 4. Oh my god! I can't remember. It's been ages.
Name a famous comedian that was in House Party, and they called him Dragon Breath. You don't know.
I don't remember, but I have seen it. I have fucking seen it. I have seen it. It's got Tisha Campbell in it.
Nah. Don't try it. Don't try Google names.
I'm not Googling it. I've seen how like skinny and tiny she was. Okay. She's a good dancer and she can sing as well.
Huh?
Tisha Campbell.
Omen, you know. Yeah, you know, and I did watch the Omen. I watched Omen a couple times.
That's one I didn't watch.
I watched Omen a few times.
I was too scared.
Yeah, that shit was fuckery. Damien and his Rottweiler that pushed the nanny off the fucking the whatever, the landing. She dropped.
Yeah.
Damien was
he was bad. He ain't like you. Help an old lady cross the road. That's how it is.
Yeah.
He's your bro. He's my bro.
I treat him like his fam.
Okay.
If you need it and I got it, or whatever.
Follow me. I'm the man.
Follow me. I'm the man. Ever double cross me.
I'll leave you bleeding where you stand.
Yeah, next to them curry munch.
Oh my god. I wish you and Shani just weren't so racist together. Like, I really do. I'm joking, Shani.
Yeah, Shani are not together. That's a lie.
No, as like whatever. Your friends in it. What? Oh, you're such a child. Are you leaving me here? I'm in meeting. Bye. Okay, so guys, a film that I used to watch, right? A film that I used to rinse as a child was Drop Dead Fred. What do you mean? I loved that film. And off the back of that, I really wished I had.
Now we understand why you got mental health. Yeah. And the friends that you say you have are imaginary.
Listen, I really was like, why can't I have an imaginary friend? And I really used to wish that I had an imaginary friend. I was just like, no, I was like, oh my god, regular friends, you're so boring. Oh,
You know
Do you know
what?
what I
You
mean?
got imaginary friends and imaginary soap.
I smell like
Curry.
awesomeness personified. Okay.
Probably. I bet you smell like curry. Is that
No,
rude to say?
I don't.
I bet
I
you do.
don't smell like curry, Jedi.
I bet you do. In your nooks and your crannies, I bet you.
Oh my god! And what do you smell like? Huh? In your nooks and your crannies, pepper soup.
Don't be rude. Don't be fucking rude.
Bro, if you're gonna be rude to me, I'll be rude to you. Okay.
Are you mad? Do you think you could just be racist?
Okay.
You could just be
Your-
racist.
Your bum crack smells like Bonmore.
Oh wow.
Your nutsack smells like a goosey soup.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And you should smell like tandoori everywhere.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Tandoori. People love tandoori. People love.
You smell like
Listen.
tikka masala. Tikka.
Yeah, cool.
Tikka masala.
Yeah, cool. Because chicken tikka masala is Britain's #1 dish. Okay, not a goosey soup. All right.
Yeah, but if British people
No
like
one wants
it,
to smell your goosey ball sack. Shut up.
Can I make a suggestion?
Shut up, goosey balls.
Let me make a suggestion. If British people like it, then it's shit.
Nah, look at what Bibi said. Bibi said Pomdori. Fucking
Pomdori.
spastic.
Oh,
You
yeah,
can
that's
shut up.
true.
What do
Yeah,
what do
true.
what do Moroccan people eat? Shut up,
And that's-
couscous. He eats.
Yeah, what do they eat? Tagine.
Very cool.
They eat tagine.
Yeah, yeah.
Tagine,
I'm
which
gonna
is just like,
I'm gonna stick you in a fucking tagine
Tagine.
clay pot. Yeah, that's right.
yeah. Wait there. What is
With your giant couscous balls. Bibi
What?
doesn't matter what Bibi just likes nuts. Okay, Bibi
focus?
we like-
Is it
like-
falafel?
all type of nuts.
Hold on, sorry. Is
Yeah.
couscous balls falafel? Right?
No, falafel. No, falafel is a mixture made of chickpeas.
Chickpeas, that's it.
Some herbs like coriander or parsley, whatever you want to put in there. I think they put some like seasonings in there, and then you blend it up, and then you fry them. Hello.
All Indian food, all Asian food gives you diarrhea, and no one. The fact,
Oh
and no one.
my god! Listen, just because you're
Yeah.
because your gut is
Shut
weak.
your mouth.
Just because your gut is weak, yeah, don't
Onion
mean
bhaji
that
breath.
everyone else's is. I haven't got onion bhaji breath. Okay,
Nah, my gut's not
do
weak.
you
I
know
can
what?
eat-
Do
I
you
can
know
eat
what?
Asian food.
Fuck you.
I
Hold
only
on, one
heard-
second.
I only heard that rumor about Asian food giving you the runs from that, you know, the super peppery curry hunters. You know, the ones that like, oh, I want the hottest curry. I don't really understand that whole thing. But
Yeah, I don't get that.
runs their belly. And then they say in Asia itself, like India itself, if you go there, you're gonna get diarrhea. But you could get over it, but you will get diarrhea at some
Do you know what? That is true because I went to India and I got diarrhea.
point. What did you get it from? You don't know? From salad?
The water.
You didn't drink the water, but the water was.
I did. Listen, I was
You
a
drank
kid.
the water? What?
Yeah, listen to me. I
Why
was a
did you-
kid in India for the first
Yeah.
time. There's big stretches of open, like crops, field, whatever. As soon as my mum, like, you know, finished ragging me about pulling my hair and like me screaming and shit, I was like, okay, I'm gonna go and explore now. She'd be like, yeah, go on, get lost. I would just go and explore the whole day, either by myself. My cousin over there, she would sometimes she'd come with me. She'd be like, oh no, I need to do my household duties. And I was such a bad influence. I was like, fuck that, leave it. I'd like take her stuff out of her hands. I'd be dragging her, be like, come on, let's go and explore. Like, and what was my original point here? Oh yeah, that was it. So it's really hot. As you're going around, you'd see like those, what do you call them in India? I mean, in English, it's like a pump, water pump.
Yeah, a water pump,
yeah.
I'm sure
Yeah,
that's
like-
the English. I'm sure that's the English word for water pump. Yeah, water pump.
Oh,
Yeah.
Anyway, so if
You
I'd come
can.
across if I'd come across one, I'd fully stick my face under it and just drink
Yeah, but
drink
you
the
would-
fresh water.
If you come
Oh
across
man.
If you come across what? Anyway, go back. You stick your face under what?
So I would drink the fresh water, and so I got the shits in it. I was 8 years old, 9. I didn't give a shit. I was like, water, I'm hot. Yeah, I'm gonna drink it. But even though my mum warned me, she's like, if you get thirsty, you have to come back and get water. And I was like, nah, fuck that shit.
Crazy, yeah.
I want to carry on exploring.
Of cholera.
I could have got all sorts, man. But the way that I was just like, nothing's getting in the way of me exploring and just having fun and whatever. I'm really glad that my mum allowed me to do that, though. The thing is, though, like, there was family all around, innit? Like, around the whole block that we stayed, everyone knew who I was. Listen, it was such a mad situation. I'd never experienced anything like it. The moment that we got there, it's like the whole fucking village came to,
They all nutted at the same time.
Oh my God. No, they all just swarmed us. My mum hadn't been back for like 30 years or however long it was.
Yeah.
Like, she was just like, meeting everyone. And then when we
say long time.
And then when we left, it was even more so. And they were giving us money. I was proper confused.
Bro,
I was just like,
they got to pay for.
Oh my God, Jedi. Do you know what? Drop your location. Where are you today? Drop your location. If you're bad, drop your location.
I'm dropping it now.
Cool. Because as soon as my lunch break rolls around, 12:30, I'm going to jump in my car. And I'm going, fuck you up. I didn't go to the Taj Mahal. I actually really wish that I did.
That's my location. Come find me.
Dickhead.
Randy, everyone's angry at you that you never turned.
I know.
No, Jedi is angry that you didn't turn up, bruv.
So they should be. So they should be.
I'm not angry. I was quite relieved you didn't.
Yeah,
I'm joking. What happened to you? Tell us now. What happened?
I was on my way.
And
then
you got caught with some brown stuff on your face.
Then I had an issue to deal with, and unfortunately I had to
get some tissue and wipe it.
I had to bail. And yeah, it's my.
And then find some sanitizer.
I could have organised that better, and I'd have been there. So yeah, it's totally my responsibility, and yeah, I fucked up. I was already on my way, man. So yeah, that's it really. I don't know what else to say. And as you said yesterday, everybody will be bringing their excuses up, and I fucked up. That's it. I'm not going to say it's just me. That's it. I was already on my way with my camping chairs. Got my John Smith box. I was coming. Anyway, let's go back to the pub job and sleaze. It is usual to get traveller's diarrhea when you go to new places, wherever you go. So the water will get into your system and you won't have the antibodies or whatever it is that deals with these things.
Yeah, it's really inconvenient,
Anyway,
getting the shits really gets in the way of exploration activities.
There you go. Whether it's Africa, India, Asia,
America, everywhere.
Mexico, Australia, New Zealand, China, Europe. Yeah, it's likely to happen. You can't stop the water getting into your systems. It's your food's boiled in it, your cutlery's washed in it. You can try and brush your teeth in mineral water, but yeah, it happens. That's it. It's one of those things.
Yeah, it was kind of inevitable, isn't it?
Yeah.
Since looking at it like that.
It's just one of those things.
I defo was using the water pump when I was like having a shower.
Yeah. I
brushing
mean,
my teeth and all
you
that
can
stuff.
carry Imodium and fucking block your ass up for a couple of days, but that's
Whoa! I'm not involved in this, viewers. Thank you.
yeah. Well, that's well, as a traveller, you carry Imodium.
So we've learned today that Randy sticks Imodium up his bum.
No, Imodium is a diarrhea suppressant.
That's what you just said, Randy. Why do you feel the need to put Imodium in your bum? So Randy said that he puts Imodium up his bum. No, he was like, oh yeah, well, I mean, it's kind of inevitable. You get traveller's diarrhea, but you can put Imodium up your bum to stop it.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, I think a lot of Americans and that do stuff like that, isn't it?
Who is?
So you take in your first aid kit, you pack your Imodium. If you've got to do a long train,
Well, they put their thermometers up there, don't they?
Oh Jesus Christ!
What?
And you take Imodium. It basically binds your belly, and it's painful, and then you don't shit for 2 days. So yeah, that's your little travellers.
We're into your randoms. We're not into your freaky travelling sex games.
Travelling sex games. I brought it to the arse, but you started it.
Whoa!
I didn't bring nothing to the arse, mate. That's all you.
All right. Well, this might not happen because people are not getting back to me. You know what I'm talking about. They're just taking long. 1 or 2 people got back to me.
Yeah.
Well, why don't we just
so
see? Hang on. Why don't we just see who's got? Okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
How's the cramp, Jedi?
The what?
Cramp.
Yeah,
you had a bit of cramp on Sunday or so.
Yeah. I'm good, man. I'm good. I've been gym yesterday. I'm gonna go gym a bit later today. That cramp was horrible, but
yeah, it sounded horrible.
Yeah, man. I don't know.
You were walking. I saw that video of you carrying the bloody marquee. I was like, Jesus, that looked fucking mission. So
yeah.
Walking all those miles and carrying shit and everything. Yeah, I can see that happening.
Yeah, no, I did a lot the day before, the day after, everything. So I just think it just all. Yeah, I needed a good cramp. Ooh, yeah. Is that how you not feeling? Come on, big up man like JD in the Ross Club building. Done now, man. Done now. Big up man like Mag, and definitely big up Unique Diamond this morning, man. Specialist. Yo, kids, be quiet.
Yeah, that was quite a roasting session with Con and Eunice. Con and Eunice yesterday. I was like,
yesterday I was tired from the chats. Oh,
what it was like after
Eunice, man.
After Dublin's late night session on Sunday, and then Con and Eunice yesterday. I was like, oh my god.
Sorry, 1 second. What? It's here. There's one here. I took it. All right, cool. Be quiet now anyway, man. Sorry, you were saying? Eunice and Khan?
Eunice and Khan's roasting session yesterday.
Yeah, I mean...
It was long.
It was so long.
Time, innit?
You were just letting them go. It was just...
I was letting them go, man. Let them go.
Yeah, no, I saw that.
That's the only way Eunice is going to learn, but he just he just get that one joke and just keep repeating it. Add some stutters.
You dissed your mum. You just dissed your mum, so I don't even need to smoke you. You smoked your own mum. Your mum. But you disrespecting your mum. And
you were just the old fat man.
I had bare funny jokes, so I can't lie.
Yeah, he did.
It was entertaining.
It was easy against Eunice. But a lot of people was rooting for Eunice.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, it's pointless. Rooting for it's pointless. Eunice just can't fight. He can't physically or verbally fight. It's dead. It's so shit. And he stutters so much that I don't even know what's wrong with him.
I think he's like busy reading the chat and that.
Silverback says me versus Emmanuel. I wasn't even going against it. You know, like, I don't know, man. Just Emmanuel, hearing him bitching on the channel just really jars me. I
don't understand his aversion to answering simple questions.
He just makes me sick. He comes on here, normal conversation, turns it into some kind of beef, ends up getting fucking roasted. That's what he does. His habit. Me and those sniper kicking the shit out of him.
Oh no.
Yeah.
He couldn't hack it, and then he just fucking lost his marbles at the end. He was like, I'm trying to stay composed. I'm trying to... And then he was just like,
Are you gay? What was he saying? Are you gay? Are you gay? Are you gay? Or am I? Or I am gay? What was he saying?
Oh, he was just gay. Like, oh, he's gay. He's gay. He's gay.
gay.
Or something like, he's gay. He's gay. He's gay. He's gay. I was just like, oh my God. Just fucking chop him in his throat. One touch. Shut the fuck up. Record scratch.
I'm a fan of telling man shut up in a roast, man. I think there's nothing more effective than a good shut up, you know. The power of a shut up. It just sounds good.
Yeah,
shut
it does,
up, man. Shut your fucking mouth. It's lovely.
Yeah, I love saying that. Yeah. Yeah. What? Yeah.
Nah, that was whack. You see, you're killing the years now.
Shut up. You sound like Woody Woodpecker sometimes when you laugh.
Fucking mouth.
You...
It's
oh, that told me.
That told me there's no
I must go and cower in a corner somewhere.
Dougie Pico. No one believes that. Like, why would you start your day with lies?
Please. Maki was laughing.
Zulu and Born was draining. Well, you know what? Yeah, if you don't feel drained by circular conversations, jump on and switch it up, man. Fucking hell.
Exactly.
People trying their best, man. Everyone's always got something to moan about.
Everybody moaning about nothing, isn't it?
In it.
Just click the link, jump on, speak your piece, jump off. What's the wrong?
Tell your man, shut up, man. No, I am jumping on.
Yeah. Shut your fucking face, bro.
Jump on because you're controlled by your man, which is good.
Yeah, innit? Wash your own pants. Shut your mouth, bro.
You could never say that to your man. You never. Wash your own pants.
Wash your own pants, man. Shut your mouth.
So Sarah's saying...
What? Make a sandwich. Shut your mouth.
Sarah said we think Eunice needs a speech and language therapist. I think he just needs to relax and breathe a bit.
Who needs to relax and breathe?
Eunice. He just needs to practice his breathing, verbal skills.
Do you know what? I was thinking that, but yeah.
All right, you know what? Fuck it. Let's do this. Let's do this. How to stop a stammer. Let's do this, man.
All right. Well,
do you know what? As a kid, at one point, was starting to develop a stutter.
Is it?
And then, yeah. And do you know how this is going to sound?
I know how you got rid of it. You munched curry.
Oh,
God. Some curry every time you went to stutter.
I think you should put a chapati on.
Oh, my God. Randy, don't get involved, you know.
Oh, Randy, careful, Randy.
Randy, shut your mouth, bro.
I think that would be just get the chapati ready.
Shut up, Randy. Shut up, Randy.
And then the stutter would go.
Shut up. That's right.
All right, here we go.
Join Halford's motoring.
Boys, what are you doing? All right.
Club for free. Benefit instantly.
Is he lying to me?
Motoring for less. With Halfords.
What are you playing with? With Hulk, yeah? All right, cool.
Oh, we just found all this money and we're playing with
Never.
Oh, it was a box of matches.
We We found those pack of balloons in your pocket.
Oh, shit, love it. Oh, hang on, wait, Daddy, we found some cake.
Oh no way! No.
Oh hell no!
I'll make sure. Listen, because a joke. When these are around, listen.
And we gave it to the dog.
Oh my god! I did give Jada. I did let Jada lick a little bit off some plastic.
Oh, I love it. Listen.
I don't abuse. Let me make a call. Let me make a call.
Just to see how she would react to that, but she did. I don't think there's enough. Nothing happened.
I used to be
animal experiments going on at chess.
Okay, some tips on how to stop stuttering. Well, if Eunice, where you at?
Eunice. 4.
No, I'm not gonna lie. Sorry, I gotta go check. That plane did actually. Let me see.
Okay, so yeah, what I was gonna say before is I kind of started to develop a stutter as a kid, and it was around the time where what's that dude's name on X Factor? That famous one who had that stutter. Was it Gareth Gates? Nah, that was it him?
Jedwood.
No, not Jedwood. It was one guy, first of all. But yeah. I want to say it was Gareth Gates. I think it was Gareth Gates. Anyway, I remember he was yeah.
I'm ashamed to say I know that it was Gareth Gates. I'm ashamed to say I know that.
So yeah, they were talking it like he was a big deal, and they were talking about his stutter and everything, and he was talking about how he he made it better basically, and it was to do with his breathing. And then I actually realized that when I was trying to stutter, or not trying to, when I was stuttering, there was a major lack of like breathing going on.
So how old was you when Gareth Gates won Pop Idol?
What year was that? If you can tell me what year, I can tell you how old I was.
You know, it was Pop Idol. That's quite embarrassing. I don't even know.
No, the reason why I know, was either Pop Idol. Yeah, no. Yeah, I knew it was Pop
Something
Idol.
like that.
I can't pretend to act like I didn't know who Gareth Gates and Will Young. I knew now, Gareth Gates, because I found it was odd that they said that he fucked Jordan, and I just thought that whole story seemed like that they made that up.
Oh,
and
shit,
then Will
I forgot
Young,
all about that.
Right? So I did, and because I know Jordan's house got burgled one time.
What paper were you reading at this time?
Jordan, as in like the model Jordan.
Price's Jordan. Yeah, she was Jordan then. She wasn't even Katie Price.
Yeah.
In
it?
It was Jordan.
Yeah.
Jordan's yard in South Croydon got burgled, yeah? And you found the watch? Yeah, I found it. All right, cool. Shush, now come out, please. Out. Right. I found the watch. Damn. All right, yeah. Jordan's yard got burgled. I happened to hear a story from somebody that was part of the burglary team, and the way that they described Jordan's yard stayed with me forever. So they said that Jordan's house was like she had a mental disorder. Everything was everywhere. And there was they said that there was knickers with shit stains in them on the floor.
Oh my god!
And knickers with old period pads still stuck and attached.
Stop it! Oh my god! My stomach.
And I'm sure that there was a picture taken and sold to a paper or something like that of Jordan's nasty yard. Let me see.
Why? Just one question. Why do you remember this?
Because it was like first of all, Jordan was going out with Dame Bowers, and I was quite good friends with Dame Bowers' little brother.
Oh, he told me off on the phone once. Dame Bowers did.
Oh my god, we're going back.
Dame Bowers told me off on the phone once.
Bugging me.
I worked in a call center, and I had to phone him to arrange an installation, like for Virgin Media. And he wouldn't answer. And you know what? I needed to hit my target. And so I called him 4 times. This was the 4th time I called him.
To be honest, No one likes those Asian call center people, man. We think you're actually in India when you say you're not.
He answered the phone.
Hello.
Now listen, let me tell you how he answered the phone. Listen.
Hello, my name is Sunita, and I'm like, no, your fucking name ain't. It's Rupinder.
Why are you putting my fucking? First of all, why are you putting my whole government out there?
Because you told everyone, and I told you not to, and you still did it.
When?
Don't do it now.
When?
You don't remember.
Anyway, my name is Rupinder.
Yeah.
My name is Rupinder. My name is Rupinder.
Right. You don't remember?
My name is Rupinder.
And I stopped you. I was like, Sneaks, I don't think you need to do that. And you were like, I do what I want. Yeah.
No, I didn't. Stop lying.
Press 7 if you lot in the chat remember this.
I don't remember, and I
but Jed's always puts his own little masala on there. No, I do what I want. I don't think I would have said that to you.
You did. You said I do what I want.
Look, see, even you had to stop for a nanosecond. You had look. You're the only one putting a 7. Fuck off.
Yeah. Come on, Dark Foreigner.
No, Dark Foreigner. Listen, anyone who puts a 7 or 7.5, it means.
Yeah, he's just trying to wind her up today. He's on smoke today. Is
that right? You all take it off the bomb, yeah? Ah, mad ting. Oh,
anyway,
South takes it off the bomb as well. Mad ting. Mad ting. We all know Faxters. We all know Faxters.
Already, and you're not gonna end up blaming this on Khan, but you started batty chat. You always look
at MJ's comment. She goes, "I thought your name was Jagdeshwari."
Jagdeshwari. Is that a real name? I don't
even know.
Jagdeshwari.
But I'm more impressed. I'm more impressed that she thought to put a.
Shut up, man. Yeah.
I mean, if she'd said "sing" coming from Punjabi, then I might have believed it. But you know,
I don't know what's going on. Anyway, now Khan, the collector of info, has got your info. Sorry, man, but you did.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's fine. Anyway.
Yeah, that's exactly how you spell my name. Carry on. Keep going.
It's not like your real name, anyway.
Yeah.
It's
not my real name. My real name is Rupinder.
This is just her Asian prostitute name.
Oh my God.
The builder comes round to put up the blinds.
Right.
Oh, fuck off, Randy. Tramp.
Well,
you would remember that. Randy thought Randy would have loved to see that in a porn fucking film, you tramp.
Stuck on the top of the ladder, like, oh my.
What I found.
Randy fully had a wank over that. He's fully had a wank over that situation. Look at him. He remembers it. He remembers the details and everything.
Yeah, we all remember.
Shut up, man.
Randy, what you got in your glass? What are you trying to do? Brother, it's just 12 o'clock. Is that water? That's vodka, man. He's not sipping. Oh, you're on mute. You're not sipping that like water. That's not fun.
That's water, man. Look.
All right, back it all then. Down it all then, if it's water. If he ends up drunk, it's your fault, Sneaks.
Shani goes, oh, help me. I've dropped my dog.
Fuck Shani, man. Don't give a fuck what she says. Just to jump on the panel to be funny. Carrying funny messages for Shani.
Right, that's
Shani, man.
Just there in the chat being a prick.
To the side, boob. Let's sort Eunice out now. Let's get some work done today.
Shani, jump on your fucking gege. I don't remember what that means.
Is Shani still in Tunisia or is she back?
Shani said, mind your business, Randy, from the chats. Oh,
it was beautiful what she showed us the other day on Tunisia. I thought, yeah, that was cool. I enjoyed that. I thought, yeah, I could get to grips with that. I could go out.
Whoa! Relax yourself.
Listen.
Listen. Calm down. You won't be gripsing up Sister Shani anytime soon. Okay, calm down. Calm down. No, you will not be gripping Sister Shani. Calm down.
I'm not gripping Sister Shani. I thought it looked like an interesting place to go.
Okay. So, were you telling us some type of story, Randy?
No, I thought we should get on with doing the work for Eunice.
What work?
We're going to see what we can do about his stuttering.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, the video. Let's go. Let's learn how to unstutter ourselves.
Shani's quite happy. She's just told me where she is, and she's happy. So good up. Big up, Shani. Enjoy yourself. You look like you've got a great situation there. Well done.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Living the life.
I've got a watch to fix, but it's definitely broken. It's like a Batman Lego watch. Yeah, it's definitely broken.
All right. Play the video. We'll try and work our way through it.
Don't know how to break it to him. I failed him.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
You need some of those teeny little screwdrivers for the watch.
No, it's broken. It's actually broken, man.
Just play the video and sort that shit
I remember I used to watch my dad sit there taking apart watches and like.
That's it. We don't give a fuck about your kids, Jeds. Say the fucking.
It?
No, I know you've got it sorted.
Yeah,
man.
yeah, that's very nice, Jed. Let's just play the video, Jed. Yeah, let's play the
video. You'll play the video, please,
yeah. Oh, it's all right.
Okay, I fixed it. See, I believed in myself.
Good job.
I had faith.
Yeah, sure you did.
Shut up, Snake.
Remember when they
go make some dal or something.
Oh, fuck it, darling now.
Whoa!
Randy, are you feeling okay?
Oh,
wow.
Okay, I just need to sort you out.
Randy, don't worry. Okay, let's go then.
Racism.
Randy, don't worry. I'm going to make you a special pot of dal and I'm going to add a secret brown ingredient. I'm going to add a secret brown ingredient so that it is palatable for you. Okay. All right.
Don't eat it. Don't eat it. She's gonna put her pussy juice in it. She said brown.
No.
Oh, fuck it.
No.
Yeah, I'll avoid that.
I'm gonna put his mistress's doo-doo in there. Okay, that's what I'm gonna put in there. And Randy's gonna be licking. He's gonna be all. This is fucking beautiful. I'm gonna make him some special tatti parotas, which means. You know, them jazzy rotis with a filling in. Guess what the surprise filling is going to be?
Mad.
I'm going on mute.
You want to go there with me, Randy? Randy?
What in the hospital is going on here, man?
You shut your fucking face, bruv.
Yeah.
Let me get some more water. I need a break.
Yeah, that's right. You get some water and you shut your mouth, bruv.
What's the safe word, Randy? What's the safe word?
Doo-doo or funnel.
Oh, fuck's sake.
It's interesting to me that you know all the lingo.
What's all this violence this morning?
She knows about all the apparatus. She knows about all the apparatus. I just want to say apparatus.
Apparatus? What are we talking about?
I know. Do you remember when you used to do science experiment? And you have to list your apparatus.
Yep.
What? Your method.
Right.
What else?
Show you're working out. Show you're working out.
Yeah, conclusion, all that. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, go on, Jess.
Yeah, listen.
Oh, go away, Sarah.
No, I can't say you weren't attentive.
Listen, I was in year 8, bruv. How the fuck do I remember that, bro?
I know. I just
Under wax.
Well, the little time you was there, you was attentive.
Come on, man. Man, we weren't dumb, you know. Like we weren't.
I know.
I was not dumb in school.
Man enjoyed school.
This is
you know you enjoy school for the wrong reasons.
I fucking love school, bro.
I love school.
This is what the teachers would always try to show me down with. Oh, so intelligent.
Yeah, you're so talented.
So this is what
gifted.
Oh, he does all his work and then he distracts everyone else. This is what they always say about me.
Yeah.
I'm like, what the fuck do I do all my work?
Talk too much.
I don't do all my work.
That was a lie. You don't know what I said. That was a lie.
Yeah, but
they're right. Because remember, Jeds, if you're like me, I never did homework.
Me never.
So everything has to be done at school or on the next day at school.
No,
I'm like, yeah, bro, no home.
It's quite sad because I never did homework.
My brother did.
It's actually quite sad, man. Because like I was just so good at skipping shit. How have you don't take the watch off again? Sure.
and finishing the work in the lesson. I ain't got no
Yeah.
problem.
Now, I'm not gonna lie, yeah. I remember, you know, at the end of like term or something,
Yeah.
and you'd get to take your books back, and I'd never take my books back because they'd have like the date with underlining fancy, like, you know, the title, the date underlined,
ready to go.
2 different colors and the underlining, that fancy shit, and then nothing. Nothing. Blank.
Homework review, nothing.
Nothing.
That
It's not funny, you know?
Yeah.
I've been told it's not funny, so I gotta allow it.
You know, when man's turning up to school with A4 unfolded, like, yeah. I done the essay still. Phew. It was hard on the bus. That bus was moving like a motherfucker.
Yeah.
I had to get that last paragraph in.
I didn't apply myself, man.
No.
But I think secretly I just knew that this was bullshit. I just knew it intuitively. I just knew this wasn't gonna be my route, man. It just weren't. It weren't happening. They weren't talking to me. Whenever they was in class or in lesson, none of this shit was talking to me. No one was talking my language. No one was communicating to me, man. They were just doing some generic shit. And boy, I had all the incentive, like a mum at home that really wanted me to do well. But being first generation, I guess it meant that my mum's maybe had the wrong idea about what to expect from English education. In Africa, you could just send your kid to school and they come back in their brain boxes.
Yeah.
Right? You can't do that in the UK. In the UK, you gotta fucking make friends with the teacher, love them up, make sure so that they have extra patience for your youth. You got to liaise, you got to do this and that, and fucking do the homework when they come home, and blah blah blah, and be able to work and pay for the rent and the extortionate price of living. It's just mad out here. I don't blame Mumsy. She thought these white folks at the school, they're gonna do their thing, and I don't know. It just never worked out like that. I noticed that this, like you now, Snipes, and the next generation are on going to fucking parents' evening and that, going to these things, and you know, what I mean?
We're trying to change the habit of a lifetime, you know. Our parents never, really. What was that? Parents' evening? You go by yourself, lad. You the parent.
People don't know you now.
Where's your mom? Where's your father?
I don't want it to make Mumsy sound bad because it weren't bad. Trust me, she weren't just laying on her back at home. She was a grinder, very good influence in terms of hustling and being a businesswoman. You know, she did everything. Sold perfume, Avon, fucking sold food, did cleaning jobs, did teaching jobs, did everything in between. Do you know what I mean? So I have to rate the woman still, but I just felt like it was easy to pull the wool over her eyes when it came to stuff about school. I was very, very crafty, very manipulative when it came to, because I know as soon as you start talking to the teachers, you're gonna fuck up my whole life. You're gonna tell me some shit like you're gonna quit work to make sure that you're there. Because she done that. But there was a period where she just stopped working and she was talking about picking me up from school.
Right.
Like, what the fuck are you doing, Mom? Like, no, you should have done. What are you doing? Listen, no. So I had to hold it down for about a month, and then she just went back to work. What's up, Jada?
Where the fuck did Sneety run to?
She's here.
Mind your business, man.
Behind, I couldn't see.
Can't you smell the curry?
Yeah, I can now.
Here we go, man.
You think
Listen,
it's curry?
I'm okay with smelling like curry. Curry is loved by people all over the world. All right. I'm secure with that.
She's making cow chapatis for you.
No, I'm not, man.
For Randy. Special ones. Sun-baked cow pat.
I'm going to stop shouting what I'm going to make because my neighbours are outside in them. I'm
yeah,
pretty sure they already think I'm pretty sure they already think I'm mad.
Let me just get back to my point. This is why you need a dad, yeah? Because mommy was doing that dad stuff, which was going out and earning the bread, then I don't think she was as focused on, I don't know. And I was so intelligent as well. You couldn't tell if I weren't learning in school or not, because I was smarter than everyone in my class already. I went to school knowing how to read. So it's not like they could teach me how to read. So when all of that shit was going on,
Yeah.
do you know what I mean? I was just
Yeah.
like, you get me?
Tuning those skills, right? Like when you get to school, they're trying to tune you.
Fuck off, man. Yeah. That
But
cat,
on the ABC thing,
fuck off, man.
yeah, ABC thing, I was. You're right. Abacus, ABC, and being beaten for ABC was before 5 years old.
Abacus?
Yeah,
before nursery. You don't know about abacus?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're African. We're African. We got all them things in the yard, man.
Abacus,
Randy.
what a piss off. There's no abacus before.
Shut up, man. Rich people still buy their kids abacus now.
Abacus, yeah, they still do.
There was no abacus involved.
Yes, there was, bro.
What? In England, in the 80s, I think there was, bro. Like, that was
No.
early 80s. Shut up, man.
Listen, I was school in the 70s, so come on, son.
So
what? How can you say? Like, I'm telling you. I
remember, white people don't value intelligence the way like Africans have always valued it, right?
So you're looking at historical use of the abacus. Is that what we're saying?
I didn't even know what it was there for until it came into play, bruv.
Yeah,
it was there in the yard.
Everyone here
before me.
Everyone here over 30 can say when they went to school they saw abacus. Not saying that they had an abacus lesson or.
I saw an abacus, yes. I saw an abacus.
Right, it was in your class.
It may have been in the classroom.
It was there,
in the class, right. But for me, it was at home first.
Right.
You had an abacus at home. Get out of here.
Are you all right, man?
What's wrong
with you? All right. There was no abacus in my home.
There's an abacus now.
What was your parents doing? What was your parents doing? Because my dad...
Hold on. My son's got a toy box, yeah? There's an abacus in there now.
Right.
What are we talking about, man?
I know.
They never stopped making them or using them, bro. I'll let the chats tell you, because I know the chats must be supporting them.
I'm gonna fall back and look what the chats.
Have you got a new? What about Newton's cradle?
That's a different thing. That's not the same as abacus.
I'm just saying though, but these are the things we collect because of abacus days. Yeah, I get things like a Newton's cradle, supposedly click clock to make you calm down. This shit doesn't even work. I just put it up on the shelf.
Yeah, exactly.
You were saying ornament, fuckery.
It's a bit like me having a Rubik's cube, isn't it?
Yeah, you having a Rubik's cube, yeah. But we grew up with Rubik's cube, man. Are you all right? What was them other little windy things that you used to put on the end of your key rings and that? It was like some platted plastic, and you could get it in different colors, and it was people have it on their key rings and shit. Mad thing.
What
the so many little rubbish that we had when we
Rubik's snake or something? What are you talking about?
Rubik's snake.
Yeah.
No, it was like this piece.
Randy's always thinking about long cylindrical objects.
These colored pieces of plastic, and you weave them.
It's supposed to be a cube.
Kind of thing. I don't even know what they're called.
Sleep. Shut your mouth.
Oh yeah.
Make me.
Yeah.
You bitch ass.
I'm coming.
Sneak's got fire in it. What's up with her? She like seems to come on.
I'm a fire sign. I was born in the month of April. Okay, I'm a fire sign. So yes, fire is my element. Deal with it.
Turmeric. You know, turmeric's not hot. It just looks like pepper.
You seem like it's like mid-afternoon or something on fire.
It's fake heat.
Hang on, I didn't hear what was going on.
All right. Did you have to get up early to make some chapatis and dal this morning? So you'd be
racism. Look at the racism. Wow,
no,
Randy.
you fucking colonizer.
Wow.
Shut your mouth.
Well, fuck's sake. Is he all right?
I think she got up early this morning.
You did as well.
So
listen, you need to mind your business and go back to overcharging or looking through your peephole at your fucking residence, with your knob in your hand. Okay.
Mad.
That's what you need to go back and do.
They're still sleeping. They're cool.
We say renting out the dungeon.
Oh, you even know that they're sleeping. Have you been watching them on your camera in your secret cameras, yeah?
Yeah. That camera.
You know them videos. You know them videos on YouTube that tell you how to identify any hidden cameras in your Airbnb accommodation.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. They've made that because they fucking stayed at your Airbnb. Police complaints have probably been filed.
Wow.
You dirty fucking pervert.
Dirty,
dirty Randy.
It's the most cameraed Airbnb in England.
You are dirty, Randy.
I might have to put
You're so dirty. You have got them old white men fucking smoking stains on your fingers. Bet your fingertips are yellow. Bet you any money. Show us your fingertips. Go on. Go on, you tramp. Show us. Show us your fingertips. Go on. Oh, there you go. Where are them dark yellow fucking piss looking stains? There you go. Show us your other fingertips as well. Go on. Tramp.
Yeah, but I'm ginger and it stains more easily. So
listen,
not your phobias.
I've grew up around bare people who have chain smoked and obtained these fucking yellow stains. None of them were ginger. So it's a bullshit thing. It's because you're a dirty chain smoker. That's what it is. Okay? You're dirty.
I'm gonna put my head
dirty. You're dirty. You're dirty.
My business here.
You're dirty. Okay.
You're
minute. Dirty.
I'm putting my headphones in. 1 minute.
What's the state of your flannel today? Have you used it? Has it been used?
Why are you asking about that flannel?
Because has it been used? Have you washed yourself today? Have you washed yourself?
Of course I've washed myself.
With your flannel? Show us your flannel.
I'm not doing my flannel.
Because you haven't washed yourself.
What do you need to see the state of my flannel for? What is it with you?
No, you're a dirty tramp.
Let's get back to the video.
Oh, yeah. Now let's get back to the video. You wanted to cuss me before. Carry on.
Sneaks.
Listen, you're a stone's throw away from getting salmonella from your dirty chicken that you store on the floor. Relax yourself.
All right. Sneaks,
Humble yourself.
Sneaks. Have you not got a meeting to go to?
No, I'm here. This is my meeting. What's up?
Oh, it's a meeting, huh? Oh, okay. Sleep's on fire today.
This is my meeting. What you saying?
I just thought, get a few guests on in the morning. I'll jump on, and I get fire.
Okay, he's malfunctioning. So, Maku, tell us about your story. What were you talking about?
What was I talking about? Oh, well, abacus and that. Yeah, it's nothing, man. It's just that's what we had when we was in primary school. I mean, before primary school. So we were taught and educated to read and write prior to going to nursery. And as I said, when I reached nursery, most of my counterparts spoke their own languages first. So a lot of them were Cypriot and thing, and they all spoke Greek and thing prior to speaking English. 6 months into being in nursery, then it's all changed. Everybody's speaking excellent English, but you also know that they also speak their own language. It's crazy. Nowadays, it's the other way around. We don't really get that no more. Like when I was in the first year secondary school, a boy from India came. He never spoke a word of English.
Oh, wow.
Check him a year later.
Racism stories, yeah.
More Cockney than me. No, I'm saying.
No, I'm joking.
I'm going back. I'm
saying the speed in which people learn English. It just seemed like nothing, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You could openly say, like, bro, I'm telling you, this guy never spoke English a year ago. No, you're lying.
Yeah. There's bad people like that still growing up.
I had a Ghanaian
yeah, there was a couple
well,
of people like that in my school. There was one kid from Yemen who came and he hardly spoke any English. And then by the end of like a year and a half, he was all like, yeah, bro, give me your fucking lunch money. I was like, whoa. See him around. Now, do you know what though? He used to hang out with the Arabs and the Arabs ran my school. There was this one kid called, listen, let me tell you something, yeah. There was this one kid called Eunice that started at my school.
Oh, man.
But he was not lacking any testosterone or masculinity. He was at the school for 3 months, and let me tell you, he had all of the guys shook. All of them. Like, no one would fight him. He, he was the way that Eunice, our Eunice should be.
Did you fancy him?
Did I bollocks?
Oh, what's going on?
No. What? Randy, there's something weird going on with you. It's like you want to try and imagine me in these scenarios.
Sexual.
Yeah, it's like you're trying to sexualize me. Listen, I'm not willing to poo in your mouth. Go
wow.
away.
Wow.
I'm not willing to shit on your face.
Hold on. You know, I'm mashing up my algorithm.
Violence.
You know?
I know, man. What the fuck?
We didn't swear
And it sneaks as well.
It's Randy.
It's been sneaks.
Flipping true to his name, Randy
It is
Bugger.
actually sneaks. Always coming on, swearing, talking about balm and mad stuff. Who now?
Fecal matter, all sorts of
What's wrong, man?
Randy, fuck you, man.
Fuck you, Sneaks.
Wow.
You wish.
Yeah.
You wish, you tramp.
Wow.
Oh, I'm not really interested.
just got it.
The views through your peephole is all you're gonna get.
Nah, he said he's not interested in Punjabi.
Oh yeah, you just like to pay for people to shit in your mouth, innit? You just like to pay for people to shit in your mouth. Yeah, that makes sense.
I know.
I'm not really a Punjabi. Isn't my thing a Punjabi lady? My friend married a Punjabi.
Which fucking self-respecting Punjabi wants to give you any?
No, my friend married a Punjabi, and he's a redhead as well.
Okay,
And
that's your friend. Did you?
I went to the
Did you get
wedding as
any?
well.
Did you get any?
No, I'm not. I can.
No Punjabi wants you. Calm down.
I can categorically say I've never been there.
Good. We don't fucking
in
want
terms
you
of
there.
women, I've actually been to the.
If
States.
I catch wind, that you're gonna get on a plane and go to Punjab, cool. I'm gonna make some fucking calls.
I've been Amritsar. Don't worry
Oh,
about
have
it.
you?
Yeah, I've got a scarf here to prove it.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Are you gonna
I've
go
been
again
Golden
anytime
Temple.
soon?
Yeah.
Are you gonna go? I'm gonna send Raj there to meet you.
No,
I'm gonna send Raj to
take
intercept
out.
you.
You can ask people. I was saying Raj, you should go out.
Listen, we don't want you in Punjab looking at our little kids. Fuck off. We don't want you fiddling our kids. You fucking stay where you are. You try
for a cultural.
Carry on with your trips to Goa. Yeah, go to Thailand and purchase yourself some lady boys. Stay away from our kids. We don't want you there. Closet pedo.
Is that
Closet pedo.
Is that all you've got to say?
Oh, what is going on?
That all you've got to say? Is that it? Have you not got anything better? Is that your best of your lyrics?
I used to think Sneaks was a proper lovely lady, you know.
Yeah, I know. But whatever's happening.
Listen, you guys have turned me into this.
Violent.
You guys have turned me into this.
Violent.
Okay.
Oh,
Office
it's our
worker.
fault. We've groomed you.
Aggressive. PA.
Randy, the vibe, the dirty, disgusting, dirty, filthy vibe that you give off, yeah.
Wow.
Why do you have to just take everything into these weird, fucking sordid areas? Or groomed you, yeah? Is that one of your sick fantasies? Is that one of your sick fantasies, you tramp?
No.
You better listen, you better hope your computer don't ever get seized. Okay. You better hope your computer never gets seized.
My computer is clean as fuck.
Well, at least your computer's clean. Your fucking house ain't. You're fucking flannelent.
Everything's clean. I
doubt it, mate.
I get marked on cleanliness every week by my
You're
guests.
such a tramp. Listen.
Every week I get marked. I get reviewed every week.
So we have to get marked.
I'm getting 5 stars from my guests.
Why?
5 stars every week. So
that shut her up. That shut her up.
5 stars from your guests.
Yeah.
That shut her up.
They're loving it.
She be saying that free
Nah, listen.
What?
They haven't found your fucking hidden cameras. That's why.
Ooh.
Wow.
Once one of your residents find one of your cameras, it's game over. Game over.
And then Randy's like, they'll never find them.
Isn't it?
No, there's no cameras in the place, man.
Yeah.
Where's that video gone? Let's do some work for you.
Yeah, it's waiting. One second. I'm just going to get through these likes. Just going to get through the likes. Big up Mrs. Sarah.
Jeez.
Yeah, these likes are... Look, how long have we been doing? 1 hour 20 or something?
Yeah.
And what are we up to? Let's call it out.
Okay, not... If we pushed it would have got to 100. People was in the
like... just like 55, 84 watching. So, you know, it's just wipe your feet. Just click the like, click the link, off you go. I don't really get it.
All right, wait. Hold on, we'll soon be here. Gareth. I'm all the way back here.
Has Mrs. Sarah liked it?
Yeah, I just did her like.
All right, cool. Was Silverback's in? Did Silverback like?
Silverback was probably first.
All right. There's Sniper.
Got me channel back. I'm so happy, man.
Are you correct? Are you correct? Put a like in. I don't know if I saw that one.
What happened to your channel?
Huh? My original channel, Nubian Sniper TV, is back.
Wait,
baby.
You back,
so what
baby.
Are you gonna delete this extra one that you've made?
Nah, just keep it, man.
No, you have to keep it for.
He's under attack.
He has to keep it in case there's any future conviction.
Hey, Jed.
It's a bit like
off yet. Does this come back on?
Shut the fuck up, Randy.
How many
You'll get convicted
copyright
before he
claims
does.
I've got on the thing? My emails is going mad with copyright claims. Like, this is not a strike.
On the old channel, yeah.
Yeah.
So then, what does that mean? You're gonna get 8 of them, and then you're gonna end up fucking taking it down again.
I don't know. I don't
That
know
what
what
they're
they're
trying to
doing.
do.
No, it's just music.
Have you downloaded it all?
It's
Then you can
it's
re-upload
copyright
it.
claims for music, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's like, that's Freestyle Friday. Every minute it's a Freestyle Friday thing that's coming up. And I'm like, bruv, I've got a whole channel for that now. And because maybe I set the settings different, you know what I mean? Where it's music, it's a music channel. Do you get what I'm saying? So music is the main focus, instrumentals, all of that's in the description. But on the original one, I need to go back in and, change certain things.
Okay.
And put them disclaimers and shit. I never really did that on those in the old days.
You think that's been making a difference with them disclaimers? I swear they don't give a damn. You can have fair claims in your description.
Yeah.
I don't think.
No, I've got nothing. Since I've been using it. I've got nothing. I wasn't really getting nothing anyway, but I noticed that they've changed the system in YouTube. So now if the tune's copyrighted, what they'll do is put it in the description at the end of the video.
Stop, man! Stop biting each other. What's wrong with you?
They don't even do that shit no more. Like whatever the original account is on the old system, in a sense, because they don't even do that shit no more. If you play a video that's licensed and it just comes at the bottom of your video. You know what I mean? If you go to any of my streams, you'll see any tune. There's only one, I think, that I play in my playlist that's licensed, and I think it's one of Magical's, but it's cool. They don't copyright claim me or nothing. Huh? But on this old account, bro. Every couple minutes it's been going off, bro.
So does that mean you can't have any more karaoke situations on Saturday night?
Go and play.
No, of course I can. I mean, it depends what channel I'm using, but no, it was never that. It was never those types.
But you can't do it on this channel that you just got back.
No, I can do everything. It's normal.
Oh, okay.
But I'm just checking if my super chat is back on thing.
Oh, okay.
Is working.
Jez, what's going on with your super chat?
They're racist,
man. Listen, man. Allow me.
Okay, all right.
Jokers, man. Sneaks, I promise you, yeah.
Huh.
Whatever, anyway, man. Just ban YouTube. YouTube.
Ban YouTube.
They're fully pagans. That's the same. Actually, pagans. Like, no, as in they got staff that are dedicated to being pagans, and this is a fact. Like,
but I got around it. Yeah, I watched the YouTube video, and it just said, "Oh, say certain things." In the thing, so I did it and it worked. I was like, all right, one thing you've got to do is apologize.
It sounds so
even though you didn't do shit. I know, it was like, oh fuck.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
So are you gonna move this onto a different platform so you can?
No, I've linked them all up, man. If you can see at the bottom of this channel, back now, you just see the normal things. It had all the my feature channels, which is like Trilluminati Live and any of my other channels.
Jeds, how can you be yawning at 12:37? What's going on?
Nah, but I wake up early. I do a lot, man. You get me? And a yawn was, I don't know. Yawn's a yawn, isn't it? I'm good, though. I'm good. I ain't really had no breakfast either, man. I tried to have a bagel. I don't like bagels. I don't like bread. I don't like anything like that shit no more in the morning. It jars me.
You know what came to mind when you said that? You know that meme when grandma finds out you haven't eaten and there's a picture of her fainting.
Eating,
what?
What?
Oh, God. Come, let me feed you
granny,
everything.
you know. I miss my granny. She would make it seem like it was a national emergency.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying in it.
Yo,
I don't have that experience.
The boy hasn't eaten.
Yeah.
She go
come
crazy.
to the kitchen immediately.
Yeah, immediately come sit down.
Yeah.
Feast
the largest pot she can find goes onto the gas.
Mama, oh my God, that woman, I love that woman, man.
I know, man. You had the lovely one. I had the horrible one, but
Yeah,
I love her too.
Same.
I still love her same way. She was staunch, but she was more like, oh, can you cook Nigerian food? You know, one day, like trying to chance me. Like, go and make ground rice then. I'm like,
let me see, yeah.
Yeah, boom, 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 boom. Okay. And then she found that me and her had the love of seafood. So I was like, yes. You get what I'm saying? At least someone, you know what I mean? Like, we've got something in common and she don't hate me.
I miss Rika, man.
Yeah.
Because her sister did seafood boil.
Wow.
Rika's sister did seafood boil.
Her older sister?
I don't know who. Yeah. His older sister, man. Do the seafood boil.
Mad.
And yeah. I
got
got from
doing it.
Bang! Bang the capital B. Bang.
Oh, is that what she's doing?
Mwah.
I'll make a couple phone calls and see if you can still get that still.
Nah, I don't trust it.
Sniper, are you gonna teach me how to make jollof rice?
Nah, the sister's not like they're not.
No, I don't mean that. I don't mean that. Yeah, all right. I told him no more water. Why is he sending you for? Yeah, nothing.
Sniper,
yeah.
Did you hear me?
Yo, what did you say?
I said, are you going to teach me how to make jollof rice?
No.
Who asked you? Is your name Sniper?
If you want.
That's a superpower, man. You can't give her them superpowers there.
Shut your mouth, Jedi. He said,
I might
if you
make
want.
the Ghanaian one.
What's
no.
Oh, so what? Ghanaian one's alright, huh?
Listen, I have another Nigerian friend. If you don't want to teach me, I'll learn from her.
Just make bulgur.
What? You've got two Nigerian
Jed,
friends.
look at how you just sabotaged me.
Two Nigerian.
He said, if you want, and now he's like, yes, make bulgur. I'm not Bibi.
Oh, fuck me.
Sorry, Bibi. Sorry.
I don't get why you getting taught jollof for.
I got you sneaks on.
Because I tried a little bit. I tried a little bit of the rice of the one that you made as well.
Oh yeah.
The one in the restaurant I thought was really nice. They both taste different.
Boy, South said, South was the aficionado, and he said, nah. This doesn't bang like
he did. He did.
Is that what Sam said? The one that
he did.
Yeah, the one at the restaurant was all right, but he was like, nah.
No.
But I go to this restaurant, innit? So
okay, that was the second time I'd had jollof rice. I thought the one at the restaurant was pretty nice. I'm not gonna lie.
I didn't even taste it.
So. Though, like I don't know how to explain it. Like
something missing.
The rice was a bit too wet for me. And
strong.
I'm not gonna lie.
Could have used softer rice.
I could have done with some Maggi sauce or something like that gave it a bit. Because it was lacking dimension.
Yeah,
there was a bit of spice, but it was mild. It was peppery, and they didn't give us like red sauce on top. Like, I don't know what they didn't give us stew.
Yeah.
They just gave us rice and
rice. I know. It's mad. Semi beefy.
I take the whole clip there. They want to embarrass me.
Oi, you know what? I went up to the woman because obviously we got there late, and I was like, "Oh, can I order my meal or whatever?" And I told her, and this woman was holding back laughter, and I was just like, because it was the vegetarian option, I was like, "Do you know what? It's all right. You can laugh. I know it's funny." And then she just let out this laughter.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Right,
I was just like, can I have I was like, I'm vegetarian. What can I have? She's like, she just looked me dead in the face, like with this vacant stare. She was just like, you can have jollof rice, beans, and
Your
plantain. I was like,
vegetarian is
yeah,
ruined.
great. I'll have that.
Your vegetarianism is ruined after the weekend.
Listen, allow it, please. Allow it, Sniper. Sniper, allow it. Allow it, Snipe. Snipes, after I stood there and drained my battery so that you could have torch and see what you were doing, yeah?
Right.
This is what you want to do.
But that was for your second one. That was for your second piece, man. Oi, no,
Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy on my soul.
Jet, did you see the way she was moving?
No, what are you doing?
Like a nitty.
What did you want me to do? Die of starvation? I hadn't eaten all day. I hadn't eaten. Shut up! I hadn't eaten all day. Shut up, Jedi. Shut up,
man. Both of you, man. Shut up, man. Shut up. You know I don't like people talking about event stuff online. Don't be baiting up people, man. Nah, man, we don't do that. Don't be baiting up people, man. What happens at the motive stays at the motive. Yeah, that's my policy. Right. Boom. Yeah, boom. My policy. I have no more. Yeah. Snipes, man. You're a bad person, man.
She knows, man. She knows. She ain't the only one, though.
I know.
Don't unmute my mic. I'm gonna go and hide in my corner now. I'm gonna stay here.
Yeah, tell him to allow it.
We're gonna talk about you got
to tell him to allow it. Just tell
be
him
quiet,
to allow
man.
it.
Just don't talk.
Don't talk about vegetarianism.
Don't say
anything.
nothing.
No.
Just be quiet now. For real. You gotta sit in the back of the.
Yeah.
Why do I gotta sit in the back? This is
like
Sniper's fault. Sniper, you need to sit in the back as well.
You're like an agnostic vegetarian.
No, Sniper. Oh my God, he's ruined
agnostic
my life.
vegetarian, man.
He's ruined my life.
Yeah. Hey, some girl was moving violently for chicken. That's what I'm saying. Anyway.
What violence, man? In it, Zion, tell
It was
him.
aggressive, man. It was aggressive. I was getting bullied, man. Trying to do my work.
God.
Trying to just, provide for the people, them. And I just get this madness.
Jediah, stop this onslaught. I can't take it.
Even Zion, no, shush. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. But it's fuckery.
Right.
Oh, look, there's a new. Emmanuel, calm down.
Is that a manual coming back for more? Uh-oh.
Okay, boring. Goodbye. All right, that's enough. All right, that's good. All right, great.
Oh, it's very exciting.
Listen, get your mum's, get your face out your mum's fanny and talk to us.
Wow.
Yeah, that's good silent there. All right, man. That's what you jump him to do. Fucking hell, man.
It's a waste of time, man.
We used to have, now it's Donald Duck, Daffy Duck's house. Or whatever.
Who's this?
Just it's a waste. Shit, man. The level of trolls has just gone down.
Early as well.
We used to get proper decent trolls.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Ones you could respect and that. Like, yo,
yeah, they would wait 10 minutes.
Yeah,
to have a conversation with you and then freak out.
You got these little fucking man. I don't even know. Anyway, big up Step Nicely, man. He don't even open the invites now. That's the level of where we've gone now with it. Just looks at them. Cool though. Yo, family, listen, let me just say this. On the 19th of August, I propose a camping trip from Friday the 19th to Sunday the 21st. Contact me if you want to be involved. It ain't going to be a million miles away, but it's definitely not going to be in Hampstead Heath where gays might stumble across us and kill us. And
I was going to talk to you about that. You definitely don't want to be out late in Hampstead Heath. All kinds of nonsense goes down there.
See, that I was only told that afterwards. I didn't know that, innit? Apparently it's a cruising spot.
Yeah. Well, where you were, where you gave me the coordinates, that's like two 2 pools down from the men's bathing pool, and that's called the slab. Yeah. And you definitely don't want to be sort of walking around there on your lonesome as a man and everything.
Listen,
like that.
if Randy attends this camping,
Why would I want to?
Well, because it's like, you know, there's men cruising around there. It's a well-known sport. I read about it, and obviously you have George Michael. He's got his house just over the yard, isn't it? And he used to go around there doing stuff. You only have to remember history and remember all the.
But that's that's at the bottom, though. That's at the bottom.
Am I allowed to say? Yeah, it's definitely at the bottom. Am I allowed to say no? Or is it a thing that they just rape whoever they see?
Oh my God!
Can I decline?
I will leave you with that information,
decline,
and you can and
yeah,
do
you know
your
what I
own
mean?
research.
It's like if the gays see you, they're just gonna jump on you and rape you. Now I'm not hearing about serial rapes going on in Hampstead Heath, so I'm assuming that you got to be kind of part of their club for them to jump. You know?
Mad.
Is anyone going to succeed in trying to do that to you?
Succeed, yeah? Mad thing. Mad.
Pause. Oh, man. Oh, man. But yeah, if Randy attends this camping trip, my eyes are not going to close all night. I'm telling you now.
Sleep with one eye open.
How did you put that in the universe? Why?
Yeah,
I'm sleeping with.
Yeah, I hear you, but like, just let me get some people that want to do something fun, and then we start talking about this other stuff that could go wrong or people you don't want to hear. Even in banter, I find that we got to keep the energy like quiet. We got some real pussies like around us.
I hear what you're saying. I hear you.
It's long. You know what though? I'm not catering to pussies no more either.
Exactly. I mean, if you're as flaky as me, why bother?
I don't know what that was.
I don't even know. You know, I'm gonna leave that alone.
Yeah, I've learned, man. I don't go. Yeah. Right, like up the show. Going through these likes real slow. Big up Girl Deep. Old tight Blue Red Trill. Old tight Unique Diamond. What else we got going on, man? Smokey. Them sweets are a bit lethal, you know. Because I had a real early sleep. Oh, you're not dedicated to popping up today, then, yeah? I had a real early sleep. Still was tired to the point I couldn't even go gym today. I just felt knackered. I'm like, yo, these edibles, I gotta not eat them for a couple of days. Yeah, because you can maintain, but it's like you wake up sluggish, and
no, I've had them before. I'm just a lightweight. I stay well away from the shit.
Yeah, that sluggish feeling in the morning. It's just I don't want that. I don't want that, man. That actually like fucks with my motivation. I like to be up at the crack of dawn, out, so that by this time I feel like I've had a full day already.
Yeah, it's you can have some wicked dreams and experiences on them, but yeah, next day you're like, oh my god.
Hold on. Let me. Fuck's sake. Yo, Lexi, what's good? Amazing. That's what what the fuck is wrong with people, man?
I'm telling you, man.
It's Troll Tuesday, I think.
Like, fucking hell,
that was so dead as well. Like,
dead, like, what are you
Troll
doing?
Tuesday, what's going on?
All right, cool. How to Stop Stuttering by Patricia Ruiz.
Let's put the work in.
All right, let's see.
Hi guys, this is Patricia Ruiz.
Yo, I want some egusi soup today, you know. Yeah, that craving just grabbed me. Seriously. The craving grabbed me. I want that today. That's what I'm eating today. If I order it now, it might get here by 5.
Can I just ask?
Hey, listen, man.
Can I just ask, what does the panel's first impression of the lady, the photos, and the setup?
The set, it just looked very generic. The lady looks like she's gonna patronize, and she just looks all like sickly sweet. I see some crystals on the side, which also is also a sign that she's into some spiritual kind of stuff, and she's a bit hippie-ish. Yeah, I think that the setup actually is devoid of character, even though she tried to put character in it. It looks shit.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, cool.
And she's written notes on the side. And yeah, whatever.
Bilingual speech language pathologist.
See, she's got one of them voices that just scream, I don't want to listen to you. You know, one of them, I don't want to listen to you voices.
You know, in Coming to America, there's that chick in there in the club. She's like, I want to be a singer. I want to be a rock star. And I want to be a pop star. Like that type of vibe.
I've never seen that stuff.
Okay, fine. Big up.
Miami Speech Institute. And today I want to tell you some tips on how to stop stuttering or stammering as it's used in the UK. So I want to talk to you guys about 3 specific things today. And these are the things I want you to keep in mind. I want to talk about secondary behaviors. I want to talk about environmental stressors and avoidance behaviors. So this little short clip is about behaviors, right? Somebody left me a comment the other day to talk about secondary behaviors. What are those? Those are also called physical concomitants. And those are the little things that you do with your body when you stutter. So some people, when they stutter, they might blink their eyes like a lot or very hard.
Pause.
Pause.
I can't deal with this. I'm out. I'll see you later.
You look dumb. You look told me to put this on. That cool then, because she's boring. But she's got some good points. Yo, Eunice, when you stutter, do you do body movements and shit? Do you like blink and that, or like squint, or like tick, or anything? People do this shit.
Make like a push kind of facial gesture, like when they're trying to get the words out. Some people might like stomp their feet. Some people may like clap their hands. These are behaviors that have come out.
It's mad stammering, man, but like, yeah, I never had the issue. I would say if you've got a stutter, slap yourself. KO, you stutter a little bit.
How you doing, brother Jay?
Oh shit.
Big up, KO, man. Now, hey, Randy, you better get back here, man. Pussy. Yeah, so how do you deal with your stutter, KO? Oh, what?
Yeah.
He probably got disconnected. I think he'll be back.
How do you deal with...
Some up north internet. What?
Okay. KO?
Hello.
Yeah, sorry, yeah. So, Sniper was just saying that you stutter.
I won't say I got a stammer, but I'm the type of person I like to kind of when I'm speaking, I like to speak the tempo to get the words out, man. I won't say it's a stammer like that, but I do like to take my time when I speak. I don't like to rush, man. When you rush, you know, you can't understand what people are saying, you know, you're panicking. But with me, I like to be cool and relax when I speak. Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, man. Big up anyway, brother Jay, brother Snipes, lady Snipes.
Big up, Kel.
Big up, man.
Big up,
yeah,
Kel.
man. Yeah,
it's good. It's goody good.
But I think
I should take a leaf out of your book with that, because I do
what?
find that I get like, sometimes I get a little bit discombobulated when I've got like, I'm trying to get my thoughts out into a concise sentence and I fail miserably.
Yeah.
I try and start about 10 different stories. Yeah, there is some benefit to talking in a slow way.
I know someone
Kyle, you know what I mean?
Who had a stammer, but how you acquired the stammer was accidental. Like, he went on a date with an Asian girl. And, no, this is no joke, Sneaks. he went to a house, right? And the father, old man, was waiting behind the door with a hammer.
Oh my God.
Licked him a couple times in the head. Blah, blah, blah. And he got compensation though. Let's get that out of the way. Man had brand new BMW, but man stuttered for about 6 months badly.
Oh my God.
And then after a while, he kind of got back to himself. After a while, I was like,
man.
"Bruh, that was fucked up though." You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
man.
Like, just because it
That's
was a brother, you know, my man was just waiting behind the door with the hammer, just like let man in, and then just boom, 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 boom.
Why
it
the
was
fuck would the female?
A random guy hit him.
No, the girl's dad. He's gone on a
Oh.
date with the
Yeah.
Asian girl, and
Oh yeah, you
gone
told
back
me
to
this.
the house.
Yeah, the Asian, fucking Asian. Yeah.
Fucking
Remember the
sneaks his
story.
dad.
So he was a son man, an African descendant.
Yeah, man, he's a brother, man.
Well, brother,
Name is
it's
Melvin.
we don't wish these things on our people, but brother, I mean, you got to be realistically in that there's racism, and some of us are very unsynchronized and don't realize that we don't have any friends, and we need to keep away from. You understand what I'm
racism,
saying, brother?
But there's a
You
crime.
understand?
That's a crime, innit? It was a crime.
Racism is a crime, brother, and it
So
should
that
be
was
classed as a crime as well.
no.
More
I mean,
than
you can have
anything
your
else.
point of views, yeah. But
Yeah.
touching someone or physically putting your hands on someone—that's a crime, bro. Like, that's something else.
The thing is, though, I
It
feel
is,
like
brother Snipes, right?
Because in normal situation, where maybe me, I might not got caught like that. You get me?
Right.
I would have noticed the shadow. Yeah, and press the door firm. You know, it's coming in. Who's that? Who's that behind the door? Oh, it's only my dad. It's only my dad. Yo, big man. Yo, you all right? What's that in your hand? Hammer.
But brother Snipes, we are dealing with
As he raised it.
non-African people, brother. These things are to be expected. It's not like we don't
mind
know
looking
what
out
they're
for
like.
Dad. It's all right, man.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But everyone's not the same. As I said, some people innocently do things, and I think that was innocent. You know, he's just an unfortunate situation. You get it? Like, he's not to know that the dad is like completely mad. Like, that's madness.
Right.
You don't even know the guy. You don't know anything about him. He's not a small guy as well. It's a big black guy, and you just lick him up in his head. And now, Michael, Wagwan, you cool. I was like, nah. They done that to you. That was fucked. Yeah, but he recovered, so you know what I mean?
Okay,
and he got
that's
fully
good, man.
compensation. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rolled up to football with the thing. And I think that was helped as well, because it was a football scenario how I knew the guy.
Right.
Yeah, he was part of my football club. I was just like, brah. And he told us what happened, and everyone told us what happened. And it was and our football club was like majority Mauritian. So
right.
the thing is, though, I feel like that Asian girl should have had a bit more, like, use the brain cells a little bit more.
No,
like,
but what would she know? How would she know? Do you know what I'm saying? She's opened the door, she's gone in, she's invited him in, come in, and she's walked on. She ain't really looked back and you know what I mean? Until it's too late. You
maybe
turn around and the dad's there like boo, boo, boo.
No,
Get out of
brother
my house,
Snipes.
bust that hair, bust that hair. Get out of my
Brother
house.
Snipes, Snetty's saying something very valuable. She's gonna. Oh, is it Sneets?
Yeah.
Okay, excuse me for that. She's saying something valuable, brother, which is very beneficial. That I know what she's gonna say, and it's true what she's saying.
Yeah.
But the unsynchronized African descendants, they seem to be in a very imaginative state of their reality. Well, Karen, what he was going to say, Snetty?
Sneaks.
Sneaks.
Yeah. Like, if that was me, I went out on a date with someone. First of all, I wouldn't be bringing any boyfriend home because my parents are not as modern as this Asian girl's parents probably are. So, first of all, I could have avoided that. Like, if that was me, I would not be bringing any man to the door. You drop me off like halfway down the street. If you care about my safety, watch me go into my house. And then when you're confident that I've gone in, then you can drive off. But I feel like I've been open about this. Yeah, Asians are racist. And if you're dating someone who is black, then that's going to be something that, you know, you want to kind of protect because you know what the situation is, and you know the heat that you could get from your own community being an Asian. So I wouldn't, like, as annoying as it is and as shameful as it is to have to do that, but it's like, would you rather want to put someone in jeopardy or create aggro? Do you know what I mean? Like, for me personally, I think when I was younger, my dad's not around now, but my mom definitely did have more of that type of view. But she also knows me, and she knows that, and I've openly said this to her before. There's been times where she's like, oh, you know, in jest, when my sister's around or whatever, I'll get married. Oh, go and find a white man to marry if that's what you want. I was like, oh, that's what you think my preference is. That's why you think that I'm not that I'm not married yet. And she's like, oh yeah, just do what you want. And then so that kind of shows that she'd be more willing to kind of welcome a white person than someone black. And there has been times where I've just turned around and said,
she
listen,
said it though.
hang on.
Oh.
No, she hasn't said like, no. She hasn't like said, no, don't bring a black person home or whatever. But I know what the situation is. She doesn't have to say it, Snipes.
Right.
I know.
This is very interesting.
Hang on, let me finish because.
Okay.
But oh shit! That's how quick I forget my point. Go on, Kyle. It'll come back to me.
No, you were saying something to do with your mother. She didn't say don't bring, but you felt and know the culture.
Her way of verbalizing that was, marry a white person if you want to. But I've also turned around to her and said, listen to me. If I am gonna get married, I don't care who the person is, like what their background is. I need a person who is loving, who respects me and respects my family and can mesh well with my family. That's what I'm looking for, Mom. Like,
even if there is,
and I've said to her, like, don't be shocked if I come home with someone who is not Indian. I'm like, and I've actually verbalized to her, and I've just said, do you think that I'm going to prosper? Like, my chances are higher of prospering if I just stick with an Asian. I'm like, have you heard all of these horror stories? Like, Asians are not exempt to marriage, exempt from marriage problems and all of the rest of the issues that can come from that. Do you know what I mean? I've explained these things to her, so she very well knows, and my family know what I'm like. I am gonna, if I marry someone, it's gonna be whoever I want, and if it means that they are like, oh, we don't agree with this, then goodbye. And I would expect. The thing is, though, I feel like, in a weird way, my mom would understand. My mom's got like a proper traditional way of looking things. Like when my sister got married, and if she was over at our house too often, she'd be like, listen, once you get married, you create your home there. And it's like back in traditional days, once the bride gets married and goes to her new home, it's like they didn't really turn and look back. It was quite foreign. There was none of these regular trips to mom's house or whatever. They're busy there with their new family, creating their own life. Do you see what I mean? That was that type of mentality.
Sorry, before we get into this, 939 mod, what's going on?
All right.
Yeah, all right. What's good, man?
What's happening, man? He's got any weed there?
Yeah.
Fuck I.
Yeah. You don't know what to say now, do you? What did you think was gonna happen, bro? Yeah, have a weed there. What do you say? How much you looking? 3.5.
That is mad.
Okay. So waste. Sorry, KO, you were about to chime in.
Yeah.
Like you, baby, strapped, yeah? Mad thing.
Big up, people.
Oh, baby. My brother.
Yeah, this batty man, I'm off.
He's on violence.
Nah, give him a break today. He got proper baptism of fire.
Yeah, man,
today.
enough. Fucking
oh, baby.
Yeah, put your tongue back.
Put your tongue away.
Put your soul tongue back in, yeah.
Rinse that picture, man. Enough. well, sweetie.
Well, bibs. Yeah, well, I don't like it. I'm not for it. And if I have children one day, I hope to let them see that exists, but also make it so it's not an option for you to adopt that mindset and be that way.
But
I
the
want to
thing is,
change it.
this is very interesting because what I've noticed when it comes to our community and that is that nothing that non-African people do to African descendants, whether it be poisoning their waters, beating them, killing them, doing all types, will tell them to keep away from them. It's very interesting. It's like, it's so amazing in that, right? It's like we have the Stockholm syndrome. Now, I agree with everything what you were saying, Sufrat, right? And I know that it's relevant, and it's something where we have to understand. Your mum is right, though. Are you Asian descendant or European? Or
I'm Punjabi.
okay, so you are an Asian descendant, and
you're Asian.
I understand where she's coming from because she wants to keep her race that way. I get it. You see?
I?
Yeah, but
No,
hold on one
no,
second.
no. Your mum does. I get it.
Yeah, but hold on. Scientifically
I
and
feel like
medically,
that's her.
yeah, that's a problem, bro. Because it's like the Indians are a very small and isolated gene pool. So what it said over thousands of years, majority of them are related to each other. So them breeding within their race and tribe and thing is not really the way to go, and that is the best for everybody around the planet.
Now, brother Snipes,
Can I just explain one
One
thing though?
second.
Can I please just add one
unsynchronized of
thing?
you, brother. Very unsynchronized.
Don't ask. Just explain one thing. Tell them shut up. Let me explain.
Shut your mouth, man. Sorry.
Go on.
No, I'm so sorry, guys. I didn't mean that. But
Yeah, you did.
to add to yeah, I did.
So I was going to
add
say
to what I
something
was
about
saying. Hang on. Shut up,
thing.
Bibby. Shut up, Bibby. Yeah. So what I was saying, what I wanted to say is, although my mum has that mindset, however, I am really the only one. Like, she's not stupid. She, like, as much as her old the old brainwashing has gripped her, I do see flashes of some type of her mind expanding at times. Do you know what I mean? So even though she did start off with that, so having me around, and I'm the only one who will really condemn something if I see it. There's been plenty of times she said something and I turn around and I'm like, listen, no, that's not the case. Why are you thinking and I'll be really sharp about it as well, because I know that's the best way for it to stick in her mind. She'll go away and she'll think about it. And then there'll be a time where another situation happens and she shocks me with her response. She shocks me with her understanding and her accepting tone. Do you know what I mean? So although she does have that mindset ingrained in her, I feel like I've been putting in work, and because I don't want that in my environment. I'm not about that, and I don't like to see it in my mum. There's been plenty of times, and I know she's my mum, and I'm probably going to hell for telling her about herself and speaking to her in that way. But I have to let her know I don't support you in that. I don't tolerate it.
But can I be honest, yeah? Because what I've heard from Brother
And it
Kerr
does
is-
make a difference, though. It might be slow, and also take into consideration her age. Like, do you know what I mean?
Sorry, but you lot are up north. You lot are in Birmingham.
Yeah.
It's a whole different world to us. Like, we don't have the same paradigm. Even
it is.
The Asian people in where we come from are going to be diverse and different. They're not going to have that same point of view. Do you get it?
Snipes, though, I think the Asians. I think the Asians down south in London are way more accepting, more with the times than up here. So I think the progress. Like, I'm really happy, and I welcome the progress that I see with my mum. Like, do you know what I mean? I try and expand on that. But at the same time,
you know what's very interesting.
If there's a road, if I come across a blocked road and I know I'm not going to get anywhere with this, I also leave that alone.
You know what's very interesting, right? And I'll listen to what you said, you and Brother Snipes, is that the way how you were saying, Sinetti, that you on your own is trying. even though racism is a collective network movement. So you do realize that you on your onesie cannot destroy white supremacy. You do
I'm
understand
aware of
that,
that.
don't you?
But
So
you
hold on,
not gonna welcome.
Snetty, beloved.
Bro,
You gotta
you
let
keep
me
calling
finish.
me Snetty. My name is Sneets.
Sneaks, because I see
Sneets.
SN double
Double E makes an
right?
E sound.
Yeah.
Oh,
How could that
so
even be Snetty?
that's what I'm
Snetty would
confused
be
about. That's what I'm confused.
SNETTY.
Can you not read?
So,
Sorry, carry on.
All this
Sneety.
Pan-Africanism and you can't read.
Well, it's not. It's slang, and it's nothing to do with Pan-Africanism. So it's slang.
You
So
can't read
not that type of language. No,
English, not English.
no, no, I can't. No.
Because in English, SN makes sn, and EE makes E, and T makes a T sound. So
snitty,
and then the Y makes a E. Sneety.
So there's not a snet. It's not snetty.
Okay.
Like, I don't even know.
Sneety.
You can't read, man.
So sneety.
Bro, you can't synchronize, bro. You can't read, bro. You're embarrassing.
Sneety.
Hey, you lot,
Sneety. Sneety.
Hello. Yes. Hello.
Is that what it is? Sneety, right?
Yes.
Sneety.
Yes.
Okay. Sneety. Okay.
So
I'm watching you, Kevin, man. I'm fucking watching.
So Sneety. Sneety. How you like me?
What?
Don't-
I can't you're nuts in that.
Nah,
How you like me now?
I'm not a preferred one. He's not going to be flirting with me. It's fine.
Someone said snitchy.
Yeah, you
Someone
may be
said
round the corner from each other and shit. Nah.
Someone said snitchy. Someone said snitchy.
Who said that? Who said
That's
that?
how I know you're taking the piss now.
KO,
Someone
man.
said
KO.
No, it's in the comment. It's in the
Brother,
comment.
you're moving. Brother, you're moving very
Don't
unsynchronized,
listen
you
to
know.
AV. Don't follow
Brother.
AV.
There's a guy.
Brother, you're not
His name-
using your best
Don't
political
follow AV,
science
man.
right now, brother. You need to
There's a
control
guy-
your dopamine.
Now, hold on. There's a guy whose name is what?
Go on.
Go on.
There's a guy, and
Yeah.
his name's AV. Where is
Yeah,
he? Where is he?
that's our resident
Right, go on,
incel. You
AV
don't need to
what?
read his comments.
Let him carry on. AV what?
AV don't get no pum pum.
Wait,
What
man.
he says doesn't matter.
Nah. Wait a
So-
minute. Not at all.
Mhm.
So yeah, the guy's name is what?
Is AV 251076? Oh, was blocked. Okay. Yeah. He said that. Anyway, right? Yeah.
I
So
think you're the one that's actually snitchy then.
Mm.
To be fair.
I don't know about that, man.
Maybe we're
Cool,
talking
that
to
man.
you.
But
I
yeah, do you
don't
want to
know
get your original point out?
Yeah,
Nah,
yeah.
he can't,
go
man.
on.
He can't even read.
No, I can't read, so I'm gonna have to speak instead. You know.
Go on.
So yeah, it's very interesting, man, that you singled yourself out. But at the same time, you as a non-African should be telling black people that you shouldn't marry Asian people, and you should keep away
Why
from
should
them
I?
because, well, that would be helping black people a lot instead of making it look like that. There's different types.
Man,
So I should be telling all black people this, yeah?
you said
Most definitely, because
Regardless of whether I have the mentality of so I definitely want to be successful and I want to prosper, and anyone who comes with me, even if it's a black person, right, I let them know that if I'm gonna prosper and you're with me, you're gonna prosper. So you want me so you want me to deprive someone of prospering and being successful in life.
And I'll tell you
it
why.
might be with Sneak.
I'll tell you why, because there is a movement of mistreating black people. So we have to be honest to black people that there is racism and we all practice it loudly, silently, directly, indirectly, and sometimes we dismiss it. So being around us, marrying with us, is a problem, because whoever you marry, you have to marry their community. Now, you are on your own. You cannot defeat racism. So by being with a black person, marrying with them, and making them believe that there's no such thing as racism in your way, and that is very dangerous for black people, which is why you should tell them to keep away from us, to marry their own people, and to build with themselves. That's one of the most best things you could ever do. But to disagree with that is very suspicious to me.
Okay. So you don't want, I had this whole fucking mapped out in my head how I was going to say it. So you don't even want little bits of progress. You just want, like, I know I can't eradicate racism by myself, but I intend to be the change that I want to see. And I don't think that giving up and just sitting with the racists because I can't fight them is a good plan. And I don't think it's a good way to live my life and move forwards. I don't think that I can eradicate it by myself. However, each individual person is capable of doing great things. Like, it depends on how you use your political science, my brother.
Well, here's the thing, right? There was a movement in the 60s called pea bashing. It was very, very widespread in the UK.
But no, it wasn't. It wasn't called pea bashing. It was called packy bashing.
Well,
you're lying to her.
I don't like to use those types of terms.
Yeah,
you
I
know
know
what
it's
mean?
called pea
No,
Yeah.
Stop being a pussy, man. You said like there's a
No, brother. It's not about being a P. It's not about being a PUSSY.
Brother.
It's not about being a PUSSY, brother. It's about being respectful. I don't even say the N-word, brother.
No. It's not a disrespect to say what the term was called. You say
no, it's the I prefer to say the P word, brother.
Yeah, I know you would, but you make the racists sound like they're not racist then.
No, brother. What it is, it's putting.
Hold on. There's a practice where. Hold on. There's a practice where racists used to go around and they used to do this thing called pea bashing. No, they never. They used to do a thing called packy bashing. Let the brutal truth be the brutal truth, bro. You stop.
Brother.
It sounds nicer than it is.
Because, brother, I'm a nice guy. I'm a nice guy, brother. I'm a nice guy.
Come and laugh at Kel. What do you think about man pea bashing?
Big up to the little ones. 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 Yeah.
That's funny.
Big up.
Hold on.
Anyway.
Say it again. Hold on. He's got something to tell you. Tell him.
Yeah, I'm singing now.
Good. I'm singing tonight.
Oh, God.
Big up to the little ones. Big up to the little ones. Big up to them. Now, there was a movement called pea bashing. No, brother. You gotta let the paragraph sink in, brother. Because brother JEDI done a wonderful thing a while ago. Now I want to do an extra wonderful thing too. So there's a thing called pea bashing, and it was a movement, and African descendants systematically would protect the Asians from it. It wasn't for 1 hour, 2 hours. It was all the time. You see. So when you're saying things like, I can't do it on my own and things like that, black people did it systematically. So what are you gonna say about that?
Who did that? Did you do that?
My family did that, and I also helped out too. Actually,
I missed the beginning of that sentence.
I was there, bro. So go on.
Can you just say that?
Was you there?
No, I always used to participate in helping them. To be fair,
the packy bashers.
Well, I don't know. Sorry, your dynamic in Birmingham is a lot different, as I said.
No, it's not.
Did you just say you were helping the packy bashers?
I think if you were more integrated in Birmingham, I think you would have less division up there.
Nah,
we don't have.
Brother, we already are separated. And for I didn't help them beat the Asian people, and that I said that I was from the black people who protect the Asian people.
Yeah, right.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
that,
Okay.
that was the
Okay.
thing,
Yeah, but
right,
it wasn't a thing like we protected them. We protected them in it anyway, just in
brother?
general. That's what it is.
Brother, you're doing backflips and gymnastics out of the situation,
What do you
bro.
mean
Let's be
backflips? You don't
real.
even
We,
know, bruv. Was you
brother,
there in
we
the
gotta be,
situation?
brother. We gotta be
My
real,
brother.
brother.
You
We gotta
don't
be real,
know. Hold on. You don't even know how I treated my Asian people and thing.
brother.
I'm agreeing with you. Hold on.
Right, go
That
on, go on, go
we
on.
used to look after them. Facts.
Okay.
Right? Against everybody, against any racist or against anyone. Yeah. If
Right.
you violating my friend, yeah, it's gonna be
Mm-hmm.
peak for you, just in general. So it doesn't
Okay.
matter if you're black as well. You could be the one
Right.
violating. I'm gonna turn you upside down on your head.
Now,
It's
brother,
just me. Yeah.
brother, you're
But what
twisting
I'm
things
saying
now,
is,
brother.
hold
You're
on, bruvs.
twisting things now.
Bruvs,
Go
it's
on,
not
go on,
twisting. You don't live and you don't come where I come from, bruvs.
brother.
Yeah? I
Was there not
understand where you're
London
coming from. One
riots?
second.
Was
My
go on, all
brother.
right, go on, go on, all right,
I
brother, all
understand
right.
where you're coming from because you told me up north is
Mm-hmm.
segregated. You
Mm-hmm.
and the Asians, that it's different. It's different up there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm saying this is the fucking big city, one of the biggest cities in the fucking world.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we can't afford that shit. We are not even entertaining it. Some people are racist. All of us have been oppressed in this London here
Mm-hmm.
at one stage. There was a stage
Mm-hmm.
where the white people are dominant, obviously, right?
Right.
And we're all
Mm-hmm.
ethnic minorities, and we had to kind of stick and cling together. So
Right.
we don't have the same dynamic that you have up north, where it's
Mm-hmm.
separate and they have all the businesses and they violated certain black people and and then in reverse, black people violated them because of certain situations and riots and all of that. I understand that, bro. Yeah, but you
Right.
can't bring that as a worldwide British thing, or that's what was going on in the whole of England at
Brother,
particular times when
we're
you
not
was
being
even a
truthful,
baby.
brother. Brother,
You was a baby
brother,
in that situation.
brother. I'm
Yeah,
in my 40s, bro. What are you
come on,
talking
man.
about, brother Snipes,
Early
man? Brother
40s though,
Snipes,
bro, man. Allow it, man.
you've been unsynchronized. You and Jedi, you're protecting the non-African again, just like with Mary J, brother. Let's be realistically about the
Oh boy,
situation, right?
but we live in
Right,
London, bro.
yeah, brother. London's
You can't
segregated, brother.
compare. You
Brother, we
can't compare
segregated,
Birmingham to London.
brother. We're
You
segregated,
can't.
brother. You just don't believe that we are.
Yeah,
We're
you do
segregated, brother.
segregate.
But brother,
We
the
don't do
whole UK,
segregation like that, bro. It
brother,
doesn't even
the
make
UK,
sense.
the Europe, in
Yeah.
Africa, we're
Your
segregated from
theory of
non-African people.
everybody
Right.
mixing with their own race is not viable in the place that I live, for example. Up north, it could be a possibility because you only have certain sets of people anyway, right? Ours is much more diverse and much more multicultural than yours. You get what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying.
If that's the
And
case,
we
brother,
have to hold on.
hold up, brother. Let's be honest
Um,
now. You said that it's multicultural. So then why hasn't the
right.
multiculturalists destroyed white supremacy movements in London and distribute the economics fairly in London? Why hasn't that
Yeah,
happened
it's
yet,
fair,
brother?
man. It's fair, man. What do you mean?
Huh?
What do you mean it's
Brother,
not fair?
you know what I'm
What's
talking about,
not
brother.
fair with the economics?
Brother,
What do you know
if
about
it's
the economics? One
multicultural,
second, my
brother,
brother. One second,
go
because
on,
people sitting
go on.
here had multiple businesses and all of that, right, bro? So what are you talking about? What equality are you talking about? What's not fair for me as a black man in fucking London? Let me tell you. I can tell you, yeah.
Go on,
But
brother.
you can't tell me. That's the truth. So you talking about unsynchronized? Yes, I'm unsynchronized from Birmingham way of thinking and attitudes and all of that. I'm alien to that. Yeah, I come from a different environment, so you can't. Oh, you lot are unsynchronized and Perhaps you're a country fucking bumpkin. Know your fucking place, bruv. Yeah. In the big city where everything's going in, where we got all types of environments, all types of people, all types of things, we're going to have a different mentality, bruv. We're not gonna have the backward country bush mentality that you got, bruv. That's the truth.
Then why
My
hasn't
brother.
it been destroyed yet? Why hasn't
I
it
don't
been
know, man.
destroyed yet? No,
I
no,
don't
no,
know
no,
what
no, no,
going
no,
on
no.
for Birmingham
You can't say
Council.
I don't know. You can't say I don't know.
Yeah, I don't
You
know what
can't say
going
I
for
don't know.
Birmingham
You see,
Council. It's not my
there's no
business.
solution. There's no
I didn't
solution. You
do
can't say
anything.
I don't know. You
Yeah,
should know if you're in a multicultural place, as you said in London, then you should be telling me, right, that they're going to dispute economics fairly, not black people at the bottom, because black people at the bottom of all things which you fail to understand. Why haven't they sorted that out systematically, sincerely, if you're in a multicultural place,
As I
my
said,
brother.
As I said, if that's the actual truth, that obviously there's people on benefits and all of that, yeah, of course, right? But the ones who are trying to do and make something of themselves and have their businesses, and I don't see an issue. Where is it not distributed to the like, bros? You better know what you're talking about. This is London. It's a massive city. Yeah. Sometimes you only got to worry about what's happening within your borough, because you can't worry about the whole city of London. And then we're in Greater London. Then there's the city of London. There's lots of dynamics going on here, bro. Please, you know what I'm saying? You've got to be fair and understand, yeah, that your mentality and my mentality and a few other people's mentality is going to be slightly different, bro. I do understand the dynamic in Birmingham, so I understand understand where you're coming from. Do you get it? But I'm saying that's not the same in London, and you have to be fair and have to be honest, yeah, and say that you don't really know like that. You might have stayed here a little while and but growing up here in the environment and doing whatever we had to do and have kids and businesses and all of this type of thing, no one's hindered me, bruv. The only people hindered me is the fucking feds, bruv, when I was growing up. You know what I mean? Trying to arrest me, trying to do certain things, trying to lock man up and yeah. Other than
brother,
that, bro,
this don't make no sense, bro.
Microphone check. Can I speak as another African born and raised in London? First of all, Mojuba, Olodumare, Mojuba, Olisha, Mojuba, Egungun.
Big up to them, Ashay.
To the ancestors, the creator, and the forces of nature. The reality is, yeah, as somebody who was born and raised in London, first and foremost, I can say that I went to school in a borough that had a significant Asian population, and everybody knew that basically when it came to boyfriend and girlfriend business, the Asians were, generally speaking, stuck among themselves. And sometimes they may fast with the black boys and the black girls, but when it came to marriage and everything there, everybody knew what the thing was, right? You know what I'm saying? And I remember my second mother saying similar to me in terms of, going to college with girls who were Asian, and they wouldn't get with Asian guys at the time because they knew they had to marry them, right? So they, when they wanted to play around and everything there, they were fast with, Delroy and Leroy. And one and two of the white boys then from Essex and that, you know what I'm saying? But when it came to marriage, serious business, they knew what the thing was. At the same time, that in that same community, yeah, it was a community in which Asians ran most of the businesses on the high streets. That was a very regular thing. Black people never really run anything on the high street apart from Caribbean takeaways and barbershops. And in London. What's it called?
What part of London?
Well, I live in East London. I have family in North, like Tottenham. That West Green Road is where I used to go get my hair cut. My uncle is very, very well known in the Tottenham community. So so there's in fact West Green Road is actually a good case study in the sense of the fact that a lot of the businesses that were run by black people at a certain point in time were actually brought out by Asians, at different points, and there were often battles in terms of buying and ownership and so on and so forth.
No, who owns West Green Road is the
that's a fact. I'm not asking.
Askenazis, them Jews at Stamford Hill, and there was a lot of black businesses. I mean, we did have travel agents.
I'm not finished. What's it called? But at the same time, when I'm not charging the Asian community as doing anything wrong in terms of the next point I'm going to make, right? But there are many areas in London whereby there are whole markets, and business centers that are predominantly Asian, So if you go to Green Street in like East Ham and in place there, West Ham and around the regions there, South Hall in West London, Tower Hamlets. As well, and a couple other places, right? So there's definitely a place that you go in the city whereby Asians are known to congregate and do business, have their various different temples. They dominate, most of the businesses in the ends, right? So that's not different to Birmingham, and I've been to Birmingham many times. And they operate in very similar ways. The only difference between London and Birmingham is that it's a smaller city, but it's not like, especially in this day and age, it's Birmingham's the second city, right? Do you know what I'm saying? And as far as industrialization goes, one of the reasons why there's a lot of Africans and Caribbeans and Asians there is because of the fact that it was an industrial city. So the migrations, people moved there because there was jobs there. Yeah. But there is nowhere in London where you're going to find like a black equivalent of a Southall, yeah, or a Tower Hamlets or a Green Street, yeah. Like that doesn't exist. Doesn't mean that there's no black businesses, but I'm saying in that kind of way whereby our culture and our religious buildings and, you know, temples and so on and so forth, and our businesses and the myriad and the range of businesses, that you're not going to find that in London. So again, they're allowed to do that as their community, but to say that it's completely different. I absolutely
as I said, like, yes, you are correct in some respects in the areas that they're largely known to congregate, right? Especially East London, like East London from Ilford to wherever. Do you get it? It's just pure Asians. We know this, right? So it's a different environment for me. I'm from North. It's like, bro, we don't have Asians like that. Do you know what I'm saying? And the ones we do have, they're just cool, man. They're doing their own thing. They got their mosque. They got their things, certain businesses. But their businesses are between our businesses.
No, but
I don't know what environment. Hold on. Sorry. I don't know what environment that you could say that I lived in North London where Asians dominated. Nah. If anything, they dominated, for example, yeah, it's like a stereotype. The sweet shop, the convenience store, and
yeah, the corner shops and that.
Maybe an off license, maybe. And even at a certain time, they sold all of them. My local Indian man who I used to go to the newspaper shop, right? Bro, they sold it to the Polish or Turkish or whoever. Things move on. Do you get what I'm saying? It's cool. Like my off-license guy, Asian, yeah, he sold it definitely to Polish. Yeah.
This is very unsynchronized of you, brother Maku. Very unsynchronized, man.
You don't know my area.
Brother, it's unsynchronized, brother.
Hold on. Hold on. And me having multiple businesses in said area. What are you telling me? You can't tell me now.
Brother, this is unsynchronized, brother. You know what I mean?
Synchronized is making business and allies.
You're defending a non-African person who has more power, more political power than you do, where the community disfranchise black people, and you're defending the one who has more power. Brother, that's unsynchronized, brother. That's very unsynchronized.
At the same time, though, I don't think I don't think that Asians or any other group of people are wrong for developing community and community business, right?
What is he doing?
In areas and so on and so forth. Like so that I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that. What I am saying is that when I came into the conversation, we were talking about whether a comparison between London and Birmingham. And now we're confining it to this Tottenham, and I think that's a very Tottenham is one borough, in the whole of London.
That's right. It's a big borough.
It's not really conducive to make a proper analysis of how race relations in terms of businesses and communities, their development operates in London. Yeah. Now, just as one example. I know because like I said, like I'm not estranged from the Tottenham community. Yeah, like
it's not Tottenham, bro. It's Haringey.
So
I know. Yeah, yeah. Just get it right. Yeah, it's not just Tottenham. Tottenham is one part of the borough, right?
I'm very aware, my bro. But that's even worse. Like, so you're making an analysis based upon one part of one borough. Right, but again,
no, I live. I live in Haringey, bro. Listen. I live in Haringey, and I've lived in many parts of London. Like, we're not doing that, so I know many different environments.
Yeah, hold
on, my brother. You know, like when you're young and your mom sends you off to your aunties for the summer holidays. With the trolley, we might take underground because it's South London we're going or whatever, or maybe it's just down the road to my aunties in Clapton or Mare Street or bro. We live all over this London here. We got family all over it, so you can't tell me. And having a business, there is no way I could just restrict it to my area. That's mad.
Sorry, I'm not saying that you should restrict
the whole of London, right?
I'm not saying that you should restrict your area. What I'm saying is that when I came in, We were talking about London, and then afterwards, you're talking about just Tottenham, as though me being from East London, I can't talk about Tottenham. And I'm saying, well, that's not a good case.
I'm not saying.
So yeah, so
I'm saying North London is where I'm from, right? 1 second.
By the same
North
token,
London is where I'm from, right? I don't even live in Tottenham now, right? I live in North London. Yeah, I'm originate from Tottenham.
Is the blacks on the bottom in North London? Are the black people on the bottom in North London?
I can say that because I actually grew up on White Hart Lane, and you can't get more Tottenham than that. Yeah, West Key Road ain't Tottenham.
But I'm not challenging.
Are the black people at the bottom in North London? Are they at the bottom of the economical ladder in North London?
No,
100%.
What it is
hold on, brother Snipes. What did Shakara say? Hold on, brother Snipes. Brother Snipes, we got to slow down, brother.
My brother.
Brother. Are they at the bottom?
Get away from the point. Let's not get away from the point, though. The point, because all this.
It wasn't really that. That wasn't really the point. The real point was. I'm sorry, Shakara. Yeah, the real point was. I was saying, that Brother Kells told me, in Birmingham, Asians and black people are divided, right? They're separate. They stick to their own
and Europeans and Middle Easterns, all of them.
Cool.
No, but what I'm saying
is, hold on, my brother. And I gave examples of things that have happened that we know about that has caused tension up in Birmingham years ago, bro. Like,
no, brother. Are black
running
people at the
over
bottom in
young
North
black
London?
gal, all of these type of stuff, and then them taking it out on the Asian guys and beating them up and all of this type of stuff, and then complaining on the camera into the news about they have all the businesses and so I know
this is very unsynchronized, brother. Very unsynchronized.
How is it unsynchronized when it's the truth?
Because you are narrating something that's not true. That's unsynchronized. You're no different than the European that propaganda in the media that black people or they're monsters and thugs and things like that, and anything they do is no, brother. We know what happened in them riots. We know what happened in them riots. The question is, brother. The question is, are black people? Are black people at the bottom in North London when it comes to the economical ladder? That's the question, brother. Are they?
And the answer is yes. There's no doubt about that.
What, in London?
Just as one example.
In London, sorry. Are you saying in North London?
No, brother. In the Antarctica.
Let me answer that question because it's a multi-layered question. You know what I'm saying? Because
it's a simple question. Are they at the bottom in the economical ladder?
Hold on.
Haringey
my brother. Economical ladder in North London. Show you how it works, right? Council, right? Council's like the highest thing. We're all over that, right? Social care, what do you call it? Hospitals, all of that. We're all over it. It's North London, right? There's a lot of us, so we're in every single facet of what makes the community, right? So I don't see no issue now. I got friends who work for London Ambulance.
Coming from UK.
Hold on. Brother, London Ambulance Service. Hold on. My baby mother works for the NHS. My daughter just graduated university. Like, bruv, what are we doing here?
You're speaking individualism again, brother. Oh, you're speaking individualism again.
1 second.
Are you speaking individualism, brother? We're on about collectivism, brother.
I said collective.
No, that's not collective. That's individualism, brother. That's individualism. I'm asking, are the black people collectively at the bottom in North London? And you're telling me about individualism, brother? Come on, brother. Political science, brother. You got to understand political science.
About what you're saying.
Brother, what I'm saying.
We can let this down very easily.
We are not the majority. We are not the majority.
We don't have
We've never been the majority. 1 second in this North London. 1 second, bro. The second highest. 1 second. The second most people that are more than us, a whole 14% to our little 5 and 3 that we are. It's the Asian.
So we're talking about non-black people again.
Oh my God, bro.
This is irrelevant.
I'm just saying
irrelevant.
1 second.
Brother,
and then
you're gambling in irrelevance. Backflip in relevance.
You don't
Are the
have the
black
dynamic.
people on the
When they
bottom
brought
economic in
in
London? You telling me
Somali,
about
when they brought
individualism?
in Kosovan, when they brought in Turkish. Listen, if it wasn't an environment where things would
Kale, you
flourish,
have background noise.
it wouldn't be able to happen, bro. Yeah, and we have had to sustain a constant influx, yeah, of either refugees or from all over the world, bro. So it's different. Yours is
Brother, you
peaceful.
tap dancing,
No, hold on,
brother.
my brother,
You
my
tap
brother, my
dancing,
brother.
brother. You tap
My
dancing,
brother,
brother.
shush.
This is, brother.
Yours
This
is
is
still.
carpathetic
One
and bad,
second,
brother.
bro.
This is, brother.
One
This is
second.
carpathetic and bad, brother. It's simple. Are they
One
at
second.
the bottom on the
I
economical ladder in
I
London?
can speak to this. I can speak to this.
No.
Yeah? I can speak to this.
Yeah,
Haringey,
if that's the question
is
you're
one of
asking,
the
no. Yeah, because
Haringey.
one, we're the biggest spenders. One, hold on. One, we got the most spending power, so we're making money. Two, we're not unemployed, the most unemployed in London, in North London. No, we're not. We're the most people working. We're the most people doing what we're supposed to do. So when it comes to the economical environment of North London, nah, it's not true.
Having
We got
a job
OBEs,
doesn't
we
mean
got
that you're not at the bottom
MPs,
of the
we got all
economical
of that.
ladder.
All black and all of that. Yeah, it doesn't matter, bro. Yeah. So
having a
even
job
now we're
doesn't
still
mean that you're not at the bottom of the economical ladder.
represented by a black brother. So cool.
Kale, try to sort out your background noise, please, brother.
Yeah, you can't compare where
It's
I'm
not
from
clear.
to other areas, bro. I'm just telling
Is it
you.
all right now,
While you're not,
brother Big? Is it all right now, brother Big?
while you're not speaking, there's a background noise.
Yeah.
So the reality is that
yeah, hold on.
Can I be heard? Can I be heard?
Yes.
Haringey is one of the poorest boroughs in London. Yeah. And if you was to cross-reference some of the poorest boroughs in London with population of black people, yeah, you would find that there is a correlation.
Kale, just mute up, Kale. Mute up, Kale. Mute up, Kale. When you're not speaking, if you could please.
Yeah, so that you'll find that there's a correlation between significant black populations and living in poorest boroughs. Yeah, so for example, Trust for
Is
London.
that black people's doing though? Or is
No,
that...
I'm not suggesting it's black people's doing at all. I'm suggesting
it's housing, isn't it? Yeah, it's housing.
Yeah, it's
and council
there's all
policy.
kinds of different reasons. Yeah, but
How is Haringey poor? Go on.
Explain.
Haringey is actually one of the richest boroughs.
I was going to say Haringey's not necessarily poor, but it is what it is.
No way.
He's making
So
a point.
let him carry on. Go on, explain.
Haringey is a poor borough, and within the context of Haringey, Tottenham. I mean, I don't know.
Shakara, sorry to interrupt you.
Tottenham with his brand new multi-million-pound stadium.
Comes under
Right.
That just got built the other day.
Development going on in
It's
Tottenham,
literally the richest borough.
But
hold on, Khan. Gotta let Shakara finish. Gotta let him finish.
Yeah. Bishop's Avenue is in Haringey, you know. Yeah, Muscle Hill, all of them places. Bruh, are you all right? Hornsey. Poor borough.
No, I don't know why I'm trying to actually say Tottenham and Haringey are some economic superpowers around here. They're just not.
The economical chip has been there. Unsynchronized chip has been activated.
Remember, hold on.
Sorry,
we had Bernie Grant, right? Accused of fraud, right? £5 million fraud, right?
Nothing to do with the question at all.
Nothing to do with the point. MPs will always have access to money. That's nothing to do with the point.
Or something like that.
That is nothing to do with the point.
Shakara, first to move on, I beg you retract your statement that Haringey poor borough.
Thank you.
I'm not.
You don't have to retract his statement because black people in London are at the bottom.
About barking and all of that. You're taking the piss, bro. Like, don't do that.
You don't have to retract his statement back because black people are at the bottom in London. Nah, they're at the bottom in London. There's racism, there's unethical conduct. So he don't have to retract his statement when there's racism in London. Your unsynchronized chip is activated, and I'm amazed.
Sorry, can I just say Trust, I'm gonna bring some information, some data at the moment, relating to statistics from 2013 to 2014, yeah, and of
22, bruv.
Bro, you don't know how statistics work.
2022, bruv.
Do you believe
what against Haringey 2022?
Do you believe Well, okay. Allow me to present the
And
information.
you got to understand,
Allow
yeah.
me to present the information.
Hold
Sorry.
on.
Allow me
Why
to present,
any
no.
borough? Hold on.
Allow me to
Hold
know.
on.
Don't tell me to hold on and interrupt me. Sorry, you're
During the
interrupting me.
recession,
You're
hold
interrupting
on, my
me.
brother.
You're
This
interrupting
is
me. Sorry.
important
Excuse
fact.
me.
This is an
Excuse me.
important fact,
And you
bro.
can drop
Let
it.
me
And you
get
can
this.
drop it after
Oh,
I
my
finished.
brother.
And you can drop it after I finished. Thank you very
You
much.
always do this,
And
bro.
you can drop it.
Yeah?
Yeah, but why do you always have to interrupt? I've barely said anything.
Because
Yeah,
you're
just
wrong.
allow me to finish.
That's why.
And if I'm
He's
That
subtly
wrong.
right.
Don't talk about
He's
Haringey,
subtly
man.
right.
Talk about,
I think we can all
to
agree.
whatever extent,
you
to
little dead
whatever extent,
Hackney Borough. Where you
to
from?
whatever extent I'm wrong, to whatever extent I'm wrong, you can
It's Hackney
have
rich.
all the time in the world to prove me wrong. When I
Hackney,
finish,
one of the richest brothers.
you can prove me wrong when I finish. Yeah. So
He
I'm
can't.
looking
He
at
can't prove you wrong. He won't be able to prove you wrong. He won't
of
be
course
able
you
to.
won't. Right. So according to listen, according to most
I live
recent
and breathe
estimates
my area, bro.
of overall
I know
poverty rates for
everybody under
London
the table.
boroughs are London boroughs are from modeled small area estimates using 2013 2014 data. According to these,
No one wants to hear
boroughs
that.
with the highest
2013 and
proportion of people, according to the boroughs with the highest proportion of people living in poverty are Tower Hamlets, Newham, Hackney. In contrast to these estimates, suggest that Bromley, Richmond, and Bexley have the lowest rates of poverty. Now, guess what? The after Tower Hamlets, Newham, and Hackney, guess what the next two are in terms of the lowest? Yeah, the ones with the highest poverty rates: Islington, and then Haringey. Now, that doesn't mean that there are not wealthy areas in Islington and Haringey, right? It just means that as entire boroughs, they are not rich.
And that 2013.
Excuse me.
Was
Sorry,
that
one second.
before?
One second.
Was
Sorry.
that before
One second.
the
One second.
recession?
One
Was that
second. One
before the
second.
recession? Because
One
the
second.
recession is
One
very
second.
important in this
One
conversation.
second. One
Yeah?
second. One second.
Because our
One second.
boroughs
One
took
second.
their
One
funds
second. One second.
and put
One
them in a
second.
Swiss bank
One
account.
second. One second.
Come
One
on,
second.
bro.
All right.
Oh,
Haringey
mate,
is an inner London borough located in. This is a different article now. In North London, it does worse than average for 5 of the 18 indicators. For in terms of poverty rates, yeah, over 3 in 10, 34% in the borough live in households in poverty, higher than the typical London borough. The borough has one of the highest proportions of working age population on out of work benefits at 18.2%. Additionally, pre-pandemic, Haringey had an above average rate of court order repossessions, housing units with 2.68 repossessions, etc., etc. Haringey has a lower than average rate of unemployment, which is 4.3% compared to the London average of 4.3%. The rate of unemployment decreased faster. This is why they have a low proportion of unemployment, because the rate of unemployment decreased faster, what's it called, than the London average, falling 1.4% points over 3 years between the two comparison periods. Yeah, the grid below shows how Haringey compares to London overall key poverty and inequality areas. The red denotes, etc. I'm not going to read the graph, so yeah, that's that. So yeah, we're not dealing with a rich borough, and as far as Haringey is concerned, Tottenham is probably the poorest place in Haringey. I'm willing to be corrected on that, but I'm relatively sure that I'm correct.
No, you're not correct, because obviously there's new development, right? So there's room for new development
because of the football stadium that just got built the other day.
No, I'm not even talking about
been there
football
for 100
stadium.
years.
Football stadium is nothing, because yes, the football club bought both sides of the road and most of the back where I used to live, Northumberland Park or MPK. You get what I'm saying? Like, they bought most of that. They bought the school and everything. It's their choice to knock it down and do whatever, but they're going to try and build up the area and and the area's been getting built up from a little while now, from the riots, because as soon as the riots happened, after that, boy, it was burnt out buildings and so they just rebuilt certain things and I told you, they gentrified Tottenham. Tottenham is not the same.
Yeah.
Secondly,
the traffic
council
network
did,
alone
one
is like
second,
$500,000 a
what the
month.
council did, because a couple of years ago, I would say prior to 2013, the government had a scheme with Turkey. So we had a large influx of Turkish people, right? And I lost my permanent home, on a court order, because they said I wasn't living there. You know, them stupidness, like, So I was like, rah, this is mad.
Can I just
Like,
cut
they
in
give my
quickly,
flat.
Snaps?
hold on. They could give my flat to somebody, and I know they must have a deal with their country because I was dealing with members of the council who are my people. Most of my people that I went to school and grow up with are civil servants. I don't
This
know
is
what a
very
man's trying to tell me.
unsynchronized, brother Matthew.
Bro,
Very
When we're
unsynchronized.
talking about, brother, I beg you, let me make this point. Yeah,
Go on.
when we're dealing with people or a population or a cross section of people, we look at the numbers of people. The rich people are always going to be a minority, and the overwhelming majority is always going to be poor people. So if you do a head count of how many poor people there are in a borough, they're never going to outnumber the rich people. That's like a stupid thing to even look at.
Well,
But when we look at
you
the
left
wealth
out-
of the borough,
you
which
left out the
resides
middle
amongst
class.
those rich people,
You left
I
out the
don't
middle
think you could say Haringey is a poor borough.
Yeah, it's not about poor,
The
man.
question was not. The question was
Now
not.
listen to the non-African talk for black people.
average
The
rent
non-African
in Africa.
not making
wages.
excuses
Was not.
that black
Cyprus is
people are
not
at
the
the
island
bottom.
of Aphrodite,
Sorry, the
That's
question
funny.
was not.
Aphrodite.
The question was not just whether Haringey is a poor borough or not. The question was, what is the political economic standing of black people in the borough?
That's right. That's right.
With any significant
Political stage,
sense, yeah, it's going to argue that black people in Haringey and Tottenham in particular are living affluently. That's just
No,
No,
what we're saying is, Chakra, amongst the affluent black people, there are black. There is a representation of the black people.
I test alone is going to
In every facet, even
Black
same
people
in
are
Hackney
very rich.
Council,
That's
we're
all.
well
First and
represented.
foremost.
1 second, bro. In the places that matter, yes, we're definitely there. In
Okay,
number,
your sound.
obviously, the top manager of the council is going to be a European. But everybody working in various different departments are my brothers and sisters and
But they got
cousins
jobs.
and family, education department. One of my
This is
cousins.
very
and that.
unsynchronized,
Listen, hold on, listen. Let me give you a joke. When my baby mother joined the council, right?
Brother,
I told her-
individualism again, brother. You're
told
speaking
her,
on,
one
brother,
second,
we're talking about collective racism. You're talking
about
individualism
my brother.
as if
Are
an
you all right?
individualist can defeat white supremacy. That's funny.
Hold on. You cannot defeat it, so I don't even know why you're talking. Yeah, I can defeat it in the sense of
No, I can't
around
defeat
me.
it. That's why I'm a
Hold on,
Pan-Africanist,
my
brother.
My
Common
brother,
sense.
My brother. Yes, exactly. So common sense requires me that some things I don't partake in, some things I don't entertain, because that would be supporting white supremacy. You get it?
No, that would be
smart enough to know.
unsynchronized,
Hold
brother.
on,
That would be very
my
unsynchronized.
brother. Yeah. It's easy, bro. It's easy. A walk in the park for me. I don't have to prove to you or anyone anything. They know my stance. Yeah. Everybody respects themselves where I come from. You have to respect me. Yeah. Because I know myself, right? I know my culture. I know my thing. So I'm respected. If you
As you
disrespect
tried
me,
defeating
hold
white
on,
supremacy, regain back full control on the African continent, the Caribbean, protecting African Americans. No, brother, it hasn't. It hasn't, brother. It hasn't, brother. And this is denial is not just a it's funny to me.
Yeah, sorry to jump in this conversation, people. Big up. Hey, Kel, you need to fix that mic ASAP, bro. Like, it's
Sort the
atrocious,
mic
fam.
out. Yeah, because it's going when you're
Try
not
to
even
jump
talking,
off
man.
and on again. Yeah, jump off and jump back in the chat or something, bro. But
It's not that, it's a wire problem. You can
synchronized, bro.
Yeah, can't keep doing that, bro.
It's a loose wire. It's a loose wire. It needs
like
synchronizing, Kel.
Talking it over, man.
I
I don't even know why he's talking when I'm talking.
How we're judging poverty around here.
This is an embarrassing conversation, people. I just want to say.
By the way, sorry, another article here from football.london. Yeah, the shocking statistics that play Tottenham alongside Man City, Liverpool, and Aston Villa. Right. So, this is Tottenham's glistening new stadium is actually located in one of English football's most deprived areas.
Tottenham's shit, old blood. Tottenham's been a shit.
That is how the
English
article
foot. No. Listen, I fucking fully agree with you. I was even researching it while you were speaking, Shaka. Yeah.
This is madness. Why are we
about
talking about
Haringey?
football?
Listen, Haringey fits into the bottom 5 of boroughs in the country. Rent
I've said that
prices,
already.
housing prices. Yeah, we know this, but there's no way. In the city, but there's absolutely no way Tottenham falls anywhere near the bottom when it comes to the country, bro. Have you been to Swindon? Like,
Right.
seriously, like,
Good
have you been to
Good point, brother Victoria.
There are a lot. All right, let's
I'm
deal
saying,
with that.
I'm saying,
Not-
are you
not
saying,
in country.
listen, when you say poverty, right? Hold on 1 second.
There are a
But
lot
we
of
don't
places
even
that
have
are
that
worse.
many. We don't even have that many housing estates. Like, Yeah, we've got
Yeah, it's
Broadwater
true.
It's
Farm.
hella shit
It's true.
going on
You
in
know what I'm
Tottenham.
saying? Like, we don't have
Very
many.
industrial.
Broadwater
That's
Farm
not
is
our
enough.
that's not our
But
modus operandum. They didn't
Broadwater
do
Farm is
North
enough, yeah.
London like they did
But
other areas. You get it?
But the
We
significant
don't
about
have
the
much
thing about
tower
Broadwater
blocks.
It's like
Farm, yeah.
Hackney. It's a little bit
They
like
still
Hackney. It's
build,
very
they still
about
industrial.
build.
Broadwater
One
Farm.
second, man. Are you lot all right? Because the borough is so big and vast. Remember that a lot of it is terraced houses and houses, 4 or 5 bedrooms along the Lordship
Green
Lane
lanes, the
and all of
Along
ladders.
main
yeah, you
roads,
know what
yeah.
I'm saying?
A
Like,
route.
bruv, you can't
And
buy a house in
black people
Tottenham.
live in them, yeah.
Secondly,
Yeah, of course.
Black
yes,
people live in them.
All
yes,
South
Yeah.
Tottenham
bro,
is all terraced houses.
These
Yeah.
are all
yes,
and
bro.
these
In my
are all
old
set up
house,
of black
one second.
people.
In
Black
my
Yeah,
old
yeah,
people,
house,
yeah.
Jamaicans,
You'll find
bought
them
their
all.
houses
in my
and
old house.
sold them
That
and went
own all
back
the
to
business in the
Jamaica.
community.
My
That own all the
brother,
business in the community, yeah.
let me tell you
You
why it's
definitely
changed.
will. Yeah,
Let me
yeah.
tell you why it's changed. Because when I was growing up on a certain road, yeah, it was only 2 black families on that road.
Oh,
Yeah.
for real.
Now I go back there now, bruh. I got a black sister that I know living in my old house. Do you get me? I know her in real life. Like, yo, sis,
All
that's
right.
my house. I used to live there. Mad
All
thing.
right.
Do you know what I'm saying? So, like, as you go back to your ends and go back to different parts, and other family members move to places that I used to frequent when I was young, right? Because I don't really live around White Hart Lane area again. Do you get what I'm saying? But I still got family members around there, and if you just cross over, go on under the underpass, you're in Edmonton, and then that's where my children
You
and
know
my
Edmonton's richer
my baby mama
richer
is.
than Tottenham, right? You know
No,
Edmonton's
that's cool.
richer.
That's all right.
Yeah.
That's
And
cool.
and
What
you
you
know
want to
there's
say?
less black people there, right? You know?
But it's Edmonton. There's 2 parts to that, even that borough.
Indeed.
There's
And
east.
then you got
There's
Hold
more
on, there's
people.
east
Barnet,
and
High
west.
Barnet,
Right?
yeah. Which is
Right.
even
No,
more.
no, no, not even as High Barnet, bro.
There's
So
less
know
black
your
people
Serious
areas,
there.
bro.
question.
No.
Shakara, are you seriously
New
telling me that
Southgate,
black
bro,
people that have lived in
and all of that.
areas like Haringey and Tottenham
Mm.
since time immemorial have
Right.
managed to stay poor, even though there's introduction of like Brazilians, Colombians, like, you know what I'm saying? It's impossible
many
that
people.
black people are at the bottom in
100%. I'm saying
Tottenham.
that. Like, what are you talking about?
Haringey is a sponge.
Sorry,
You can
can I
take
just
the
can I
pressure. You can
just
take it.
address something that Vic said a minute ago? Yeah, in terms
Yeah.
of you said something about Swindon. Again, I'm not suggesting that there are not places in the country that are poorer than Tottenham. Like there
Hundreds of
certainly
places.
are.
Exactly.
right?
You're from a poorer borough.
There certainly are.
You're
I'm
from
not
a poorer borough,
I'm
like?
not.
Hundreds
But
and hundreds of
Right.
places.
you say, but I'm not, bro. Listen, you say that
But
laughing as though
that isn't your words. You was reading directly from an article, right?
you say that laughing as though I'm representing
Yeah,
ends,
that makes
right?
Right,
Like,
right.
I'm
Yeah.
not
would you
I'm
say
not
your
here. I'm
borough
not
is
here
super poor?
representing ends, bro.
Hold on
Like,
one second,
I
bro.
don't.
But
You
would
one
you
at a
say,
time.
if I was here
hold
and
on,
my borough,
would you
and my
say
borough was
your
richer than yours,
borough is
I'm not
super
taking any
poor, though?
pride in. I'm not
I
here
wouldn't.
trying to
I wouldn't.
capitalize off pride
I
because
would
my
say they've
borough is richer than your
gentrified it as
borough.
well. They've changed it
Nonsense.
up.
Yeah, I don't take
They're
no
like,
pride in
you've got
any of these
estates,
boroughs.
though.
Yeah. However,
No.
as I was trying to address the point that Vic, like, I don't know what kind of mentality that is. You're gonna come to me about your borough, my borough is richer than yours. What a rascal! I know you own a rascal in the borough. Where?
Online
When you was
postcode
reading
wars.
it out, you said
I
the
know you
borough.
own a
You said
rascal
it.
in the borough.
You said it.
No, you read it out, and the article is completely
You read it out
over
and you said
dramatizing.
Hackney, and I'm done. I was done from there.
Government deprivation
Yeah?
figures.
Hackney
One minute,
comes before Haringey.
man.
Like, shush,
Me
man.
and Sniper go to the ends on a
And we
daily
make
basis.
pains.
The poorest people are seen are Kurdish-looking people and
The
fucking
government deprivation
Colombian-looking
figures.
motherfuckers.
I'm trying
You
to
can't
address
tell
the
me
Ain't no
black
black
people are the
cops on the
poorest
road.
people.
Yo,
No,
come
I'm
on,
not
one at a
accepting
time.
that. I'm not accepting
Government
that.
figures, the government deprivation figures released today have revealed that the new Tottenham Stadium is located in England's 1,966 most deprived neighborhood out of 32,084. Sorry, 844. Yeah. All right. So that's pretty significant. Yeah. Like that's
I
pretty
would say, yeah.
So there are
yeah.
what? There are
I can't call it
somewhere in the region of 30,000. Sorry, somewhere in the region of 1,900 places in or areas, neighborhoods in London that are in England that are poorer than Tottenham. Yeah, that are poorer than Tottenham.
Well,
Yeah.
it's propaganda. Anyway, as I said.
I mean, hold on.
The reason why it's
you gotta go to
propaganda,
Tottenham.
because those who seek to benefit, and I can clearly see the benefits. I can clearly see them building structures and doing all sorts all over Haringey. Yeah. any available
You know what
space,
that's called?
showing up a new building.
Yeah, this is it. This is it. You got to see it. You got to see it to believe it. You wouldn't. You would say that's propaganda if you saw it with your.
I've
with your
seen
eyes.
the development, but do you know what that's called? Do you know what that's called? It's called gentrification. And do you know what? Do you know what an almost universal fact of gentrification is? That it does not benefit the local community. So it's possible to gentrify an area, build a football stadium, and the GDP, so quote unquote, of the area goes up. Yeah, goes up. But the living conditions of the people do not appreciably change.
Don't change, right?
Let me tell you something.
That's entirely possible. And
the
when it comes to
the government had a campaign to remove.
It's very likely. Oftentimes, what happens is the people that live there get moved out to different areas. Right, it happens all over the country.
Or they get a job.
So
or they move out, right.
the area may look more wealthy.
Years ago.
But the people are not any wealthier. The people themselves are not any wealthier. And just
here we go.
But just like you said, they become areas.
He wants to give kids some context for the convo, so I can get involved with you. Like, welcome.
As long as it's not football related.
Salute, guys. Big up.
I don't deal with no football, so that's nothing to do with
that. No, we're talking about thing. Shakara made a statement about Haringey being one of the poorest boroughs and people are suffering and deprived and all of this bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And I'm saying, no, man, I'm from there. I live there. I see what's going on. I'm there like every other day, or when I got time. I'm in Tottenham. Like I'm watching the developments and the businesses and everything that's going in. My brain's
are you saying it's not a poor? Are you saying Haringey isn't one of the poorest boroughs?
Let me explain something.
No way.
Let me
affluence is low.
Pardon?
Let me explain something to
you.
Wait,
sorry, King. I'm gonna come to you. I just want to find out if he's sticking to that statement. If Sniper's sticking to his challenge. So you don't believe it is one of the poorest boroughs in London?
No.
Okay.
It might be one of the poorest councils, but the borough itself is more than wealthy.
Okay.
Now.
All right. Yeah. Sorry.
Because you asked for context, Jedi. Yeah. What Brother Sniper just gave was not context. He's right. First and foremost, I came into the conversation whereby him and Kale were having a conversation about the Asian.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah. Sorry. Let me just before you go into all of that. Yeah. All right, Carl. I feel like sometimes we argue from like the end of our nose, what we see from the end of our nose, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Right? And it's like, yeah, we know brethren that are making peas and got this and that. But if we simply just go to the national statistics, right, of the wealthiest boroughs and the poorest boroughs.
And we'll see
now,
Haringey in the bottom five.
Hold on. Look what is at the top. At the top is Bromley. Now, I'm already telling you, I know Bromley is not the poorest borough.
Hell no. Hell fucking no.
Right, so this must be saying it's the most wealthy borough in London, right?
Yes.
What I'm seeing here, I don't even need to guess. But this is 2013 to 2014.
I just looked at 2022.
Right, we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there, right? So you know.
Sorry. All right. So Jedi, very interesting. Yeah.
If I see Southwark, my borough. Now, Southwark is a very
Southwark.
Yeah, it's a very problematic borough because it encapsulates London Bridge and
Kent Road.
And you think that it was banging, right? From the Monopoly board, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Now, Jedi, yeah, this is the exact what you got up here is the exact thing I just read from a while ago. So when Sniper says I made a statement, no, I didn't just make a statement. I actually cited some evidence.
Yeah, you just
right.
So the point is this, yeah.
When I came in the 13 and 14.
The point, yeah, and I also read something that compared pre-pandemic and post-pandemic, right? After that, from the same website, yeah. What's it called? So the context for the conversation was Kale and Sneety and Sniper discussing Black and Asian relationships and comparisons in terms of wealth disparities between London and Birmingham, yeah, and Sniper venturing to suggest that the situation in London is vastly different to what it was in Birmingham. Yeah, so I came in to challenge that perception, and I'm saying, well, because they first started talking about marriage, yeah, and girlfriend boyfriend business, and whether the Asian community is open to them kind of things. And I'm saying, well, if then they're not necessarily any more open than they are in Birmingham. I went to school with Asians, and they weren't really necessarily any more open. And if they were, they knew that when it came to marriage, they better find themselves Gupta and Harbhajan. You know what I'm saying?
I get on this one. Get on this one, brother Shax. Get on this one. This is.
I ain't seen that one yet.
Yeah, look, and it's for this year, and it's got a key, right? So here we look. So here,
the indicators, right? Yeah. No, what I read from was the second thing I read from was the abstract of that. So it says that Haringey features in so many of the actual indicators of poverty.
Right. Okay, so let's go through the indicators of poverty. And they're saying Haringey features in this year, right? So here we have Haringey here, and we have poverty. So it's saying that this is 34% below the poverty rate of London, right? Haringey in itself, not Southwark, where Peckham and you know what I mean?
Yeah, but Haringey is so big, it's gonna have poverty.
Yeah,
that's telling. Okay, let's go. What else have they got indicators for? Temporary accommodation, households in temporary accommodation per 1,000. So they're saying 27% of people are in temporary accommodation. High rate of repossessions. That's houses. So I don't know how I factor that, because if you could afford to buy the house for it to get repossessed, I don't know. I might
it's true.
You're
doing better than most.
You know? But still, portion of borough residents' jobs that are low paid. So 26% of the borough residents.
Jez, I got to take my son out, but my Empress want to jump in the conversation. So
Big up Empress now. That's cool. All right. So listen, 26% of people living in the borough are working low-paid jobs, according to this statistic, right? Unemployment rate is 4.3%. I think that's pretty good. No, am I wrong?
Low. Yeah, no, he definitely read something saying it was low.
No, it's lower than the average in London. It's not necessarily.
What is so? Is it saying that 43% lower than the average in London? Is that what it's? 4.3% lower than the average in London. Is that what it means?
Let me read what I read before. It says Haringey has a lower than average unemployment rate, 4.3% compared to the London average of 5.3%. The rate of
unemployment. That means that most people are employed.
Hold a second. The rate of unemployment decreased faster than the London average, falling by
Did you think on the other side of the table at the job site?
1.4% points over 3 years between the two comparisons. Yeah, so it's basically dropped significantly within the last 3 years. It was a lot higher 3 years ago.
Okay, so it's getting better. It's improving
in unemployment. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Unemployment rate, 3-year change. I don't really understand that. Minus 0.1, minus 1.4 PPTS. I really don't know what that scale is. I don't know. Out of work, 18.2% of residents in the borough of Haringey are out of work, are on out of work benefits.
Before I go, let me just explain how we got onto Haringey specifically, though, because I made a comparison between London and Birmingham, right? And so I was saying that when you look at London, and you there are a number of areas in which you have Asians who have they have a visible community whereby they control most, if not all, of the businesses. Culturally, it looks like them. I'm saying religiously, it looks like them, and so forth. There's nowhere in the borough that you find an equivalent for black people. So when I said that,
Bromley's good.
So when I said that, Sniper reduced it to Tottenham and Haringey. That's how we got into Haringey. So when I said that, when I made a London comparison, Sniper, because obviously he lives in Haringey, so he made it about Haringey and Tottenham. So that's
Haringey is clearly one of the worst, though. We can see here it's one of the worst, nowhere near the worst. Hackney is taking the crown. I can see Hackney and Newham more than Hackney.
Laos.
Newham's F.
Laos.
Newham's F. Barking and Dagenham's F.
Yeah, we know that though. We know
East
that.
London will forever be the king of the shit. Like,
I'm
they can't,
telling
they
you,
can't
man.
get it.
Go
Come on,
south
man.
Nowhere in
and then
south.
get done with a Mac 10.
Tower
So
Hamlets
it's
used
like,
to be
yeah.
the worst, right?
Yeah.
Tower Hamlets was the poorest borough in London.
How?
It was. It just was.
Yeah, it was.
It
was. It's held the crown for many years.
It was. It held the crown for long.
For ages, bro. For ages, it had the crown, bro.
Camden used to have the most deaths.
Looking at this, it doesn't look like it is. You know, it doesn't look like it's as bad as Hackney. Hackney's looks. This is crazy.
This is alarming.
No, I'm not gonna lie. Hackney Newham, like, yo, what is this? It's got nearly every box ticked, bro.
Bro, it's the
Shaka.
bro.
Sort out Hackney,
Newham
Shaka.
to like Bromley. It's a very
Sort out Hackney, man. What going for your Hackney, man? We're going for your end. And I wouldn't agree. Hold on. And the funny thing is,
Camden's doing good now.
On a level, yeah, I don't play your plantation is bigger than my plantation, isn't it?
Hold on.
Like, that's not my politics.
No, hold on. I'm asking the question. Do you agree that according to the statistics, Hackney is as poor as they're saying it is? I disagree, bro.
I don't really
because
agree.
it's also been gentrified as well.
Borough. It's been a poor borough, yeah. It's like,
but you got more housing estates.
I'm not going to engage in a battle with anybody over whose borough is poorer than whose. Like, I don't take any pride in that kind of conversation. Again, I don't deal with my plantation is better than your plantation politics.
Yeah, but that's because you're from the poorest borough.
Yeah.
If you say so, bro, and if anybody takes pride, takes pride in the fact that their borough is a little less poorer than mine, have it. I'm not really.
Hold on. According to these statistics, and their statistics, that's a percentage. Again, yeah. If you look at those people, a lot of them are doing own businesses and all of that type of stuff, and it's just not being registered because you know how people stay. They know how to work the system. So when you're doing your little stats in the council, because this is what is going to be led, it's council led.
Remember, the question that Kale actually asked was whether black people are at the bottom.
And I said no, not in Harrogate, no.
Right, and I'm absolutely saying that if you look at where if you look at
poverty people.
And if you look at the populations in terms of the poorest areas of Harrogate, of which Tottenham is one, you'll find that there's a correlation between higher black population and poverty rates.
All higher, bro. What has happened is
knows what he's talking about.
You're forgetting. Hold on, my brother. As I said, Harrogate's a sponge because the influx of refugees that we've had, and different sets of people coming in for different reasons over the 20 or 30 years is not no joke, fam. And I'm telling you, we've managed to absorb all of that. So if there are people on the poverty line, it's not us. That's just plain and simple. We're the ones behind the desk at the job center, at the council, standing as security.
It's large facts.
I don't know. I don't know what you're trying to tell me, like, bro. So when you're talking about economics and you're talking about even health, come on, NHS
you know what,
is
though?
just riddled with my people.
Bro, do you know why it don't make sense? Most black people come to this country already being quite well qualified in the English language.
That's right.
When you're comparing them to Mexicans, Brazilians, fucking Kazakhstanians, like, bro, these geezers need a good 30 years.
Polish,
to even catch up.
We had all of them, fam.
You know what? That's kind of a myth, though, bro. Because we could all go into fucking businesses, bro. Yeah, that our council run, and we can't get a word of English out of people that are meant to be operating.
That's racist.
Let's not lie. Let's not lie.
It's true. That's super true. Still,
but when you say Lewisham, when you say Lewisham, you know what you're
that's the only thing that's ever made me feel slightly racist.
Huh?
Like, that's the only thing that's ever made me feel slightly racist when I've needed help, and the person on the other end is we got a language barrier, but we're within England. That shit jars me.
Fucking annoying.
How are you a service provider, but you can't communicate with me, bro? Like, that's a piss take. Still, I'm not gonna lie,
bro. There's fucking feds that can't speak English, bro. Yeah.
Allow me.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
cannot
man,
speak
man
proper
said
English,
dead.
bro.
man.
Hello.
I don't
Sorry.
think that's right. Yo,
Can
sis.
you hear me?
Big up, man. Big up.
Yeah, well gone.
I need to understand
Yeah.
what. So the measurement is that black people are in jobs, so that's why they're not on the poverty line.
No.
I'm trying to
No,
ascertain.
that's not necessarily that.
We're in a time.
Yeah.
In present time, one that 0 hour contracts is a problem. So just because somebody is employed, it
Don't
doesn't
mean that
they're
they're working.
and that in and of itself has
Yeah.
been a problem, a silent problem. And then we are living in a first world country where people are working and there is food banks everywhere. Yeah? I am trying to understand what is your definition of poverty?
Yeah, where's food banks in Haringey? I've never seen no food banks. Is there
No,
food
there's
banks?
definitely
There is a food bank in every single
Definitely
borough.
food banks in Haringey.
More
Definitely.
I haven't seen that.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't gonna lie. The food banks.
Where is that? I don't know where that is. I don't know
Listen
where
though.
that is.
Well, I'm saying
when
it's
I say
fortunate.
this, when I
It's
say this
fortunate
word,
that
listen,
you don't know where they are,
what does
but
the
they
word
got
listen spring to mind? When someone says
Say
listen,
again.
And it's
means
mad that I'm black,
pay
innit?
attention.
And I
But
don't know
anyway,
about poverty.
But anyway,
like
check
that.
this.
I'm
And I don't see
questioning
my
what
people
is-
on the street. Oh, no,
Yo,
I don't see
am
my
I on
people on the
mute?
street.
Am I on mute?
No,
Am
you're
I on
talking.
mute,
You're
bruv?
talking,
Or
you're
am I
talking.
just too polite? Which one?
You're too
Which
polite,
one is
you're
it?
too polite, you're too polite.
Right.
Go on, sis.
I'm saying, listen. Hold on. Everyone's just doing crossfire. Like, yo, can I speak too? Anyway, what I wanted to say was, in Notting Hill, they have food banks. So I don't think we should doubt whether there's food banks in Newham or Haringey, bro.
That's nonsense.
100%.
I've seen them on the
there's food
TV and
banks in
stuff, but I
Notting Hill.
haven't seen them in my head. No.
That's
No,
what
but
I'm
I
saying.
think-
What's your
See them,
measurement
though.
of poverty? What's your measurement of
but I think Sniper touched a great point when he was talking about the refugees and the people that are here that are the definition of poverty. When they're sitting on the streets, like you can't see no English people sitting on my streets.
That's
you go
not
up and down Wood
poverty,
Street.
bro. What's wrong with you,
No,
lot?
I'm saying, hold on. That
That's
is
poverty.
homelessness is a definition.
That is.
Now,
That is.
behave
I think.
yourself.
I
Man,
think.
sitting on
But
the
if
street
you're
ain't
homeless,
poverty. No, you can't do that. Because you see a man sitting on the street drinking Tisky, yeah?
Right.
That don't mean he's in poverty, bro.
No, that's a nitty. We know about the nitties as well. I was going to come to that. I was going to come to that soon, but I mean, those are the ones that are apparent. You're going to see those guys out in the sun, sitting in the park.
Let's put that to one side.
Yeah, we know about that. Yeah, right. But what I'm
what's
saying
the
is,
definition
us
of
as black
poverty,
people,
please?
thank you. Us as black
let's do this.
people, living in low condition housing and all of this thing that they're trying to say. Where? Not even on the farm is that happening. And that used to be one of the low condition place we had. Yeah. But through the work of the people on the estate to fix it up and fix everything around there.
Yeah,
and
what's
build
the employment
statues
rate on
and
the farm? No,
Wait,
that's not.
1 second. Sorry, one
It's
second.
high.
Sorry, one
It's
second.
high.
One second.
It's high.
One-
Hold on. It's high.
What?
One, can I answer that?
It's high
One
to
minute.
do
One
with
minute,
the
please.
council and all of that.
I'm gonna let you carry on. Just 1 second.
on.
So, is it because the estate looks better, and some people's doors are not hanging off the hinges? It aesthetically looks better. So people's housing aesthetically looks better. Is
I think
that
that's
what
what it
is why it's
I
better?
think it was giving employment to people on the estate. So all the construction work and all
again,
the
employment,
building and
if you're
hold on.
employed, you're not poverty.
All the work was given and contracted to the estate. People on the estate, and then they also sourced out and got other people with different skills on the estate to do the work. That's it. So that's showing
And they lifted them
they're
out of
a
poverty.
community. Hold on, that even within Haringey, we've got communities within communities, because the Broadwater Farm would say they're their own community. They've been through so many different things.
What has it got to do with the poverty?
Right. So as I said, the poverty, that they're talking about is supposedly living in low income houses and da. We don't have many estates like other areas. This is why I said that we're quite different. So I'm saying what they've done now, they've built new builds everywhere, right? Any available space, new structures and tower blocks and all sorts of going up, right? And they've gentrified the area where they've brought in other people, loads of other people, South Americans, there by Seven Sisters, you know what I mean? Like all different
All right.
types of
So now,
people.
have you finished?
Okay, go on.
What you're describing is happening in every borough. Yeah, every borough, every end had bear.
Well, you lot
estate.
got Mexicans everywhere, yeah.
most ends. I'm from Brent. There's a big
Nah, there ain't no
Brazilian.
ends in Brent.
There's a big Brazilian. There's how many different communities in every low poverty area? Yeah. Okay. That's just. I'm confused. If you go to a
but how does that make sense? Because if the area is low poverty, adding more people to it.
I'll let you speak. I did let you speak.
Go on. Sorry.
If you go to any area where we are not the majority, you know, all of what you're talking about, it doesn't exist. Yeah.
All right, let me just clarify, because people are who's speaking. This is sister. Can you introduce yourself, please?
Oh, sorry. My name is I'll call me Sankofa. I am Shakara's queen.
There you go. Sit there.
Pick up Shakara.
Lady Shaka.
Shakara's queen. No.
So
what is this? You got a new moniker now. Or is this the online moniker?
Who's Monica?
Monica, as in handle, name, title.
Oh no, I'm just on his one. That's why. Sorry, I just.
I mean Sankofa.
Oh no, I've always been Sankofa.
Yeah.
But I've always been Sankofa.
You just ain't been online that much.
All right, cool.
Yeah. Frequent
Sankofa, my favorite Adinkra symbol. So and I really do like this sister. She got a lovely energy. So
Yeah,
you
man,
look
come
like,
on, big up to
honestly, you know she's a warrioress, but take time with her still. Give her the female what do we do? What do we call it?
Manners and respect.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Just ease her up.
Courtesy.
Courtesy. There you go. Ease her up a bit. Let her get her info out and that. But yeah. So, Snipes, you were saying, brother.
No, I was saying.
Oh, sorry, you were saying. Sorry, you were saying. Go on.
I'm saying.
Yeah.
Again, just because other communities, which again is the norm, that they come into the low impoverished communities, because they don't just you're not going to see other communities able to infiltrate affluent areas. That never happens. Another community, whatever other community you're saying that you feel comes in and enriches, they don't just populate Holland Park. They don't just so I'm only going to talk for West and Northwest, because that's where I'm from. But in particular areas, they're not going to just come and just overpopulate like that, because that's not how it works.
Yeah.
So I'm asking again, what is the measurement of your measurement of poverty? Because if those people, when you're talking about we don't have a state, we have social housing. So just because the blocks are not there, just because the high rise isn't there, doesn't mean the social housing doesn't exist. They never got rid of the estate and then everyone is bought a house. Stonebridge is not Stonebridge anymore, but it is social housing. Mozart ain't Mozart anymore, but it's social housing. Chalk Hill ain't Wembley big estate. All of these estates are not what they used to be, but it is still social housing. They look pretty, yes, but it is still social housing. So social housing is a pretty word, but it is still for the lower income people.
And let me just chime in from my own childhood. I can attest to that. Growing up on the largest council estate or social housing in Europe, and then seeing how they, broke down two walkways, put two brightly colored cladding on the front of the building, and hey presto,
it's a new thing. I get you.
Which it wasn't, innit? And it still isn't. So I definitely see where she's coming from with that.
And then,
hold on.
One minute. And then the other element is that when we're talking about, but look at what's in my borough and look at what's in my borough. I'm not sure if you lot ever went to Grenfell, yeah?
Yeah.
But look at, do you have a concept of what Kensington and Chelsea borough is?
Of course, yeah. And look how they treat their people. There's poverty
it's not
right
trying to
there.
treat your people. It's not treating the people. It's how they lived up the road, literally walking distance from £1 million houses plus. So I'm saying that is a normal London thing. In Brent, we got an ends, big ends is all over the place. You can cross the road and it's £1 million house across the road from you. Do you understand? This is how London is.
They got food banks around the corner from me.
That's how it works.
We got food bank around the corner from me. My neighbor bought.
So I'm confused.
My neighbor bought their house for 5 point something million.
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah. So how are you confused if you know that?
People, but like Tafaza said, like Chakara said, where are we reflective then on the streets? Yeah, and I'm never knocking us on our business, you know, but where are we reflective outside of food and hair?
Right.
And
So
and
as
and
I said,
even still, that's dotted. So
as
I'm
I said,
saying that we
on.
don't reflect. You go to Southall, yeah, Southall, the people of Southall represent themselves in everything. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not being funny, but you lot are all working in the thing, man, for the government. It's like
Who's working for the government?
all Caribbean and African people. They're all working for the government in like job centers
Civil
filled with
servants.
Africans and
Yep.
Caribbeans.
Yep.
All these
What's that got
places
to do with
where,
the price of bread?
because you lot come here
Okay.
speaking English, you lot walked into these
What
jobs.
has that got to do with the price of bread? Everybody speaks English.
Well,
It is
No,
a
depends
global.
on
they
how you
don't.
can pay
No,
for
they
the
don't.
bread.
If you go
No, you're
to,
assuming
if
that people can speak
you,
English when they can't. I guarantee you, Trilla's
wait,
mum and dad can't speak English.
listen. If you go to any country and you're an affluent person in the country,
How are you
and you
telling
want,
me when
and
you
Hold
come
you
from
on,
an
want
English
to have
hold
a
on,
good
hold on, man. Let's not
education,
cut up.
and
Let's
you want to have what is considered a good education, because look, they're flying in. If you're an English teacher, you can work anywhere. Why can you work anywhere?
Are
Because the
you
world,
or are you not
because
from
the
an English
world
speaking
wants to
community
learn
of people?
English. Because
How are you
white people,
telling me about
the
non-English
world
speakers?
wants to learn English. I don't care where you're from. Of course,
Don't matter. You don't care about no one anyway.
listen,
You
listen,
don't care about no one.
listen, because he doesn't want to hear what I'm saying, because he knows what his community, he knows his community and how they move. So it's convenient to say, oh, but you lot have got jobs, you lot speak English, you're all right, what's your problem? That's a normal little lower person conversation. But if we
Yeah.
know our,
Right,
if
tell us
we know
about
our
Diane
history,
Abbott. Is Diane
if
Abbott
we
a
know
low-level
our history
person?
and our
Is
journey,
Diane
we
Abbott a
know why
low-level
people
person?
speak English. We know why people speak English, and we know why people have. So what if Diane Abbott is there? What did that matter when they wanted to racially profile her son? What did that matter? She was still an MP then. She still had to take her picnic out of school. So what now? So I'm saying that this don't mean nothing. We're going to have jobs.
You don't
So
gonna
that's
get
what
this
I'm saying.
work. Fucking reset coffee. You gotta get this work, man.
We're gonna have jobs. People can have jobs.
Yeah.
English is a universal
Look,
language. That's what
no offense to
colonialism
Miss
is.
Kufur, but Miss Kufur,
Nah,
you have
don't
to know
do
what
that.
I'm
Don't
saying.
do
That
that.
the
Don't do it. Don't do
community
that,
of
man.
people.
fat boy.
Nah,
Respect.
What?
No,
You
listen.
respect.
Let me say
What?
something. Let me say
What?
something, yeah? Like, and I'm not trying to cape, but I sincerely know that I was talking to the brother. My brother was on here debating. Now, we can play rough with Shaka all day
Yeah.
long. But when he leaves and he says, yo, I'm going to leave my missus, I beg, man, like, just
Have
louder,
some
man.
respect,
It's
Louder.
in
fam.
good
Have some
hands,
fucking
man.
Yeah.
It's in good hands.
But
Nah,
you now want to
but
call
again,
it
Khan,
Kuffa. Now you
we
want to
really know.
hold on, Slacks.
Go on, sorry.
Hold on, I got to highlight what the brother's doing, innit?
Yeah.
Now you want to call her San Kufa, like, so you want to now start likening her name to Kufa and that. Like, it's disrespectful, bro.
But she's the
I'm only
lioness, man. She could take it. Why are you being soft on her?
I'm just making it
He's
known.
defending his black woman, like what you would do. Good.
Anyway,
what's the problem with that?
No, I ain't got a problem.
All right, cool, man. I'll fall back, but I'm just saying it's disrespect, bro.
Yeah, can't go easy, man. Yeah, it's got to
No
be all
offense,
due respect,
man.
bro.
I don't have
No
I don't have
offense.
I
I'm
don't
just
have
messing about.
expectations of him.
I'm not
He
being
showed
serious.
himself to be who he was.
Of course.
Cool,
Showed
innit? Let's
himself to be
move
who he
forward,
was.
man. Said San Kufa.
But anyway, the lady
So
was
what I'm saying
speaking.
is, what I'm saying, you wanted my example of what I consider to be
The
poverty,
level of
right?
poverty, yeah.
Right.
What is your
because
definition of poverty?
right, because it's going to relate to us as black people within this borough, right? And our position. So now we as black people who've been here for one day and everybody's just came and joined us, yeah, us and the English people, right? Us Caribbeans and us Africans, right? We've been here in Haringey, we've been doing our thing, blah, blah, blah. As I said, we've excelled to the level of that. We're not doing shops and hairdressers and da-da-da. That is for our family who are just coming into the country. So when Jamaicans come in and da-da-da, yeah, me want to open shop and okay, cool, cuz. It's there, it's available, you can do it. There's also places that are already set up. There's no issue here, yeah? But other people are driving around in their big cars and and doing what they need to do for their family, right? We want all our children to go university and excel and get their grades, and then they can do whatever they want to do after that, right? So we're not the people on the poverty line, no. We're not the ones in Haringey that they're talking about in those statistics. We cannot be, because from my experience and from what I know of my borough and who works in the council and in the hospitals and in the neighborhood and in the different shops and all my friends that have decided to open food places regardless. But man's opening chain, calling it the Grub and all of this, yeah? And opening one on the high road near the college and then one further down near Lansdowne Road. Like, this is what we do, bro. Some choose to do that. As I said,
let's keep it short. Let's keep it short. No long-winded monologues. Yeah.
I have.
Poverty, it says poverty is the state of having few material possessions or little income. Poverty can have diverse social, economic, political causes and effects. We happy with that explanation?
Yeah, that's fine.
I think it's a bit broader than that, which has been evident.
But I definitely say it would relate to the people who are just coming in and have just come in the last 10 years, 20 years.
So if you've been there for 30 years, you can't be in poverty.
You can be in poverty, but the majority, as I said, of black people, no, that's not what's been going on because generationally. One second.
But Sniper, that could be a North London thing still.
No,
that could just be a North London thing.
No, let's not do that. Let's not do that. What you're saying is that when you're looking at I don't know if the Balenciagas and them things there is what's making you think that people not living in poverty.
Sorry?
Do you know what I mean? Like the designers and stuff that people are wearing.
No, I'm not talking about those people.
Ain't broke out here, bro.
No, I'm not talking about those people.
What I did want to say though is I've never known no one who comes back.
I'm not even talking about those people. Those
are
my youngest.
Continent.
I ain't care.
Comes and opens.
Talk about their parents and
I have no
our grandparents and that.
But what
I don't get. What do you think's changed? I grew up with 98% unemployment in my community. 98%.
But as I said, listen.
Go on.
Gentrification has been running, and I said the council.
Do you think gentrification
before that
puts more money in our
2000,
pockets, though?
my brother, before 2013, right?
Yeah.
This 2013 statistic where they were doing that, I explained, that within the borough they had some deal with various governments or Turkey and other things. So we got an influx of foreigners. They kicked a man out of permanent yards. I had a permanent flat. And if they were able to tear down the block, I was supposedly to get a house. I worked hard to get that, you know what I mean, through the council or whatever, right? Yeah. So I know, and then they started doing the ASBO thing. They started building these kind of temporary kind of things, right? And putting families who are really bad in there. Then later on, they moved those people out to country. So tell me where those same people.
All right, wait 1 second. Cool.
They changed up the game.
A few people got moved to country, and I know people that's been moved to country, you know, and I know that this is a practice of theirs. Like even down to my own daughter, they moved to Birmingham for a little while, right? So I know this is a practice of theirs. Fair enough. Boom. But what I'm asking you is, do you not think that when gentrification comes in and people are moved from like borough to borough, they still keep the same financial constraints that they had on them when they were living in Haringey, so to speak, right?
No,
it's not like they get moved and they get richer because they've moved, right?
No, I wanted to answer your other question.
I wouldn't say that. I would say because we got more.
Get him to answer the question of how gentrification put money in black people's pockets.
Yeah, it didn't.
No, it did apparently. I need to hear.
Do you think it did?
In some respects, because remember that we did own some of the buildings. We did own some of the things that were burnt down. Like one of my sister she's Trinidadian, owned the hairdressers on that strip of Tottenham High Road. So when that all got burnt down and blah blah blah, she collected the insurance.
Insurance, that's it.
She left that.
Gentrification.
Hold on, wait.
Talking about gentrification.
So then what they did, they rebuilt it. Obviously that frontal area because the supposed MP or the Prime Minister came down to Tottenham, looked around. Then they had this idea of rebuilding Tottenham after that, and that is when the gentrification came in. It's easy, one, because you've moved people out and you've bought. You remember there's a continuous chain of refugees and Polish and Somali were the first.
No. Listen, I'm not gonna lie, bro. Like, stick to the point of what man's answering you, Snipes.
Go on.
Yeah. How has gentrification put money in the people them's pocket, the
and
black
put
people.
better housing, all of it.
But how did gentrification do that? I didn't say it did that though.
Yes, you did numerous
How?
times. You and your friend, and this Brazilian,
friend?
and this your one Mexican, and this and that.
No,
And
that's
what you're
Khan
saying
talking.
is
Sorry.
What I'm saying is,
Sorry, hold on 1 second, sis. That's Khan. Once Khan speaking.
I
for
never
himself.
once used
He
the
don't
word
speak for me.
gentrification.
You get it?
Snipes.
But
Don't
I don't
pin it
even
on
speak.
me.
No, bro.
What's this guy doing?
But she just mentioned both of us in a.
I know, but I
we
never
don't do
said
that.
gentrification.
holding
ever.
hands.
No,
You
we
don't
don't.
hold
We
in
don't.
hands.
We don't
This
do
is
holding
hand
hands.
out.
Let's not get lost. Let's not get
Sorry.
lost.
I
Let's not get
wasn't.
lost. What I'm saying is,
I ain't agreeing to none of what Khan's saying. Sorry.
Ooh, gentrification. Yeah. Sometimes, man, I wonder.
Go on.
No, it's cool. I'm just saying.
Yeah, gentrification has changed the whole ends, right?
Yeah, it might have changed the whole ends. But listen. You lot listen sometimes as well in conversation. Sometimes I feel like the lack of being able to hear what other people are saying means we go round on a whole tangent that just doesn't need to be fucking gone on. So anyway, gentrification does not put money in the hands of the community that was there before the gentrification came. One thing I could say is, for my notice, maybe one or two token families or traders or workers, whatever, will benefit from getting it. Because remember, for instance, in the area in Peckham, they do gentrification like this. Oh, brand new building. Oh, we're gonna dedicate 5% of the flats to housing association or council.
Of course.
Right? So they're making people feel like, all right, well, it's not that bad because some of us get to move in there, right? But when you look at the
social
numbers,
housing.
right, exactly. You're still under social housing in this brand new yard. In this brand new building, you're still a tenant to the council, mate. There's no difference.
That's it.
You get me? You got double glazing, and that's about it. I'm telling you, that's the fucking difference. It's double
The other
glazing.
thing, the other question,
They started to do that as a future. That's the
the other
future.
question,
It seems,
I want the other
for these
question
estates
because you
that
kept
they build.
saying, oh, but black people are working in the job center and the NHS. The NHS are consistently talking about low pay, and when you're talking about black people in the NHS, in what service are they in the NHS? What are they in the NHS?
Are they sisters, matrons? Are they fucking ward managers?
Ward managers and all different type of stuff.
chambermaid.
Ambulance. What do you call it? My close brethren is an ambulance. You know, in the control room.
Okay.
Yeah, but they're not surgeons, though, innit?
Bro, listen.
I know a black brain surgeon. He used to come to my barbershop.
Yeah, that's one of those snaps.
Whatever.
When we look across the board,
yeah,
the
but I'm not
majority
saying
That's
that.
what I'm saying. If
I'm
the
saying
NHS
even all the
as a
midwives that
if the
brought
NHS as a
one of
whole,
my
I
children
know-
into the world, they were all antis,
if
man.
the NHS
Seriously.
as a whole are talking about being underfunded and low pay, and their pay is not significant, it doesn't match the work, the hours, or anything. How again does that become a symbol of success? And especially if we're going to look at the percentage, so you're going to talk about your one brethren here, your one brethren there. Again, in the percentage,
baby mother.
most of the NHS staff are the domestic staff or the lower down the pay field when it comes to their statuses. You get what I'm saying? So I know midwives. Of course, I know midwives and nurses and all that. But like someone said, where's the surgeons? Where's the doctors? Where's the consultants? We know what they look like. We go there. We know what they look like. So I'm saying, what is this measurement? I'm confused.
But I'm saying
Is
you're
it
saying
because you
it's
live
not-
like
you're saying that's
Jedi
poverty,
is
though.
saying? Is it
Hold on
because
one
you're
second.
seeing? What? Let me
But
just finish.
people are
Let
leaving
me
working
just finish.
class
I'm gonna
people
let you come
I
in.
don't understand
Is
what
it a
you're
point that Jedi is saying that because things look pretty or people wear pretty clothes, is that what your measurement is?
We think people not broke.
No, I wouldn't even say that. I wouldn't even think like that.
But
As
that's
I said,
all the
those
examples
people,
you keep giving. So I'm trying because that's what I'm saying. What? No, I'm.
All right, let me move this on.
Examples. One second, Jedi.
What about the argument? Hold on.
One second.
What about the argument that the poverty that you're perceiving, Sankofa, and I'm perceiving, is a mental poverty?
No,
and not.
It's a realistic poverty. White people complain about
from a
it.
statistic.
Yeah, because this is what black man. This is what black man were telling me. Africans telling me, brother, in UK there's no poverty because I've been to Africa. Yeah? So man was doing one man's floors, another man's ceiling. That's what I was trying to hit him with. He weren't hearing it. He's like, yo, you lot's perception of poverty over here is just a mindset. It's not actually a lack of resources, which could be argued.
No, that's true.
The younger man didn't want to buy patty with his money. He wants to buy crepe.
No, let's keep it 100.
Right.
Let's keep it 100. Of course, resource-wise, we have an NHS. Let's first start there. So most of anybody outside of particular Western countries, because there's a couple other European countries that they don't have NHS, but there's certain allowances they give when it comes to health and such things. So once we know we have something just like the NHS and free education, of course our resources is on another level. So for somebody back home who has to pay for school fees and pay for any one piece of medicine, that's a big thing. Exactly. So we can't act like to say we have a different we have the same poverty of somebody whether they're in the continent or the Caribbean. However, everybody's experience is different because because we are here, we understand how we are here and the way we've been here. So we still experience poverty in this environment.
I would also
don't
say
you see that's the same
in a country is determined on the cost of living in that country. And then, right, you know what I mean? You have to see, because they call it below the poverty line. So there's a line that's drawn. So this line has to correlate with the poorest and the richest in it.
Right. So if you're below the poverty line, from my experience and what I know, you can't live in London. Yeah, everybody who's got a decent affluent job in London lives in Tottenham. A lot of them have moved out willingly. So like my cousins who made good money, they moved to Luton, they moved to just outside St. Albans or Watford, or that's good luck with that. Yeah, but they drive in, so they're good.
I think
they
the
can
point
always
was
come back
made
home and
that
see
that
mommy.
means everybody who else is there, that means they're still on
poorest people and the richest people are living side by side. So
I'm
in
saying
London, you will see the
I'm just
poorest
looking-
of the poor living across the road from the richest people.
You gotta
That's
be
London.
You gotta look at what you see, your people, your thing, your environment, your community, and see which one of those or any of those,
I'm looking at that, Maku. I'm telling you,
right?
and I'm telling you, black people are poor all over London.
Because I'm saying it's
Your
deceptive.
Tottenham,
I can go to a council house.
Your Tottenham is
Sorry,
one of them.
go on.
Your people in
I'm
Tottenham
saying-
are not living as millionaires. I don't know what your problem is.
I didn't say we was living as
you know what
millionaires.
my issue was with this conversation is why are we as black people
denying,
not just denying, but fighting, fighting,
I
to
see that
want to I don't know, like
directly
not
identify. It's
but-
pride, isn't it? It's pride.
Some of them want to
maintain.
maintain.
Can I speak on your behalf, Matthew? And you tell me if I'm wrong, yeah?
Some of them want to maintain their lifestyle.
Let me speak on your behalf and tell me that I'm.
They haven't got a clue about what you're talking about.
This is my analysis. Sniper is proud of Tottenham. He's a proud
Nah.
North Londoner, right? And
Nah.
what do you mean, nah?
I personally think it's more to do.
Oh my God! Can I say more than 4 words?
Oh, you asked me a question. Sorry.
What?
Never asked you nothing.
Listen, man. Anyway, I'm saying, my perception is Sniper is proud of North London, especially Tottenham. And from the character of Sniper that I've seen is, if he's got a pride for something, he'll defend it. Nigeria, you can't say nothing about Nigeria. He's gonna reply. Even me, I've learned to keep my mouth closed, but Sniper will reply. So I feel like what Sniper's doing is he's defending somewhere that he's grown up around, has an affinity with, but I don't think his defense is the most realistic, if I'm honest with you, Snaps. What do you think about that?
As I said, that's your interpretation. The reality is
Snapper was the one that was fighting you if he stepped in his ends.
The reality is, hold on, what are you doing? You know what I'm saying? If you come to my ends, you've seen me. You know what I'm saying? You see the respect and admiration I get. So like, we're not gonna do that, right? So anyway, as I said, people doing okay. Like as I said, in general, I don't see people say, "Oh man, I ain't got nowhere to live," and my people, the black people. Because remember, that's what we're talking about. If we're talking about all the other people that I know, yes, I could say, that's
what I'm saying.
Like,
Homelessness is homelessness. Homelessness is the measurement of poverty.
So the main thing for us, we don't do that, right?
So homelessness is the measurement of poverty.
I got some grown 30, 35-year-olds still living at home with mama. Do you get what I'm
Didn't
saying?
you argue that when I said
the
Me and the big
measurement of
brothers,
poverty.
hold on. And me and the big brothers, we went through the system. So some of us got counsel and when those things were available, right? And we've always maintained that for men in general, yeah, the housing situation is a mazza across the board. It doesn't matter, yeah, because half of the man them are gonna have to reside with a woman or their wifey or their, you know, it's
Why they're
not that
doing
easy,
well? They can make money.
right?
Gentrification's put money in their pocket. They can
But
get
what I
money
was
out.
gonna say, I didn't say gentrification. I didn't say that anyway.
Yeah,
But
you
what I'm
did.
saying is, yes, my youngers make money. Yeah, my example to them was not
Yeah.
that. Oh, you lot got money in the shoebox. Oh yeah, wow we. You know what I'm saying? But don't you want to do something with that money? You see me, you know me from road. I try open business. You know what I'm saying? And then they followed some of them in the same pattern, which I respect. Do you get what I'm saying? That they saw what I was doing and say, yeah, you know what? This guy's a roadman, but this guy's a businessman. You can't be both. Do you get me? You're gonna have to slightly put one aside and deal with people on a different level.
Maku, my ends is better than your ends. Don't ramp in North West London.
You know what? What west?
My ends is better than your ends.
Yeah, your ends back onto my end.
Don't get drawn in Macu.
My ends is better than your ends, fam.
Hey,
My
what
ends
more
I don't
of your
mind.
ends, man? It's about South, man.
I don't mind. As I said, London is
Easy,
different.
baby.
As I said, the argument was really with London and Birmingham, the dynamic, yeah, and the dynamic I grew up with, and maybe man's saying I'm caping for Asians, but I'm saying no, the Asians in my environment is not the same as in Birmingham, where they own all the businesses. They did it. Man tried to make West Green Road an Asian road, never been owned by Ashkenazis who are just up the road there at Stamford Hill.
The
So that
point
was
is
an
it's not
incorrect
black.
statement.
The point is
You get me?
not owned by Africans. It's
Yeah,
not owned by
well,
black
that's what I'm
people.
saying. Well,
That's the long and short. That's
bruv,
the long and short.
but the
That's
shops
the long and
there,
short.
hold on, my sister. The shops there that have been there, established from, have definitely been West Indian, African. We still got our bakery. We still got certain shops and we know life changes and certain things happen and whatever, right? We know Asians now, they got the big hair shops and that, but they don't dominate the road. They're like, what are we doing here?
I
That
will
was a
say this.
complete
I will
lie.
say this for
Yeah?
West Green
When
Road.
we had
I will-
Everton Forbes, hold on. When we had Everton
No, I don't want to
Forbes
go down
travel
memory
and
lane. I
shipping,
don't want to go
when
down
we had,
memory lane.
right,
I
okay.
don't. I'm not from your ends. I don't care that much.
Thank
I'm
you.
just saying.
So that's
I
what I'm
will
trying
say
to say.
that with West,
When our roads is
West
black,
Green Road in
the whole
particular,
road.
I will
Yeah.
say, you do have more businesses still than most,
Right.
if that makes sense. Like,
Right, in
Yes,
that, in
I
that
think
little
you know
compact
what
area.
that's
Housing has
related
lost
to
a
where
lot of
y'all got
their-
it misconstrued.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
is
yeah.
exactly
Housing has lost a lot of
related to
theirs.
where Sniper got
So that's what I was
misconstrued.
trying to say. I was trying to say
Yeah.
to Shaka, I was trying to say that, listen, like,
Um,
yeah, that's
No,
a
but Birmingham's got
misconception.
black business. I don't know what you know about
Yeah,
Birmingham.
yeah, yeah. No,
no.
Birmingham,
We're not
if
saying that,
you're
sis.
from Han, if you know anything
He's
about
just
Han,
he's just saying in terms of land designation,
The idea is
in
segregated.
Tottenham, there's a lot more commercial and industrial property than there is in your average borough, and that's a fact. That's a visual fact. You can
Yeah, you
see
can see
that.
that. There's
you
no
can't.
problem
But
there.
you have you
what we
been to
would,
all the other boroughs to know? Like I said, have you been around here?
yeah, of
Do
course,
you know
Years in
around
London,
here?
100%.
course.
Yeah,
So
100%.
you cannot say
course.
that is a fact.
Of course.
Of
We
course, I
got-
can say.
mean,
I just
my
told you
mom
100%.
my mom
been
grew
to
up
every
in
other borough.
my mom grew up in
Anyway, I'm
Queen's
not having
Park
that
in West
conversation.
London.
The point is,
So
we're talking about ownership.
That was
We're
just a
talking
point
about
where Sniper
ownership.
got misconstrued.
What?
That's all.
Yeah, and we're talking about ownership. Even
And
if we
I'm
go to that
saying
situation back in the
with-
day with our grandparents, they own property.
Of
A
course
lot
they
of
did.
people own
Of
property.
course they did. Our parents,
so
our
then
elders,
where are we on the
our
poverty
elders
line?
didn't have a choice but to own property. So all of our elders own
I
property.
think it was just the
Yeah,
next best thing
most
to
of
do.
them.
You know, they had the wealth.
Because
you know,
they
they were
came
all
here
right.
with wealth. Are you saying our grandparents came here with rich? Is that what you just said?
No, some here came here to work and they made equivalent money to buy properties. Yes, and then emigrate back to their country before even other people even thinking of
Yeah, but
coming. there.
Maku, not your lot
Mm.
though. Your lot came with money. Come on, be fair.
Yeah, we came with money. That's different.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Anyway,
people did come
but yeah,
with
he's
the.
not wrong.
So we got
and
one
thing
minute.
is
We
the
got
same.
3 sets
Yeah,
of
that's
people
what I'm
here,
saying,
all
sis.
under
Yeah, the
one
main
banner
thing.
of
Hold on,
being
hold
black.
on, hold on. And Kyle's managed to escape. Kyle's managed to escape. I don't know where he's gone. He needs to come back, but forward laps or whatever. Because that was the point, sis. I was trying to say, like, yeah, he's overstanding of this Asian sister saying, like, look, her mom would prefer if she brought a white boy home. She's never actually said, don't bring a black boy home, but she knows the energy, right? She's not entertaining it. She wants to buck the trend or do something different or, follow her path. Do you get what I'm saying? And her path, that's not that. Singling out people and saying, no, this can't be an option. She doesn't see that as viable. Yeah? I'm saying no.
Who said what?
Okay.
Isn't that just
And
her
I'm
mum caught
saying,
up in
hold
the
on.
stereotype?
And I'm saying that the fact that Kale is making objection to what the sister's saying or saying that she needs to do more, right? She
Yeah.
can only do what she can do, I would assume. You know what I'm saying? But he's saying she needs to do more
Sorry,
to stop
I
white
didn't get that.
supremacy and racism.
I didn't get the
Sorry.
beginning. I didn't get the story. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. So our sister Sneets, yeah?
Yeah.
He was her and Kale having a conversation, right?
Yeah.
And they were talking about marriage and relationships amongst obviously black and Asian, right? Because she's Asian, and obviously you know what the brothers are, right? So yeah, they're having this conversation and blah blah blah, and that's why I said at the end of the conversation, I kind of said, Kale, I understand where you're coming from because you're both from the same place. Now, meaning they're both from Birmingham, right? So I understand. Kale's told me before that no, things are segregated. Segregated don't mean that Asians only have the business. Segregated means you lot are apart. You got your businesses over here, and we got our businesses over there, right?
They
Which is
intentionally
something I
set
never knew,
themselves
but
apart.
I always knew there was tension. Certain incidents have happened in Birmingham and and there's tension, right? And I even made the point that Black Brother came on camera and said, listen, the Asians got all the businesses around here. We're not having it, blood. We're not having it. Yeah?
Yeah,
So
because
I know.
they still got fighting spirit in Birmingham.
Right. So
We don't
this
have
is
it in
what I'm
London
saying to Brother
anymore.
Kel.
You just roll over.
All right. I'm saying what
Because you
he's
got
saying.
money now. That's why you roll over.
I'm saying what he's saying, this idea of separation, we should only mix with our own, all of this type
True
of
though.
stuff.
Money makes people
It's
soft, innit?
It doesn't make sense, but it kind of makes sense coming from where he's coming from, right?
So are
That's
you
what I'm
saying in London,
Mm.
or is it, or you can only see Tottenham? But are you saying in London
Yeah.
that because it's not, are you saying that people cannot be living different races are amongst each other but not segregated? Is that what you're saying?
No, they can live like that because remember, your community is your people, your direct people for me.
But you're saying that you can understand why it's like that in Birmingham. Are you saying that in London, if
Yeah.
the Asian community is fully integrated in the black community and the Polish community and whatever, is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that in parts that we see more of those
Definitely
unions
not.
in London than we would probably see in Birmingham.
What,
And it
mixed
makes
race?
sense why you wouldn't see
It's a different situation.
it wouldn't hold on, you wouldn't see it as
Are you
much
talking about
in
mixed race
Birmingham
couples?
because they're already segregated. Yeah.
What mixed race? You won't see what black and Asian. You mean?
Yeah, black and
You see
Asian
black and
couples.
Asian in Birmingham.
Well, he's
Yeah, no,
saying
you definitely will.
nah,
Definitely
that's not the case, or
no,
it
you
shouldn't be
definitely will. You
happening.
know
or
why you
whatever,
would,
right?
Sniper. You
I
know
don't
why
So
you
I'm saying,
would.
no, listen, it's not me you need to convince, it's Kale. You were saying this
But
is
it's
what
no
Kale
convincing.
said.
It's just
I have to hear what Kale's
bro,
saying.
those
I'm
are the
like,
two biggest communities
I'm
there.
totally against it. I'm saying, listen,
So obviously mixed.
the idea you as an individual, you can mix with or choose not to mix with whoever you want. Yeah, I'm not gonna judge a man on
I'm
that
gonna
and
give
say
Kel.
that's
I'm
wrong,
gonna
right?
give Kel better benefit of doubt because I know he's a very intelligent brother. So that's not. I
Yeah.
don't think he's. I'm gonna wait for him to give context of what he's
Yeah, let
saying.
him come back,
But I'm
man,
saying that in
and
terms
speak
of
for himself. That's
mixing, in terms of communities staying amongst themselves,
Right.
that happens all the time in London.
Yeah.
Everywhere. Yeah.
Happens everywhere. So again, when there was excitement, gentrification talking, and people saying, "Oh, but there are Brazilians here and there's this here," they don't integrate in the communities. They just we know they exist because they create their businesses and their social environment, so
And
they
it's
can
super
go
isolated.
and social together. They don't.
Yeah, and
But they're new.
but
They're
you know,
new.
look,
Hold on.
look,
They're new. They haven't been here. They're not as much as the Asians. They're not like there's differences. There's
there is.
definitely
Okay, so you
differences
want to
in
talk
the,
about the Asian?
in
Let's
the
talk about
either.
the
Yeah, it was
Asians.
just the Asians. It was just the
So let's talk
Asians. It
about the
wasn't
Asians then.
about the
The same
Brazilians and
Asians,
I don't know
the
about
same
all that.
Asians,
For me,
same
those people are
Asians.
new.
The
Hold
same,
on.
let me finish. Let me
They're
finish.
there,
The
but
same
they're new
Asians,
in my end.
the same Asians that's been here this long are
Mm.
still for themselves. So what now?
Of course, in business and stuff like that and things.
In
But again,
business and in marriage and in culture. So what now?
but
that's them though. That's
in
them,
London, hold on, in London to work your business, you can't have that mindset. That's never
But
going to
they
work.
do. But they
So-
do have that mindset.
No, I'm saying like you can employ who you want and do. I'm saying when you're dealing with other companies and other businesses, you can't
When it gets
then
bigger.
care if you're getting your
Brother, I'm
parcels
just going to speak
from
from
a
my point of view.
non-African
Yeah,
or from
if
an
you're a
African.
black
That
man
doesn't
growing
make
up
sense.
in North London, you're more likely to
You
have a
gonna get your
Greek
product from
girlfriend
whoever you get
or
your
a
product
Cypriot
from,
girlfriend
right?
than an Asian one. That's a
I don't
fact.
know what kind of stat that
No, I
is,
don't know
That's a
Carl.
fact.
what
But
that is.
in general, look,
I don't know
look.
what that is.
I love some
That's
of
a
the things
fact.
that were
That's
said here,
North
by the
London,
way.
bro.
I don't
We
know
know
what
who
that is.
mix, who's ready for mixing, and who ain't.
People mix and people don't mix,
People
right?
mix,
That's
Carl.
cool.
That's what it is.
Mauritians
But
are
what
on
I'm saying is,
mixing. Cypriots are on mixing. Jamaicans are on mixing, but Asians,
I
not
don't.
really.
They don't
You know
mix
what?
too much.
Not
You know what? I
really.
did
That's
agree.
cultural.
You know what? I
That's
did agree
cultural to
with
them.
Shakara Sankova. If you're from East London, yeah, it's a whole again. It's a different dynamic. You've
Whole
got
different
more
dynamic. We've got
Asians
more
than
Asians here
anyone
than you
else,
guys.
right?
Yeah.
Than anyone else.
But
So
then
I
that's part
know.
of
I've
the
been to
difference.
Ilford and certain
Yeah,
places, and
but
yeah,
this is
I
it,
know.
Sniper.
Is your
Though. That's
woman? Is
part of
your
the
woman
that's
Asian?
part of the difference between Birmingham and
Mm-mm.
London, and
Yeah.
why you shouldn't
Sorry?
compare them. That's part of the difference between
No,
Birmingham
my
and
woman's
London, and
Jamaican.
why they shouldn't
Sorry.
really be compared,
No.
because the dynamics of their Asian
And
communities
even my baby
and
mother's
their Western
Jamaican.
communities are
Like,
different.
what are we doing?
Are we
I'm
just
just
talking
asking.
over each
And
other?
you
What
got
the
a
fuck?
strong affiliation. I don't know. Maybe
No,
there's
I
some.
like to make it firm, like yo, yeah, because
But I can't hear what you're saying if I'm
people
talking.
run slurs even at my daughters, man, because of their light skin and curly hair and all of that, and say, oh, did you mix with a white woman or did they like shush your mouth? No, hell no. Like what do you mean? Well, you think I'm not about that life or about
I'm
that
not
talk?
with your
No, man, I
children.
represent my thing properly.
I'm
You hear
asking.
me?
I don't know about you representing your thing, Mackie. You're not doing a good job
Well,
today,
big
bro.
up to my daughter who just
Oh, that's
graduated.
harsh.
Big up to my
That's a little
daughter who
bit
just
harsh.
graduated university.
Oh, well
Flying
done.
colours.
Big up
You
the
get me?
daughter,
Blah,
man.
blah, blah.
What did she
Look,
graduate in?
Business and finance.
And
Big up the girl. The girls are
anyway,
taking over.
the Asian man in UK, yeah,
Yeah.
they don't fuck with black people, man. End of
Facts.
Yeah, they
story.
don't definitely.
Hold on.
Facts.
Even when it's a chain, even when it's a franchise, they ain't hiring black people. I've been to one chicken shop,
Yeah.
chicken and chip shop, where black people was in there, right? And that was where was that? I can't remember where it was, but it was it made me. We had to say something. Yo, what going? What brother?
Yeah.
Like what's going on? Man was looking all bashful, like I know, rare. They must hear
I
it
hear
all the
that.
time because the Asian man take our money. They don't fuck with us. They ain't putting our kids through uni. They ain't putting our kids through school. No, it's true. It's cool. They ain't fucking with us, man.
Them
But
fuckers
you know,
won't even let you off
can I just-
2p, fam.
Can I
Them
just
fuckers
say
won't even let
something?
you
One
off
minute,
penny,
one
fam.
minute.
The Asian
You
man,
know it's only
listen, hold on. Let me say this. When the Asian man put black man in the shop, it's for security purposes.
yeah.
Let's be real.
Are you saying
One
standard?
minute.
Matthew,
Let
you're
me
not
make my
saying
point quickly.
Matthew, this conversation is for you, you know, Matthew.
You know it's only
Huh?
black people that got
Matthew,
this
this
ideology
what
of
Jedi
you're
is saying
taking
is for
our
you,
money,
you know.
right?
Not
You
for
know it's
me.
only black people that
In
think
my
like
end, it
that.
works different. My
What do you
first
mean they're
job
That's
taking
what
your
I'm saying.
money?
See?
You're
is
going in there to buy
in the
something.
Asian sweet shop.
Jedi, can you hear
It
what
don't
I'm
Doing
make
saying?
paper
sense.
round. You know what I'm
It does
saying?
not
So
make
my
Jedi,
thing
sense,
is
can you hear what
brother.
different.
he's saying?
Yeah.
You're
My thing is
taking
Can you
our
different.
hear
money
what
and
he's
making us
saying?
not.
I hear
No,
it.
you're
Relax,
leading with
man.
chicken.
Relax.
Jedi, can you hear what he's
Yeah.
saying?
I can hear. He's denying what I'm saying. He's saying,
I'm not
but
denying
look,
it. I'm saying what
okay, so
happens for
you
me.
got a paper because you got a
Yeah.
paper round. So what I'm
Yeah.
saying is invalid, yeah?
What? No, it's not invalid. Asian man don't like man.
Right.
But you've been
You
arguing
know
something
that. I
different.
know that. Yeah, but what does that mean?
You realize you've
I'm
been
saying
arguing
like
something different
when I
for
was
an
trying to
hour.
get a little job and all of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Asians in my area, they were definitely responsive. It's cool. It's different. It's different in every area. And we don't have as much. We never, hold on one second. We never had as much Asians like they have in East London and other
Yeah,
areas.
it's
We
a
don't.
fact. That's a
We never.
fact.
We
We
never
never had that.
All right, so
Yeah.
because you didn't have that much
That's what I'm saying.
Asians, all the
Why
Asians
Yeah.
was lovely.
accepted as a fact?
Yeah, they
in
have
a
to be
sense,
lovely. They had no
they would
choice.
have to be.
There's a lot more
Because
Asians in
you know what
Birmingham
we're
than
like
anywhere
in
else.
Tottenham. We break anything and bust. If you don't support us, we'll burn your shit down. How do you mean?
So
Like,
wait,
you know what we're
Jedi,
like, man.
but no, Jedi's not from the
We're
same.
ferocious.
I need so Maku.
Mm.
Other people from Tottenham are
Mm.
gonna say, true, there's not enough Asians in Tottenham. The Asian people we are at one, and anytime we're looking for support, they're there. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm saying that some of my friends are married
And you got people around,
Asian
and they got
gal
married.
and all sorts. Like, it is what it is. Some of my good friends have opened multiple businesses, and I can get whatever I want and a discount and whatever. Like, bro, it is what it is. Like, I don't know. Some
Man,
married,
we have
their
no
own.
friends, Sniper.
Like, bro,
You know
like,
that.
but
We
I
have
can
no
still work.
friends, Sniper. Don't come on
Snipers
now.
exposing the shopkeepers
Yeah,
and their
man.
little,
No,
their
man.
little thing that
My
they got
brother's
going
like
on
got
with each
chains
other.
in
Maku, you're not invited to
Morrison's
the
and that.
liberation
Like,
meeting.
yeah.
Hey,
My
when
brother's
it
When
comes
got.
to
it's
liberation meeting,
Maku's not invited, boy. Maku's
What?
bringing all the traitors.
No,
Do
listen.
you know what? Yeah, like Snipes. I think people definitely get what you're saying, but on a mass scale, that's not how
Yeah,
it runs.
of
But
course
we
it's
all
the
got
truth,
Asian
yeah.
brethren
But
that we
as
fuck
I
with.
said, when you come
But
to
It don't
my
work in
area,
Tottenham.
they're not in
If
mass.
people
They're not
believe
in
that in
mass.
the whole of
They're not
Tottenham,
in mass.
that all or even just this
Small
borough
numbers,
or
bro.
whatever, that the Asian community are a unified community with black people is an insane thing to say.
I don't think
for the
anyone
12
would
No, it's
say that.
closer
people
in my
that
hood.
you know.
I'll be
That
honest,
is
it's
mad.
closer over here.
No, I wouldn't even say that still.
I know that
You
for
know
a
what I'm
fact.
saying?
When you look
Like,
at
but the
Matthew,
ones
that's
I
what we've been
know.
saying.
Hold on,
Asian
hold on,
transcripted,
hold on. The
Here,
ones I know.
round
Jeez.
here, we live good. Round here, I
Yeah,
got
we
a
don't have a
paper.
lot. We don't
Round
have a
here,
lot
I get
though. We don't
discount.
have a lot. We
Round
don't have a
here,
lot of what you're
round
talking about.
here.
So every dynamic is different, right? You said London is big
Not
and
every
everywhere is
dynamic.
different.
You're Asian
Different
wherever
areas.
you are.
No, you
Right.
had no.
Your
I'm not gonna
culture is
lie.
wherever
You had
you
the
are.
personal account and Snipes, but you
Hmm.
made it sound like, yo,
Yeah.
my area, my ends. This what it is.
He's been
Yeah.
saying that. Not made it sound. That's what he's been
Yeah.
saying very
I
clearly.
know. So
When
what?
we rewind,
You
that's
can't say.
exactly what
You
he's been
can't say.
saying.
Hold on. Statistics are more valuable than
Ain't no
actually
one talking about
people who
statistics.
live,
Ain't no one talking
grow,
about
and
statistics.
some
You didn't hear
people
everybody
still.
say
Hold on,
that they
my
can't even get a penny
family.
of change.
That's
If we
where I
all did a
slightly
social
agree with
experiment
Snap.
today,
Still.
and we
Family,
all
come
came
on,
to
man.
Tottenham
Like,
right
allow
now
it, man.
today, we will all come to tell you our
Allow it,
experience will
man.
still be the same. Yeah?
When I go to Tottenham, I
You know,
still get the love. When
I
I go
need
Chick King,
you
which
to
is
be
Cypriot,
the
it's still
chairman
there, and they're still gonna. Yeah, what
of
do you want,
the
Mike? Do
bridge
you want your
between black
chicken?
people and Asian
Yes,
people across the
2
country.
pieces and not too much chips, please. Like, everyone knows their place. Like, what is this? Cultural
This is what I'm asking
appropriation, or
you.
people trying to analyze or learn how the ways of Tottenhamites are, or that's up to you, fam. Yeah,
No,
whoever's there
no. That's what you're
and
not gonna
whoever's
do. That's
available
not what
for
you're
me.
not gonna
Hold
do.
on, because
You
my
was
my
the
area.
one. You
I
was
said
the one. You
I
want
said
to
to you
educate
from the
everybody
beginning.
on the greatness that is Tottenham. Yeah, and you want to educate everyone on the greatness of the
I
Asian.
said
No, he's just drawing
Yeah,
a
and all of the
distinction between
gentrification of
his
Tottenham.
ends and
Yeah,
what you're
I said
talking about in
Haringey still.
general.
been doing.
I
There's
said
nothing wrong with
Haringey
him
still.
doing that. He's saying where
You
we're
get me?
from, it ain't
I'm
like
not.
that.
I'm
And
not.
he's
Yeah,
right
that's
to say
all.
that.
You
There
get
ain't no
me?
big
You lot are
influx of
just
Asians in
brainwashed. I
North
don't know what you're
London. There
doing, man.
isn't.
Like, yo,
Rubbish.
It's
fuck
more
that
Turkish,
on
innit,
you. Like,
Con?
Yeah, before you start
They're
dissing the
Turkish,
Asians, yeah, look at how much we've changed Africa. Look at
Mesopotamians,
how
snap
much
on
the
all of
Iraqis,
you,
Chinese
bro.
and
You know
Indians
what
Afghanis,
I'm
have
like,
changed
bro. Don't
Africa.
play this game,
The
bro.
Chinese and Indians, yeah, they're
Sicilians,
putting so much
Italians,
investment into
Chinese. We
Africa
got
and
them all,
changing
Nah,
bro.
nah. Nothing fucks with the Turks in North London. They're probably one of the biggest
Enough
sets,
of them
right?
now, bro.
Enough of them, lad.
Mehmet and them.
Well,
You get me?
like
I
I
got-
said,
We're
If
all
I
on
call
that
Mehmet
corner
and
clock
them,
in the morning to
if
get a
I
packet
call
of
Mehmet and
fags.
them, and I ask them for something, they'll give it to me, man. This is called build relationships. You have relationships with different people in your ends. That's what makes your community. I don't know where everyone's living on this separation and separation and separate. I wouldn't be able to move around. I wouldn't be able to do what I do. I wouldn't even be who I am if it wasn't for that.
Do you know what?
I'm still. Hold on. I'm still going to choose the way I do things. No one's ever going to tell me.
When has all this big separation been? When has this big separation been in London? Tell me when. When has this big separation?
That's what
Who has been separating?
I don't get him on it. He's just speaking from an
what black people have been separating themselves consciously?
I don't know.
Tell me when.
I don't know. My people. They move conservatively. you know,
No, no, no.
Nigerians.
Let's
They're
be fair.
conservative people, right?
There
But
was a time.
they still teach us the ability to interact with other people. If they didn't have these people as friends and neighbors and all of these type of things, we wouldn't know about these things. We'd have the same bias view that some of you have. Like, it don't make
What
sense.
bias view do I have? What
Bruh,
bias view do I
don't
have?
make no sense, man. You ain't lived in my shoes, so you can't
You're
tell me what
biased,
I've been
darling.
thinking, living,
Man said
or
you're
doing
biased.
whatever.
Yeah.
Pull back, man. Have some
May
peace,
everyone,
man.
let's keep it
what I mean?
1,000. If you want to wrap up with whoever you want to wrap up with, yeah, that's a you thing.
Yeah,
And
that's
you want to
me. That's what
justify
makes
it.
me
That's
me.
for you.
That's
But
me.
don't act like to say, yeah. And if you don't know your
Can I-
history in this country and you don't know the evolution of things in this
Right,
country,
I know
that's
everything.
your
Can I-
problem. But I'm saying
Can I
to
say
act like to
something,
say,
Lady Sankaya?
I have a problem because I don't want to because I am focused on my community, yeah, because that is my tunnel vision, as whether we're talking about any other community, Asian, Turks, whatever. The fact that we can identify them is because they have made themselves loud, bright, and proud about who they are. I choose to do the same for mine. While you like to spread yourself wafer thin with all of the nations of the world, that is your business. Don't come tell me about I'm small-minded and I'm not.
You got to understand Mackie Clough. He's not just
That's
going
your
to keep
business.
himself
That's what I'm
limited
saying.
like that.
When liberation time come, you're not invited. You stay there with your
Liberation.
and your revelation.
Talk to
Who's gonna liberate us? Shakara.
That liberation is
Simba.
Nah,
And then,
that was too low. Don't
You
go
know,
there.
alright.
Don't go there. Big up Shakara,
Yeah,
man.
your life, fam. Better know who
His
you're
heart's in
talking
the
to,
right
fam.
place,
That's
man.
crazy.
He's got faith in his people.
That's crazy.
No,
That's
no.
crazy, man. lost
You
it.
will liberate
Just
us,
hold
Matthew. You will liberate us because you're going to show us how to live together as one. We've been
Bruh,
waiting
I'm
on
gonna
as he
show
has
you.
Don't be silly.
as he has
Mackie
been
ain't done
doing
for
for
no
his
one, man.
younger
Mackie got shares in
Yeah,
British,
you lot gonna keep
British
it moving,
Petroleum.
bro. Yeah.
I'm going to give thanks and praise. You're going to show us how to live
Told
together.
you when we're taking over
I know
Sainsbury's,
how to move
you're not invited.
conservatively and make
Yeah, when I'm
friends.
taking
We
over
haven't been doing
Tesco's
that.
with the
We haven't
sword in
been
my
doing
back,
that all these
you're
years.
not invited.
We haven't been
Yeah,
working and living by side
yeah.
No, no, no.
I ain't gonna be in the
Man's gonna show us the
boardroom.
way. And
Yeah,
Tottenham's
I ain't
gonna
gonna be in the
be
boardroom
the
like
black
Shakara and
brick
Kel.
of how we
Yeah,
live
talking
together
about
as
yeah,
one.
this is what we're gonna
Good
do,
times.
man.
Good times.
Statistical science, man.
I'm waiting for that
Yeah, I'm not
PowerPoint.
gonna do that.
I'm waiting for
Nah,
that
man, I'm gonna be out
PowerPoint.
in the field. I'm a field nigga. You can hear it in my voice. You know what I'm saying? I'm a field nigga, straight up. Big chopper, all sorts. You know what I'm saying? Take a
No, hold on,
motherfucker's head
Snipe.
off.
Hold on, Snipe. We didn't have no friends. We didn't have no friends in the field, Snipe. No
What?
friends. No friends in the
Not
field.
even you, Born Rich. You wouldn't be my friend in the field.
Hell
I would
nah.
have
We
fucked you up and
we
taken
could
your
never.
shit.
Hell nah. You
I would have fucked you up and taken your shit long time ago.
never,
What
never,
you talking about?
never.
Yeah?
You wouldn't
So
even
what
be
we talking about? What we talking about?
Yeah, you
What
look
you
like
doing,
a
Snipe?
snitch.
I don't know what we're talking about at this
Yeah,
point.
Born Rich
Maybe
look
Dan
like a
Maybe
snitch
Dan
from the
Stay on
get-go.
track.
Yeah,
Let's stay on track. Let's stay
yeah.
on track. Come.
You look
What
like
we
a
talking
snitch
about?
from the get-go, nigga. The fuck?
You'd have been dancing in the house with Malcolm.
Loud.
I'm
Now,
not
can we
run
not kill
away.
this combo?
All right. I got you, Jay. I got you. Let's get it.
So what's being said?
Mm.
Sorry, I'm eating the food and that. What's being said? Where
I
are we?
think we
Let
should
me
try and
moderate.
change the conversation because it's really bad, I think, personally.
Is it really bad?
I think it's still the no friends. I think it's still the no friends. Oh.
I don't find it intelligent. It don't make
Right.
sense. Especially when we're talking about the poverty line and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like there's a small little program called Question Time or newspapers or and they talk about it all the time. So I'm saying to single out Tottenham like Tottenham is doing something different and they're not living the everyday life of everybody else. It's ridiculous.
I already explained it to you, sis. Even though the brother denied it,
Twisted
like,
time facts, though. Like, stop it, man.
Even though the brother
Stop
said,
with
oh,
you lot
even though the
statistics
brother,
and all of that, man.
yeah.
I beg.
What do you mean? Let me
Don't
talk,
kill man
man.
with statistics. Please.
Anyway, like, even though the brother denies it, yeah, I've been Tottenham. I know people from Tottenham. I know that people from Tottenham ain't balling. It's not like, oh, right, you're from Tottenham, right? You man are balling out there. It ain't that. I live in the richest borough in London, so I'm talking from a position of privilege. Do you know what I mean? I live in.
Well, you live in Chelsea, yeah?
I live in a royal borough. Well, you want to come to my yard and fucking?
No, I believe you if you say that.
Shut
But
up, man. Shut up,
what are
man.
you saying? Well,
Shut up, man. I'm talking, bro.
I'm not saying nothing.
Yeah, you are. You're talking while I'm talking. Shut the fuck up, man.
Tell him again.
The hell, man.
Racism, man.
No, it's not racist. It's like little, like dead intros, dead side things.
What do you mean,
everyone's
dead,
doing.
bro? I'm the best panelist you got. Don't try it.
Anyway, man, you're definitely not calm. Yeah, you're
One of
definitely
the.
No, that privilege goes to Zulu when he's on fire. You know what I mean? That's my favorite panelist. The rest of you lot, I'm sometimes, bruv. Sniper's my bro. Sniper's a co-pilot. Sometimes I don't want to hear him talking. So I don't know about like you trying to put yourself in some best panelist and Sniper's like Mr. Hold It Down.
What's going
It's
on?
my bro.
Sorry, I just want to toilet. Let's go.
Yeah, don't worry. I was saying how much I rate you. So
What is that dodgy?
No, seriously though, like with the whole thing about Tottenham, Sankofa, I already said to you, I believe that the brother is very loyal, and maybe he sees it this way, right? And maybe he doesn't realize.
I said Haringey, but
maybe you're just in touch with the top 5% of Tottenham, right? So you see it your way, but I definitely know people that would disagree and argue and say, yo, listen, Tottenham ain't no bed of roses. The gentrification is pushing them out. See that whole strip by Seven Sisters with all the barbershops and that. Even I've noticed it's getting less and less. Less and less open businesses. Less and less. Yeah, I see it, man.
That's what gentrification does. Sweeps out black people.
Yeah.
That's what it does. That's what it's been doing. If you look at, like you're from Kensington, Chelsea Borough. Every time people say, "Oh, look at what happened to Brixton. Look what happened to Hackney." West London was the blueprint. If you saw what happened in West London, you knew it was coming everywhere else.
That's where it started. Yeah.
And if you knew what Ladbroke Grove looked like, Rastafari,
serious,
you will know
blacker than black
gentrification looked like.
Let me tell you something about Ladbroke Grove. Real quick, Sankofa. I got to walk. I got to walk for about half an hour. Yeah, for me to be able to get planting.
You see?
You see? Ladbroke Grove, you know.
Right.
Think about it, bro.
And that, for him to say that, if you know anything about Ladbroke Grove, that don't even make sense.
It don't make no fucking sense, bro.
That's what gentrification is.
Right.
Yeah, we know that.
If you know anything about Harrow Road, and you've seen from Marble Arch, let's say, or right at the end of Edgware Road, and how that changed over decades, and how that has crept up the Harrow Road. Once it gets past that Kensal Rise, forget Kensal Rise. Once I saw that big, massive Polish shop bang in the middle of Harlesden, I said, yeah, it's the beginning. When I saw a Costa Coffee come in Harlesden, I said it's the beginning of the end.
Yeah, man.
So West London
and
was
all
the
that.
blueprint.
Yeah, man.
So when you keep talking about gentrification is good, well, we'll see. When you're living in Hayes or wherever you're living, you tell me how good gentrification was.
I don't think anyone said gentrification was good, man.
You did. No, someone timestamp this thing, record and send it back, because this guy, the
How
lies
can
is too much.
gentrification be good?
You said it.
No, I said that
More
the
than
area
one.
has been gentrified. That was the example I made. After, hold on. After the Prime Minister, one second.
I'm not accepting it because you lied. You're lying.
Well, I'm not lying. I'm just telling you what happened, bro.
Because you
Nah,
said
be
it.
honest, you lied. You did lie.
What? What are you talking about, man?
You said it more than once, man. That was part of your full argument.
No, that was your argument. That wasn't my argument. You saying gentrification?
And that's what I was trying to explain to you. Like, Sniper was getting misconstrued slightly on the point.
My argument that was gentrification helped. Is that what you just said?
No.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. It wasn't that.
Maku.
At what point did I say that? That's crazy, man. Like, what are you doing, man?
More than
You want to twist up bad man's words, man. Like, allow it, man. Stop that
helped
nonsense, bro.
Tottenham.
So.
No, I said gentrification came as a result of the riots, and the Prime Minister came.
One
to
of your
Tottenham,
examples.
and that's when
That
it
was
started.
one of your examples.
One second. And what they did, they moved us out and moved other people in. That's gentrification. That's what we're
started
saying.
long before those uprisings.
Hold on,
first
man.
and foremost.
Please, man.
Gentrification started long before those uprisings. But you brought it into the conversation before that example.
You need to rewind it then, for real.
Yeah, rewind it, and you're going to be upset, and you're going to be shamed, and other people are keeping your shame.
Still reiterating what I said before.
Everybody is keeping your shame, Maku, because if they could defend you, they would defend you, and they cannot.
What you're
because
doing,
you said it.
Maggie's making that people sold houses for more
humble.
thanks to gentrification.
But I could understand if you said something but it was misconstrued that this is what you meant. You did mention gentrification a long time before the example of the riots, but and I do remember Sankofa arguing against what she perceived you to be saying, that gentrification somehow helped. So I came in with the question of, okay, if that's the case, show me an example of how gentrification have put money in black people.
Yeah, exactly. And that was nothing to do with what I said. Thank you. That's why I didn't have no answer for you, because I was like, rah, what? What do you mean? I'm saying gentrification is a good thing? No. I'm saying Tottenham bought the whole, the front, the back, and it was just in my explanation. Like, what do you mean?
He tried to tell lies on you.
I just got confused. Hold on. All right.
What's going on here? Make sure you
I'll tell you
clear.
one thing I can't do. Honestly speaking, I can't categorically quote you for saying gentrification was good. I can't do that. I'll be
No,
lying.
Let me tell you what the quote was, because this is what my question was. Because he kept saying it. I said to him, tell me how gentrification has put money in people's hands. Because you asked him that question as well, and he went all around all of Tottenham to answer, and he didn't answer. Then I kept asking.
You know when I started to get through it, and I started to realize, you're asking me this because, like, I said it. No, I never said
when it comes to knowing when people lied. So I asked him again.
Anyway, Snaps, how can you be against gentrification when you are the gentry?
Make him answer.
You are gentry.
How?
Because your lot come from Nigeria with money stacked up, bro. Going, I'll have that house there, I'll have that house there, and that house there, by the way.
Okay.
So when them houses then went up in value and you sold them, you made money as well. Same as
in West London,
the white
though.
people did.
That's in West London, so that's something different. And that's my
But you're still
grandparents.
gentry, bro. You're gentry level, isn't it? Still.
It's not gentry.
You're buying houses,
people
you
have
don't
to
even
work,
need the
man.
mortgage. You're like, how
People
much is
have
the
to
house?
work,
Yeah, I'll
my
take the
brother.
money.
No, people have to work and earn that.
But no Nigerians, bro.
You get me?
They
My
came here
granddad
with
worked for
money,
London
with
Underground, bro. It's real. You get me? He was
Alright.
an engineer. That's it, man. Just relax, man. You know what
I'm just
People
not
getting-
saying on an
getting
individual
excited.
level, bro. I'm saying on a class level, on a general level.
Bring me the fucking recording.
The recording will show that every time Sniper is questioned in this dimension, he goes off on an individual tangent.
Not
as far as
dimension,
Shepard is
dementia.
concerned.
Dementia.
Come on.
He just starts to talk about something that's very individual as an example.
Right,
he never really sat on the point of it. It's because it wasn't something that he iterated. It was something that was ascribed to him. And
I could agree with Vic still. I could agree with Vic. I could say that you made comments that were tantamount or seemed to conclude that gentrification somehow benefited us. This is why you was asked. But I can't say you said the words precisely, so you could get off on
I'm saying it's part of a process. When I
Right.
was explaining it was part of a process of what happened to Tottenham. Like I explained in the same thing where the sister had the building prior. Yeah, it got burnt
So you
down.
still denying?
In the right.
You still denying that people in Tottenham are living in poor conditions or are below the poverty line?
No,
or that there's poverty in
no.
Tottenham? Are you denying it?
One, it was Haringey. Two,
Haringey, sorry, yeah, it was Haringey. You're back.
one, it was Haringey. Two, it was black people in Haringey.
Not everyone.
Not
Just
everyone.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So what are we doing here? So I'm saying no. It seems like black people have elevated a little bit to a certain level where they're like, those jobs are bougie to them now. They don't even want to open West Indian shops. Their children are graduating university and becoming accountants or whatever they're doing, right? Because this is what I'm seeing. I'm not making it up. Do you get what I'm saying? It's not a statistic. These are facts. Do you get what I'm saying? So, like, I don't know, all these things they're subscribing to me, like, yeah. What do you think poverty is? Yeah, nigga, I know what poverty is. Yeah. I used to live there firmly. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
And the,
I used to
and
live
the
there
argument
firmly.
that the black
And they were
people are
still
the poorest in Tottenham might have been true, but now we've got Mexicans.
We got all
So,
sorts of people.
You get me?
Who've come in as refugees, as I explained. Yeah.
They don't know how to work the system.
Or our government or our borough has a deal with other governments, and it's allowing loads of Turkish to come at one stage. You get what I'm saying? Somalis were there before that. Then the Polish, then the Kosovans, then the Bulgarians, then the Romanians, then you get it. We're the sponge. We get everything. We're so shit as an area, but we seem to get everybody. and manage quite well in balancing everything. So that's all I'm saying. And the people in places of authority seem to be the ethnic minority, the black people especially. Yeah, if you go into a council building and you're gonna meet bare people. You know, the security guy's my brethren. The woman at the desk is my sister from school. You get it? Even the white boy is someone I went to school with, who's the manager within the council.
It's just the way
My
it is.
cousin was in the Department of Education, all in Wood Green, all along there. You get it? When my baby mother joined the council, yeah, I told her, like, "Boy, it's been my friends and family in there, you know." You know what I'm saying? I'm bait. Yeah. She went in there. My best friend, girlfriend from school, was working in a department. She worked in the finance department. So like everybody's trying to do better and they're not worrying about all this, what we're saying, super poverty, because we're trying to work. People have multiple jobs. Like they'll go and do cleaning, go and do this in the day,
Mike.
go and do that in the evening. So many things like that's how people
But what are
work
the
in
real
our area.
poor people doing, Mike? They're not
The
doing.
real poor
They're
people
living
are
5
nitties.
people in one room.
Hold on.
No,
The
like
real
them
poor people,
immigrants, like them Polish and the Brazilians,
nah,
and
even
they
the
got what they
Polish,
rent out one room, and all 5 of them living on the
no,
floor.
my brother. Even the Polish are putting in work. They're going down to
Yeah.
Seven Sisters outside Wicks and waiting like
No, but I'm
Mexicans.
saying their living conditions, like them lot, like they don't know how to work the system.
But
A
what
lot
they're
of them don't know
doing,
how to fill out
no,
forms.
my brother.
They got no one in the office to show them.
Not
Look,
Polish,
if you fill out
not
this
Polish,
form,
not Polish, not Polish. Romanian or some other people, but not Polish. No. They're usually quite good speaking English already. You know, the motherfuckers got embassy.
yeah, they've been here for a while now. Still,
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's so many, and then yeah, there's a
are
lot
them
of people here,
Colombians, man? I feel sorry for them, man.
and they moved our people out. My people live in country now, a lot of them, and because they had their ASBO days when they were putting these people in these temporary kind of crate kind of houses, and then from there they were just shipping them out to country.
Do you know what I
So a
noticed
lot of the
about all them,
people that
about
are
all
in
them,
the environment don't live there no more.
you know what I noticed about all them groups that man was naming, fam, compared to so-called black people, fam.
Yeah.
All them people have fucking organization skills, fam. And you see even what you said about the Polish, cuz whether I go to fucking Halsden, Streatham, Brixton, Bromley, wherever the fuck, they're gonna have a delicatessen of their own, fam. Yeah, and it's gonna be a big
in
ass
that
shop.
area.
If not one, it's gonna
They
be
love a
bag of-
bakery. They love a bakery.
Hold on. It's gonna be a couple of them, bruv. Yeah, and bruv, like they all fucking support their shop because like they move like a unit, fam. Hence why they're able to probably level up a bit more quicker than other people. I'm not saying they ain't got perks. You get me?
No,
They
but
ain't
Emzalini,
But you
I
know what it
accept
is,
fully what you're
Emzalini?
saying, but you got to accept on the other hand that you lot have thrown your lot in with the system.
What?
Your lot, like Caribbean people, when they come here, they're working for NHS and whatever, and that tradition has sort of stuck. Where if you're a black man, or if you're a Jamaican and you open a shop and you want to hire other Jamaicans, it's difficult for you. It's difficult because no Jamaican's going to want to work for another Jamaican and get henpecked and told sweep the floor.
No,
Like,
do you know what? That's
cultural.
That's another misconception. Fam.
Yeah,
That's
that
another
can't be
bakeries
true.
and all sorts.
That don't sound true. Carl.
Depends
No,
where we.
that's
All
another
right,
misconception, fam.
all
That's another misconception. I'm not saying there's not ignorant people, bruv, that won't try and fuck up your business or whatever, but you find that in all walks of life, bro. Yeah, I'm simply saying, bruv, with it's the type of person where you fucking look to hire rather than where they come from, fam. Yeah. You get me? There's character Jamaicans, fam, that are upstanding. There's character Jamaicans that are
100%. But I'm saying is you've always got the option of working for the system to go and work for NHS or the council or whatever. You're not going to be like a Turkish man who's working Yashat Halim carrying boxes, and when the boss starts telling him, yeah, go and clean out the toilet, he ain't got no option but to do it. Whereas you'd throw the box in his head and tell him, go fuck yourself, clean your own toilet, and then you'd be down the job centre the next day. Whereas he can't do that.
I got a whole batch of younger sisters of like maybe a couple of years younger than me. Yeah, they're all civil servants and various, councils around London.
That's a beautiful thing, brother. That's a lovely thing.
But for
them
them,
people,
for
they'll
them
educate
people,
their
thank you.
children in a nice environment. And if they're civil servants, what are
But
their children going to be? They're going
Listen,
to be one step higher.
Listen to the entry levels for some of them. Job center, right?
Yeah, not bad job still.
Yeah, you can enter for the job center, probation service.
Yeah, that's good.
Because when we go to the probation service, trust me, we're overrepresented. You know, like when you're overrepresented in the wrong things. Yeah, court, magistrates court, like fuck's sake, man. Yeah, in my ends, it's just like that. You know what I'm saying? Like we're overrepresented in the wrong things. Yes, yeah, like but in the places that matter, I thought like the council and mental health and all of these institutions where my people work, man. Fuck's sake, they're trying to make a bit of bread, trying to make a living, and trying to live better. Now we're going to talk about council housing, yeah. But
maybe not
you
police.
go into any of these houses on the estate and tell me if man ain't got fucking wooden floor and all sorts. It's fucking coming like the TARDIS.
Yeah.
So when they say, yeah, below the poverty line, you live on this estate, yeah, that's good for you. But have you ever been into number 3? Because blood, yeah, them man, they got the biggest TV, bigger than my TV. Like, what the hell's going on here?
Yeah.
That's
But
how people want to live.
That
People
don't
just
mean
want to
that,
live
though.
comfortable.
That don't mean nothing, though.
That don't mean
I
nothing.
know. It's a pretty prison cell, right?
Yeah, no,
Yeah, but go and show
it's a
that to the
pretty-
Colombians, man.
Not that just that it's a pretty prison cell, but we can't even we can't guarantee how man afforded that. Could be a gift. He could have stole it. He could have done some kind of crime to acquire that. We don't know.
I'll do my one
Being
bet.
able to steal and do crime to get nice things doesn't mean that you're above the poverty line. I beg man understand.
I'll do my one better, Jen. I'll do my
Yeah.
one better. Sorry, bro. That same house that man's decorated and kitted to the nines, fam. When the council are ready to knock down that block, fam, man have to move.
Right,
fam.
for
Got
man,
nothing.
I know.
Yeah, man have to
But that's
move.
the same for everyone, Zilly.
No.
Some of them
Because,
mistakes.
bro, hold on, wait, bro.
Can't touch
Some of
everyone's
them
house.
mistakes, they're not knocking down.
My mother's house, fam. Man can't come and tell my mum to get out of her yard. She's
Nah,
doing what
it's
they're
her
gonna
house.
do. She owns her yard, fam. Simple. That's the difference, fam.
That's the
Yeah?
difference.
So it's not the same for everyone. Same with my gran as well, fam. Yeah. You can't, fam.
Mm-hmm.
But you also, as I said,
Your
it
mum owns her
depends on
own
the-
yard, yeah? Your mum
Owns her own yard. So does my gran, fam. Yeah.
Right, so
It
how are you
depends-
not making an argument then
Sorry.
that you're always at the bottom and the poorest people are you?
Shut up, man.
Why?
Because of what individual is not the majority.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Bro, that's
Individual
that's
might
my
be
mother's
majority.
house, bro. That's
He
my
ain't an
mum's house. That's not
individual.
my house.
He
That's
an
my mum's house.
individual.
That's not
I
my
grew
house.
up in London. I got bare Jamaican
Can't
friends.
shut
A
up
lot
and
of them
listen.
own
Listen
their
to
own
what I'm saying,
houses,
bro.
brother.
Bruv, shut up, man. You talk too much. Listen to what I'm saying, bro.
Yeah, I'm not
Listen to what I'm saying.
You don't know nothing about
Just
black
because your
people.
family member has something,
Shut up,
bro,
man. I
doesn't
don't
mean
know
it's yours.
nothing.
You don't
Just
know
'cause you're-
nothing. Listen. Sorry to break your heart, yeah? You might have been looking and paying extra attention and trying to do method acting. You don't know nothing about black fucking culture or black life or nothing, bro. You fuck
Brother,
every
I
day.
know more
Let
Jamaicans
me
that
talk.
own their own houses
Let me
than
talk.
Irish
Let me
people.
talk. Don't get triggered. Let me talk. My opinion is every day you come on there and you talk about black issues, black this,
No, I
black
don't.
that.
We don't talk about
Let me
black nothing
talk,
on here.
man. Are you able to hold yourself and not make an outburst while I express myself? Please. Every time that you come on here and you start making comments or observations about black culture, even the fact that you used black culture earlier, yeah, made me want to laugh at you. Because if I ask you what black culture is, you can't tell me.
Because it
When
moves,
you're,
it changes.
you're telling Eunice he's not culturally black, right? You tell the next man they're not culturally black. Bro, you're a Cypriot. You're not
Brother,
black.
I said he's not representing the
let me
culture
talk.
by saying
Let
he
me
likes
talk.
chicks
Let me
with
talk.
dicks.
Let me talk. I'm definitely going to listen to what you got to say. You're not black. Yeah.
I don't have to be.
You're not black. You're not an expert or a leading voice on anything to do with black issues. Any culture you perceive to be black, African, Caribbean, you are an outsider. You don't understand. You do not understand us. And that's by me listening to you talking time in, day in, day out. I try to, along with other panelists, educate you. And I know that possibly, or I believe that possibly, your observations are not coming from a negative place, right? You just want to be down, yeah?
Who, me? I want to be down, yeah?
But I'm telling you,
Yeah, you're definitely attention seeking.
I'm telling you, bro, there's a difference between your perception of black life, black reality, black culture, and what black life, black reality, and black culture is. There's a difference. You don't have it on smash. You get it wrong most of the time, bro. I just want you to know this, bro.
I hear what you're saying. Can I
Right.
speak now?
So you telling me, my black mates are no, my Jamaicans are allow it, bro. Just allow it.
Brother, that point stands. I know a lot of Jamaican people that own houses. Even going back 30 years ago, they
know
sold their
1,000?
houses and
You know
moved back to
1,000?
Jamaica, and
You
that's
know
a previous
1,000?
generation.
Do you know 1,000 Jamaican people that own houses?
No,
900, 800,
no,
400,
no.
200, 100.
Maybe.
Maybe you know 200 Jamaicans, and now you're lying.
No, I'm
Maybe,
saying out of the 200, I know.
do you know
Wow.
200
Jamaican.
Jamaicans that own their houses in England?
No, I'm not saying all the 200.
So now, here's the next question. How many Jamaicans own their houses? How many Jamaicans are in England?
I can name you from the
How
streams
many
that we've been on,
Jamaicans?
people
What is
who
the
are
number?
of home owning
Jamaican.
status
What is the
that
number
are of the
of
Caribbean
Jamaicans?
descent.
Hold on.
Veli,
What is the
hold
what is
on,
the number? What is the
Ultra,
number? What is the number?
Emzilini's mum. That's
Shut
3
up,
already.
3, yeah. So I'm asking you, how many Jamaicans or Jamaican descendants
Man
are they
claiming
in
grandma's house.
London?
Mad thing.
Sorry, 1 second. Sorry, please.
Sorry, we missed
How
that
many
grandma's house as well.
Yo, brothers, I don't know if it's the aim is to wind man up or whatever.
No, but you said you was going to let
You
me
should
speak
know
though,
me by
Jess,
now.
bro.
I'm trying to ask you one question. Shush, let me ask the question. Boom. How many Jamaicans do you know that are living in London?
What, you want a number?
Yeah.
Ballpark. 4.
50.
You know 50. You know
Yeah.
50 Jamaicans that live in London.
No,
But
like obviously from growing up from
you
youth
know of
days
50
and whatever.
Jamaicans. Hold on. You know of 50
I'm not saying
Jamaicans.
I'm not in touch with
Oh
them
my
now.
God, shut up, man. You know of 50 Jamaicans that live in London.
Yeah.
But then you know maybe 200 Jamaicans that own their yard in London.
No, I didn't say they own their yard.
That's what I asked you.
I know, but you misunderstood the answer I gave you. I'm saying if I know 200 people extended from the 50 people that I know, yeah, it's not unheard of for Jamaican people that have been here and working within the system to be homeowners. It's not unheard of.
So basically, your pool of examples is very tiny, but somehow your ego won't allow you to see that.
No, I'm not saying that. I don't know why you're bringing ego into it.
You don't see. Hold on. You don't see that you know less than 50 fucking Jamaicans that own their yard.
Not just
You don't see-
Jamaicans,
hold
St.
on. You
Lucians.
don't see in a big nation that maybe what you perceive is tiny compared to the majority. You
I'm
don't
not
see that,
comparing
no?
it to the majority.
But like you are, because you're telling
I'm
us.
not.
Hold on, because you're telling us. Well, I'm saying you chatting shit because I know they're Jamaicans.
I didn't
But
say
I'm
you
saying,
chatting
okay,
shit.
If we went on your personal view, you only know 50 Jamaicans.
Brother,
Now, how
listen
many
to what I'm
Jamaicans
saying
are
to
they?
you.
Hold on.
Listen to
It's
what
like a
I'm
million
saying for 1
Jamaicans in this
second, because you're
country.
misrepresenting
Shut up,
me.
man.
You're
Shut up,
misrepresenting my
man.
position.
Shut up. You might learn. You might learn.
What
If
is
you
there
learn
to learn?
listen, if you learn to listen when a black man's talking, you might learn about a black man's experience.
Word.
Maybe.
You might learn. But you don't want to learn. I'm telling you, you don't even know enough Jamaicans. In real life, personally, from school, in your area, you ain't even visually seen enough Jamaicans for your viewpoint to be valid over Emzilini, a born fucking
I'm
Jamaican.
not saying I'm
Shut up,
valid
man.
over these.
Yeah, you are, though.
No, I'm not.
Because he told you something, and you're like, nah, he's wrong, because I know bad Jamaicans. Shut up, man. You're Turkish. You don't even know enough Jamaicans.
That ain't what happened. You're lying.
Bro.
He said that his mum owns a house and his nan owns a house. And I said, if that's the case, then how can you maintain the argument that you lot are always at the bottom and you're always the lowest?
Jamaicans you know.
That's a logical thing to say. I don't need to have numbers.
Because we're talking from an individual, not collective space.
No. That's why I asked you about your perspective.
Yeah, you
And
asked me.
hold on, you're interrupting me mid-sentence. That's why I asked you about your perspective, yeah? And I asked you for the numbers. I'm like, yo, let's get specific.
Numbers.
Let's get specific with this brother. Because
I don't need numbers, bro.
He knows bare Jamaicans.
I don't need to know bare Jamaicans.
So I'm saying, okay.
Now you definitely do.
You do.
To talk about them in the collective, you definitely do. Like, and man already said to you that they're talking from an individual standpoint, not a collective standpoint. Man
Brother, I don't need to know any more people than the people that are here represented. Man said his mum and his nan own houses.
So what does
I
that
don't
mean?
need to know anything more than that.
No one say nothing. No one say nothing. No one say nothing. So Khan, what does that mean, bro?
So I'm saying, like my point was to you, that if people like your mum own their own house, yeah, than to you to claim that you're the poorest at the same time when we have just spent 1 hour talking about the poorest
could I just
people
point out
who
the contradiction in terms that you just
who
said?
don't know how to work the system, these people that don't know how to read, write, and fill out forms and claim benefits, the bottom of the bottom people that
Khan, your
This is so
conversation,
dumb. No,
your
you know
question
what? Vic, do you
is a
even want to carry
contradiction.
on? This is so stupid, bro.
It's
like,
ridiculous.
A man can't understand that he's got an individual perspective. He's trying to group and do some generalization. He's not understanding what he's doing. He's like, if your mum and your gran own a yard, then you're chatting shit about Jamaicans.
I didn't say he's chatting shit.
No, listen to him. Listen to him.
Or black people being at the bottom of the of the property line. You're wrong
Not
about that.
exactly.
You're not wrong about that. He just doesn't understand statistics. He just thinks because he knows 50 Jamaicans, that he knows the entire fucking population of Jamaicans over here. Like, what you're saying is dumb.
You did because your question
No, it ain't dumb at all. Ain't dumb at all. If the person that I'm talking to is one person who knows two people that own their own houses, I don't need to know 50 people to know that.
All Cypriots are fat, right?
Yeah, most of them are.
Yeah, because I've met 2 fat Cypriots.
But most of them are fat compared to
How do you
Africans.
talk about being skinny?
Compared to
How do you
Africans,
talk
they are.
about being skinny when your mum's fat and your grand's fat? How can you talk about Cypriots being skinny?
Why are you bringing up the past for? Stand butthurt right now, man.
My mum and my gran.
Why are you bringing up the past?
I'm giving what past,
It's not
bro?
past. It's just stereotyping in the same way.
Listen, Con. See when I'm talking, either suck your mum or shut up. How about that? Because you think it's funny. I'm talking and I keep hearing your little gay voice in the background. So I'm gonna just be raw with you. I've been saying, allow it. Stop trying to talk when I'm talking, bro. Ain't funny, bro. I'm not finding it funny. Well, answer my buzzer, man. But like, yeah, either suck your mum or stop talking when I'm talking.
Calm, basically, you're talking a question that starts off on an individual level and it ends on a collective level. It's a contradiction in terms.
I keep telling you, you just need to speak.
I can't even
no,
speak.
but you need
as
to
soon
speak.
as you start speaking, I'm
just telling you that you're frustrating everyone.
Even speak now.
No, but what gives you the right
you
to
can speak, but just don't speak over man, innit?
When it comes to certain matters, yeah, you do need to take a back seat, fam. Because, like, if it was the Cypriot conversation, I chime in, but I'm not in the front seat on that conversation.
That's not man's forte, blood.
Be fair, you're fully representing the Cypriot community more than me on here.
Who? Me?
You?
No, man. I'm just saying.
Yes, you are, bro. You're like Cypriots,
I'm telling man,
all the time. And I never say to you, how many? Give a head count.
Yeah, but he's from Tottenham. He's probably from a bigger Cypriot community than you.
It's not about numbers.
No, but
it's your own experience.
It's environment, isn't it? Like as I said, what dominates the environment? We are not there.
Anyway, how long does it take Jesus to answer a buzzer? Because he's gonna catch me out now. I know him.
We only hear in business in a sense. They're like landmarks now. The black businesses in our area are landmarks to us because we always identify with those people. You know what I mean? Go there and like, yeah, I ain't seen you for years, big man. Everything good? Do you get what I'm saying? Because now everything's changing. You get me? There's a small Tesco's Express. Everything is changing up. The whole shit to get it.
Sorry, Stan. Let me chime in quickly. You know, people need to understand, cause, or especially in the black community, yeah. And this is for people that may not be from that community. Bro, just because one member of your family has something or has accomplished something, don't mean you have or you're entitled to it, bro. Not saying that if that person passes on, they won't be an inheritance or they might not be something for your next decade. Overall, you have to make your own way, bro.
Right.
Yeah? Unless we really do have it like that, which more time we don't, and then man will help, man. But other than that, bro, just because one person owns their yard, fam, don't mean that everything's pussy and rosy. First things first, you don't know how long it took to pay off for that yard. Yeah, that's number one. Number two, bro.
But every yard's the same, Mimsily.
Oh no, can't listen, bro. If you're earning a certain amount of money, bro, if you're earning a certain amount of money, let's say $2,000 for argument's sake, bro, and your mortgage is £1,200 a month, bro. Yeah, that's just your mortgage. No bills included, no travel, no nothing, no. Bro, after you finish paying your bills, cuz what do you have left, bro? It's just an example. This is just an example.
I respect the struggle, bro. I'm not saying it's easy.
You're not saying struggle at all.
No one wants to make struggle, fam.
I'm not saying that. Listen to hear me out, Angelini. Hear me out. You're a Jamaican.
I got to step up, but can I just quickly apologize? I get frustrated. I don't want you.
It's all right, man. I'm worse than you, man. You don't need to apologize. No one is scared of you, bro. Relax.
I don't
man.
really mean that, man. I was just a bit frustrated.
It's all right, man. You're entitled to, bruv.
No. But I'm just
No one
letting you
ain't
know.
scared.
You
I'm
shut
just
up,
gonna
man.
walk
Stop being a
past your
thing in there.
party
You're
and not say
overdoing it,
Let me
hello.
apologize, man. Let me
Go on then,
apologize,
go on
man.
then, go on
'Cause
then, go on then. If
I
you
don't like
must.
these things sitting on my chest. Get
He's
man, like
better
a
than you,
clean
man. He's
slate.
better than you.
You know what I'm like, man. I'm not slapping, bro.
We're all
me?
the same, fam.
No, we're not. We're not. Some of us are
We're
very,
not.
some
We're
of us are very dark. They never say sorry. You hear me? But me personally, let me just apologize because that's a bit.
All right,
It's
man. Big
out
up
of order.
yourself, man.
All right,
No one took it personal anyway.
Cool.
All right, cool. Well, I was gonna say, Mzilini, yeah?
Yeah.
You're a man of Jamaican extraction.
What?
I don't need to know all the Jamaicans. I just need to know you one. I'm asking you one. Is it unheard of for Jamaicans that have been living in this country for X amount of years now to be homeowners?
Yeah, but that's not just Jamaicans, Con. That's African.
No, but we're talking specifically about Jamaicans. Because if you want to talk about Cypriots,
All
I'll
right,
tell you now. Every Cypriot
Listen.
person. Listen. Let me finish
I'm
what
gonna
I'm
answer
saying.
you. Bruv, you asked me a question. Let me answer, bruv.
All right, go on.
Fuck it. You can't ask me another question on top of the question.
Well, if you're reluctant to answer it, what do you want me to do?
No, I'm not reluctant. I was about to, bruv. You get me? I was
All right,
giving
beg your
pretext to the
pardon.
answer. All right, cool. Let me answer what you're saying now, bruv.
Go for it.
There's a bunch of Jamaicans that did own their home. There's a bunch of Jamaicans that didn't. There's some that fucking had homes and their children fucking sold the home or done whatever, bro.
Right.
And inevitably, a lot of people in the Caribbean, when they came here, they weren't allowed or given places through rent or any other means. So they had to do things like pardoners, get their money together and buy houses, bro. So this is why certain people, they were able to cop houses back then because there's 100 people chipping in for the greater good of the cause. Now, that's not everyone, bro. There's a lot of people that didn't get in on them things there, bro. And they had to do a whole load of shit, bro, and go through a whole load of turmoil, probably to this fucking day, bro. Yeah. So we can't talk again, like Jed said, just because my people may have done something. And I'll give you an example. That's my mum's side, fam. My dad's side's totally the opposite, bro. Totally the opposite. Yeah. So again, like you can't tar everyone with the same brush, bro. You get me? You can't do that, fam.
I get that. And as I said,
And
the
I just
housing
find it- I
situation
just find-
in London for men anyway is fucking mad.
Yeah. Bruv,
So as I
bottom,
said,
bruv.
a lot of men is gonna be out here living with gal. Like, come on. We know this
Yeah,
in
of
the end.
course.
You know what I mean? I'm asking, man, yeah, we staying now. Oh, I'm staying around there with the baby mother.
Yeah. We've all been through
She
it,
got the
man.
house. She got the thing.
Yeah, of
At
course.
a time,
Yeah.
having kids for the
Give her the
sisters
house.
was okay. That's how they got the thing, and then they cut that off. They cut that off.
Vic, let me
But
quickly
if you got
explain.
there
No,
before the
no.
cull,
This is important.
Sorry.
You know you're gay though, right?
Your mum's gay.
This is what I'm trying to say because I'm not scared of you, Jedi, but I'm gonna walk past your party in the park and not say hello.
Brother, I was walking there anyway.
I know that's terrible.
You're going on like I deliberately
You're moving
walk past
like,
some
you're
skulky
moving
little
like,
weirdo. Shut up,
AV.
You
man.
looked at us through your spyglass and you said nothing.
Nah.
Vic, I was just walking past the
AV.
Italian calf, which
You're
happened
moving
to
like
be
AV,
closed.
bro.
I was like, shit, now I'm going down to the other calf. I see a fucking little tent. I thought, wait a minute, I've seen that tent before. And I looked on my phone, I was like, oh shit, that's them man up there. And I see someone going toilet, a few people going toilet walking past me. And that's it, brother. I just kept it moving. Like I just was not like in the party mood.
Safe.
What do you want me to do? Man's antisocial,
No,
bro.
that's fuckery, man. That's disgusting. You're moving like Gain, but worse. At least Gain spoke to someone. You know what I mean?
Anyway, man, look,
AV.
no, we're on the topic. We're not going to talk about who rode by on Saturday, even though it's a great point. But like, yeah, let's just stick to the topic, man. Yeah, let's stick to the topic, man. And I just want to say, yeah, like you have to remember to give credit to anybody that can come on here and give any kind of viewpoint, even if it's opposing, even if you think they're chatting shit, they on here and they talk, they don't stutter, and they get their point across, and they actually like, you know,
participate.
Contribute. They actually participate.
Yeah.
It's a lot
Contribute is one step up
easier
from
to be in the chat and then think you're gonna jump on and say to Maku, I think you're wrong. Like it ain't fucking easy, bro. So don't just be judging, man. Like, oh yeah, because we getting onto man's case. Like Khan knows he's still rated as just being a panelist. That's annoying, not arguing, whatever. It's still rated for clicking the link and coming on and disagreeing. And some of you lot can't even do that. So just chill out a little bit with the judgment until you lot learn how to speak and express yourselves. And you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Give us
man.
your point of view.
And it's all good. You're all welcome as well, man.
You're all welcome. Every one of you
You
welcome.
pussyo. He said you pussyo because I jumped up there to listen to that video about stuttering. So big up, Jeds. Let's go.
You left. We're not going We're not going back to
Who
stuttering.
the fuck is Randy, man? Look at
Hey, boy, it must be so trippy. It must be so trippy for Born Rich to come on a
Hey,
panel
Jed,
with
first
like
day back at
some
the gym as
stuffy
well today,
English
you know.
gentleman
But-
from
You say,
1920.
First day at the gym today. First day back.
Yeah, I'm gonna look.
What, you've been or you're going? You've been
I've
already?
been. I've been. I'm going again later as well.
Where did you go, Jim?
Big up,
Huh?
Sniper. Get the
Where
work
did
in.
you go, Jim? Mad early.
Not mad early. What time did you start?
Brother, where the fuck did you go, Jim?
Oh,
You
yeah.
were there for morning, bro.
Oh, you man. I went gym. Guess
I've
who I
been
seen in the
gym
gym?
first. When I
Guess who I seen in the gym?
sat down.
What, you at
Nah.
9 to 11 or something like that?
Yeah, it was like yeah. So no,
welcome back then, man. Welcome back.
Yeah, man.
And you're going
It's
back
alright,
again,
bro.
yeah?
Yeah, later.
Don't
man.
burn yourself out, you know.
I know, man, I know. But you know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is. Saturday was the opener, bro. It just like yo, rucksack in the back, a big heavy bag, and the fucking barbecue. Mad.
Yeah, that was crazy.
And it was just making bare noise, Jets. Everyone was looking at me, shock face. Yeah, it's like me when I'm swimming. Yeah, bare splashing. Yeah, that was good. Look
All right.
around and everyone's holding on to their kids. No,
So, boom. What, like, I don't want to lose the point, innit? I don't want to lose the point. Right. Could someone bring us back to the point, please?
The point being.
Wait, hold on. Let me hear from Vic. Because Vic just got told something about his mom. I don't know what happened.
What? Whoa.
Yeah, you missed that. You don't miss that. Can't just
No, I
tell him
didn't see that
personally
still.
something about his mom. Man, Vic said you're gay. Man said, yeah, your mom's gay. I don't even know why it got to that.
Wow, what happened there? What happened there?
Oh, my heart's clean. I'm cool with all the mums in the world, man. I can't
Yeah, shout out to the mama. Shout out to the mamas, man.
Yeah, man. Pick up the
Big up,
mamas,
mums.
man.
Big up, mumsies.
And yo, sorry. Sad note, Emzalini. I hope you've downloaded the Sutton car. I'm ready, you know. Zalini? Pussy. Download the fucking thing. I told you to do it, bruv, straight away.
Bruv, you see after man jumped off line yesterday, because bruv, listen, within like 5 minutes, because you get
This is what I'm saying. I knew it was gonna happen. Download and start it now, innit?
Yeah, I'm doing that now.
So we can get a little evening. Anyone on PS4?
Oh yeah,
GTA,
shit.
fire up the GTA.
I see your thing. I see your thing sitting there. Shit.
See
Just
me pop
there
back,
waiting.
yeah?
Yeah, no, I just see you there waiting. Like, yo, when you not ready, yeah? I said, okay, I'm ready too.
Bro, listen, I bought a PS5 for $6 bills. Played it 3 times. My son played like the Rick Morales Spider-Man on it.
And that was it.
Bro, and it's just sitting there, bro, looking at me. Why?
Because it's dead, fam. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't buy one because it's dead.
It's
They
dead.
didn't make enough games for it. It's like, why would you do
Where
that?
is the games? There's no games, bro.
Why would you do that?
Yeah, it's dead, bruv. You need thingy, man. Game Pass.
Yeah, like at least transfer man's PS4 games. Not
No,
that you
you
had to
can
buy.
do that. You can do that, but it's
Yeah,
but
but
to do that.
they're
It's
not all made like that. Yeah.
No,
like,
yeah. You
they're
can do
making
that.
these ones
Transfer
now.
games over, it's dead. Like, what's going on?
Yeah.
Anyway, that's that's enough of me complaining. But yeah, so we get some heisting in that in a bit.
Yeah, man. I need some.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun. All right, man. No, so
I even got 3 million.
back to Vic. Sorry, Vic. Vic.
Yeah, sorry, back to Vic. Vic, how long's your mum been a lesbian now?
Oh, shit.
Oh, here we go.
What in the Kurt Zuma? I don't have that, Vic.
Can't, fam. Just carry on walking past, innit? That's what I'm going to say. I'm not even going to really take the draw.
Welcome by.
You're going to have to listen. You're going to have to walk past. Mumsy's going to be expecting some
You
sausage.
see me sitting in a tent in the middle of Hampstead. Welcome by.
Yeah, no, for real.
Right,
For
when
real.
you ask
Next time,
people if they're down, when you ask people if they're down for camping on the 19th, and everyone keeps asking you where, like, what? Have you got a favorite campsite or something? Shut the fuck up, man.
Nah, I was gonna come over, but I was with some people, and I didn't want them to embarrass me. I was like, nah, I can't take you over to the Trill Squad. You're too dry.
You're never
You're
gonna
too dry,
show
man.
He was in the forest doing
Trust me,
something.
boy, he ain't ever coming to know of it.
What are you talking about, Kyle? You never gonna.
You're rubbish, man.
Too many black people, real black people.
I know. I know.
Yeah. Like man ain't ever been the one non-black person at an event. Are you mad, bro?
Nah.
Are you mad? You know Andover, Bob, have you ever heard of Andover Estate? Have you ever heard of Andover?
Bend over estate, more like.
Brother, don't joke about Andover. Andover's got the third biggest crime rating in the world, bro.
Yeah, Pembury. You said he's from Pembury as well.
I didn't. I said I grew up around Pembury.
Mad thing. There you go.
Really? I ain't from Hackney. You know I'm not from Hackney thingy. Mike. You know I'm not from Hackney.
Green Lanes, yeah? Clifford Park.
Yeah, bro. You know I'm a North London man.
Manor House, bro.
I went to Highbury Grove School, bro. I'm a North London
that's not
man.
even near, man.
This is Hackney.
That's miles away. That's miles away, blood. You're more or less in the city, fam.
What? Highbury Grove?
Angel. Yeah,
That's
Angel
Finsbury
is
Park,
there.
you might as well say.
What?
Yeah, top of Highbury Barn is Finsbury Park.
Don't take them.
Mad.
That road is a long. Blackstock Road is long. Don't try it. Why are you trying?
Well, it's long when
Right.
you're a kid and you're walking, not when you're adult and you're driving.
What do you mean? You need a
It's
car.
not long.
Listen, you gotta get when you get to Arsenal, you're not even at the middle of the road.
True. What, the old Arsenal?
Far up the road before you get to what Highbury Grove and that.
Yeah,
That was
Gillespie Road, huh?
fun. Like we don't know the end. Bro,
Before we did the new stadium.
right. We're talking the whole yeah.
What are you chatting for, Hackney boy? What are you chatting about?
I've come on to take you out, Carl.
You take me out where? I don't go out with men, only women.
Don't fucking
Come
lie.
on, you've been chatting shit for a good half an hour about 50 Jamaican friends, and it's all bullshit, man.
Man said you ain't even got a Jamaican friend.
Through it. I can see through it. You just chat shit sometimes.
Go on, Randy.
Wow.
All right, Randy, go back in the dungeon, yeah? See you find down there, strapped up to the wall from last week.
Stay outside, Randy. Stay outside, man.
You got you.
Well, that was quick.
That was one shot. Pew! Straight between his eyes, you know, mad thing.
Bring it, God, I'm ready.
Bring it.
Yeah. Come to Randy.
I will link up with you.
One more time.
No, you
I'll
won't.
link up with
Man
you.
said fat man fight. What?
Man
I will
already
link
shot
up
you.
with you and I'll stream it, Con. Bring it on.
Oh, stream.
Oh no. I will stream it.
No one's rating content. What's the problem? Bro?
You can't win every day.
Can Con get some ratings today, please? Anyone?
What the fuck
Oh,
is
so you got a laptop now?
I'll go back on mute because
Nah.
obviously it makes no
I'm still waiting for these fucking
difference.
SIA jobs to come in, man.
Oh. No, I'm saying
They're longing me, fam.
yeah, but you're not looking.
Bro,
you're not
about
still
you.
I
looking on-
saw you at my local Tesco's. I am stealing everything.
Trust me.
What the fuck?
No one ain't
roller
doing
skates
retail
as well.
security, brother. Are you mad?
Don't
No
fucking
man
lie.
doing
You take any
roller
job that
skating.
comes.
Backward cross leg roller skating in the store, like
Acting like
One
it's
time.
yeah, what you
Fight
doing?
the
What you
power
doing?
with his little beret.
You don't
Fight
watch
the
that,
powers
don't
that be.
Don't
Come
watch
inside
Oh,
surfing.
yeah, I heard they got corn on the door. The mat. Flooding in. You see,
I'm
man, come
doing
with
relay
trolley.
with the fruit.
You know, man, come with Sainsbury's trolley. They don't even.
Yeah.
They
Like
don't
it
meant
was
to be in here.
supermarket sweep.
Yeah, yeah. You filling up.
And you're Dale Winton. Faggot.
In there.
I was going to ask you something,
Mm.
Vic Rose. How comes all you mixed race guys look the same, man? Swear to God, you got a clone on fucking Love Island. Looks exactly like you.
Here we go.
Wow.
How is that
But you know what,
possible?
man, I would be able to say the same thing about you, but you're just too pussy to show your face on camera. It's mad.
Oh, shit.
Word,
Mad, man.
word.
And you dance there quickly. Bang. Shot
Well,
back.
you done
What
seen
is
it.
that about?
You done seen Con.
You can see my face. If I'd arrived on Saturday, everybody would have known who I was.
He weren't talking about
Hey.
you, man. Fall back, Randy, man.
Okay.
I know.
Okay.
We know who you look like, man.
Look at Randy. Randy ain't gonna
No,
never
no,
show
you
up
don't.
either.
Randy's on your ass, con. Pause.
With your Savile face and allow it, man. Anyway, move forward.
Shut the fuck up, sniper.
Oh, shit.
Whoa, you're bad.
Yeah!
Here you come again, Randy. Show your camera again, Randy. Go on, I dare you.
Go on,
I dare
Randy.
you.
Don't back
Yeah?
down, Randy. Don't back.
Man said he's the Jimmy Savile of Bali. No, you don't take
Yeah,
him
that's
there.
right. Come on. Family.
Today or what? Is there any
Family. Sure,
is there any donations coming today, Jeds? Jeds, is there any donations coming?
No donations today, man.
Right, okay. Look,
don't give a fuck.
Phone's here.
Randy thinks he's. Are you a bad boy still? We have
He's
fully
a bad
rated.
boy.
Bad boy. The heat's still on you. The heat's still on you after you donate. Don't say.
Yo, I'm gonna go straight to the boss.
Yeah,
yo,
He's gonna pay off the heat like GTA.
Calm down. Calm down.
Eat
Pay off the heat like GTA. though.
If you are not entertained, why are you here? Why are you here?
Exactly.
Why
are you here? Thank you, Randy. As angry as you be, you have to read it.
You maybe stay in the chat and you can't be bothered to put a pound in the pot.
Come on.
So all I'm saying is,
I gotta rate Randy when he's on his crud still, because you can't really argue with it.
You just
How
put
much-
him.
How much you
just
put in, Randy?
£10.
Don't annoy him. Leave
Yes,
him, man.
you're ready to go pay what he wants.
Don't worry how much he's putting in. He's putting something in.
No,
Just
I'm
paid
saying,
off
how
the
much-
heat.
£10,
No Randy just paid off the heat though.
Jedi can go out and get a coffee or whatever. It's an
Big up Randy.
unconditional
Big up
gift.
Randy.
Come on. I
I
thank
don't
you, Randy.
Big up Randy.
Jed
Big
was
up
doing
Randy.
it.
Much
Yeah,
love,
I'm
man.
enjoying it. I'm loving it. Jed's
Yeah.
invited me Saturday. I fucked up. I'm still putting £10 in the pot.
It's all good, Randy. Don't worry, man.
That's it. That's it. That's all it is.
Still don't change the fact you're a racist, but big up, man.
Jed's coming
Yeah, we was waiting to rush you, bro. I had my berry and everything.
I'm ready to rush you. Fuck's sake. Yeah, man. All right, thank you, Randy. Yeah, I appreciate that. And big up to everyone else that's donating, showing a little love, PayPal, Cash App, whatever you can do. You know, I appreciate it, man. It goes to a good cause, and it means that the show can run. You know what I mean? I can sit here with pride. You know what I mean? Cause there's bare things that need doing, man. Just got
That was like some Bullingdon thing, though. That was definitely like some Bullingdon thing, like because we were just talking about
What you've
poverty.
got to
and
realise is I got
throwing
my
his-
Netflix.
Nah, but he would, but like every day he comes on, he will let people know, yo, I'm gonna donate. You lot match the donation, so
yeah, that was
I'm just trying
you
to
can't even really diss him because this.
Big
I'm
him up.
nudge
Get
the
me.
family. I'm saying if you got £1, £2, £5,
F you, man. F you, man.
that's it.
We match you, man. We match you, pussy. We match you. We match
Yeah,
you.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
We match
I am
you.
saying
Done.
Reparations.
We're
Who said
balling out
reparations?
here.
Yo, Trilluminati, man.
We are above the poverty line.
You can donate to the channel and get called a pussy within
Yeah,
60
I don't.
Where else? Come on.
I think
Where did he do that? Where did he do that? Where did he do that?
Only
Man? Come
place
on, man.
he
You
do
can't
that.
laugh and then
I promise, if I walk into any establishment and I make a donation and I get called pussy before I even leave, it's gonna be a problem. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Someone's getting dropped in that establishment. Someone's getting dropped in that establishment.
Yeah.
Coming
Hey, now, Randy. What you want to go higher? You want to go higher, Randy? I matched you, man. What you saying?
Ah, shit. Oh, what? Yeah, I Sniper matched you, man. He matched you, man. He matched you.
Oh.
He said,
Rich
anything
gang.
you
We
can do,
got
I
a
can do better.
nation battle.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's go. Let's go. Yeah.
Yeah, man. They had a donation. Yeah, man. They had a donation war in time. Come, let's get it. Let's get it.
Let's get it. Who else? Who else? Name the next person. Name and shame
Donation
them.
war. I want it. Let's do it.
No one.
Name and
Who
shame
wants
the
to
next
match?
person.
Who wants to match
Who?
it?
Come on.
Last time it was sick, man. Come. I want it. I want it.
Who wants to match it?
Yeah.
Come on, then. No.
Because right now the poverty line's winning.
Poverty
line. Just care, guys.
The most money's
Obviously
coming
matched up with the gentry right now.
Sir Senkofa, it seems you were wrong. Yeah.
You got money to burn.
The poorest borough.
You got money to burn.
Hackney, not the poorest borough.
Yeah.
No, hey, Hackney's poorer than Haringey.
No, it isn't. It isn't.
Right
Bro,
now.
according to that thing that we looked at, it was.
And according to me donating, and you know, match my donation or shut your mouth, pussy.
Broke Hackney, man. Pull back, man.
Broke, man.
Broke Hackney. Wait.
I didn't see the receipt for Sniper. I have to see the receipt.
Oh no. Okay, cool. I'll show you the receipt. Sorry, Snaps, to bait up your business.
Look at Randy smoking like he's a look at him.
I know. He might see
Life
like
of a
that.
real G, you know.
He's enjoying it, man. He's feeling good.
Life of a real racist G. Big up, man. Big up.
Yes, I've gone out. I'm in my yard. I'm just relaxing. What are we doing?
Listen, you ain't got body like me.
Third
man.
part, 10 up. See it there?
Oh yeah. All right, cool. We're good. We're good.
You're a poor white guy.
We step up.
Where I'm from, you broke.
You broke.
Yeah, like, come on, man. We
Listen,
made
that
it out of
ain't
the
bread,
ghetto,
bread.
bro.
That
And
ain't
we
bread,
proud.
bread.
We made it out of the ghetto and we were proud, man. Whatever, man.
That's fucking.
We need some other panelists or chat members.
You're not saying play a game. What do you mean play a game, Kalami?
Listen, shut
What
your
kind of
mouth.
game?
Man.
Are you talking to Snipes?
I'm talking to you, bro. You just done your dance again. Look.
Are you talking
Hey, Randy, what's in that roll up?
Hey, Randy, Randy had grease.
Unbelief.
Hey, Randy had greaser bits for breakfast.
Hey, Jess, how's Haringey looking at the moment? Pause.
Hold on.
This is happening,
Randy's on
man.
smoke.
You know this
One
is happening.
second. Excuse me. Wait. Huh? Oh, music. Man, like music. Getting in the... Bruh. Okay, so, Randy. Maku's done it twice. He's donated twice.
Show me the receipt. I know you two brothers are tight.
All right, man. Tight. Yeah. Pause.
Whatever,
Yeah.
Relax yourself, man. What are you doing? Man?
You know what I mean? Close. I'm not saying anything else.
Just saying,
What?
bro.
Close?
Like, what?
Okay. So
I'm on panel
first one.
and I'm donating.
First one.
Like, what
Look
are
at
you
the
doing?
time on it. Look
Yeah.
at the time on it. 3:58. I know you can barely see it, but you can see it a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw it. All right. Let's do
And
20.
then the next one.
No, yeah, you're right.
4:02.
We got 20, yeah?
Yep.
20.
Oh, yeah?
Let's do
Is that where
20.
you going?
Yeah, I'm going with 20.
Slam dunk.
See, 4:02. Right.
Yeah, you see,
And big up man like music as well.
So you got 20. I've selected Jeds. And then you just press pay and boom.
Boom!
I have to do my face.
What?
I have to do
Oh,
the face.
does he pay?
Face ID, innit?
Okay.
He said what?
Yeah, no, sorry. I just.
When we've done 20, yeah?
What is this money for?
You win.
I don't want that dirty money.
You win. I'm African, man. Fuck that nigga. Fuck that nigga.
You win. Okay, you win.
Okay. He's gonna match it. Anyone match it. Even if anyone match Randy, then we'll see who I've gone. I might be back into play. You get
All right,
it?
cool. Randy, big
He's
up.
matching it. He's matching Randy. Come on. Uh-oh. My phone's going and that.
Yeah, all right.
Hey, mate, this is a what is this? African, non-African conversation? Talking about peas now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's borough? Who was repping for their borough?
Hey, boy, well, you know, Craden's broke.
boy,
I'll just show you something.
And you lot been
Can I
fishing
just,
in
can
London.
I just show you something? Man bought a Hollywood Lord.
Okay.
Whoa, okay.
Big up.
Is it fake grass?
Yeah, artificial grass.
It's not grass, it's turf. It's
Turf.
turf.
What?
And you didn't get the wall.
Like carpet, yeah?
So what's
Did you
going
fix
on?
the
You're not putting that wall up anymore.
Yeah, did you fix the vent?
Yeah, I don't, do you know how much? Do you know how much they want to
Good
charge?
deal with babies.
$2,000. I'm gonna build it myself.
Yeah.
So it's still exposed.
Yeah, no. Me personally, I would have just bought the bricks, cement, and done it myself, bro.
No, I'm going to do it myself, and I've got a friend coming round to do that.
Even though I know that building a wall ain't as easy. I always wanted to start that.
Yeah, just do one, innit?
Yeah, because you know in jailhouse they always do bricklaying.
Yeah,
course,
I
didn't
see
they?
them. Yeah,
I didn't want to get involved. It didn't, but
I was in the art class, man.
yeah, me too.
You could have crossed that. Nigga, you trying to do hard work.
Yeah.
We're not
Nigga.
painting. We're fucking.
Honestly, you get me? Them man was just building a wall. Like, yeah, You happy with that?
$2,000 for
Yeah,
that.
man, it's good, man. Yeah, man, it's good work, man. Rah, rah, rah. So when I get on the outside, I can.
They're
Yeah,
part of their portfolio, but you know what?
Mhm.
I wish that I did learn that still.
I know.
You
Trade.
know?
A trade is always
Yeah,
good.
the bricklaying thing.
We was taught that from young.
If
But
if,
yeah,
I,
that
like
was-
if there was ever going to be a trade that I should have done or would have been good at, I think it would have been carpentry. I can't lie.
yeah,
carpentry is a good skill.
Yeah.
No, carpentry is good. That's a good one
You
to
know?
As African, man, smelting, all of it is in your DNA.
get.
in your DNA, bro. Do these things. So
Well,
yeah.
everybody always needs to build walls and houses and stuff. So that's a good.
No,
one.
I was always that guy, thinking one day when I got time, I need a just big piece of wood and a really sharp knife, set of knives, and I'll
Yeah.
make
Enzolini, just let it go. Enzolini, let it go, man. You're fucking childish, bro.
But I'm not.
You didn't even have to make a sound, bro. You could have just let it go. But there had to be some sound coming from.
Love it. I don't know about later.
Is it man's not covering their brethrens' pause.
Not today.
Nah, pause. Big piece of wood, yes, man.
Log, a piece of log.
Sniper walked into that. Man. He walked into
log.
that.
Yeah, a piece of log. Like of a tree.
I don't even think that's better.
A section of a tree.
Of tree, yeah. You know what I mean?
A section of tree, and then turn into a carving or something. Yeah, a mark.
This is Sarah not here.
You lot are childish.
I think it's in
Where's
our culture. What?
Where's Mrs. Who?
Mrs. Sarah.
What do you want her for?
I want to do donation battle.
Uh-oh.
With Mrs. Sarah.
I'll call that out, man.
Yeah.
You sure, nigga? You sure?
I mean, yeah.
Mrs. Sarah's cool.
Don't do that. You ain't ready for that. That's different.
Yo, Mrs. Sarah, where you at? You can't call her
Arab money.
like that. But she's ready anyway, man.
All right.
Who's next? Everyone else is broke, man.
I'll go back
Come
on
from
mute.
broke boroughs. You lot come from broke boroughs, man, and you know it.
But
You're
it's true,
honest. At least
though.
you're honest.
It's true.
At least you're
Yo,
honest.
Ben in East London.
Tower Hamlet's up in the chat.
I'm saying Sluggishness.
Tower Hamlet's in Hackney. You up in the chat.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what's going on?
It's gone way past that, man. It's gone way outside London boroughs now, man.
But you know what, though? I'm looking at Southwark. Seems like it's got a lot better.
Yeah, because they're changing it up.
Like, you're right as well, Snaps. Like, I'm not gonna lie, you are kind of correct when it comes to like, statistics are just dangerous. They can be dangerous.
It's still a
Big up Vic Rose Jr.
Yo.
Yeah.
Hello.
And it can be misleading, as I said, because people
can't really hear you properly.
All right, cool.
Hiya.
But it's like what you were saying, yeah. I bought this place in '97, yeah.
Yeah.
And I bought it for £71,500.
Right.
Yeah.
And now it's worth £700,000. 10x.
Yeah.
And I just lived here. I didn't do anything.
Yeah, you didn't move, you didn't think.
I just packed out, people renting my room, and that's it. And it's like I just happened to be, it's a big place. I can have people staying in the back room. I'm in the front room, and we can share the garden.
And nowadays, if you're close to a station, oh my days.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh
and it's like I just bought it because I got fed
can't
up of
park,
renting.
can't do nothing.
I can't be throwing money away on renting, so I just happened to have, I got a donation from the parents. The girlfriend at the time got a donation, and then I bought the girlfriend out, and that's it. I mean, it's not. I wasn't.
Okay, cool. Like, that's a good point that you made. Now, this is something that I often realize, yeah. Like, when you look at other people, you think, look at he's got that big house. Look, he's got that big whip. But you often forget the contributions that their family have made, either inheritance or whatever. Do you know what I mean? A little help. And like, I remember watching a Grand Designs, right?
Yeah.
And the man and the woman wanted to do something to this yard. And basically, halfway through the project, they run out of money, right?
Yeah.
And it was like the project was dead in the water. They've run out of money now. This wall is going to cost them an extra 100,000 that they never expected. Then there was like, yo, shutdown. Then the man comes back like 6-7 months later. Said, okay, so it looks like you've got production started again. What happened? And then the woman was like, yeah, well, you know, I spoke to my parents and they made us a little loan. How much was the loan? Like, bro, $250,000, bro.
Mad.
Like, this is what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's money here. There's money here. Like, what are we doing here?
No, because the thing is, through the grand designs,
Yeah.
they were talking like, yo, if they can't do this, they're fucked.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And then what happens in the end? Mom and dad bail them out for fucking 200 jib, bro.
Fuck's sake.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that nice. Like, yeah, boom.
Yeah.
I borrowed it from my mum and dad, didn't it?
Yeah. I use the example of
that's what I think we are missing the ability to borrow large sums of money from family and friends. We can't do that. The capital ain't there.
No.
The hand-me-downs ain't there. No one's bought me my first car when I was 17.
No.
Right?
You know what they said?
You know what they said? My delivery job, which would have helped me get like there's bare little things that other cultures, the Asians and whatever, they have fought and made sure that they're providing. And that handing down thing, inheritance, passing down tangible assets, is where we are. This is where we're fucked.
Yeah, because we're new to it. We're not that many generations in. Because like your first generation, do you get what I'm saying? I'm first generation, so you know what I mean. It's our kids now. What are we doing? Yeah, what are we gonna do to make sure that don't happen?
Carry on.
And it didn't even start because some, like as you said, each person's thing is theirs.
Yeah.
So grandma and granddad buying big houses, 8 bedrooms in Queen's Park and all of that ain't mean shit to me. Because like when they left, they sold it and they kicked with the money. You know what I'm saying? So it's their business.
So what did you get out of that? Yeah, that didn't benefit you. Yeah,
it didn't benefit me.
They failed because they should have handed that. Yeah, they failed.
No, but what the thing was, the idea to my parents that you can do it too, in a sense, right?
Okay.
So you're still here in your thing.
Whereas the other generation, the other lot would just pass that down.
Yeah.
And you'd probably be living in there right now.
Yeah. If they had a different type of wave of thinking, you get what I'm saying? Like they would have kept it, like some other people.
Yard. The Indians the Indians would have had 50 people living in this motherfucker. No word of a lie. Little franchises, businesses, smashing it.
Big facts.
They don't even need to. They don't even want to live separate. Big facts. See us. We can't even live with our mom. We can't even live with our cousin. We can't even live with our brother.
I know.
Yeah, these men living with third, fourth cousin removed and that living.
And another thing is like the idea of in this country, when you obtain wealth or you want to do better, you definitely leave the place where you fucking grew up. Doesn't even matter.
Why do men don't want to leave though? Men them don't want to leave.
Some men don't want to leave because they can't, or it's too juicy for them. Their business and everything that they do is situated.
It's all up there. It's all bro, at the ends, bro. I don't even know no one. Gal as well.
No, man, I'm not going nowhere.
Dumb fucking gal.
No.
On the same shit. I don't want to leave the ends. My friends. Fuck your friends, man. Fuck your friends, bro. Establish your adult life, man. Like, what's wrong? Like, I've had to give this speech to so many people because I was the first to come out the ends, not through choice. I was in foster care. My mom died. My mom got murked. I had to go to foster care, so I was out the ends. That's why I laugh when people tell me about, Jed's had to come out. Bruv, I'm the most name brand Peckham person. You're not lucky I don't still live in Peckham. It would have been shit for everyone else. Lucky, man, I got the fuck out of there.
Yeah.
But like, you know what I mean? Like, you got to convince, man. I got my brethrens, my closest brethren still live in the ends, bro. Like, I don't even know what to say to man. Like, boy, it is what it is. It is what it is, man. I don't know.
As I said, they're the niggas who trashed up the little struggle flat that they got through the council and did it.
They got the flat, they fucked it up, this and that.
You know what's more important to them? The whip.
Yeah.
So the yard might be small and tiny and but it's the whip.
Nice.
Like, yeah. Oh shit! Is that what you're driving? That costs more than your yard. How you did that? Wait till the tax man comes round. And this is another thing. The Europeans taught us how, the British people taught us how to fiddle the system. Because they fiddle the worst. They'll have the dad, he's got scaffolding business, but he's not supposed to live in the yard. the mums get clearing single parent benefit, but she's fostering and she's doing all sorts of stuff. She's got the United Color billet on taking them to school and all of this type of stuff. More gold than Mrs. T, driving a space cruiser. They showed certain people the way to get around the system. Oh no, you don't need to do that. What you need to do, start.
Sorry, can I just say,
fostering.
yeah, someone said, yeah, you can only do that if you're planning to stay. So I think they were talking about you can only pass on the yard and whatever you plan to stay. But no, pass on the yard to the generation that's still here. They can get their studies on. They got a yard to get their studies on. Very rare. You can rent it. Very rare. It's residual income.
Would have made sense, right?
Would have made residual income. It would have made sense. And what would the yard in Queen's Park have cost now? Triple. Come on. Big, what, 8 rooms? Brother, that's a nest egg. Ain't no joke.
Mad.
Ain't no joke. 8 bed in West London. Are you okay?
I saw it. I was looking at it. You know, when you look at the electoral roll, and see who was here first in the family, and it started with granddad and my mum coming over, and they were in the 8 bedroom, and then he married the Irish woman, and Then when my grandma came over, there was some court case, took him to court or whatever, and she got a 10 bedroom.
Oh shit!
So like, it's a mad thing. The size of those yards in Queen Park, I can't remember, but I do remember they're quite big, and they got downstairs, below, and all of that. You know what I mean? Around Kilburn kind of areas and all that. Yeah.
There's some crazy yards there, man. I remember I did a bit of work in the yard around there, man. And this yard I was just fucking amazed by it. I still think about it. Because they did like basically they rented out the yard to do catalog shoots for. I want to say Argos, but it was probably something a little bit more prestigious than that.
Well,
but,
like Littlewoods or something.
It might have been Littlewoods. But basically, all they was using it for was to place furniture in the different rooms and take pictures.
Right.
The yard was crazy. Like, I'm like, yo,
every
this
single
is like
room,
10 minutes from my crib, bro. Like, this yard is mad. I couldn't believe it, man. More rooms than I could count, ins and outs and ups and downs and left and rights and man, I do want to live, man, because I feel like when I get my perfect crib or the perfect, then I don't have to worry about going outside too much. But really and truly, I go outside just to change up the energy and do this and do that. But mainly, I don't need to leave my crib, man. Give me a bit of land. Give me a bit of land so I can stretch my legs and walk my dogs on my land. I don't need to really go too many places. I could like leave my yard like 2-3 times a week. I'll be happy with that. The rest of the time, I'm just deb out. Do you know what I mean? Especially if I got like fitness and facilities, health, like spa facilities and that. I'm good.
Imagine if you had that in the yard. That'd be mad.
Yeah. My main thing is I've never had a garden. That's my main thing. I've never had a garden. All my years living in London, I've never had a garden.
It makes all the difference as well. I love
it does.
It does.
Massive difference. You can be in your home, but outside, it's all the difference, man.
Yeah. I mean, if I want to fire at the barbecue right now, I can do it. It's cool. Yeah. No,
just do your thing. Lay out there. If you want to put a towel down on the grass and just lay there.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good. I can nestle in my yard. I'm literally
nice. Yeah.
Cool.
So you need that, man.
Yeah.
I rate you still, man.
I always
you got that crib in 1997, yeah?
Yeah. Well, I moved in 94 and I rented it for 3 years. Then I bought it.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. And I already found out.
How old was you, if you don't mind me asking?
In 94, so I was born in 1968, so I was 26.
26.
And then I bought it there's a few issues, so it took till 97 to buy it. But it was only because of a year it took to buy it because of there's a bit of what we call settlement in London. You know, London's all on clay, so there's a bit of settlement, so I had to work that out. But yeah, it took a year to buy it, but you know, it is the best decision I made in my life, without doubt.
That's probably the greatest investment decision as well.
Yeah, no, it's the best decision I made. Women, whatever, this is the best decision because it's the gift that keeps giving. You've got to look at me now. I've got guests in, and they're giving me good money.
It was such a sick idea. And big up the sister that you know put money in, and the one you bought out, and that the one that gave you the contribution. Big ups to her, man. Cause enough man was talking about they don't take money off gal. You took money off gal and it turned into a lifetime flip. See?
You know, there's no,
And then with their pride, would be in their flat.
you
Talking
know,
about they don't get me.
I know.
The woman at the time, she put half in, so it was 3.5 each, and then so that's the deposit, $7 grand. It was 10% on 71, and then 7 years later we split up. So I had to buy her out for 60, and luckily I just got a job in IT, and I was just enough to buy her out, and so I bought her out for 60. And so the mortgage went up to 130, and you know, it was cool. You know, this is so it's 97 plus 7. So we're talking about 2004, and then I bought her out, and then I've been happy as Larry ever since.
What we tend to do in where I'm from is like we might move to a pretty or better part of the borough to get it. That is the first movement. Do you get me? If you don't want to go outside the ends, you move to a better part of the ends. And fortunately for us, we got loads of areas that we don't have to worry about Tottenham, as in the high road and that. You know what I mean? There's so much bougie places or places that are terrace houses and front gardens, back gardens. I've lived in some of them because we kind of started with a house, so we could do this thing with the council, house swapping. Back in the day.
Mutual exchange.
Yeah, that's what it was. And then we'd get a house with a lawn and we was gassed and shit. But there wasn't many of us, you know what I mean? It's just me, my brother and sister. You know what I'm saying? So like we was a small family in comparison. But we had cousins who were living up the road in tower blocks, small housing estates, and then later on, like
it was just the luck of the draw, innit, bro? Some had houses, some was on estates.
There was migrations at different times. So some migrated towards Edmonton and Enfield area, and then some migrated to South Tottenham where they built new estates around Seven Sisters and all of these type of places. So a lot of the people from my ends around White Lane, when I started getting older and going down towards Seven Sisters and those estates, they're people who I grew up with. So I knew where they lived before. So I saw the migration. I was like, rah, that's mad. But obviously, it's housing plans and all of that. Because them estate looked new at first when I first saw them. But if you see them now, boy, kind of looking dusty and that, you know what I mean? But people try and excel and do better.
Right. My mum always wanted a house with a garden until we got a house with a garden. And then she never done nothing with the garden, boy. It was just overgrown, just looking rough. I was like, Mum, don't understand, man. Garden's hard work. Forget garden. But everyone loves a garden, innit?
As I said, we sectioned community, and even
man.
like what we're saying, the farm.
Because you just
the farm's got land around it.
Kids and the dogs out there, innit?
Yeah.
You get me? Because just like for me, I just look at kids, innit? When they come round, when they're at my house, whatever, I just think you lot just need to be outside, and I can sit in that doorway between the outside and the inside, look on you lot, and you lot just do your thing. Climb a tree, bust your head, do what you want to do. Because you ain't gonna get that estate life that I got.
Yeah,
I do all of that on the estate. The estate was my garden. You lot ain't got that. Society in the UK, they're not even promoting kids playing out like that.
Oh no, definitely not.
Yeah, this is the era of parents standing and watching your kids play, which I used to always hate, but I get it now.
It's the lesser of two evils.
Yeah, it's the lesser of two evils. At least you got them playing, innit?
Yeah.
I just used to always think that with my older son, I used to think to the parents, "Fuck off, man. Let the kids play." Like
when they're old enough, we're gonna send them to the park. So I remember when I was hit like 13, 14, I was just down the park all the time.
Yeah, I feel that, but then
park life, man.
Yeah, I get that, man. But like, you know the way the world is now. These youths are rolling up with 10 man rolling up to the park and moving to kids that are not even involved in anything. And I know there's paranoia and whatever, and is a negativity, but
because you don't want to kill no one. That's why
I don't want to kill no one, man. I don't want nothing happening to my babies either. So yeah, I'll send them to the park. I will, but I'm gonna make sure
they'll be too big for that garden soon, man.
Yeah, I hear you still. Yeah.
But at least you've got dogs are good protection, and that's why you know, they're part of the fam in some cases, because like, yeah, that's our form of protection. Little young girls and little young thing always walking with different types of, you know,
rodent dogs. Okay.
right. It's a form of protection, you know, as well as maybe a little.
Yeah, but it's just man, you know, yeah, man, it is what it is. We'll find a
The
way.
ends is tricky, man.
They're gonna be able to do. They have to, you know. Like when my son was like 6, I sent him to the shop on his own. His mum was bugging out. You know, like, well, no, I was like, no.
6 is a bit small, man, to go
It
shop.
ain't, man.
Like,
No, it ain't.
change.
Never that.
No, it ain't. It ain't.
Never
It
that.
really ain't. And I was sure she was trying to convince me that. I was like, nah, man. 6 ain't nothing, man.
I was doing paper around at 10.
It's not young, man. So, you know, okay, she came out and stood on the road while he walked to the end of the road. Yeah?
With the binoculars.
Yeah, then eventually, you know, like it's just gonna go and come back in it. Like it's where it is. Keep looking for him rare. As he got older, now this brother travels everywhere. Camden, East London, anywhere. Where are you? I'm in South. Where are you? I'm in East. Where are you? I'm in Camden. You get me? What time you coming back? Yeah, I'm gonna get back for 12. He's a good boy, man.
Oh, the days, man. How old is he now?
Man can't. I'm not saying. Man can't say he's too young. How is 6 too young to go to the shop, to the corner shop? What are you talking about?
I was sent younger than that.
Nah, I wouldn't.
Looking to
6 for me is young.
Yeah.
6 not young, bro.
But I'm saying for my liking, I would just be too nervous about it.
Yeah. His mum was a bit nervous, but I was like, send him to the shop, man. What the fuck? Send him to the shop, man. Okay, stand out there.
How's he going to cross the road and all that?
Because he's been taught how to cross the road, cuz.
Mm-hmm.
And plus, there's like zebra crossing and them thing there. You get me? But he's been taught how to cross the road. You stand there, you wait until the car stops. You cross. You say thank you when you're crossing. Simple. Anyway, man, it is what it is.
You must have some high IQ kids, bro. My kids at 6 weren't listening to none of that shit.
We're listening to none of that shit.
You better go shop,
you.
man.
You know your child, innit?
Yeah, my kids is daydreaming crossing the road like it's not there.
Right. Now, don't get me wrong. If I left that child out all day to just go about their business, then undoubtedly they're gonna do that. But you got a task. This is your task. You're going down this road. You're going to the shop. You're gonna give the man this list. He's gonna give you these items. You're gonna tap this card on the machine thing, and you're gonna come back with the card and the items in the bag.
And
and your mum is gonna be waiting for you at the end of the road. That's how it started. Boom. And then we just progress. We just progress, man. Got down to get me. And these little ones, all right, cool. Do you know your way home from here?
We always used to play that.
You lead them. I'm fucking you. Cool. Get to the end of the road, man's going left. I'm like, oh no, I meant right. Yeah.
Just in case you get lost. You
have
What's
to.
your name? Yeah.
You have to arm them, man. You have to arm them with streetwiseness, confidence, awareness, and that means throwing them in certain circumstances. Like, have you never done this one? Walking with your kid and then hid.
No. What kind of shit is that?
You know when you're kid. Okay, so I'm walking with my youth. Yeah, he's bopping. Listen, I'm walking with my youth. He's bopping and he's just zoning out. He's just walking.
Yeah.
One foot after the other, after the other. So after a while, I've clocked like this brother's not paying no attention to where I am and that. So I've just like moved to the left and just gone out of sight and watched him, seen how long he's bopping for. Bopping. Eventually, something in his psyche, he said, rah. He's looked around, left, right, spun around. Dad! I'm feeling bad now. Oh, shit. I didn't get in it. Yeah, he's like, One son would always just retrace his steps and go backwards. Right? Where did I last see him and walk backwards? I got another son though. He would just stay still. I am not moving. He stands in that spot and he's like, Dad. I can see women and that looking over like, rah, who's that little boy with? Red. Then I come out. You get me? There you are. I was like, yeah. When I tell you, always, when you're walking, always keep in the back of your mind, where's my dad? Your idea is to make sure you're as close to me as possible. You don't even want a sheet of paper to be able to get between me and you.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? Always keep awareness.
You know who you remind me of? You remind me of my little brother. He's only like 2 years younger than me, but
Yeah.
your character and his is exactly the same.
Yeah, man. You got to
He
train
does
these-
mad things like that. as
Yeah,
well.
like we was crossing the road, on Saturday, me and Todd's, right? And a woman was walking with her daughter, but the daughter was on the outside. Do you get it?
Mad.
Like facing the So
Yeah.
when she pulled her daughter in and we walked past, and then Todd turned to me and he says, "But I always have my daughter or my son on the inside." And I said,
Yeah,
"Me
cool.
too."
Yeah,
So
cool.
I'm
Straight up.
facing the road.
Obviously.
Yeah, I'm
yeah,
facing
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
pavement. Yeah,
Yeah.
like I always feel more protected because
Of course.
yeah,
You can't have them on the edge.
yeah, like she had her on the edge.
Always.
Just
Always.
and us two guys bopping down the other side. It's just weird. It's just
It's
she
weird, yeah,
grabbed
yeah,
her
yeah.
child. It's like, well, you should have had her on that side in the first place. Like, what are we doing? You know what I mean? Like, we're wrong. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So it's you're right, man. It's mad. There's
There's
habits. you
etiquette,
form,
man. There's etiquette, man. You know, you get
Mm.
on the bus. Yeah, the bus is empty, and then I'm telling you to stand up for this adult. You're like, what? Make them
Have
go
you done
sit
this one,
down.
Jed?
Yeah, stand up.
What's your name and what's your address?
Oh yeah. That rinse one. But
Yeah.
I got a big mouth son that would just start telling people where he lives. So I kind of fell back on one of them. Yeah, one of them will come and tell me bare
What's wrong
details.
with you?
You know my dad's real name. Do you know my
Oh,
dad's
fuck,
I start doing weird shit. Like he's weird. You know what I mean? So you can't really give too much info. But yeah, I used to know the house number,
Mm.
my address, and my
Yep.
name. Come on,
Yep.
and my age. Come on.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Date of
Mom
birth.
made sure, boy.
Yeah, man.
Mom made sure,
Standard.
boy. Like, where'd you live? I live at number this road. Yes,
Oh,
okay.
nice.
What's
Okay,
the postcode?
cool.
You're pushing it now, Mom. You're pushing it
Papa,
now.
are you saying these kids? You got to ask them, where'd you live? I don't know. Peppa Pig.
Yeah, if you get lost, if you get lost, my mom was at you straight. You get me? If you get lost and they ask you where you live, what are you going to tell them?
Tell them where you live.
Tell them where you
Boom.
live, man. And obviously, because I got younger brothers and sisters, they was getting it. I was looking over, like, yeah, man, don't worry, I've been through this as well. Yeah,
Some next level of training to the point where
No.
where I couldn't tell you the password to like certain email addresses without looking in that.
Mm.
But what I can tell you is 01717010961.
Mad.
That is my
The
house number.
Mad.
My
Yeah.
Go
An emergency was needed.
Yeah.
Mm.
But that's just like imprinted into my mind. I don't think I could forget if I tried. You know what I
That's
mean?
mad. It's so nuts.
Yeah, the imprint.
So real.
Whatever
But those are the
you
days of going
spell.
phone box and that, so you had to remember numbers. and
Yeah,
shit and
yeah,
all
yeah,
that,
yeah.
man. As soon as mobile phones came out, it started to get a little bit peak.
Mad.
Do you remember I told you, look, I used to live on the Aylesbury?
Yeah.
One time, my little brother, he turned up, with a whole English family, just knocking on the door, going, "We found your child playing outside in the street." And mom looked at them and went, "Yeah, but he's supposed to be playing out."
Yeah.
They went up to him and they were like, "Little boy, do you know where you live?" And he was like, "Yeah."
Yeah.
And he
Right over
brought his
there,
whole
fuck off.
English family home with him.
Listen,
Who the fuck are these people on the doorstep, bro?
where we're from, we know whose parents care because when the time calls and your mum starts calling out, we even know whose mum it is.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah,
we
it's
know
true,
the
it's
voice
true.
and
We know whose
everything.
mum it
Yeah.
is.
Man, I tell her, yo, your mom's calling you, bro.
Yeah. How do you know it's my mum? Shut
yeah,
up.
it's your mom, man. I know her voice. But your mom's calling you.
Shut your mouth, blood.
Hey, imagine, no, that's good. You know why he's saying that? Because he don't want to accept that it's his mom. Because you know,
Yeah. It's your mum,
Sure,
man, not
yeah,
mine.
nah, that's your mom, bro. Don't try it.
Certainly
Yeah,
ain't mine.
Yeah, you've been served. You've been served this subpoena. Yeah, your mom wants you to appear. Yeah, trying it. Trying it. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
who's
remember,
mom?
man. I remember
Yeah.
we was doing something. I think it might have been graffiti. And my brethren. I
Ah,
remember
graffiti days.
Yeah, I remember looking at my brethren and seeing his face just turn white. Like, and I just knew.
Whose mum
Yeah,
it was.
me.
You know whose mum it is.
He didn't even have the guts to say stop, Jed, your mom, nothing, you know.
Nothing.
Like, I think his mouth
Oh.
looked like he was fixing his mouth to say auntie. I just knew it, you know. I just felt it. I just dropped the can. I just felt the hand on my shoulder.
Oh, mom.
shit. Yeah, she creeped up on me, man. She creeped up on me.
Man.
Yeah, caught me, man. Caught me. I said, yeah, but I could lie, you know.
Red-handed, literally.
I could have, yeah, red-handed. I said, no. I just took the spray paint off, man. I told man stop graffitiing. Oh, good boy. Get me.
How about the arcade that you used to frequent was a couple doors away from your yard, so your mum is always at some point gonna be passing.
That's true.
Yeah. So
That's
sometimes
right.
I'd hide and did it. I'd say, "Oh, your mum." All right, cool. One day, boy, she took a quick left into the place, like, it. Looking for man. I was like, oh fuck. I was like,
Okay,
nah. Yeah. What are you doing in here? Come on.
Yeah. She weren't feeling that. She weren't feeling that vibe.
The
That
arcade thing,
vibe.
nah, she wasn't.
You think it's gambling, innit? Or
Yeah,
whatever. And
yeah,
there's bare rude boys hanging
And
around.
I did spend bare my money in there still.
Is it?
I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, you get over that little gambling kind of thing, slot machines.
The odd
You know what I mean?
20p, the odd 20p that man could fling in the machine to play Ninja Gaiden or something, bro.
Yeah, but man was
That weren't harming no
Street
one.
Fighter and
Every time I went to play Street
thing.
Fighter, listen, let me tell you something. Every time I went to play Street Fighter, I probably played maybe one and a half round before someone come in. Here's a new challenger.
Yeah.
They always did it to me because they knew they'd fuck me up in it.
Yeah, there weren't no Street Fighter in my day. It was the
I didn't
other
want to
one.
play. I didn't want to play
You're
with
walking
other
down the
people.
road.
Here's a new challenger. I'm like, fucking hell, man. Can
What's
you
that
allow
game,
me?
Jez? What's that game before Street Fighter? The one where they're just walking down the road and they're fighting whoever
Streets
comes
of
to them.
Rage,
That's
Golden
it.
Axe, Fist
Yeah, all
of
them
Fury,
ones.
Final
Streets of
Final
Fury.
Fury, something like that.
Yeah, man. That was before Street Fighter. What was the one with the Ferrari and the man and the woman's driving it?
What's that? I don't know. What's that?
There's a game in the arcade where they even had the whole
I've actually got an original copy of that, Con.
What is
You
it?
know what I'm talking about, Vic? Where you sit in the car and the car moves.
Yeah, it's
left and
called
right.
it's called Outrun. I've got an original copy.
Oh my god, who remembers Double Dragon?
I spent grands on that, bro. Double Dragon! Double Dragon! Yeah! Double Dragon was the one. I swear he can pick up like things on the street and lick man in his head with it.
He's gone to get it. He's gone to get it. Let's wait. He's gone
What's
to
he going to get? Outrun?
Yeah, he's got the original.
Oh, the
game
soundtrack to
played.
Outrun was wicked as well.
It's proper nerdy, this situation now.
Sorry, whose yard was I in that had an arcade game the other day?
Oh shit!
Had the whole original arcade.
Yeah, someone had.
Oh, no, you mean your guy in Las Vegas?
Was that in Thingy's dungeon?
Was we watching
Thingy's
it?
dungeon?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, we was watching it. Someone showed
What are we
it.
looking at
Joking,
here? Outrun.
look at that.
Oh yeah, no, it was
One
that,
bit.
that dude, didn't it? That dude,
Yeah, what's his name?
Vegas dude, didn't
Chris.
it?
What's that?
Chris.
Commodore
Yeah,
64?
Yeah,
I'm thinking, right, where the fuck did I see this?
Yeah.
Man.
Have you got the
Yeah.
computer for it though?
Yeah.
I do, but you know, I don't have the wires have changed since back in the day, so we don't have SCART inputs and shit like that anymore.
I've got
I got the,
wires.
you got the
I've got
SCART, you got the SCART.
wires.
There's
Vic,
SCART
if you need
to input
something
leads.
Yeah,
Sorry,
there's one where you can take the top of the
Yeah,
start
there's
off.
SCART adapters and SCART to input
Yeah, I've
leads
got
and
that
shit.
shit.
You know, with the free wires, the free,
Yeah.
the free
You know what?
wires, the yellow, the
I
thing.
ain't even my TV so lefty, southpaw sort of thing. I don't even have a jack import for like a normal headphone.
Yeah.
Like,
What
it's
is
mad.
it? What have you got?
Bluetooth.
It's like some Toshiba thing, just smart TV with bare apps on it.
Joke.
It will just shut down when you're watching it to like update or something.
Technology's a bitch, man. I'm not
It's
gonna
a
lie.
cunt sometimes.
Yeah, technology's a bitch, man. Because when it phases you out of certain things, you're like, right, this is not actually good.
Mm.
I'm locked out of something that I paid for. Like, this is a joke.
Mm.
Technology was never supposed to be designed like that.
No.
Do you know what I mean? Apple started that shit, man.
Yeah, too much
You know?
consumerism. Yeah, sealed units and
Stuff that
shit.
you had to update, creating stuff that you had to keep replacing. It's a joke thing.
It's the whole idea is like it's the same thing like you're saying there. Like when they started it, it's like my brethren used to be like, yeah, iPod, get this iPod. It's like, bro, what do you mean? My MP3 player takes SD cards, picks up radio.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Does this, that, and your iPod is just like some 4 gig piece of shit. Like, what's that?
Do you remember mini disc?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
That was the future. Mini disc was the future.
How long did that last?
I don't even think it even really came into phase, Randy.
I got one.
It didn't really take off.
No, you fucking didn't take off. I literally had 5 discs, and then that was it. It was gone.
Well, all you could get was blanks, right? You couldn't get people's albums on them or nothing.
No. You thought you were cool. You got I've got the mini disc, yo. And then
it looks slick as shit. Looks slick.
And then it was gone again. And I was like, oh yeah, I've left with it.
Look a little bit like that actually, but smaller. That's not actually a floppy. That's some kind of.
Yeah.
That's for the Amstrad.
The Amstrad. Oh my god.
Amstrad.
We're going back now, son.
Yeah, that's what unit this is for. This is original, like some mad one still. Fucking Amstrad, you know.
Yeah, nobody knows what we're talking about. This was Sugar's big thing when he owned Amstrad.
Oh, was that Alan Sugar? Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Alan Sugar. That was Alan
Amstrad.
Sugar. Yeah. This is. We're talking 90s. Are we talking? I can't even remember.
Ataris and all sorts. And
yeah, Centipede and all of that.
Mad.
Oh, the Atari was the first time I was like, whoa, this is like arcade.
I had an arcade game.
I was like, yeah, let's plug that cartridge in, Defender and everything. I was like, whoa, this is fucking cool.
Them people from Pirate Bay have just been done, but I had a folder from Pirate Bay, which is like every game from 85 to 05. It's like just 20 years of gaming, thousands and thousands and thousands of ROMs, bro. Emulators and ROMs, just mad thing.
What? They're back in the news again? I thought they'd kept moving.
I just heard about it like the last 2 days about them getting done, like badly. Yeah, man. You know, I'm on about.
Right, someone just phoned me up and offered me a job, but I can't do it.
Tesco's, bro, man. Don't lie.
No,
you're gonna
delivering cars. You have to go and pick up cars and deliver them. But
Do
they
you know
said
what?
you have
My
to have a
uncle had
driveway.
that job. You know, it's a dope
That's
job
a piece
actually.
of piss. What are you talking about?
You pick up cars from
Yeah, but you
people,
can't drive, innit?
and
Your
then
belly's too big.
and you why?
Your belly too big to drive, bro. You just be rubbing up against the steering wheel and shit. innit?
Nah.
Oh my god, Vic's going for
What are
it.
you talking about? Feeling all right, Vic. You've not seen me. I've just lost about 3 stone, Vic. I'm looking trim.
What, from walking in the park once?
Turn your camera on, Khan. Let's do a dub.
Come on, show us, man. Show us these games.
Dirty bird, turn your
No,
camera.
I'm not ready. I'm not ready yet. It's not
Turn your
thingy.
camera on, you dirty.
It's not
Not
showtime
ready
yet. Relax.
Do you know how much of a
That hour on
The unveiling is yet to
Sunday.
come.
I watched it again this morning. It's so funny. Dubs is just laid into Emmanuel. It's so funny.
I know, mad.
It is awful. Mickey, what is it? Mickey Hatton? Oh, it's like he's not easing up. He's just going for it.
Yeah, that's it, Ricky Hatton. This guy looks like Ricky Hatton. A beat up Ricky Hatton. That's what he said.
Emmanuel's a funny guy, bro. When I was a Shaolin monk, and then he's like, now that I'm a Mason, he's got all these labels he's giving himself.
I say Tybo.
Can I just say, I don't really get, right, he's joined, but what, he's thinking he's going to get some business deals or whatever. I don't understand why he's joined. I mean, I'd be like...
It's a social activity. Go down, meet some
It's
people.
supposed to make you funnier, but
nah.
No, but I don't really get it. Why? I'd be like, whoa, what are we doing here?
Just having a meeting.
No, but what's the get for me? You know, I'm not just joining up to some secretive
It's
club.
called like thingy, isn't it? What's it called? Networking.
Yeah, I do networking. I've got my LinkedIn and all this kind of shit, but I'm not.
No, but in
joining
real
this-
life.
Man said LinkedIn
Like,
and
I
compared
meet
it
with
to the
people and have
Freemason.
drinks and dinners and stuff like this, but I'm not joining up and like, oh, you got this book and ropes and.
Nah, fam, you're
Yeah,
in. What
this
do you
road.
mean?
Don't lie, man.
LinkedIn.
Randy,
I don't
sometimes
get it.
people
I
like
don't get it.
dressing up. They like dressing up nice in their nice clothes and going out somewhere nice and meeting some nice people.
Yeah, we
What's
do
wrong with
that, but we're not.
Where? When was the last time you put a suit on?
Yeah, that's been a while.
That's what I'm saying. You don't get to do that, innit? So these lot do it on a regular. The guy and meet each other, dressed up to the nines, making out like some big shindig when really nothing's going on.
LBE.
Yeah. just a laugh, innit?
I'm out.
Each to their own, brother.
No, but the thing was, he was sort of proud of it. It was
What?
like Emmanuel. It was like,
Brother, the geezer's a fucking fruit, a few sheep short of a herd or something, bruv.
yeah,
There's
totally
something
agree.
missing there.
But it was the way as though he was proud of it. Yeah,
He just wants to be a part of something, can it?
Yeah, and I was just like, are you
Like them people
sure?
that join
And
football teams.
then he puts on the Arsenal shirt. I was like, okay, cool, I'm out. That's why I wasn't in the chat. I was just I was watching.
That's funny when it goes to him. But you're a Jehovah's Witness, man. Shut up. Just shut up.
First time I met him yesterday is the first time I met him, and I gotta say,
Oh, Vic, don't go
really
and research
weird.
all this comedy material. Just don't
No,
do
I
it.
wouldn't.
I've done it.
I
and I
wouldn't. He
regret
didn't
it.
have anything. He didn't have. Listen, I knew kids in school that were called like the class clown or whatever. That's funnier.
No,
than
that was me. That was me.
Do you know what I mean? Though,
I could
like,
entertain a class of people for a good 2 hours. This guy's dead. Dead.
I like you're gonna get rinsed like that.
Bruv, the man's so dead. It's unbelievable.
Smokey, you bitch. What sounds like me? Yeah, no, you can't be getting run like that, roasted for so long, and you ain't even really got like even a light-hearted jab. You had nothing.
Yeah,
and then you lot broke him.
Yeah, broke
You
him.
actually broke him. He went through lally.
Full digital, isn't it? Full digital.
I'm gay. I'm gay. I'm gay.
Mad.
Pause, bro.
Didn't even go in that, man. It just reminded him what happened last time.
It was mad. It was mad. I stumbled on some madness yesterday when I come in.
Funny as hell.
It was when he was saying, "Oh, this," you know, when you were playing the video, and he was saying, "What did he say?" He said something like, "Oh, this guy's exaggerating or something." I can't remember the word they used, and I was like, "Are you not seeing this? Have you not realised what you've just joined up to?" Just like
Matt, this guy's just
it's like
telling you.
totally naive. It was just you've got the ropes, you've got the new book.
Get tied up, bro.
And you think it's all right. And it's like
blindfolded, all sorts of nonsense.
Yeah, I know. I mean, have you not done any? Just a simple Google. Just a simple Google. That's all you have to do. That's it. It was totally like, no, we're good. We're good.
No, if anything,
What was he trying to freestyle that he was a Mason? Are you saying that he freestyled that he didn't even know what he's talking about? Like,
It was almost as though, I've just joined up with a local, I don't know, badminton team or something. I don't know what he's doing.
Okay. There was no vetting. There's no speak of ceremonies. There's no rare.
No, because Mackie was playing the guy on the interview was what stage 32, 33, master
33. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, and he was like, and then he was talking about the Trilluminati, the Illuminati and all this kind of thing and what goes on, and it just didn't take any of it on. It was like, perhaps you should have done some research, some background, what's going on.
Too late for that, mate. The man, they got Satan in their future, Ross.
Mad team.
All the bubs. BLD bub. 1 minute bub. Whatever.
I mean, I would have liked to aim actually to read some of that book. What is in that book? What we're doing. The little blue book there is got. It's like, oh, I'm proud of the little blue book. What's in there?
And then it was in the video as well. Mad. Level 1.
Yeah, same blue book. I was like, oh, okay, we've got that. Yeah.
Level 1 initiation book, man. He messed up, man. He knows he has. Yeah. He thought showing us something we wouldn't investigate.
Yeah, he was proud. Man was proud.
Yeah. He didn't show us the shield though. My man had a shield, a proper shield. You put it in your car. Drive around with that shit. No one troubles you. No Fed.
The fact they they come back on. I was shocked.
I know.
I'm gonna defend my team.
Uh-oh. Emmanuel. All right. You can speak to him now. Here you go.
Oh, good evening, Emmanuel. How are you doing?
Good evening, all.
Good afternoon, man.
Dip, 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 dop, dop, dop.
What masonry you're dealing with, man?
Well.
So what going? You survived yesterday. Jokes.
I see I'm the topic of discussion.
Sorry.
Yeah, now because that video Saturday one or whatever way, Sunday or whatever was hot.
Sunday.
Tough. Yeah, people rate that video, man. It's good stuff.
Yeah, good. It's a good, funny video.
Yeah. And yesterday, oh my god,
but it's so.
It's all what? It's all what? What you can't tell us? What's that your nonsense?
What? I'm just
Emmanuel,
saying,
I'm right here. Yeah, you can see my face. My face on camera.
Right.
So I've got a few simple, easy questions. What was your motive for joining the Masons?
Because I wanted to.
Because I wanted to. No, but all right. So I've worked in the city. I've worked, in 100,000 jobs and stuff like this. But I have no interest in joining such a society because maybe there's a networking business thing or something going on. But I want to know, why did this tip the balance for you?
Why did it tip the balance for me? You get.
Have you got family in the Masons?
Great. Yeah, you get to meet great people. I
met great people in the city anyway, so I didn't need to be the Masons.
Self-improvement,
So it's like a membership club, is what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's just a huge club.
So you could have joined. I'm trying to think of an overall organisation that gives loads of
Eunice, sort your mic up.
Eunice,
mute.
So you got invited. Is that what happened?
You don't get invited.
You applied, or you knew somebody.
Yeah. Yeah.
You asked to be invited.
You have to ask. You have to ask a Mason to be a Mason.
All right. So you had a friend, family, or whatever it is, to invite you to join the Masons. Now, obviously, that friend or family.
No. No one invites you to join the Masons. You ask to join the Masons.
But obviously, you knew something about it to ask, yeah. You knew something about it to ask a friend or family or whoever it is.
Obviously, but the thing is, it's like the most important thing about knowing something is personally getting to know it firsthand. Because second or third hand, there's always an agenda behind it when you hear second or third hand information. And it could.
If you've got a close friend or family that have been telling you about the good things that have been happening to them while they've been in this organisation, it's like, yeah, come along and ask, and I can sign you up. It could be a golf club, or it could be, I don't know, a country club, or it could be
Look,
local society of something. Yeah, so I understand that point.
there is no obligation to stay, you know, and you can leave as easy as, not as easy as you walked in, but you can leave simply just send a letter and you're out.
I'm still not understanding. You haven't really clarified for me why have you joined up. So what is the positives? What are you getting? Are you getting a network? Are you getting business relationships?
I've already.
Are you getting jobs? Are you getting business deals? Are you getting?
All right, let me reiterate. Yeah, let me reiterate. It's a brotherhood of networks where you can grow as an individual and self-improvement and betterment.
How old are you, by the way?
41.
Okay, so you're quite late to the Masonic thing. And without revealing your job or company or something, what sort of industry do you work in?
The health industry.
Private or national health?
Huh?
Private health or national health?
National.
Okay. And so, are there other members in the national health that are in the Masons?
Yeah, I know a few.
I used to work in the national health in the early 90s, and I never heard anything about this. But I'll leave this up to some of the panelists to ask questions.
Emmanuel, does it work? You know, the joining the Masons and all that, particularly in the health, the health industry. Does it help with regards to the promotion process?
I haven't explored those ventures yet.
Okay. But it's usually based on merits and experiences and stuff like that. Well, is there like nepotism in those in those industries? Like, for instance, because you're from my culture and all that, therefore I'm going to promote you.
There could be, but as I said, I haven't explored those ventures yet. It's like if you had a friend in a company and you asked him, "Can you get me a job?" They're going to try and get you a job if you had a friend or a family member in a company. So, it works that way as well.
Bush.
That's your opinion, and you're welcome to it. I don't know why you have to hide behind a sneeze like you're a juvenile, but still, if that's your motive of operation, continue on.
Okay.
Modus operandi.
But how did it actually? So I was going to say, how did it actually benefit you, Emmanuel, join the organization? Is there any change?
I've already mentioned that. This will be the third time I mention it. So
sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
If you want to hear it the third time, well, it is for networking.
Yeah.
Self-improvement.
Right.
And deeper knowledge.
You could do that via LinkedIn, can't you? But why do you have to actually join the Masons? You can do it via LinkedIn.
You can do that via. Why don't you do that via LinkedIn then?
I'm just saying you can do that. You can do it any place.
Why don't you do that? No, but that's the thing. Why don't you do that?
But I'm just saying, why do you join the Masons?
Yeah, but that's the point. I know. I'm asking you a question. But you're not answering my question.
All right. What was the question?
The question you just asked me, can't you? You are LinkedIn, and are you getting network and brotherhood and commit and help?
Yeah, I am. I get job opportunities. Like if there's a job opening and all that, then I apply for it and all that. Yeah. So networking is,
LinkedIn is very good at
networking.
Isn't
Pardon?
that just a job center? Isn't that just a job
No,
center?
it's not a job center at all. It's just creating a
can you hang out with the people?
Just
Can I ask you
networking
honest
with other
questions?
people and
Honest
all that.
questions,
And
because I'm on LinkedIn too, yeah. So I know what you can do on LinkedIn, and I know you cannot do a fraction of the things in LinkedIn that you can do with the Masons. Can you call someone off LinkedIn to come and help you at any time?
no,
No, you can't.
absolutely not.
Okay, cool. So basically, LinkedIn.
What happened when you
can't-
needed help yesterday, though?
I didn't.
You needed help.
Yeah, you did.
I needed
Yeah.
help.
Man down.
Do you guys do a
Mason-
handshake?
2 days in a row, you
Okay,
needed help. Huh?
that is okay. That is your perspective. Fine, cool.
I'm just saying, do you
think
do
I
a
need
handshake?
help.
I'm just
That's-
saying, like, is there like a handshake thingy or something like that? That is being portrayed in media and all that. Is there such thing?
Mad.
Is there such thing?
Is there such thing? I'm just saying, like, I'm just wondering if it's true or not, or it's just some fictional claim and all that. I'm just curious to find out.
There's ways of identifying who's who from who's not.
Okay, so for instance, if me and you meet, in a work environment, and I shake your hand and all that, okay, how do you know if that person does like a funny? How would you know that person is a fellow member of the Masons?
How you talk.
Right. Okay. How would they talk?
Very
Like, hypothetically speaking, like, is it gonna be like certain phrases gonna be made, or there's like certain buzzwords
It's
or
just
something?
how you talk. It's just how you talk. You know how someone talks if they're from a different country. You know if someone's from a certain part of the country in England. You know if they're from Wales, they talk a certain way. It's just like the Masons. If he's a Mason, he talks a certain way. It's not cap. So I wonder who can.
No, it's not accent. It's not accent based. It's based on the way the person speaks, right? The phrases that he may use.
Hold on. Before we start getting into some dead argument about this, like, they got phrases like that will let you know that they're Masons. Simple, Eunice. It's not hard, bro.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's just told you.
Handshakes, all
That's
sorts.
a fact. They got handshakes. They got this. They got different things, isn't it?
Then who said cap?
I don't know who said cap.
I want to know.
It's not cap.
I said
Yeah,
crap because it's about the way that they speak. You didn't say it's about the what they say, what they're wearing,
What
who
they
they
say,
shake,
but
or how they shake hands.
But it is the way they speak as well. It is the way they speak as well.
Nah,
It's
it's not
certain
just the way they speak.
it might not be the words, but it might be like a certain way that they speak would make you think, okay, yeah, boom.
So it won't discriminate in
Can
terms of the way.
Can I get an apology? Okay. So can I get an apology for shouting
No,
out
bro,
cap?
because we can run it back. You barely
All
formed
right,
the
cool.
sentence.
All right, cool. That's all right. Thank you. That proves that you're not the bigger man, and you've already been proven wrong. So move on. Next question, please.
It's just that I'm more descriptive than you. So he understood me, but didn't fully understand you.
Sorry, I should have put it in a more simpler way. But
Maybe it's the way that you spoke.
Possibly. Then in that sense, I apologize to you if you felt I was coming off in a capping way.
Unnecessary. It's cap.
Anything else you want to talk about? Any other questions?
Eunice was doing fine, man. Go on, Eunice.
Hey, Eunice, man, you got questions?
No, yeah, I find it quite fascinating, innit? Like, I find it quite fascinating, to be honest. So they could be using the same words and the same phrases and all that to, random people and all that, and they might not know that person's a Mason and all that, So that person, incorporates, the ideals of Masonry in his everyday life.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything else? You were on a roll there asking.
What is it you want to be? What is it? What are you saying? You want to be questioned? Is that where we're getting? Because I was doing a shit.
You was doing a shit. No, I was just like,
yeah, and I came back. So I'm wondering because you seem to be waiting for questions. So is that what you're asking for questions? Is that what you
And
like
also, I just want to ask one more question.
Can I clarify that, Emmanuel? Are you interested in being questioned right now, or is it just Eunice, or what's going on?
I'm interested in being questioned.
All right, cool. Yeah, go on, Eunice.
Yeah, I thought Masonry was let's just say I didn't know there were black people in Masonry. I didn't know that, and that's news to me. And I actually did not know that. I always thought that it was well off, middle class, white guys and all that. Yeah, that's what I always thought in it. Like
the most important part in that whole sentence is you think.
Yeah, that's what's been demonstrated in it. That's that's how it's been portrayed and all that. And it gave me a picture of it. Obviously, it's very ignorant to take that on board, but that's what it's been portrayed on media and all that.
Do you think that Masonry could teach you more about God than the Jehovah's Witness organization?
No.
So if Masonry introduced to you notions that were contradictory to what you've learned as a Jehovah's Witness, would that be a conflict of interest, or would you take on board the new info?
I'll be Byzantine. No, because they don't talk about. We can't talk about religion or politics.
I get that, but within, I suppose once more mysteries are revealed to you, then they undoubtedly will take on a spiritual, mystical nature of their own, which I doubt many words would be needed to show you. Okay, so this is kind of contrary to what I was taught in Jehovah's Witnesses. You are that obviously that there's a spiritual aspect towards Masonry, right?
Yeah, there's a spiritual aspect to everything.
Okay. Well, what if the spiritual aspect of some of the rituals and the mysteries that you endeavor to learn contradict what you believed under the Jehovah's Witness organization?
Then, as I said, I would be out
of
the Masons.
Oh, you'd leave Masonry?
Yeah. Because I did not become a Freemason for religious purposes.
Oh gosh, here we go.
Yeah, but you did for spiritual. But you did it for spiritual purposes, though.
No, I did it for self-improvement purposes.
Right, but there's a spiritual aspect to everything, right?
Yeah.
Right, so you knew there was a spiritual aspect to Freemasonry.
But we'll come across that hurdle when we get to it.
But it's not coming across that hurdle. You just told me there's a spiritual aspect to everything. So if you're a Jehovah's Witness and Jehovah's Witness doctrine is to not indulge in any other spiritual practices, any undertakings other than being a Jehovah's Witness, and then you join the Jehovah's Witness and you join the Masons, knowing that there's a spiritual aspect to that, are you not therefore cruising for a bruising?
No, that means that as I said, everything is spiritual. Yeah, everything you do, whether how you operate throughout the day, your comings and goings, there's a spiritual notion to it. It could be you could doing things in a good, happy, spiritual way. Helping people out, spiritual, consciously, spiritually doing good things throughout your day.
Spiritually, what are you talking about? I don't get that. This sounds like,
as in being generally being a good person affects you spiritually.
Yeah, but what is being a good person?
Being a good person is when is being righteous, doing righteous things.
Based on what moral barometer?
Where the Bible's barometer.
Because someone will tell you that strapping a bomb to their chest and blowing up the enemy's righteous, right?
But I said the Bible.
Yeah.
I didn't say the.
That's excluding over half the world.
The problem is that you don't deal with the Bible. You deal with the New World Translation, which is very different from the Bible, as in it is its own unique translation, separate from the King James, all the other versions. I'm not going to go through all of them. It is its own unique, specific type of Bible.
But where did we stem from? We stem from Masons.
Okay.
I'm not going to hide the fact where our roots are stemmed from. So it's like me going back to the source.
We told you that. That's all.
I'm just going back to the source and getting and topping up on the source.
What's weird is that Freemasonry has nothing to do with religion. However, Freemasons go on to found and start religions.
It's weird, that, isn't it? Very weird, that. Very good point. And like my grandfather, who was a Mason and a head pastor in Jamaica, he started his own church called Yahweh's Little Flock.
Jamaica, take this L, please. Sorry.
But a quick little flashback here to yesterday, and we were asking about, where does it say that, Satan is the god of this world? And it's in 1 John 5 verse 19, and it says there, we know that we originate with God, but the whole world is lying in the power of the wicked one. So,
say that again, sorry.
I says, we know in 1 John 5:19, we know that we originate with God, but the whole world is lying in the power of the wicked one. So when you correlate that the god of this world is Satan, that's the scripture that backs it up.
That don't correlate that. How does that correlate that? That doesn't make sense.
Well, wait, let me read it again to you so you can understand.
Yeah, read it again.
We know that we originate with God, but the whole world is lying in the power of the wicked one.
Okay, I get you. You could interpret it as that.
So
when
when I say
if he's the power, yeah. If he's the power, yeah, it makes sense, right? All right, go.
Yeah, that's not like.
So if you want, like,
I was gonna say, sorry, Emmanuel, go on.
It's like when.
Remember, he's the wicked one, right? Remember, he's the wicked one.
Well, I'm just trying to say, like, it's like when the devil said to Jesus, "I'll give you authority over the powers of the world." He can't give something that's not his to give, can he?
That's
so
true.
It's his to give. It's his to give.
No,
so
why do you know that specifically? Why have you been tracking the movements of Lucifer?
I got some shit for you, man. I've been watching this over the past days. I'm gonna show you some shit, bro.
Prince of Freemason.
Ooh.
Just dead quick, Emmanuel. How do the Masons regard Noah?
Huh?
It was Noah a Mason.
We do not discuss religion.
Yeah, but you do at some point when you get into it. Maybe not at your level, but at a higher level.
That's what we're trying to tell him. That's what I've been trying to tell you for days.
That we are not allowed to discuss politics or religion. They're the two main rules.
Yeah, but if Noah was take the religion out of it, religion out of it. If Noah was a Mason, you can still discuss Noah, can't you? I know Noah's involved within a religion. But basically, like I've heard, like when you get to like 33-degree Mason, that it's all about sort of the end of times and basically building a boat for the end of days, and that's what everything sort of leads up to. Now that isn't actually, if you ask me, I don't personally think that's religious anyway. You know what I mean?
So when do the Masons say that they hold on? Do the Masons say that they worship a god though, bro?
We do not talk about religion. So talking about worship is religion.
Okay. So you haven't reached that stage yet. Cool. That's what we've been trying to tell you.
But that's the two main rules that you have to stick to.
What?
I can imagine, to be honest, like, I'm not like anti-Mason at all. Like, good luck to you, like, genuinely. But
thank you.
I'm saying Masons have said, bro, it's not good. Yeah, you're gonna get the devil worship. You're gonna get all of that soon. Remember, I don't know what you're trying to do.
Exactly, BF.
I think we had this conversation yesterday.
They said, and then we're going to show a little bit of how they identified as Israelites. Right? This is coming from the history of the First African Baptist Church. You don't hear no one talking about this. This is writings from our people, not our story. This is from our people. Writing about the history of this assembly by Reverend E.K. Love, Doctorate of Divinity, History of the First African Baptist Church. Now, when you go to page 305, and as you see here, right, it says, far as History of the First African Baptist Church from its organization, January 20th, 1788 to July 1888, page 305. So this gives you the history of that time frame. But the actual church was it was founded in 1773, and it was constituted in 1778. Right? So let's see what they say about Freemasonry here. It says, Masonry is contrary, and this is for all the pastors right now that are practicing Freemasonry, that is practicing that's in these fraternities, and the women pastors that are in these sororities, and I don't know how they're doing things now with this gender neutrality and all this other stuff. So you probably have pastors in both, male pastors in sororities now. Who knows, right? The way things are going. But this is what it says on page 305. Masonry is contrary to the spirit and genius of Christianity. Yeah, see, what's interesting, what they don't want to talk about, when I say those that are in the church, they don't want to talk about these group of people because they made a distinction of being Israelites and being Christians by way of this belief system of Christianity. Now, I don't rock with Christianity. You guys already know, right? But again, right, I was in Christianity, born and raised there, and led our church out of that. Now we don't refer to ourselves as a church now, assembly. Right?
Sorry, does the Bible not tell you not to take any oaths?
Huh?
I'm sure.
No? Does the Bible not tell you not to take any oaths?
I don't remember that.
Sorry. Emmanuel.
Yeah.
It does.
Any oaths?
Elevator music.
Do you not know the answer to that?
I'm waiting for you to quote the scripture so I can reference it.
So I'm asking you first. Are you aware of a scripture that in the Bible telling you not to take oaths? Yes or no? Are you aware? Yes or no?
Right. Hold on. Searching.
I'm not asking you to go and look. I'm asking if you are aware right now.
I'm going to get it so I cannot be wrong. Is that okay?
Are you aware or not? See, this is what I mean, man.
Yeah.
All the
Playing
like,
games.
games and that is dead. Matthew 5.
Wait,
wait.
Matthew 5.
I'm
34.
sorry that
But I say to you, take no oath at all. Listen. Matthew 5:34. But I say to you, take no oath at all, neither by heaven. Right? Take no oaths at all.
Matthew 5:34. Got it? Matthew 5:34, yeah? And it says, do not swear.
Yeah.
Do not swear. So that means, do not make an oath under heaven.
Under the sun, man.
So
come on, man.
Can't say, I swear. You can't see when people say, I swear to God. That's what that means.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Oh my God.
No, it don't. It means you can't
Yes,
swear.
Did you take an oath?
That's what. Come on, man. You playing,
Did
man.
you take an oath, my brother?
You playing games.
Did you take an oath?
How?
You playing games. It says, but I say to you, swear not, neither by heaven, for it is God's throne.
Swear not, or by heaven. So you getting options, any type of swearing.
There's no
Don't swear by heaven. Come on, man. Listen, there's a comma there, man. What do you think neither means?
This is why Masons don't talk
down.
about religion.
Slow down, man. Slow down, man. Relax. Listen, slow down. It says, do not swear, comma.
Do not. No, there's no do not. There's no do not.
Go on.
It says in the King James Version.
You're not in the King James Version. Bro, don't play games. Then? No, don't play games, man.
No, what verse are you reading?
Bro, you're in the fucking New World Order. New World Translation. That's the Bible you read.
I'm reading a common verse that I'm reading a common.
No. Hold on 1 second. Jehovah's Witnesses don't go by the King James Version Bible anyway.
I know.
So what are you
I
playing
have
at?
that version anyway as well. So I have that version of it, and it still says swear. Because you're taking it way out of context.
I'm not taking anything out of context.
You're taking it way out of context.
All the versions. I'm going to give you all the versions because you're trying to play games.
All right. All right. I'm going to read it from my Bible's version. Yeah, I'm going to read it from the New World Translation version, just so you understand. It
all right.
says
New
there,
International Version says, "But I tell you, do not swear an oath at all, either by heaven, for it is God's throne." Yeah, you see.
Exactly. So don't swear
either by heaven. Either, like, do you understand? Either's giving you an option. That's letting you know that there was two choices, but none of them. Don't do either of them. This is English.
What's the either?
Swear an oath, which is going to be earthly, or swear by heaven. What's wrong with you?
Celestial.
I think you're putting some
antics. Do not make any vows. Do not say by heaven, because heaven is God's throne. So it's telling you, don't make any vows and don't say you're swearing by heaven or in heaven's name or anything like that either, because you don't even have authority over that either. That's what it's telling you. There's options. Come on, stop being silly, man. Here we go again. But I said,
who swore to God? Did I swear to God?
Right, where's your King James version? Because you tried to go on that King James was saying something else. King James Bible. But I say unto you, swear not at all, neither by heaven, for it is God's throne.
So wait,
not at all.
So let's confirm, Jedi, can we confirm that it does not say oath? That it does not say oath.
It does say oath.
Can we
It does say.
confirm?
It says.
No.
It says. Hold on.
You know what? This Masonic.
We shouldn't swear even by
It's
earth
ma-
as well. If you finish,
Come on,
Bro,
man.
listen.
We shouldn't
First
swear
and
at all.
foremost, listen, because you're acting like I wrote all of this. So you see all these versions here, they all say oath. All of them say oath. Look, as you can see, yeah.
So we're not gonna rule it out.
Swearing to swear. Listen, to swear. They're not talking about a curse word.
To swear.
When they say, hold on. When they say to swear, that denotes an oath because you swear an oath.
Yes.
Right. You don't swear anything else.
I can even go to the Hebrew if you want me to. It says
you don't swear anything else but an oath. That's what it is. So, like, I don't know what game you think you're playing. Yeah. So I'm asking you now. As you can see, the oaths are forbidden in the Bible, and you claim that you are a Mason. I'm telling you that to be a Mason,
Now
you
let's
must,
wait. Stop.
to be a Mason.
Let's go on
To be
to
a Mason,
clarify.
you must. Let me finish speaking, please. To be a Mason, you must swear an oath. Is that not contrary to this, to what the Bible was telling you?
And if you read to verse 37, it's even more.
Who swore to
Go
heaven?
Go for it, please. Read to 37. He's talking about context, right?
Yeah, let's look at the context since he wants to play that game. Yeah.
Yeah.
It says here.
Wait, it says, "Do not swear by your hand since you cannot turn."
Why are you interrupting
Wait,
him? Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt. Please don't try that game. Go on, Zulu.
Okay. Again, ye have heard that it has been said by them of old time, meaning Old Testament, thou shalt not forswear thyself, but shalt perform unto the Lord thine oaths. But I say unto you, swear not at all, neither by heaven, for it is God's throne, nor by earth, for it is his footstool, neither by Jerusalem, for it is the city of the great king, neither shalt thou swear by thy head, because thou canst make one hair white or black. But let your communication be yea and nay. For whatsoever is more than these cometh of evil. Woo!
Oh
shit!
All right. So you were saying, brother Paul.
And it says you have to make your yeses mean yeses. It means make agreements mean your agreements. So boy,
If someone asks me a question, I say yes and I say no. I don't make oaths. I don't swear on anything. I don't swear on God. I don't swear in heaven, on earth, on myself, on nothing. I don't make oaths. That's what that's saying.
So do you know what was said? No. Do you know what is sweared on? No. So it just says let your yes mean yes and your no mean no. Don't swear to God on things.
This is how denominations happen. People say, "Oh, people read the same thing." How do people read the same thing and come up with different things?
It literally tells you, don't,
don't.
Yeah, don't.
Read on for what goes beyond these is a form of wicked one. You heard it said, "I for an eye."
You sold out your religion.
Does God not grant free will, though?
You went against the tenets of
Listen to this, yeah? Again, you have heard that it was said to the ancients, do not break your oath, but fulfill your vows to the Lord. But I tell you not to swear at all. You understand? This is saying, don't even try to swear to God. Don't even try to make vows or whatever or oath to God. Don't even do that. That's what man's saying.
No one's doing any of that. So what are you talking
about? That's what you had to take an oath when you became a Mason.
No, wait, because I
Who
never even got
said that? Who said any of that?
I never got to my point because you started getting all high pitched and throwing a hissy fit. I don't know what's wrong with you. Relax. This is just information. I'm only asking you a question, right? It clearly says here not to make any oaths. Yeah. Under any circumstance.
So what's the marriage?
Stop. Let me finish talking.
This
is why we have a problem. This is why we have a problem in communication. Because when I'm trying to talk, you're trying to talk also. You don't listen. You get frustrated. Start shouting. The level of communication is shit, and then man just starts roasting you after a while because it just gets boring trying to talk to you because you just don't want to talk. You just want to do silliness, scream out, sing songs. It's weird. Let's talk, man. You're a grown man. Come on, man.
I'm
not
talking.
offending you. I'm answering you a question. So clearly it states here not to make any oaths, not to make any vows, not to swear upon heaven or earth, not to swear upon your own head. Yeah. So when you swear upon death, or you swear to do to uphold the secrets of the lodge or whatever, or when you make the oaths in the lodge, you are going against the Bible. How do you feel about that?
Not really, but that's your interpretation.
It says it here clearly in black and white. I could read it one more time for you.
Bruv, it says don't swear to God on things.
It says don't swear to anything. So you get it. It says don't make oaths.
Oath in the same
What are
sentence.
you not reading? All right, hear this one last time, yeah. This is for the dancers in the back, not you, because you're obviously smart. But the dancers, yeah, can listen to this one more time. Again, you have heard that it was said to the ancients, "Do not break your oath, but fulfill your vows to the Lord." But I tell you not to swear at all, either by heaven, for it is God's throne, or by earth, for it is His footstool, or by Jerusalem, for it is the city of the great King. Nor should you swear by your head, for you cannot make a single hair white or black. Simply let your yes be yes and your no be no. Do not swear. Do not take an oath.
Exactly. So
Do you
I just
understand?
live
But
by.
where you've sworn. You sworn
And
to take an
anything more comes from the evil one. Listen to what it says. And anything more comes from the evil one.
Evil
So I just let my yes be yes.
Matt, that same evil
I
one you
just
were
let,
talking about.
listen.
No, we know. No, we know.
Hello.
No, we know that you've taken oaths. But to be a Mason,
I've
you
let
have
my
to take
yes
oaths.
And you're doing
mean yes.
rituals.
No, I promised to keep secrets, and I said yes. Yes, that's it.
Yeah,
my yes
mate.
is yes.
That's an oath.
My yes is yes.
But you swore on your life.
You swore on Baphomet.
Yes is yes.
You swore on your life, though. No, but
Yes
the question
is yes.
was. But your
Yes,
question
I
was
keep
to swear on your
secrets,
life.
yes.
No. See, this is the thing. You can't do the trickery because we know the initiation questions and the initiation.
You don't know the initiation questions.
Yeah.
You don't know
We
the
can pull it up. There's several. We can pull them up.
Pull it up. Pull them
They're
up.
not secret.
Pull 'em
No,
up.
we're not going to waste time. What we know that we know that you're. We know that you swear upon the threat of death. That's swearing on your life.
Yep.
So if someone says, "Do you swear on your life?" and you say yes, yeah, then that's swearing. That's making an oath, dickhead. So you get it. Don't try to be slick. Oh, I just said yes. You're not trying to see. You claim to be a Jehovah's Witness, but here you are trying to outsmart the fucking word. You're trying to use semantics to get your way around something that you know is wicked.
So Jedi, stop.
Man.
When you sign an agreement and you make when you promise to have a confidentiality clause in your job, and they say, "Oh, you're not allowed to reveal any information." You know, you literally sign a document. Where you say, "I promise that I will not release any of these confidential details which are within this company."
And is this under the threat of death?
Huh?
Like your oath is.
It's not under the threat.
Yeah, exactly.
What are you talking about? Come on. All right. Okay. If it was under the threat of death, and that guy,
I wouldn't do it.
And that video we saw the other day, and he was revealing the secrets. Why was he revealing the secrets for? If it was threat under death, why would he so?
Because
why
he's
would
allowed
he
to.
so? Why would
he's
he
been allowed to? Hold on. Because he's been employed to. He's been allowed to. That is what he's been set up to do. Because as we know, this information is not designed to just be only known by, like, it needs to be out there too. The truth is out there. Majority of what you can find in masonry is out there. You're just not part of the club to know which part is 100% fact and which part isn't. And every lodge, every lodge, hold on. Every lodge could have a slightly different take and approach to masonry anyway. So some people could operate under Islam. Some people could be operating under Christianity. Because you say you don't bring religion into masonry, but certain Masonic temples and mosques, you just don't realize it. It's all up in that motherfucker. You soon find out what religion one really is.
That's right.
Yeah, you learn about
Told
Java,
him.
don't worry, man. It takes
I
time.
told him. I told him.
When they tell you Adonai's the bad guy,
Pretending.
then you know in it.
But you want to quote? You want to
don't know
quote
about Adonai.
Lucifer? You
You
want
know
to
about
quote
the Shriners,
Lucifer
right?
out of the Bible, though?
You know about the Shriners, right? You know about the Shriners, right? No? Huh?
Yeah.
Have you even read Morals and Dogmas of Freemasonry? Have you read that book by Albert Pike? Do you read any of the literature, or do you
The
just
daddy,
like, take
the daddy
notes?
of the thing.
Do you know what it's about?
You ask me questions, and yet you will know the answers.
Of course, we're not silly.
But is it worth though?
I don't claim to know all the answers. I don't claim
Not
to know.
all, but I'm just saying this.
Does God not grant free will? Does God not grant free will?
I know when you're fucking with Jews.
Oh, why are you caping
I know
even,
that.
man? What the hell?
What's wrong with them being in the Masons, though, lad?
I know when Lucifer's in your future.
Yeah, no, Heathen's just caping because of his granddad and all the Masons stuff that he's got in his house and stuff.
Yeah.
So
It's not, lad. It's not. I'm just not offended by the Masons. Like other people are, I'm not offended by Satan.
Like him.
Like a lot of people are.
You probably will join at some point. You're just like him. It's in your family.
You're prepared.
It is,
They're
man.
preparing you. You're ready.
So, but does God not grant free will? So where does God's free will stop?
What are you talking about, bro?
Yeah, that don't make sense though, because
sorry, yeah.
Hold on, Heathen.
He has the free will. He has the free will to join an organization.
These people believe their God also gave them commandments and
Somebody help
covenants.
me.
So it's like
And where in the Ten Commandments does what he's doing
The God of this earth, yeah.
disobey them?
Matthew.
It's not just 10 commandments, bro. Who told you it was just 10 commandments?
The 613 commandments.
Yeah, exactly.
And we just read in the Bible where it says, "Don't take an oath." Are you blind or deaf or?
Yeah, but we've heard plenty of times. No, not blind or deaf, lad. Don't be like that.
Yeah, but what do you mean?
I'm
Yeah,
having a
but
conversation.
read out
I'm
the
having a
Bible.
conversation with you.
Yeah, but
Wow,
bro, we just spent 10 minutes reading from this fucking paragraph where it says in the Bible, "Don't take any oath, any vows, nothing." And
You
you're
know, you can't get married. Probably contradict itself. We have loads of people on here all the time, Jedi. You know that how many times the Bible and other religious texts contradict themselves.
So
Yeah,
you
but
can't
this
get
is- no, but
married.
this- hold on. This is from Jesus, though. This is from the man
Marriage is
himself.
off the marriage is off
This
the
is from the
plate,
man
then.
himself. Telling you, bro.
It's not. It's
Like,
from
there's no-
Matthew.
There's no.
Don't take
It's
It's
oath.
from
from
Matthew.
Jesus.
You
There's
just
no
said it's from
confusion.
Matthew.
Jesus
Matthew
himself is
verse
telling you.
something
Jesus
34.
hiding all his
So you think
pockets.
this is? Hold on, 1 second. So you think this is Matthew speaking?
So
It's
marriage is
Matthew's
off the
intent-
Wait, can I just ask
It's
a question?
Matthew's.
So
Oh my
marriage is
God.
off
Hold
the
on,
plate then.
hold on, because it's the book of Matthew. You think this is Matthew speaking?
It's Matthew's a recollection of what happened, isn't it? It's a book. That's what all the books are,
The
isn't
cape
it?
is the cape is just mad, bro. For
Mad,
masonry
it's
as
crazy,
well.
isn't it?
Of all things,
I know,
powerful.
I know.
I don't
So
know.
the book of Matthew wasn't written by Matthew. So was the book of Matthew not written by Matthew, Zulu?
Yeah, but even that's not the point. The point is he Emmanuel.
No, it is.
believes
No,
in
it is
this.
the point. That's
Hold
not
on,
the point.
hold
That's
on,
the
man.
point.
Hold on, man. Emmanuel believes in this, bro. So we're trying to put what he believes against what he's joined. That's the whole
No,
point.
I know what it means. You guys are trying some antics here.
Oh my god.
I'm not caping for Emmanuel. I'm bringing
Not
just
gonna wash
counterpoints.
right now.
No, but your counterpoints
Not
aren't relevant, bro, because you're saying
Doesn't
whether or
make
not
sense.
Jesus said that. But Emmanuel believes that this is his book, isn't it? So we're trying to put it towards him and say, listen, you claim to believe this, and this is what the book says. It's going
Yeah, I know what
against
you're trying to do. You're trying to discredit him to prove your point. Yeah, that's fine.
When you mean no, mean no.
And then I just said, does God not grant free will?
That's it. It says don't be all, oh, I swear to God, I swear on this, I swear on that. No, just say, yeah, I'm down. No, I'm not. Simple. If you're saying don't make any vows, no vows, no swearing, then what's the point of marriage?
Your comprehension is so shit.
Where
Man.
it doesn't, yeah. Where does it tell you about marriage vows in here? In
There's
the
no
Bible?
marriage vows in the Bible. That's some
Some of
European
something. You
Mason
just I
shit.
mean, you don't know nothing. You like, bro. You of all people. You for all people.
When God
Hold on.
says
You of
a
all
man,
people. You for all people, as all
a man
people,
will
as a
leave his
Jehovah's
wife.
Witness.
A man
Hold
will
on.
leave his wife and stick to his partner.
That's
a man
not
will
a
leave his
wedding
mother
vow,
and
you
stick to his
dummy.
partner.
That's not a wedding vow.
They're vows.
Whoa, calm down.
That's not a wedding vow.
Are you
That's
alright?
vows.
How is that
They're
vows?
vows.
That's the natural law. A man
That's
leaves
their
his parents and
vows.
goes
That's
to
the
his wife.
instructions.
They're
Listen,
vows.
1 second. Slow down. That's instructions.
They're
Man.
finally,
Shut up, man.
bone of my bone.
It doesn't
flesh
tell
of
you.
my
Listen,
flesh.
listen,
They are
bro.
vows.
They are
All right, stop
wedding vows.
screaming.
Stop
Screaming.
talking, man. Shut up, man.
Listen. Hold on. It doesn't tell you, yeah, to repeat those words. It's telling you this is how to live. Those are instructions, not vows. Come on, man. Just take the L, bro.
What do you say in vows? I promise to serve. I promise to love. I promise to. There's things you have to do. There's things you have to do. So when you're talking about where do you have to be in a marriage? No, you have to understand when you make those wedding vows.
There's no wedding vows in the Bible. You dummy.
Yeah, that's not biblical. Wedding vows are not. Listen, brother. Wedding vows are not biblical. I don't know where you get that from. You're Jehovah's Witness. You're Jehovah's Witness. You shouldn't be following none of that shit. White wedding, wedding rings, none of that shit's in the Bible. Christmas, Easter, none of that shit's in the Bible.
Birthdays, all of that shit.
Like birthdays, none of it's in the Bible, bro. So where you getting your shit from? You're Jehovah's Witness, and Jehovah's Witnesses don't even consider, well, in my day, didn't consider themselves even Christian.
Exactly.
They would separate themselves completely from the shenanigans that everyone else is on. Nah.
Jehovah's don't support that. Jehovah's don't do birthdays, dude.
Just because you share the Bible, it doesn't mean that
they don't follow Christ. They don't believe that Christ is God. They believe Christ is the Son of God. That's why they are not Christians. They don't consider themselves Christians. Oh my God, bro. This basic shit about Jehovah's Witnesses, about their Christians. Tell me one place where they refer to themselves as Christians. Never. Yeah?
Yeah, Christians.
They never, ever consider themselves Christians. You show me one place now where show me one Jehovah's Witness piece of literature that refers to themselves as Christians. Go on. I'll wait.
The Jehovah's Witnesses.
Because I'm pulling up evidence on the screen. I'm pulling up evidence on the screen. I'm breaking it down. You're just yapping. So you pull up some evidence. Show me where Jehovah's Witnesses. Show me where Jehovah's Witnesses call themselves Christians. Otherwise, concede.
Go on Google. Isn't this there?
No, wow. We're dealing with the Bible, and you're saying Google. Wow.
This is your religion, and you can't even. Bro.
Nah, you see, this is why you're fake. We know.
Go on Google.
Hold on, Emmanuel, are you baptized?
Go Google.
Are you baptized?
Yep.
Mad.
And you don't know that Jehovah's Witnesses aren't Christians? Don't consider themselves Christians.
Whatever. Come on now. You know everything about everything I'm doing, okay? You know inside.
No, but I'm saying no. This one, on this one, it's because I've lived it and been a Jehovah's Witness. That's on this one I can say, yeah, this is first-hand experience.
We are Christians. Listen. How do you see Christ?
Okay,
Jedi. Quick question here.
No questions. Show me evidence that Jehovah's Witnesses refer to themselves as Christians. Show me. I'll wait.
On their churches, isn't it something about an apostle?
They don't have a church.
Stephen, what are you doing, man?
They don't have a church.
Lad, I'm just conversing, lad. Why are you so offended at me having a chit chat? Fucking hell.
I heaven, they don't have a church.
I'm trying to learn myself, like, what's wrong with that?
No, heathen.
Just asking questions.
Heathen, they don't have a church.
Well, there's a one near ours, and they have a hall.
Kingdom Hall.
And I'm sure it says on above the door something like
That's an assembly.
Assembly hall. Yeah, but they have it on the hall or the assembly. They have something like, I'm sure it says the apostle something. Above the door.
It
won't say church, man. It's not a church.
I'm just saying, what's the apostle then?
What do you mean? What's the apostle? Apostle was one of
the
apostles. Was one of the 12 apostles that walked with Christ.
Yeah,
doesn't make them Christian.
I'm just asking that. You've seen apostle above the door.
Like I said, can you not see like? Even from their terminology, you see their
shit. Go on Wikipedia.
They get together.
Listen.
Hold on, man. I'm mid-sentence. I'm literally mid-sentence, man. Yeah. If you look at it, you can see that their terminology, they got their New World Translation. Bible. That's a runaway. No other one. No one else has got a Bible named that. No one else uses that Bible. That's their own thing. Their publications, Watchtower, Wake, yeah, all their books, all uniquely named for they're on their own thing. Their place of worship, yeah, the Kingdom Hall. Do you know what I mean? Like they go down their own route. They don't have pastors. They don't have priests. Yeah, they don't have deacons. They don't have popes. They don't have nothing referred to that all the other denominations do. They don't believe Jesus was God. They believe Jesus is the Son of God. Do you know what I mean?
And they believe him
They
and
don't,
Lucifer
they
are
don't
brothers.
believe. They don't believe Jesus died. They don't believe Jesus died on a crucifix.
No.
They don't believe Jesus died on a crucifix. They believe he died on a stake. But this Wikipedia is wrong. It's not. That's wrong, bro. Like I said,
Why are you going to Wikipedia for your own beliefs, bro?
Why have you run away, bro? Like, anyway, he's probably clicked off bites in it. Like I said, innit, yeah. Unless they've changed their stance, yeah. It was definitely something that was preached that they are no part of the world. They're not Christians. They are Jehovah's Witnesses. That's what they are.
Witness the rapture, the end times.
Yeah, that's what they are. They're not Christians, but it is what it is. Like I said, you will never find a Jehovah's Witness publication that calls themselves Christians. You'll never. I've been in the Kingdom Hall and heard it preached 1,000 times. I don't feel like Emmanuel Paul is very diligent when it comes to his religion. That's why he's a Mason anyway. Because as a Jehovah's Witness, you're supposed to realize that a Mason is a contradiction and it is part of the world. That's why you're getting all these connections because you're part of the world.
Right.
You already know that who the God of this world is, so you know what you're doing subconsciously. You know.
That's right.
You get me? But it's cool. And yes, you're right. Move yourself, Jada, man. Move. And yes, you're right. It was founded by Charles Taze Russell. He's a Mason. I reckon like Bethel or whatever is full of Masonic pedophile old white men and people from other races, but majority old white men. You can go on the Jehovah's Witness site and see it for yourself. And there's been loads of scandals with their pedophilia and weirdo shit. It's definitely a cult, and I was fully like in it. You know what I mean? As a youngster, and you know how my brain is, bro. Like that's why now I can quote you shit like, come on, man, you can't be telling me that if they're calling themselves Christians now, I'd be very surprised. But I need to see that in a Jehovah's Witness publication. I can't see that on Wikipedia because I know that's blatantly incorrect. Blatantly. Never. Think about it for yourselves. Have you ever heard Jehovah's say we're Christians? Jehovah's Witnesses. They were even separate. Even during the concentration camps, they were separate. They weren't with Christians. They weren't with Jews. They were separate. They had their own symbol, which was a purple triangle. So they were even recognized as being separate. They got different beliefs. But yeah, anyway. I just find Emmanuel just chat shit, man. I just find
is it on purpose or
I don't know.
That's what it is.
And if any of you know any Jehovah's Witnesses, go and ask them. Like so, and not no joker smoker. I don't inhale Jehovah's Witness. Someone that's actually on it, like or that actually believes it.
Elder.
Right, auntie, uncle, or whatever are rare. Would you say Jehovah's Witnesses? Do they call themselves Christians? Do they consider themselves to be Christian? Be like, nah. Christians follow Christ. Jehovah's Witnesses follow Jehovah through Christ. Through Christ. So they end their prayers with in Jesus' name, Amen. Amen. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But they're not praying to Christ, they're praying through Christ, they believe.
Yeah.
I do that as well, to be fair.
Intercessor, intermediate.
So that makes us Christians.
I say in Jesus'
You can't make you Christians.
Don't make you
Christian, the teachings of Christ.
No.
Man,
Yeah,
you
but
probably don't even pray, man. Like,
come on, man. Stop it, man. Whatever. Anyway, you could spread whatever falsehood about that cult. I really don't give a fuck. But you claim to be part of it, and all your shit is contradictory, even your view. And you seem to have a very loose grip of Jehovah's Witness doctrine. You seem to have a very loose grip. No, it's not my opinion, because the basics there tell you don't do. Oh, guess why? Because Jehovah's Witnesses in America aren't even allowed to do the fucking Pledge of Allegiance to the flag.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Certain things they don't do, man.
You dumb. They don't do no pledges, no oaths, no nothing, bro. You stupid. They don't celebrate birthdays, nothing, bro. Yeah, they're no part of the world. They're not even supposed to be associating with you, motherfuckers. Yeah? Trust me. So man can't tell me nothing, bro, about oath and you just say yes. Can't do nothing. Hand on heart. Get me.
Yeah, man, they have to blindfold you and
they don't believe in the Trinity. They don't believe in the Trinity hard. They ban out the Trinity. They don't believe in the Trinity.
Nope. You do not believe in any Trinity. No birthdays, no Christmases.
But you don't believe in masonry.
But you believe in Freemasonry.
Fuck off out of here, man.
Makes no sense.
Nah, I'm not gonna lie.
You don't have any idea what you're talking about, so continue on.
Like, bro, and the sad thing is you don't even know anything. You're so like naive. It's
ignorant to the fact. Yeah.
Like, you're supposed to have all the secrets. You're supposed to know bad things, bro.
I'm naive.
But it's coming like we know more than you about the thing, like.
Yeah, you think you do.
No, but we just talked to other Masons as well. Like, you're not the first.
No, you think you do.
All right.
That's. I give you an F for effort.
Have you still got that video, gents?
You can put that on your fridge.
The one that you had the conversation with the guy.
Yeah, I got them videos.
Yeah.
I was looking for that other one because this guy was gonna go into why Christianity and Freemasonry don't mix. It's the same guy we watched the other it was on
the Boule.
What did he talk about? He talked about Freemasonry with Moxie.
Okay.
Oh,
remember Moxie with the lock? Yeah. So we played some of that. Played like half of it, and this is from his own channel and that.
Still have to say I didn't get any attention.
Right, but anyway, quahal, that's the Hebrew word for assembly. We let our assembly out of there. But here they made a distinction that they were Israelites and that they were Christians.
Hold on. I got to skip forward a bit. There's a bit that I want to say.
Right? Nagad, right? Or Nagid, right? A couple of our fathers planted the banner of the Lord here in sweat, tears of the enemy. But let's not stop here. This is a plaque that I refer to, right? And I'm giving you a couple of nuggets that's coming up in the road to Savannah. I don't mind doing this. But notice this here. This is a plaque, right? This is a plaque that you'll see down in First African Baptist Church on the wall. Born in Marion, Alabama, July 27th, 1850. Died, right? Savannah, Georgia, April 24th.
There we go.
Thank you for allowing us to see it in the service. Instead of doing the second service to see the things you would have had to do, we got left. Thank you for allowing us to do that.
Oh my gosh.
Relay.
Mason Church.
Parental. No shame.
Look.
Another oath. Another oath.
Aaron most firmly and sincerely promised to swear.
Wow. Wow.
But this ain't a Freemason initiation though. It's not.
It says illustrations of Masonry, free Masonic initiation.
Yeah, but I'm saying this ain't an initiation though, is it? They're not swearing. They're just saying yes, isn't it? Isn't it, Emmanuel?
Yeah, Emmanuel.
In the presence of Almighty God. Is that swearing on God?
Uh-oh.
That's swearing on God.
That's exactly the same thing you do in court.
Oh,
Who
whatever.
does in court?
I do that in court.
Yeah, because you're a pussy.
Yeah, and that's masonry again.
The pledge
And
inside
a Mason.
the church.
You can do anything, man. You could do any ritual. You're a Mason. You've pledged. You're part of this thing.
I've done that in court. I've been a jury member for like 4 or 5 times.
Jury
I've done
member?
that so many times in court and in jury.
Nah,
So
ain't
it's
no
like-
one out here being no jury member. That's
Yeah, I've sat on the jury a few times.
Mad thing.
I sat on the jury for a few cases. So, you know, and I've done
Oh,
that.
boy.
I've done that plenty of times. So, boy, I'm in trouble.
Baptists that are Freemasons. Right? The first, we'll get into the history of it in a second here. But guess what? When you start understanding Mormonism, right? I meant to put a picture here of a new church that a Mormon church that they built not too far away that looks just like an old lodge. They put millions of dollars into this. Come on, family. Freemasonry is all in the church, regardless of what denominations it is. Freemasonry is all up in Islam. When we start dealing with the Nation of Islam, it's all up in there. The Masonic order. When you start understanding the KKK, Masonic order, it's all up in there, family.
Well, they're all the same Masonic order.
Is that why Garvey was dealing with them? Mad.
All up in there.
Obviously, they're all Masons.
Yeah.
So when you get that glow, you guys remember that from The Last Dragon? When you get that glow, you know. Right? Let me kick this person out of here. You know, guys, because I ain't got time for this.
At the end of the game, the king and the pawn go back in the same box.
Misleading. It's nothing misleading about somebody, a church having satanic, Masonic rituals inside the church.
Oh, satanic, yeah. Mad. Told you ain't got to Satan level yet.
Yeah.
Emmanuel.
Confirmation bias.
I'm going to get this guy to come on the show. He is an ex-Mason. He is been very decorated and he speaks openly about a lot. There's stuff that he doesn't want to go into because he, I guess he's already sworn that not to. So he doesn't want to go, he doesn't want to breach, but he tells you what he can within certain, you know what I mean, things. But he's very, very, very insightful. I'd love to hear you and him have a conversation because he's going to enlighten you on certain things that you don't even know. Because I don't know, you're saying confirmation bias. But either you're lying to us or you just don't know.
Ignoring the facts.
Like that's all it is. You just don't know, and that's a big possibility. You don't know.
Because you level 2, so.
And I've already stated, I probably don't know, but it's just a lot of confirmation bias. And
how?
Remember, yeah, I'm pulling up different sources, yeah. And I have been since I joined this conversation. Visual sources, and
it's your channel. You can do that.
Yeah, but you haven't provided any information whatsoever for me to go and look at.
I said go look at Wikipedia.
You said
You're
Google.
like, no, Wikipedia's a lie. I'm like, okay, cool.
But you pulled up your Wikipedia, and I said to you, to be honest, yeah, because I have first-hand knowledge of this subject, yeah. I refuse to say, oh yeah, this Wikipedia is correct because I know that you won't find, and you've probably find any Jehovah's Witness publications calling themselves Christian. And you have to wonder, if you can't Google that and find that, there's a reason, right? If the only place you find Christians attached to Jehovah's Witness is in Wikipedia and not in any Jehovah's Witness publications, even though they've got their own websites,
Check.
then
It's on the website. It says, "Are Jehovah's Witnesses Christian?" And they'll break it down.
Yeah, and they say no, right?
No, it says yes.
It says yes.
You can't look.
Then how is it a question?
It says yes. Give me the link. Give me the link to that article. Give me the link to that article. It says yes.
You can't go through. You can't get to God unless you go through Christ, and that means you have to. No, but you have no. But that's the scriptures, though, and you have to understand. If you're not Christ-like, then you're not Christian, are you?
Does the article in the Jehovah's Witness publication say yes, we are Christians?
Yeah, find it. It's on the website. I'm not prepared to do the work by it because I'm paying.
Send me the link. Send me the link, please. Post the link in the private chat for me, please.
Hold on.
But clearly, if it doesn't start with yes, of course we're Christians, then you can see.
Oh, it's not going to obviously start off like that.
Why not? If you were, they would. You'd say yes, but you're not Christians.
It wouldn't even be a question in the forum. You know what I'm saying? The fact that it's a question shows you.
Not Christians, man. Just like Muslims are not Mohammedans.
Yeah. Hello. We'll wait.
Okay, frequent questions. Where's the link? It's under frequent questions. You go onto the website. Where's the link? How do I get the link?
Was it jw.org?
Yeah, and you type in the search bar Christian, and the first thing that comes up: frequently asked questions. Are Jehovah's Witnesses Christians? And then they'll just give my proof.
Because was Christ a Christian?
Obviously.
Hello?
Wait, where's the camera side? Your camera settings.
Right, no mistakes, you know. Mud.
See that?
Looking like an older aspect, Matty. What
is this? What site is this?
www.org.
Or jw.org.
jw.org.
Yeah.
Then. Well, they changed their stance then, bro.
No, that doesn't make sense. That's not a stance. That's a question.
Nah, but it says yes, we are. It says yes, we are.
If someone answers
again,
don't mean that's the standing.
Look, are Jehovah's Witnesses Christians? Yes, we are Christians for the following reasons. They've changed their stance. It was literally a thing where they said they weren't Christians. We are not Christians.
No way. Not as far as I know. And even modern ones that I know, they would never say that.
It's called I'm right.
You're right, but you're wrong. Because if you are a real Christian, then those rules still apply to you about taking oaths. Bad thing. Terrible. So now you can.
Well, I'm glad we've established one thing today. I'm glad we established one thing today.
Yeah.
Then
don't take oaths.
Hopefully in the future we can.
And don't pretend. Yeah. Don't pretend.
Maku, here's the thing. Here's the thing.
That you don't know what we're talking about, bro.
Look. When I was a jury member, on separate different
I can't even
occasions,
entertain this conversation.
When I God, can I just say I had to swear.
This is not my life
take an
experience.
oath. No, but I had to take an oath in court to say what I see to the best of my ability and tell and be truthful. and swear to God on the Bible many times. So it's like, okay, what do
But
I
that's
do
a
then?
Masonic ceremony going on there.
But that's the thing. I've already done that. Maybe, or if you've ever been to court, you've sworn.
Yeah, but I'm saying the whole thing is Masonic. So, like, when you say religion and Masonry don't go together, they're using it intermittently in what they're doing. So, you know, don't pretend like you don't know. And as I said, for them to give you Lucifer, they're going to go to the Bible. They're going to tell you, yes, look, he is the son of the morning. He is this. He's been misunderstood. Blah, blah, blah. We told you this already, bro. You just ain't reached there yet. That's what you're researching now at level 2. Or you're probably level 1 going to level 2, or you level 2 going to level 3. Because the fact that you ain't bumped into Lucifer yet shows, yeah, you must be getting there. Level 3. Right, cool. So, when you reach there, you're going to find out about Lucifer, Jabulon, Baphomet, all the different entities that they bring, Moloch, all of that. You're going to learn.
So next year this time we'll talk, yeah?
I told you, you won't even be funny. But you won't even be funny this time next year. Yeah? Because of the realness. I'll give you a year. I'm not in it.
I'll give you lot.
You can't give me a year. I'm going to be safe. Yeah, because I ain't subscribing. I ain't taking no oaths.
That's the next time I'll be on one of these panel things is in a year.
You hope. Don't push them off. Don't not conform.
In a year. I'll be back in 1 year.
Exactly what it's describing. And if his heart is where it needs to be, it'll prick him. It will prick him. All right. So appreciate it, brother. Thank you for taking the time out, Hebrew Jake. Really appreciate you, man. And that's why I'm doing this, so that way we can witness to our brothers and sisters come out of this religion, because Freemasonry, these fraternities, sororities, they are religions.
Mad.
And in the handbook that I read from First African Baptist Church, they make it clear that Freemasonry is a religion. So when you get that glow, you know the power of elevation. That song always stood out to me. The words, when you get that glow, you know. And it goes on to say the power of elevation. Why did it stick out? Because the reason why so many people join these glows is because they want to be elevated through these connections. These guys want to accomplish things, like they want to have opportunities for job opportunities. Why? Because you're told that, you know, join this fraternity or join this sorority because you may have a brother or a sister that may be in these positions or be at those places, and if they are there, they can hook you up. So many want to go through the power of elevation through connections. All right, elevation through employment opportunities. So when you don't see and know your value, you allow others to define it for you. Let me say this again. I've been saying this, especially when I gave that almost a 4-year message. And I did 2 parts of it. I got to do part 3 to give you the last portion of that message. When you don't see, this is the Most High had me reiterate to our people, have them memorize this. When you don't see and know your value, you allow others to define it for you. And family, we have to know who we are. We have to know our value for ourselves as individuals and know who we are as a people. But starting with as individuals, if you don't know who you are, then you can be seduced by false prophets, false teachers among our own community. See, the Messiah warns us about the devil looking like you and I. Someone used the term black devil when he said, hey, beware of wolves in sheep's clothing. Why? Because Israel is referred to as being the lost sheep. So this wolf has on sheep's clothing to look like us. So guess what? One of the greatest deceivers is going to look just like you and I. We got our alarms up, many of us, for the Caucasians, the white man per se, but we let our guards down when it comes to many of our brothers and sisters.
Right.
But anyway, when you don't see and know your value, you allow others to define it for you. Let's go to Joel chapter 3, verse 3 and 6 through 6. This is important. And they have cast lots for my people, and have given a boy for an harlot, and sold a girl for wine, that they might drink. Yea, and what have ye to do with me, O Tyre and Zidon, and all the coast of Palestine? Will ye render me recompense? And if ye recompense me swiftly and speedily, will I return your recompense upon you, or your own head? Excuse me. Let me read that again. If ye recompense me swiftly and speedily, will I return your recompense upon your own head? Verse 5, because ye have taken my silver and my gold, and have carried into your temples my godly pleasant things, the children also of Judah and the children of Jerusalem have ye also sold unto the Grecians, that ye might remove them far from their border. So we see our brothers and sisters being sold into servitude, slavery to the Grecians. And now we have brothers and sisters that would kill each other over being Greeks, calling themselves Greeks. Calling themselves Greeks in these fraternities and sororities. Calling themselves Greeks. This tells you how lost we are as a people. Yet we continue to make deals with the Grecians through pledges. Family, what is heritage? Let me explain this real quick. What is heritage? What is race? Is race a nationality? Many confuse the institution of race with nationality, just like many confuse the being a.
Yeah, man, stop pledging, bro. Stop pledging, man. Let me.
Yeah, no more pledging. No. Not gonna get married, not gonna pledge my love
Marriage
to
is not
anyone.
pledged. You're so dumb, man.
Not gonna go to court and swear on the Bible.
Marriage is the commitment. It's not a pledge, man. It's an action. You don't have to do
part. It's upon death.
Yeah, that's not Christian. That's not biblical. Are you smoking crack? How many times do you have to say that? That's not in the Bible. Death do us part. So what if it says death do us part? That's not nothing to do with Christ, God, the Bible, the Torah. Don't you get that? It doesn't say anywhere death do us part. So get those words out your head. We've been over that, man. How do you not understand these simple things, man? Let me. You show me on the Jehovah's Witness site where it says, yes, we are Christians. And I'm like, okay, so they're Christians. I show you in the Bible where it says, don't take an oath, don't pledge, no matter what, not in heaven, not on earth, not in Jerusalem, not on your own head. And you're like, I just said yes.
And then it made it simpler. Let your yes mean yes, let your no mean no.
You need intellectual
honesty. That's what it boils down to.
What? You sound stupid, man. What? Your yes be yes and your no be yo. So you yes your yes to masonry. You took an oath to masonry, and you think, so let it be written, so let it be done. Is that what your point is? Yeah. You've made your decision, and it overpowers God and everybody and everything that you believe and stand for. My thing.
Look, the scripture just boils down to yes mean yes and no mean no. Don't make
Can you
no.
Not the scriptures, can you have made a mistake?
Everyone makes mistakes.
Right. So it could be possible that you made a mistake in overstanding the text and then taking an oath and now realizing it goes against your actual faith and way of life.
No, because I read it correctly. Because the scripture boils it down to yes and no. Are you going to be a yes or are you going to be a no? Just say what you mean and mean what you say. Don't be promising things.
Hey, where's Zulu? Zulu, why did you leave, Zulu, man? Why did you leave, Zulu, man? It's just getting good, man. Just warming it up, man.
Is it playing? It's not playing, is it? Oh yeah, there's no sound, bro.
Right? You see here Magan, that's Israeli, but Magan, it means a shield, protector, defense. All right. So here, right, when we deal with shields, right, a popular shield in modern Israel, this is the popular shield that we see today in modern Israel, in the Israelis, right? The Magen David or Magen Dawad, right? The shield of David, the so-called Star of David. Now, notice what it says here. Or a hexagram constructed of two interlocking triangles, now accepted as a symbol of Judaism. This is where you get the steeples in the church. That's what these are. Those are pretty much hexagram. Actually, it was not associated with Judaism until the Middle Ages and was not officially accepted as a Jewish symbol until the 17th century. The original source of the Magen David was the Tantric Great Yantra, which stood for union of the sexes. The downward pointing triangle being female, the upward pointing one male. The two signify the eternal union of God and goddesses. Kabbalistic and goddesses, right? Goes on to say Kabbalistic sex worship brought the yantra into Jewish tradition, but later puritanical elements obscured its original meaning, right? So these are some of the shields that we see all around us, right? Air Force, right? But here's the kicker, right? Fraternity Order of Police. Wait a minute. Fraternal Order of Police?
Uh-oh.
We see we see a handshake here, the Fraternal Order of Police. Wait a minute, Pastor, you saying that the police, the law enforcement is a fraternity? Mm-hmm. Yes, family. Yes, family. That's why they talk about the shield. The shield. Every fraternity has a shield, has a symbol that you're pledging or giving your life to as a collateral. This is why we see the police officers or the law enforcement behave a certain way.
What do you think, Emmanuel? Nothing to do with you, right?
As it's been said, people do different things in different places.
Yeah, but this got nothing to do with you, right?
Yeah, that's got nothing to do with me.
Certain way. This is why we see the DA and all those guys, they all on the same page because they're the same group. They're working for each other. They are connected to each other through what? This fraternity, Fraternal Order of Police. They protect the shield. Remember, that's where you get the term protect the what? Shield. Right? Hey, don't take it look too deep into this. Let me see. Somebody made a comment here. Not you, J High Style. I noticed when you clicked off of that, and didn't mention Savior Yasha. Yeah, I thought I mentioned it, but yeah, it's there. It's no me trying to take away what shield means. Yasha, not shield, but Yasha, salvation, savior, right? It also means get victory. That's all the things that the Messiah is supposed to bring for his people. So yeah, I really appreciate that, but I want to make it clear it wasn't done intentionally. I'm trying to get to some of the key points because I'm sharing a lot. So I just want to get to some key points. So it's not done intentionally. Like those who say, charge it to my head, not to my heart. I want to say peace and blessings, family. Let's show some love to my buddy, Moxie. Man, this is my buddy right here doing some great stuff. Man. We're going to have him on here real soon. And hey, Moxie, if you want to come in and say something to the people, I will drop the link inside the comment section real quick. And if you want to come in and say hello to the people, you're more than welcome. This is my buddy right here, doing great things and doing great things. I encourage you guys, check out his channel. And thank you, Moxie, for the love. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate you. But family, if you're not subscribed to his channel, subscribe to his channel, right? Subscribe to his channel. Let's show some love.
Oh yeah, Americans give it up.
I know, man.
They fucking give it up. There's one thing I have to. There's a lot of things I rate them for, but yeah, they fucking give it up. However they can, they give it up. They show love, man, and this is why this shit works. And I don't know if they always see it from the outside, from the inside. They might not really see themselves like that. But yeah, a lot of good, admirable traits that us over in the UK, we just lacking. Whether we're black, white, whatever, we just don't have that thing. Are we over 100 likes yet?
Should be. I don't know. Not on the YouTube bit.
Huh?
Yeah, I said I'm not. Let me.
Anyone tell me? Because I feel like who's even in the chat? Are they even? Who's even on the panel? Vix or you? Right, cool. You lot jump on. Yeah, 104. Okay, cool. So look, we've been on for what? 7 hours. I think the show's been pretty lit for 7 hours. Yeah. This video here is 3 hours long, and it's got 464 likes.
Just mad.
Yeah. So obviously something goes wrong over on the UK side when it comes to showing love. We barely scrape over 100. Sometimes we get up to 150 on a good day. But even a year later, 2 years later, none of these videos will be on 400 likes. I mean, I never had 400 likes for nothing I've ever done, anything I've ever put on YouTube. And I think I must have put in some content that deserve some kind of love from the people that watch it. But I don't know, man. Maybe at some point we keep pushing, man. Big up Moxie, you get me? And big up this brother here. We woke now. Someone said he's boring, but I find his information great, and we've run a couple shows based on him chatting. So I have to definitely show love. Yeah, man.
Come on.
Love to Moxie right now. And for those that don't know, I do have another channel called We Woke Now Extended, right? So everything you see here is being recorded over there as well. So feel free to subscribe to that channel. And also remember to vote for Bishop Majors. Vote for Majors as he's in this the last leg. He's right now, I think he's currently number 2. He's been fluctuating between number 2 and number 1 for the opening act. So this is for a concert that's coming up. So I'm gonna drop the link here. Show some love, give him the vote. But let's subscribe to my brother Moxie's channel. All right, let's show him some love. But Moxie, let me put did I put the link in? Yeah, I put the link there. If you want to jump in, if you want to say peace and blessings to the family, if you want to show some love to the family, feel free.
Let me just say, my bad. Mezzo wasn't talking about the brother talking. He was talking about Emmanuel.
Oh.
You were doing that clear. My bad, Mezzo.
Mad.
But I appreciate you, Moxie. Really appreciate you. So, family, as you see here, every organization has a shield, right? And when you understand it, especially if you work for the government, any government agency as a direct employee, you have to pledge. You have to pledge coming in. You have to pledge. What are you pledging to? You pledging as collateral your life to defend the Constitution, ultimately the Constitution. Defend the Constitution, which is synonymous to the covenant, right? So as you see here again, each one of these has a seal, a magan, right? But let's deal with the Fraternal Order of Police real quick, right? The Fraternal Order of Police began in 1915, right? Began in 1915 by two Pittsburgh patrol officers, Martin Toole and Delbert Nagel. 21 other cops met on May 14, 1915, and held the first meeting of the Fraternal Order of the Police, forming Fort Pitt Lodge number 1, right? See the Freemasons, see the Masonic, right? Speculative Masonry, right? See, we see the influence you see here. The Fraternal Order of Police, FOP, not only mimicked the Masonic structure, but also adopted a 5-pointed star as the emblem. We just talked about the 5-pointed star, right? Containing twin Masonic images of the all-seeing eye and a typical Masonic style grip, in other words, the handshake, right? And these are some other symbols here that you see here. These are some other symbols, Red Cross, you see the fire department, you see other symbols here, right? You see Britain, right? So every shield has a set of laws, which can only be carried by those who pledge, right? What does it mean to pledge? To promise, to give over as security, to put under oath, put someone under oath, right? So now that we got all of this foundational information here, that was just the introduction, right? What I gave you was just the introduction. All right, now let's get into it. Let's get into the actual lesson, right? I had to really walk you through, because all of what I walked you through, we're going to revisit it, right? All what I walked you through, we are going to revisit. Now, guess what, family? Right? Remember, the Fraternal Order of Police embraced that star, right? And now you see some fraternities and sororities on your screen here. And they all extend from the Eastern Stars, the Freemasons, right? And you see,
bam, full circle. Now we walked through it. Now we're back with Mr. Emmanuel and his lodge. Let's see this versus Christianity. Let's go.
You see the colors, right?
Since he just proved he's a Christian.
Right? When you start understanding witchcraft, understanding Wicca, you'll see these same colors.
Oh shit.
Family, these things mean something. When you see, and this is for the women, and you got men now, when you putting yellow in your hair, when you putting blue in your hair, when you putting red in your hair, when you putting green, all of those colors have a meaning in witchcraft. I'm not going to go over it tonight. I'll do another lesson on that. So we just embrace everything. We're just a community. We just embrace everything without trying to get proper clarity. There's a reason why you see under the Eastern Stars these 5 colors, that you see the same colors under Wicca.
Quickly, Bibi saying, "Oh, because I said Morocco stand up. I don't see the Morocco flag though." Yeah, you see the Morocco flag right here? Huh? What's in the middle of your Moroccan flag? Isn't it this? Huh? You don't have a pentagram, and it ain't a star, because the Moroccan flag, you actually see the folds of it's a pentagram. And most of the time that shit's upside down. So, you know what I mean? All you need is a red background, and that's the Moroccan flag there.
Now, these colors deal with the elements, but it also deals with other things as well. The elements, right? The 4 elements, but it deals with other things as well. All right. And I want to say peace and blessings. Appreciate my buddy Sean for the gift as well. Family, let's show some love to Sean for the gift of what he sold into this work that we're doing tonight. So really appreciate you. All right. And again, with Moxie, make sure you guys show some love and subscribe to Moxie's channel. But thank you again, Sean, brother Sean, for the super sticker. Really appreciate you, my brother. Really appreciate you. Thank the Most High for you. All right. And family, let's show some love to Sean. Let's show some love for Moxie and for others that may have contributed to this work here. Really appreciate you, family. So as you see here on your screen, right, we're going to touch these things. Yeah. Juda's songs, Earth, Wind, and Fire, man. Yeah. My father loves some Earth, Wind, and Fire, boy. But these colors represents elements, right? But it goes deeper than that. So we have to be careful, especially a lot of the women are putting all kinds of hair colors inside their hair, not knowing what it means. And then you're wondering why you're getting approached certain ways, why you're dealing with certain struggles of emotions, right? Because colors have meaning, names have meaning, words have meanings, right? And truth be told, when you start dealing with hair weave, truth be told, hair weave, a lot of it's coming from other people, India, right? And you putting that hair that was directly connected to someone else's scalp, and you put it in your hair. You don't know what spirits you're bringing over with that. You don't know what that person was struggling with over there that you bring in and giving them easy access to, starting with your mind, your head. Anyway, let's go back into it, family. So, Eastern Stars, Freemasons. What is the glow? Now let's break this down. Greek letter organizations. That's what GLOW stands for. Greek letter organizations. Let me say it one more time. The GLOW stands for Greek lettered organizations. So why so many Israelites, right? So many Negroes call themselves Greeks when that's not their nationality, right? The shiny nickel. The shiny nickel, the dirty dime versus the shiny nickel. See, we've been processed. We've been hacked in our memories, our minds to chase after the shiny nickel. We have the dirty dime. They made our dime to appear to be dirty. The dirty dime versus the shiny nickel. And what do I mean by that? Right? There were 2 boys, right? 2 kids, right? The older brother had a shiny nickel. The younger kid had a dirty dime. But that brother wanted that dirty dime. The older kid wanted the dirty dime. He knew the value of that dirty. So what is a cult? Because this is something that is floated around a lot, family. You hear the church, right? They're so quick to call the Israelites, call us cults, right? They're so quick to throw this label out. But in fact, if you really did a research of the word cult and you go through the FBI's website and you just research it, guess what? They will tell you that the most of the cults, 90% of the cults that you see in this country, is over 14,000 cults in this country, and they're in Christianity. Most of the cults in this country is in Christianity. And many of the Christians that refer to themselves as denominations don't even realize those denominations, many of those denominations fall under the characteristics, fall up under the guidelines of a cult.
Jehovah's Witnesses definitely are a cult.
One of them, yep.
100%. 100%.
Who's that with the grinder?
Then he goes on to talk about Prince Hall.
All right, so let's break this down. Right, Prince Hall Freemasonry. Prince Hall is recognized as the father of Black Masonry. You'll find a number of athletes that's in it. You'll find a number of pastors in it. Shaquille O'Neal, right? Martin Luther King, Richard Pryor. You know, you could go right down the list. You know, Frederick Douglass. You could go right down the list on famous people that have been Freemasons. Prince Hall Freemasons.
Some Pan-Africans in there.
So Prince Hall is recognized as the father of Black Masonry in the United States. Historically, he made it possible for Negroes to be recognized and enjoy all the privileges of free and accepted Masonry. A few records and papers have been found of him, in Barbados, where it was rumored that he was born in 1748. But no record of his birth by church or by state has been found there, and none in Boston. So on March 6, 1775, Prince Hall and 14 men of color were made Masons in Lodge number 441 of the Irish Registry, attached to the 38th British Foot Infantry at Castle Williams Island in Boston Harbor, Massachusetts. Now, remember, I said every military base has a Masonic lodge either directly on it or right outside of it, but they do come together on base along with the Eastern Stars. And as you see here, what it says here, the Irish Registry attached to the 38th British Foot Infantry at Castle Williams Island in Boston Harbor, Massachusetts, right? When you start getting into the story about the tea, right? When they threw the tea over, right? There's a whole nother Masonic story to that. That's completely different from what the history books talk about. That it wasn't about the tea bags. It's more to it, right? More to it. We'll deal with that another time. So on March 6, 1775, Prince Hall and 14 men of color were made Masons in Lodge 441 of the Irish Registry, attached to the 38th British Foot Infantry at Castle Williams Island in Boston Harbor, Massachusetts. It marked the first time that Black men were made Masons in America. Let me say that again. It marked the first time that Black men were made Masons in America. About a year later, since the conflict between England and America had commenced, the British Foot Infantry left Boston along with its lodge, leaving Prince Hall and his associates without a lodge. Before the lodge left, Worshipful Master Bott gave them a permit to meet as a lodge and bury their dead in manner and form. So the permit, however, did not allow them to do any Masonic work or to take in any new members. Under it, African Lodge was organized on July 3rd, 1776, with Prince Hall as the worshipful master. It wasn't long before this lodge received an additional permit from the provincial Grand Master John Rowe to walk in procession, on St. John's Day. My throat getting a little dry. I'm going to get me something to drink. Let me read it again. It wasn't long before this lodge received an additional permit from the provincial Grand Master John Rowe to walk in procession on St. John's Day. On March 2nd, 1784, African Lodge number 1 petitioned the Grand Lodge of England, the Premier or Mother Grand Lodge. Notice what we're dealing with. We're dealing with all these Europeans. Our people want to give up their dirty dime for this shiny nickel. That's what you're noticing here. Our people want to give up their dirty dime for the shiny nickel. That's what we see happening here, right? So the Premier or Mother Grand Lodge of the world for a warrant, in other words, charter, to organize a regular Masonic lodge with all the rights and privileges thereunto prescribed. So this is a major accomplishment. But guess what, family? According to the history books, this is a major accomplishment for supposedly our people. However, this is not the heritage that Yah has set aside for his people. Let me say it one more time. This is a major accomplishment. However, this is not the heritage that Yah set aside for his people. We need to understand that, because we like to highlight, accomplishments done by our community that's going into new territory that others have not ventured into. But guess what? Not every territory, not every idol or area that we venture into can be considered a major accomplishment, because what are we losing along the way? What are we compromising along the way? So this is a major accomplishment. However, this is not the heritage that Yah set aside for his people. 2 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 14 and 15 says, and no marvel, for Satan is transformed into an angel of light. Therefore, it is no great thing if his ministers also be transformed as the ministers of righteousness, whose end shall be according to their works. So if Hasatan and his ministers pretend to be messengers of light, this means they also have a doctrine. So what is the doctrine of Hasatan? What is his doctrine? The doctrine of secret societies. That's his doctrine. The doctrine of secret societies. All right. And once we go through this section here, that'll be our stopping point, and we'll pick up next week. All right. This weekend. The doctrine of secret societies. Let's deal with this. Remember, Satan disguises himself as an angel or a messenger of light. In Freemasonry and Masonry, or speculative Masonry, the light is very important in their doctrine. Let me say that again. The light is very important in their doctrine. We just read out of Corinthians that Hasatan disguises himself as a messenger of light. So in Masonry, light is very important in their doctrine. In Freemasonry, there are three lesser lights: the sun, the moon, and the master of the lodge, which is referred to as the worshipful master. Now, why would anyone from our community want to have this title for themselves? Why would you want any of your own brothers and sisters to refer to you as worshipful master? Just that alone tells you how warped we are. Anyway, what did the Hebrew Israelite Messiah say about calling someone master? Let's go to Matthew chapter 23, verse 8 through 10. Let's see what it says here. But be not ye called rabbi, for one is your master, even Christ, and all ye are brethren, and call no man your father. Now, I want to make this clear, family. I want to make this clear that what this mean is saying, what the Messiah is saying here, don't put any of these leaders on pedestals, because it says call no man father. Does that mean not to refer to your biological father as Abba? Because that's the Hebrew word for father. That's not what this means. It's saying do not idolize these people. Do not put these people on pedestals. Do not put them above the Messiah. Do not put them above the Most High. So be not ye called rabbi, for one is your master, even Christ, even the anointed one. And all ye are brethren, and call no man your father. Right? The reason why it says call no man, it says, and all ye are brethren, because we are all equal here. We are brothers and sisters. Right? I'm not your master, right? Only one is our master. And call no man your father upon the earth, for one is your Father which is in heaven. Neither be ye called masters, for one is your master, even Christ, even the anointed one, the anointed one. So greatness is measured by service, not by earthly honor. Let me say that again. Greatness is measured by service, not by earthly honor. So together, we are brothers and sisters to one another. One is not above or more exalted than another. Each stands as an equal before Yahweh and one another. So now let's deal with the pillars of Freemasonry, right? Looking at the time, and we got a little while to go. We'll go for another 30 minutes. I think I've given you more than enough to go off. I'm giving you a lot of information here. But let's deal with the pillars of Freemasonry, right? The pillars of Freemasonry, Eliphas Levi and the Kabbalah. Eliphas Levi is one of the pillars of Freemasonry as we see it, especially today. He and Albert Pike, they are the ones. Albert Pike is the one that wrote the rituals. 90% of the rituals, Albert Pike, right across the board. He wrote the rituals for the KKK, all connected. The rituals for that the Nation of Islam running with, all connected to Albert Pike. So Eliphas Levi and the Kabbalah. Let's see what Eliphas Levi says here, right? What is more absurd and more impious than to attribute the name of Lucifer to the devil? That is to personified evil, right? Let me read that again. What is more absurd and more impious than to attribute the name of Lucifer to the devil? That is to personified evil. The intellectual Lucifer. Notice what it says here. Notice what he says here. The intellectual Lucifer. Notice how Eliphas Levi, paying honor to Lucifer, is the spirit of intelligence and love. Notice how he's worshiping Lucifer. It is the paraclete, in other words, an advocate. It is the Holy Spirit. So he's referring to Lucifer as the Holy Spirit, the Rawak HaQuadash, or the Rawak Alahayim, where the physical Lucifer is the great angel of universal magnetism. What is universal? Right? Universal, universe. Uni is the triple goddess of the Etruscans. That's where you get the Trinity or the Trinitias. This is where you get it from, right? The Etruscans had a triple goddess, right? The mother, maiden, right? And we also have the crone, which they also refer to as the hag, the old woman, right? But anyway, but we see universal, uni, triple goddess, versal, the doctrine of uni. That's what universal means, doctrine of uni. Catholic means universe, the doctrine of uni, right? So we see here Lucifer is the great angel of universal magnetism. So you see Eliphas Levi is worshiping Hasatan. Freemasonry is worshiping Hasatan. Fraternities and sororities is the worship of Hasatan. I want to say peace and blessings to my cousin, Dr. Sean Carr. I think
you got nothing to say, man. Emmanuel, where you at, man? Bias, is it?
Pardon?
What are you saying, man? Is that any lies? Is it sensationalized? Because you're just getting this work day after day. We're coming with more evidence.
Stop. What we were saying. Turn anywhere. Everything I do is bad. Everything I do is related to surgeon. Everything I do is completely wrong. So there's no winning. So I'll just stay quiet. I'll just stay quiet.
It's about what you're doing and the rituals and the practices. All the bias confirmation. You was the one who quickly showed us gloves, right? You the one who pulled out book. You're the one that pull out all your little pamphlets and everything to do with it. You don't now come and say that it's us who started on you, and you know we can say whatever we want. We're breaking it down.
Are you not entertained? I never said that. Is this not why you are here?
Concerning what you
the hellfire. You can't take the hellfire that's about to drop on your head. Yeah. Every day so far, the last 3 days, you've been told that you're going to have an encounter with Lucifer, with the devil, with Satan, with Baphomet, with
by you.
Not only by me, by other people who are master masons.
By YouTube videos,
bros.
By confirmation bias.
I told you first And then these people are here to reiterate what we've already told you.
No.
They ain't saying nothing new. They're just letting you know,
I
what
can
we
go on
know.
the internet
And
and
other
find a
people need
million
to know as
things.
well. Oh, come on, bro.
Look. Confirmation bias is clearly
You
at
love
play.
Satan, man.
Come on.
Just admit it, man. Admit it, man.
What God do
You know
you
what?
serve?
It's a sad day when the sons of Africa are debating about religion when we have more on our head, more than religion. It's a sad day.
Masonry, my friend.
I've got to be honest with you on that, man. It's a sad day, you know. We're debating about religion when the non-African people use these religions like the Illuminati, Islam, Christianity to further their race first, to build economics and security. But the sons of Africa are debating about religion to get out of their responsibility. It's a sad day.
And you know another thing we do, Kel, we debate on these societies and organizations and religion for the afterlife. We don't even take advantage of these ideologies while we're here on the earth. We're just using these ideologies to prepare to die. Once we die, we're going to Jannah or heaven, or you see what I'm saying?
But brother Born, the scripture says, the scripture says you can have this life and hereafter, but the African descendants, they just want the next life where the non-African people have this life.
You see, and you know what? I'm gonna tell you why though, Kel, because subconsciously we know, right, that it's dominated by global white supremacy. But we don't want to admit it. We'll say, no, that's not true, and that's not real, and that's not right. So, but then in the meantime, instead of fighting, hold on, Emmanuel. In the meantime, instead of fighting, we're preparing for the afterlife, while everybody else is fighting right here, right now, in real life.
Masonry, bro.
And let's go back to masonry. But hold on, Kel.
That's the root of it.
This is the perfect. I know, but this is the perfect thing about masonry. We got a brother on the panel talking about masonry and saying, "Man, I just slipped up into it. I don't know what's going on." That's how we do the same thing with masonry that we do with religion. I just kind of slipped into it. My mom's mom was a Freemason. No, my dad's dad was a Freemason. So I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm just
my brother. If you watch the video, you would see that how it's connected to the church, right?
Absolutely.
So like we've already told you this long time with the Knights of Malta and all of these Rosicrucians and all of these different organizations. So like, what we're trying to explain to the brother is that you're saying it's got nothing to do with religion, right?
No,
He's still claiming to be heavily religious and a Mason. Does that make sense to you?
To be some pro-blacks, and you're not.
Huh?
You're here trying to be
what are you doing? You're meant to be a Jehovah's Witness, but now you're a Mason.
But everything you're
Jehovah's Witness don't allow Freemasonry other than their own.
Constant tear downs.
We had a debate about this the other day. I explained to you with proof and evidence. Proof and evidence. For example, first of all, in that, you will never, ever find the Messiah calling himself a Christian. He never called himself a Christian. In fact, if we go into the name in your religion, as they say, Nasara, who knows what Nasara means? What does Nasara mean as in the Abrahamic faith? What does it mean? Because we're going to get down to religion. What does Nasara mean?
What are you doing? Sorry, that's not the conversation we was having. We're trying to explain to a brother who's come on and said that he is a Freemason, right?
Okay.
We're saying, okay, how does this relate to us? Like, you know what I mean? And we know what comes with it. There's a point where they're going to introduce you to Lucifer, right? He's in fully denial. We've played countless videos and evidence.
No, you played two confirmation bias
videos. Hold on, my brother. Like, why are you
Right.
doing this now? Yeah, because remember, every time we ask him a question, he says, "Oh no, I can't tell you about that. I can't tell you about that." But we're at a level where we know more than the level that he's trying to attain. We know.
I disagree with that at all. Because if we did know,
bro.
we would
Let me
build
finish.
economics.
Let
Go
me
on, brother.
finish.
Okay.
Yeah, it's about economics. Yes, it's about economics to join the Freemasons to further whatever plan you have. But remember, they also have a plan.
But we don't have nothing though, brother Snipes.
Oh my
We're in
God.
the we don't have anything.
Oh my God, relax, bro. Because when they were just explaining, yeah,
Right.
they had Martin Luther King and certain individuals, and you know what I mean, from America who were part of the Masons, right?
Oh, wait a minute, Martin
Right,
Luther King,
so-
who's
so-
from
so-
Alabama.
Bro.
From Alabama. Martin Luther
Yeah,
King.
well,
As the
what's the issue?
Birmingham, Alabama,
Ku Klux
have
Klan. Ku Klux
generated
Klan is
in-
also a
right?
fraternity, a Mason, is a
Okay,
Masonic.
so
fraternity.
by the honourable Martin Luther King, you say was a Mason, so right? Did the Alabama community reap all the economics and security to defend themselves against white supremacy? Is that what happened?
You saw what happened.
No, brother. It's irrelevant because you keep mentioning
You
individualism.
saw what happened. They had a military. They had a military. Hold on, strategy, and then they changed to a strategy of aggressive, violent, non-violence. Like, bro, and that was brought in by that Russell guy, yeah, the homosexual guy who came into the organization with his fuckery and eventually got kicked out. Right, so we're clear on that. Right, but they kept some of the principles. So where they were military and militant before, sitting in the yard with guns and big straps and 12 gauges and all of that, they've gone from that to a non-violent stance, hold arm in arm, we shall overcome. This is because there's a homosexual in their midst, right? A black one, an African American homosexual in their midst, right?
Very
Who's giving
unsynchronized. Very
who's giving them,
unsynchronized.
thank you, who's giving them certain ideologies. The only reason he was kicked out of the organization is because Martin Luther was coming over to England, and Enoch Powell, who was in power, already had a file on man, but he didn't have much on Martin Luther, right? But obviously, your associates, and he threatened to expose this individual in a man's organization. So Martin Luther had to let my man go. Now, hear the joke. After the assassination and the killing of Martin Luther, guess who comes running back? This individual. Now, this individual is one of the founders now, it seems, and elder members of the NAACP. Now, this is why the NAACP now incorporates LGBTQ.
Okay.
Because this guy is in there with his partner, older white American, and this black brother. And remember, this guy was a sexual deviant in the sense that he was raping off young white males in America. Do you get what I'm saying? And he wasn't really getting like sentenced, or like he was getting away with it, it seemed, for a time. So this is his funny behavior. All of these things came out, and Enoch Powell's got this file and saying the letters to Martin Luther, saying, boy, don't think you can come over here and do nothing while you got that guy in your company. So man had to make a conscious decision to put my man to the back. So there's a lot to be said about this masonry and LGBT and all of these things being interacted and interwoven in the past.
And how does that get black people power back, brother? Can you explain to me how all
I
this
don't
gets
know.
there?
I don't know. I'm saying that
you don't know.
No, I'm saying I'm not a Mason, right? Because that's
brother.
the main point.
But brother,
what is it doing? Hold on, one second. I'm not a Mason. I'm saying our brother here is a Mason, and we're saying yes, the same thing. How is it going to benefit us, or benefit your community, or even benefit you as an individual? Yeah, how's that going to happen? Right? He's telling us all these la-di-da stories, charity, all of this stuff. We know these Masons do charity, to counter
as
the
a front.
negative, the negativity that they're going to be carrying out, and ceremonies and rituals and bloodletting and genocide and colonization and white supremacy, all tools of the Masons.
That's right.
Right.
So when you're talking about white supremacy, we should never avoid the Masons. We should definitely, we're at their door, we're on their neck, we George Floyd in them. Do you get what I'm saying?
So we're gonna separate these things from white supremacy.
No.
Because of what?
No, we're not. We're saying it is one and the same thing, but you only want to choose one aspect. Okay, let's say white supremacy. But white supremacy is part of a bigger, as you know, global something, right? Controlled by the Masons, like, and Illuminati, and the higher level of Masons. One second, you can't even be Illuminati. One second. What we were told was yesterday was you can't even be Illuminati without being a Mason first.
Okay.
Right, and that Masons are only foot soldiers of the Illuminati. So we see even in order what level certain men are, right?
Different types of white people. Is that there's different types of Europeans in division?
You're quite correct. Yeah, in some respects, yeah. But the most significant thing, was about the Rothschilds, right? They said that the higher order, when you reach the level of Rothschild, they even got it as a level in Freemasonry between 30 and 33, right? And that in that situation, you sit down in a room where they've got so many chairs. I don't know if it's 24 or something like that, but one seat is empty for Lucifer. I'm done. I'm out.
But you do realize.
I'm saying our little brother.
But you do realize, brother Snipes, that one of the tactics of white supremacy is to make black people believe that there's different types of Europeans, you see, and making them focus on these labels. So when you focus on the Illuminati, you say to yourself, now the Illuminati can't be the same as the ones up top. Or when you focus on the KKK, you say, nah, the KKK can't be at the top. And while you're doing that, brother, guess what's happening? You're getting confused about the reality that they use these divisional groups to confuse you.
You're not getting it, man. You're not getting it.
Why
I'm
are you
saying, like,
dividing?
the level of
What
masonry?
divisional groups?
Let's deal with masonry,
Illuminati
right?
is at the top. The Masons have infiltrated every aspect of Western government and society. They run the thing. There is no conflict with them. They run it secretly. Run it.
Yeah. And if you don't know that, then you're living in ignorance, right?
So, in other words,
and us letting you know that
we're going to use these labels to get rid of the fact that all non-African people, they practice an unethical code of conduct to keep their people in charge and to oppress black. So we're going to use these divisions. Is this the solution? The tactic?
I'm saying, hold on one second. I'm saying our brother Emmanuel is a black brother that we know, right? And we're saying, is being in a Freemason organization that's mainly, as you said, the one he particularly in is controlled by Europeans, is that to our benefit? And is that to his benefit even?
Spiritually.
Here's the thing, brother. If you don't,
you better know what you're caping for, man.
Brother,
seriously,
if you don't,
he does, man. All of his heroes are Masons. He knows what he's caping for.
Well, brother, my heroes practiced their rates first and benefited. You see, we don't deal with. Hold on, brother Jedi.
You think, bro?
We don't deal with the labels, brother. You see, this is the thing with you unsynchronized Africa. You keep focus on labels.
Listen, brother, where in Africa are you from? Hold on, where? Before you tell me I'm unsynchronized, where in Africa are you from?
I'm from Africa, brother.
Exactly. Don't call me.
No.
That's unsynchronized. You've got no destination. No,
I'm an Igbo man.
No, I know.
I'm an Igbo man. Listen. Yo, my brother.
Go on, brother.
You ain't calling me an unsynchronized African and not getting checked when you can't even tell me where in Africa you're from. Relax.
Exactly.
Brother,
we ain't even confirmed you're African.
Brother, you're based in. Hold on, brother. You're based in it. Upon what principles are you basing to get check me that you're not unsynchronized, brother? What criteria are you basing upon, brother?
Unsynchronized African.
From the fact that I am from this place that you're saying.
I'm from there as well, brother. That's what you realize.
Let me know where you're from.
I don't need to prove it, brother. I'm a Pan-Africanist.
What tribe?
I'm a Pan-Africanist, brother.
Go on, brother. That makes no sense.
It makes perfect sense.
Listen, hold on. You're telling me you're African, yeah?
That's right.
Okay, cool. Now, as a fellow African, I'm asking you, where in Africa are you from?
And as a fellow African, I'm a Pan-Africanist, brother.
So that's not synchronized with African mentality.
No, that's very synchronized. I'll tell you now.
So hold on. So let me tell you something.
Go on, brother.
You're a Pan-African, but I'm an African.
Okay. All right.
Anybody from Africa can tell you That asking where someone else is from is so African.
Yeah.
Where you from? What
Me too, my
tribe?
brother.
Even if you're if you're from the same tribe, they're saying, "Where's your father from? Where's your father?" Like,
Yeah.
they want to know. We are specific.
related.
Nah, stop, man. Stop.
Everyone knows.
Give me some space. Give me some space.
Brother.
Give me some
Everyone
space.
knows,
Stop
brother.
stop
Everyone
panic
knows.
waffling. Stop the panic waffling, man.
But everyone knows.
Yeah, that's the new
Everyone
one.
knows.
PW.
That's
We don't
the
give me
new
some
one for
space.
real.
Give me
Everyone
some
knows.
space, man.
Go
Stop
on, brother.
PWing. Let me talk.
Go
Let
on,
me
brother.
talk, bro.
Go on, bro.
I'm saying, yeah, it's very African, yeah, to identify where you're from, yeah, within the African context. You're saying, well, brother, I'm a Pan-African, and I'm acknowledging that. I'm just saying, you put that Greek word pan in front of African, and that makes you a different type of African from an African. Well, I'm acknowledging that. Big up, man. I'm unsynchronized with Pan-Africans, but I'm synchronized with Africans.
But here's the thing, though. Synchronize with an African out a principle, you will be going back in time where non-African people use the tribes against one another to conquer the country.
No.
So me as a Pan-Africanist understand political science, right? That it's better to associate yourself with all of them except for one. Brother Khan, I don't understand why you are.
I would expect that.
You're not an African.
I would expect that from a free. I would expect that from a Freemasonic doctrine that wants the world one, that wants the one world order. So yeah, throw away your identity and let's throw it in the melting pot for this Pan-African, this Greek African fucking idea. Yeah, by Masons. Yeah, that's what. Throw away your identity and let's all be one. The UN, United Nations of Africa. Yeah, Joker, man.
No. We're talking about united.
God forbid bad thing.
You are right in line with Babylon. You are right in line with Babylon. This is exactly what Babylon. You're not against Babylon, man.
You know what's going to go after the gender. The gender's going to be next.
Because it's a Freemasonic agenda. That's why. Boom.
We're very much against it.
That's why all your heroes are Freemasons.
What history tells us that those people that you mentioned fought against the system.
No, brother. His story. Hold on. His story is his story, and you're blinded by
our story. His story
is his story, and you're blinded by political fucking science, bro. So they're head topping you each and every time that they paint the devil in black. Or they give you the bad guy. Oh, the white guy. Yes, it was the blacks against the bad white guys. And every time that feeds right into your dopamines. You're a sucker.
It's not about good or bad.
For the very psychology and political science. Hold on. The very psychology and political science that you preach about, yeah, for everyone to be wary of, you're actually a victim of.
Okay.
Easy, brother.
But you do understand that there's no such thing as good or bad when it comes to racism, brother. It's about controlling the resources, brother, and keeping the people in charge. If it was about good or bad, brother, then we can say that African people, they have never subjugated Europeans, Middle Easterns, and Asians. We've never done it. So if you are going to base on good,
that's not true.
That's not true. Yeah,
you're going to have to explain to me. Hold on, brother.
Definitely enslaved Europeans.
Hold on. No, we haven't. The Arabs did.
No.
No, brother. The Arabs.
We are the original Arabs.
No, brother. You're the Arab. I'm not. I'm an African. You see, there you go again, brother. You're talking about I'm an African.
But Arab is a desert dweller.
Brother, you are confused, brother. We are African.
And we got the biggest desert in Africa. The Sahara.
You be the Arab. I'll be the African.
Anyone who lives left or right on it can be considered an Arab.
You can go to the Arabs, tell them I'm an Arab, and don't run your ass out of the Arab.
Makes sense, bro. Like, relax, man. You know what I mean? Like, we're telling you what is truth.
I don't understand what his objection is to identifying Luciferian influences in
and
society.
Defending it.
I don't.
I would tell you what the problem is.
Defending Satanism with a passion. Yeah,
I will tell you what the problem
defending
is. The problem is
Illuminati with a passion. I just don't understand it.
I'll tell you what the problem
energy come from.
I'll tell you what the problem is. Black people, right, from the non-African, which has subjugated them to believe that they will focus on these interventions, natural disasters, and all these things to prevent themselves from the reality. You're going to have to build with your people. build a military base to get the power back. Talking about religion and no action doesn't make no sense to me. You're talking about the Prophet Emmanuel. Hold on. You're talking about the
How is
Prophet
that answering
Emmanuel.
the question that I
You're
spoke
talking
to
about
you about identifying your enemy in a covert state who's now
Right.
influenced things from a Luciferian and a nefarious position.
Right.
Okay. But here's the thing, Khan. You believe that racism came from the devil, right?
Brother,
Racism.
forget about trying to
No
use
one's
my
saying
own
that.
religion
Oh,
against me.
using
I'm
your religion
asking
against
you
you?
a question.
Brother, you're
How
talking
is
about
your
religion.
Pan-African identity conflicting with anything what's been said here about identifying and
Yeah.
digging out Lucifer wherever you find him?
Because we understand, brother, that focusing on Lucifer from an African perspective is not going to get your power back. We've been doing it too long and we ain't got no power back. But focusing on the reality that non-African people, they practice racism, which came from the devil. So they're using the devil's art and subjugating black people. If you eradicate that and get the power back, then we can focus on Lucifer. But black people want to do it the other way around. And what's strange to me, Khan, that you're speaking on black people's issues as usual.
No, it's not. I'm not
You're
speaking
not an
about
African.
nothing to do
You're
with black
not
people right
an
now.
African. You're not an African, right? For one.
I'm not
And
speaking
number
about
two,
nothing to do with black people
you've
right now. If
done
you want me to leave
nothing.
the panel, I'll leave it.
No, you don't have to leave the panel.
No,
You
have a
don't
little
have to leave the panel.
vote amongst
We're talking
yourselves.
about masonry, bro. We're talking about
Brother,
Emmanuel. We're talking about
brother,
man
whether,
caping for masonry and
right? But
Satanism.
brother, I told you already that Mason, what you're talking about, it's in a religion. If you're not on the correct religious state, you're practicing that anyway. So what now?
The biggest trick the devil ever pulled was making you think he didn't exist. You're saying religion. Meanwhile, Masonic
The Masons are
influences
going away.
penetrating
Satan.
into governments, into states, into everything,
And they're
they're
using the devil to
covertly
colonize us and all
influencing
sorts.
everything.
But Khan,
It's their
you do
agenda
realize
that you're dancing to.
But Khan, you do realize that these institutions seems to be keeping white people in power. You do realize that, don't you? And that
Obviously, but no one's arguing that. So that's why we're asking you, where's your conflict?
But they're getting extra help.
My conflict is that black people focus on religion too much and don't focus on getting their
But this
power.
ain't nothing to do with religion. This is something higher than religion.
What are you talking about?
These
This
lot took over religion. They own religions.
They're doing rituals.
Yeah.
So
You heard what Khan said. He didn't stutter. He was right. They
But they're
own
doing rituals.
the concept. They've taken over the institutions that are religious.
So
yes. And hold on, they're masonry. Hold on, they're Masonic organizations. Now, all of these masons, different fraternities, all of these different things that we've just explained. Police are a set of masons. This one's a set of masons. That one's a set of masons, right? And then you want to talk about white supremacy and how they're subjugating us and da-da-da. Who's doing that? The Masons.
Who are Europeans? You see, brother, who are Europeans? You see, who are Europeans?
You're not even hearing it. So when we're arguing on the side of free human beings, 1 second. When we're arguing on the side of free human beings, why are you arguing or caping for the Satan worshippers who definitely their tool, one of their tools is racism, white supremacy?
Because one of the tricks that the devil does to black people, focus on the hereafter.
Like they're not
and don't focus
involved.
on
They're
this
involved as well.
You
That's
see?
the biggest trick.
Okay, now
Like the Masons
you want to have your own separate
Maku,
Lucifer.
who do you worship?
He wants to have a separate Lucifer
Who
for
do
black
you worship,
people.
Maku? What God do you
I deal with the
obey?
Most High, man.
How?
The Most High said you're supposed to have this life and the hereafter. So you can't deal with the Most High.
Emmanuel's got rattled.
You can't deal with the Most
Come
High
back
because
swinging.
he says you can have.
Emmanuel's managed to put a sentence together. Watch out,
Get it?
guys.
You know when you have your
3 hours
yeah,
later.
exactly. Yeah, but when we're talking about Lucifer, or even in my
about your
perception,
God.
in my
Let's talk
perception,
about your
yeah,
beliefs.
but
I
in
wanna
my
hear
in
Maku's
my
beliefs.
perception of God, right? If you even say Islamically, yeah, we still
Your
have
own
Shaitan.
perception of
We
God.
still have
Okay,
Shaitan.
cool,
We
cool,
still
cool,
have
cool.
the individual, the character,
Iblis.
the negative one, the evil one, right? That you guys are still fucking following and about to take
Who do you
instructions
follow?
from.
And black
So
people,
I don't deal with none of that. Hold on
people-
1 second. And
Go
you
on.
know,
deal with
anyone who's a
nothing.
politician, anyone who's a fucking freedom fighter, anyone who has any connection to these people are involved in cahoots with
That's
the
right.
fucking devil.
That's it.
And I'm out.
And,
You get
and
me?
we
You're not
can,
going to
and we
argue
can say,
that fact
and we
against
can
me
say,
because
we
if they
and we
come
can
near
say,
me, bruv, it's peak for them. That's real talk. Because you lot
but,
like
but,
to chat and don't
brother,
see
yeah,
what's in front of your
brother,
eyes.
but brother,
That's how they
how
can
can
get
you
away with what they're doing.
how can you say that, brother, when
Yeah,
you
man, you
are
just
not
argue.
understanding? You're supposed to
I
collectively
understand. I don't
build with
understand
your
nothing.
people globally and get a military base globally to take the power back off them. Don't think you can use the Illuminati power. I'm gonna get it back by practicing all these
work, man.
magic. It ain't gonna work. You're gonna have to take it back, brother.
way
This is
is
an
not gonna
Africanist
work,
we believe,
bruv.
but you want to sit down,
We
brother,
can't
and
stoop
talk
to
about
their
the
level,
Illuminati.
bruvs. Like, what are we doing, bruvs?
But
We're
brother,
different, a whole different. Hold on, I'm a whole different being. Even the melanin in my body doesn't allow me to be so skullduggerous and follow my enemies. Yeah, and mimic them. Hold on, and mimic them. Yeah, my ancestry and my thing says that nah, we real people, and every individual is a real individual, and know thyself, know
Really
thy
sound
wealth.
good
Hold
for
on one
the enemy,
second.
don't you?
1 second, and
You
make
really
impressions
sound
in
it,
this
really.
world.
You
Make
speak their
impressions,
language, don't you?
bruv.
Very
What are you
well.
doing? What are you doing?
Who,
No, you
when
just
you say they,
you
who
just
do you
said you
mean,
don't mimic
Emmanuel?
the
When you say
enemy.
they, who are you referring to?
He
You say you
says he
speak their
doesn't mimic
language.
the language,
Who do you
but he
mean?
speaks the language.
I'm not, bruv.
Who? What language? Who?
I was born here. What do you mean I can't? What do you mean I can't speak English? No, I'm not supposed to speak
I
English.
didn't say you
Like,
can't.
what is
I
that?
said you are.
No,
You're
but
mimicking
joining
the
a fucking fraternity, joining the Freemasons is a conscious move. So don't ever try and tell me learning English that everybody fucking has to do if you born in this country. That's stupid and nonsensical, bruv. Like, stop it. Yeah, stick to the facts and stick to what we're dealing with, bruv. Yeah,
the facts is whether
becoming
you
a
learn these religions,
Freemason. One
right?
second, in Holborn, top European bullshit. Yeah, not even the African Order of Freemasonry did he join. The Order of the Leopard or something, or keep it authentic. Nah, he went full Euro on it, and then man want to come and tell me something about what? When I know what's the ins and outs of that thing. And I'm telling you, he's at level 2, he's about to turn to level 3, and they're gonna show him the fucking devil. What am I wrong in saying in that statement?
So they're gonna show him the devil. How about we show them that we need to get our power back?
Them. I'm not in the Mason
our
thing.
youth, protect our youth who are getting shot and stabbed every day because we can't provide economics for them. And by the way, brother Matthew,
it's not
no
economics.
non-African
Why they're
person,
stabbing and shooting?
no non-African person is gonna protect
I
our
can't change
youth
that. I
who are
can't change
stabbing
that.
each other every
Some
single
of them
day.
youths earn more money than me. Like, what are we doing? So it's the
Some of
hearts
them
and
youths are
minds.
earning
Hold
more
on,
money
my
than
brother. Well, you're talking about shit that man has tried to exercise fully. Like, please, unless you're doing it, you ain't really got no talk. This is all just
Brother,
made up shit. Because I've
I'm
actually
doing
done
it,
it.
brother. You
What
have
doing,
no
bruv?
idea, brother. You have no idea what
I
counts.
do,
I told
and
you
you have
already,
an
brother.
idea.
You
have an
I told you
idea that
already,
we've
brother.
done this
I
already.
told you already.
We've
I
done
told
this
you already.
already, and we do it every day, bro.
Anyway,
Come on, bro.
Kale, what's your
Allow it,
objection?
man.
I don't understand, Kale. You haven't
Yeah, it don't make
outlined your
sense.
objection.
I hope you lot don't hang
Fuck
out with
the
no gang
Illuminati.
members.
Fuck Masons. Like,
No,
what don't
I
you
hope you don't
understand
hang
about
out
that?
with no bad man, nothing like that. Please say you don't hang out with bad man. Do you hang out with bad man? Do you hang out with people that shot weed? Do you hang out with people that hold straps?
This guy's a
Do
draw out, bruv.
Do
He's a
you hang out
draw
with
out.
people who do things like
Who's
that?
he talking to?
Yes, yeah, I do.
Okay,
Who's he
cool.
talking to?
What's the problem? What do you want to say?
Nothing.
No, explain
Nothing.
it, man.
I just want to
a
see
point.
where the balance is.
Well, go on.
What
What
do you mean?
is the balance? You describe it.
What's
Talk
the
to me,
balance?
man.
You mean if a man could draw
No,
an
wait,
army?
no, Snipes, please.
Go on, bro.
Go on.
I'm just wanting to see where your objectivity to demon and Satanism is. It's like you gladly would like associate with people who practice Satanism. Clearly.
So you're saying
Satanism.
1 second, brother. So you're saying a man that sells weed is practicing Satanism?
Yeah, without even knowing it.
How the fuck could you say that, bro? Are you dumb?
Dickhead.
Are you stupid?
All right, cool.
You think Jesus
But
is going to be proud of people who
Respectfully,
sell weed?
respectfully. So, big up the panel, big up everybody.
Big up.
Like, that's a dumb statement, bro.
All right, cool.
It was, even.
I retract.
And he was just saying that bad people smoke
Jehovah's,
weed. It's a bit.
Are
mad.
Jehovah's Witnesses allowed to own guns?
What does that have
No,
to do
no,
with that
not.
topic, though?
Who's the question to?
The
Emmanuel.
point is,
Yeah, of course.
obviously not. The point is, yeah.
What
It's
do
like,
you mean? Obviously not. Sorry, what?
do you? Is everyone you
Sorry,
hang
I've
out
told
with
you.
super
Sorry, who
reputable?
told you Jehovah's Witnesses are not allowed to own guns?
If you live by the sword, you die by the sword.
It's not about living by the swords. It's about having an instrument.
No, of what? Pure destruction.
Oh, so there's no Jehovah's Witness farmers now?
Huh?
Huh?
I have no idea what they do.
There's no Jehovah's Witness farmers with shotguns
no
for their farms.
idea.
No. Okay. There's no Jehovah's Witnesses that hunt. There's no Jehovah's Witnesses that hunt or have to protect their property or their livestock from dangerous predators and therefore need access to a lethal weapon. No.
But all I'm asking is,
to own a gun is to practice Satanism, yeah?
He was screaming. Michael was going
to own a sword. To own a sword is to own a weapon. Is to own a weapon. Nah, see, this is the thing, man. You see, your logic is flawed. Is to own a weapon, Satanism.
Huh?
Owning a weapon, is that Satanism? Holding
In
a
this
weapon, is that
country, it's
Satanism?
illegal to own a weapon. So if you're breaking the law,
is breaking the law Satanism? Is breaking the law Satanism?
Wow.
Yeah, you must respect. You must honor.
But whose law are you breaking?
Wow.
What?
So you're
Mad.
saying
Whose law are you
breaking
breaking?
the law is Satanism?
Mad.
But I can't even conversate with you. You don't even know
That
what
conversation, that even what you
like-
said was
Bro,
Satanism.
bro, guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Man be deliberately dumb to prove a point, innit?
It's not deliberate.
And I think
He's actually that dumb.
I think a full sense of education will always get out trumped by common sense.
Now I think a little bit more pressure, he'll have a full-on meltdown.
Do you know what I
right
mean?
now.
Because you can say all these big words and sound clever, but you're not saying shit, bro.
You're not saying shit. You just sound silly, man.
No,
Contradicting yourself.
And he's ready to snap right now.
Owning
It's
a
gonna
gun
break.
is Satanism. Selling weed is Satanism. Breaking the law is Satanism.
But the law's not Satanism. The government's not
Sin is
Satanism.
all around us.
Yeah, man. Come on,
Sin
man.
is all around us.
You own a
Can we
weapon.
accept
I just want
that?
to let you know. Peter owned a weapon and chopped off a soldier's ear right in front of Christ.
Yeah, what did he say
Emmanuel,
after that?
they didn't even have to try to get
Yeah,
you.
he told him.
bro.
He told him,
They
don't
didn't
do
even
that.
have to
He
try
never
and
said
get you, bro.
Satanism.
But it wasn't
He never said.
illegal.
He never said
Like a
you
lamb
owning
to
that
the
knife.
slaughter.
He never
Yeah.
said you owning that knife is Satanism.
Yeah, why you got that knife anyway?
He just saying he just said, "Yo, brother, listen, don't worry, I got this. You ain't got to ride for me." Simple. Yeah,
If you live by
that's
the sword,
Satanism.
you'll die by the sword. I'm talking about.
Yeah, man,
in
because
this
someone's gonna
country, I'm
take
talking
revenge.
about
It's
the
common sense, bro.
law.
Like, this is why common and living life and experience.
No, common sense is not common.
We're talking about owning it, having it in our possession. You talking about living by it.
Matthew, I like the way you acting like everything
You can't even
do.
talk properly, man.
You're
All the
Satanist,
people
bro.
you hang out with.
I'm a firm believer.
You're
Yeah,
baby
that a lot of
Satanist.
people, yeah,
This is madness.
when they like physically
Come
try
on.
to speak and it comes out jumbled and very confusing, it's because
Yeah.
that's how their mind state is as well.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Like their mind is a mess. It's jumbled.
Okay.
The
So
ritual.
Scrambled
enough of
egg.
these personal
Scrambled
attacks.
egg, bro.
Enough of these
You got-
personal attacks. Let's stick
It's
to
not a
the
personal
let's
attack,
stick
it's
to
an
the
observation.
subject at hand.
Exactly.
It's an
The subject
observation.
of hand
Get your
is
words
that
right, mate.
you lot have people who do things who are untoward, and you hang out with them willingly.
Rubbish, man.
And you hang out with those people willingly. You know, you call them your best friends and your buddies, and you know they do criminal activities consistently.
Yeah, because for
So
me,
the point of the matter-
for me,
the
I tell
point
you
of
why.
the matter
Was
is,
one,
you're
let me tell you
doing
something.
this, you're doing
Let me
this,
tell you
and they're
something. Let me tell you
knowingly,
something, Emmanuel.
knowingly
Emmanuel.
committing crimes. They're
Check
knowingly
this now, yeah.
breaking the
Yo,
law.
yo, yo, yo.
They're
All right, man.
knowingly
Enough of
putting
the
families
simple,
in
man.
danger.
Enough,
They're
man.
Nah, you're
knowingly.
chatting
No,
shit,
listen,
man.
listen,
He's
listen.
having a meltdown. I'm telling
Hold
you.
on, everyone. Hold on.
You still call them friends. You still call
All
them
right, cool.
friends.
Let me defend my stance. Yeah, one, I don't base my moral barometer is not based on the laws and statutes in place by the government, right? So just because the government say something is legal or illegal, I don't base that on it. And I'll give you a good example. In slavery, it was legal to own another human being and whip them to death if they did not do your bidding. Now, I sincerely hope that if I was alive in those times, I would have said, fuck the law, that ain't right. But for you, I think you think that staying in within the laws of the land is the right thing to do. Maybe because you follow the Bible and it says to Caesar's tax pays Caesar's Jews or whatever. But as far as I'm concerned, Jehovah's Witnesses are known for being persecuted and killed for basically going against the law or not abiding by the law if it meant going against their faith.
That's facts.
Big up to Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Big up to the thief on the right-hand side of Jesus in his last moments. But yeah, carry on, Emmanuel. Yeah, big up yourself.
Go on, Emmanuel. You got the mic now, bro. Put a sentence together.
Try and put a dietary plan together.
No, Manuel.
I've lost about 3 stones so far. Go on, carry on.
Manuel, you got to admit though, fucking what you're saying sounds real judgmental for a righteous person, isn't it? Like you're not coming across right, because what you're doing is you're casting aspersions on man's friends and people that are so-called.
I'm like,
everyone
so-called doing wrong.
No. The thing is, I'm only counteract that. Man say, I don't do Satanism. I don't. But I'm saying, but you do think you have friends around you that do stuff. Man.
No,
you know, everyone has friends.
What are you, a soothsayer? What are you, a soothsayer? Are you in my environment? Hold on, I got a base. Hold on. Unfortunately, not like you. Just like you. Sorry, I've had to raise 2 daughters in this country and blah blah blah. So like, you're taking the piss, bro. Like to assume that I associate with some people's and what you think is deviant, I think is deviant. No, it doesn't make sense, bro. You get what I'm saying? And you're assuming a lot, remember? Because I never confessed to anything that you're talking about.
Are you sure?
Of course I didn't. I didn't say anything. It's another man said that his position.
Yes.
Thank you.
I know man that sell weed. Yes, I will associate. Yes, and as soon as it's legal over here, like it's legal for them to sell weed, the government, being that Britain is the largest distributor of medical marijuana around the world internationally, being that the ex-prime minister of the United Kingdom's partner holds the license for the growing of the medical marijuana, I would assume that morally there's not an issue with marijuana. It's just more legislative. So I don't think that really makes anyone selling weed, selling a plant, a Satanist. I just think that's ridiculous. A ridiculous thing to even come out with.
Right, that's a big reach, man. That's just a reaching, isn't it? It's way judgmental.
And let me just say this: if selling marijuana makes you a Satanist, what does being a Freemason make you?
Thank you. Avoiding
that
the point.
That is a good question. That's a beautiful question.
Avoiding the point. No matter what you do, you've been doing dissuasion, moving from left to right, you're wobbling, you're shaking, next man jumping in with you. But the bottom line is, bruh, you're the only one who's come here confessing, showing white gloves, showing little pamphlets, and other people who said they've been through the same thing said there's Lucifer waiting for you.
Confirmation biased, which is 1.
Master Mason compared to a level 2. Let's go.
All right. Let's. Can we find someone on the internet who will clarify what I say about masonry? Get someone who's going to clarify me.
Saying?
Probably loads. There's probably loads.
And that's your job, though. Like, why are we doing all the work for you?
That's very true, Jedi. I'm sorry. I should be
loads,
doing this.
Remember that the propaganda.
What's your point, though, Emmanuel? You saying it's a charitable organization or something? What are you saying?
Only.
What are you saying?
I'm saying the Masons are known for bringing down the Ottoman Empire, establishing Israel as a state.
Rituals. He showed us a book on
influenced governments. They've been responsible for the deaths and suffering of people around the world, subjugated whole nations and states. Like their track records there for everyone to see.
Where's the
I
proof?
don't understand why there's a confusion.
Where's the proof? Is that
they're the Zionists? They're the Zionists, bro.
Conspiracy theory? Is that conspiracy
Well,
theory?
No, it's
Well,
not, bro.
all I can
They
say,
brought down the Roman Empire.
is Revelations kind of explains some of the proof. If you're looking for some of the proof, especially read Revelations again, innit? Because you're going against the grain.
Instead of
Everything
looking at
you're doing.
that ritual Mason handbook that they gave you for your next exam. Yeah?
Yeah.
So
I
the whole
believe-
point is you're practicing rituals right now. You're doing shit that
Macro, I'm not too sure.
to entities that are not bloody holy or whatever. You know what I mean?
No, facts. Cause Max, guess what? I don't believe. I believe that fucking you're not supposed to have another symbol or any sign over your most sign, innit? Like I believe in every religion that's like taboo or it's a sin.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Why would it, Fred? Do you think Jehovah gets mentioned in the lodge?
Jehovah don't. No, we don't get no
We're
man.
not allowed to talk about religion in the lodge.
Exactly. If you've got a new religion coming. You're in the learning phase. Yeah.
No religion.
No. Because there's only one God of this world, right? So as long as you know that, what religion do you need to be in? You know what I'm saying?
I read Mr. Lee and these man.
I'm gonna wake you up to the thing, fam.
You're promoting a bag of fuckery, and at the same time, you're disrespecting honest brothers that's trying to go through. And selling drugs is a part of England's society, to me. Do you know what I'm saying? Whether you like it or not, it's here to stay. It ain't going nowhere, and the British government sanctioned it.
And the road drugs, like the cocaine and the heroin and all of that they ship in, we don't make that. We don't make that.
The people that gave you the glove make all these things. The people that told you to wear them gloves, they co-sign and sanction all the drugs in this British society. Do you get what I'm saying? So you should be looking on demonstrating this, if anything. Does that make sense?
Huh?
That is facts.
That is a fact, though.
Drugs don't come from street level people.
That's a fact, man. Albert Pike was a wizard, blood. The man, they were wizards and stuff. The man, they come from Crusade. They were Knight Templars. And
drugs in the
UK.
Drugs in the UK is high level operation, bro. It's not low level, bro.
Everything that you're talking of, everything that you say, it just comes under topics that of the uninitiated. You get me? So it's just okay, cool. Stick to what you know.
Yeah, you didn't know about Birmingham Biff and all of that. You're gonna learn. You're gonna learn soon. You know what I mean? I know it hurts coming from us. Yeah, we're just more worldly and know a lot of people. You know what I mean? And obviously, there's going to be people out there who already joined or made that decision. Yeah. But we know what's behind it. And we've had many conversations with them. And they've let us know, Lucifer's not the bad guy. He's just misunderstood. I told you. It's going to be big for you, though. Don't worry.
You think I wasn't invited to join, Emmanuel? You think I wasn't?
Yeah,
what I want to know is, how comes you accepted? What is it about you that thinks
what
that
I want to know
this
is why did the Ottoman Empire, why did they practice that in the 16th century? I've got the book.
They were infiltrated. They were infiltrated.
No, brother. I've got the book.
They took over and they installed their own leader.
I've got the book. Right. I've got the book, Practicing Astro Magic in the 16th Century by the Ottoman Istanbul. Why did they do, if you're saying that they brought you down?
What are you talking about now? I don't think that was common. What you're saying is not common practice amongst
the Turkish side of the Ottoman. Don't worry.
If you're licking out against it, but you're
anyway, what was your point, though, Con? What was your point?
I'm asking Emmanuel, like, you know, like obviously I know why I didn't want to join it. I'm asking him why he thinks it's okay to be involved in these Luciferian organizations. Like what? Like he's got education. He's been brought up as a Christian. He should know that this is a no, bro.
Ottoman Turks should know that.
You've gone for it. Kale, you're sounding like a Satanist right now. You need to slow down, bro.
But they're Muslims and they still practice it. You know what I mean?
Satanist Muslims as well, bro. Satanism's in everywhere, bro. You think Islam's free from it? Are you mad?
No, I know this.
Have you not heard of Saudi Arabia and the shit they do to people?
I know.
So we're not going to fling questions, and it's probably in Pan-Africanism as well. So like, we don't care, right? We just hope that the people who are really out for our betterment or whatever are not doing that. But unfortunately, in a lot of the cases, they fucking was. Yeah. So we don't care. Yeah.
No, we hope we get our power back. New religion.
I know. Freemasonry.
All this power hungry talk as well. It's a bit dangerous, bro. It's a bit Luciferian for my liking.
You would say that
power.
You would say that because you're
That's all churches care about power. What you want about?
People in charge. So you would say that.
They made
Masonry the only fucking green power nation in fucking Europe. They're one of them anyway.
They've taken it over. They established. Wow. This is what they do. They build little fuckery systems. Yeah, to entrap, enslave, and snare, any word you want to use. Yeah, to fuck us up, bro. Like, and this is happening in the lodge. It's not happening just in the prime minister's thing or in parliament and da. That's only a little piece of the arm of what needs to be shown officially. That's not what's done privately, and how they make these laws and legislation is real judge. There's a ceremony even for the state opening of parliament. It's juju.
Wow.
For fuck's sake. And it's masonry. And we overstand it. The Queen's wearing sashes and all of this, showing her Masonic shit. She's wearing all her badges and her labels and all of that. Bruvs. It's not for our betterment. We know this for a fact. Yeah. And then we got our own brother. Unsynchronized. This is unsynchronized. This is what you should be on.
But the thing is, But the thing is, you know what, Snaps? You're calling it unsynchronized, but it's very much synchronized to what Brother Kel is synchronized to.
That's the weird thing.
It's a bag of man
about it.
It's a bag of man controlled by the hidden hand.
Right.
So this is what it is. And he's just going to tell you, well, look at the good that they've done for.
I don't know what
I don't know about that.
Don't interrupt me.
They wanted to liberate our people.
Nah, you're making it seem like what you got to say is more important than what I'm saying at the same time. You can say it after, or you can say it before, but don't try to overlap what I'm saying because you don't like it. Allow it.
Brother, I'm cool, brother. I'm a guest.
Yeah, but I'm talking though.
I'm a guest. All right, brother. All right.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, man. So, boom. Obviously, all your books and all your mates, all your heroes and that, get me, is very much inspired by Freemasonry, innit? So you have a sympathy, you have a dopamine towards the brothers of the lodge because they've dropped off a couple of snacks for your cause. So, like, you get me, you're gassed by that. But for me, I'm just like, yo, I see it for what it is. Do you know what I mean? It's a control mechanism. It's a gatekeeping system, and it's one that brothers need to be aware of, isn't it? Yeah, because it controls your worldview, controls what you think that you've actually achieved, controls yourself, your identity, sense of identity, and other higher spiritual aspects. Brother Kel wants us to join a Pan-African military, but this guy can't spend half an hour not telling someone that they're not African. That's
brother,
like, I can't
what
even.
Does that have to do with organizing, brother? Brother,
I tell you why. It shows me that you're not. It shows me that you're not a balanced, or maybe not even a stable-minded person. Yeah,
really,
obsessive compulsion. Hold on, obsessive compulsion to identify and give other people rank of Africanness or Pan-Africanness or synchronizedness. Do you know what I mean? All the while concealing any information about himself whatsoever, but so much to say when other people talk about their personal views and whatnot. You want to correlate everything back to the narrow-minded view of Pan-Africanism, and you can't see beyond that paradigm. You refuse to see beyond that paradigm. So hell yeah, somebody that you would be a fucking liability to start an army with.
Now, brother, I've heard what you said. All due respect, and I appreciate you allowing me on your show. But you do realize that those heroes of mine looked up to Alexander Cromer, who was the forefather of Pan-Africanism, Henry Sylvester Silva, and the list goes on, brother. We understand you Pan-Africanize the institution that you're in to liberate your people. Here's the thing with the Haitian Revolution. There were different religious groups in that revolution, you know. There were Muslims, there were all different types of African spiritualists, but they didn't make it a religious liberation. They made it an African liberation. And this is what we as a people don't understand. If you're going to be a Freemason or a Muslim, or wherever you're going to be and stuff like that, right? That's for you. But remember, you practice your race first, because we're the most oppressed and we're the one that need the help. But if you're going to focus on these labels and remove the reality,
can I ask you a question,
Kel? Religions away from me.
Kel, they took you into a meeting. If Emmanuel,
I just wanted to say from my perspective.
No, Freddie, don't do that.
No, can I just squeeze this one in? Pan-African ain't got nothing to do with, from my perspective, ain't got nothing to do with Freemasonry.
Why are you doing that, man? Listen,
exactly.
Brothers,
let me
just behave yourselves, man.
Let me say,
come on, King, man. You know that Khan was talking. You know Khan was talking first. Come on, brother, man. You did that.
I want to ask.
I'll come in when you finish. But that's all I want to say.
Sorry, Freddie, man.
Anyway, Freddie.
Sorry, brother Freddie. I was gonna say, brother Kale, if Emmanuel introduced you to a man who took you into a meeting and Satan himself come and said to you, Kale, we will give you what you want. We will give you your Pan-Africanist dream, right? We'll give you the whole of Africa for Africans. But you got to leave the rest of the world for us, for the satanic minions. Would you accept that deal?
No, and I'll tell you why.
You're lying.
You're lying. Brother.
So you can't criticize people like Jedi and Maku for not being down with your bullshit, bruv.
Brother. Now, brother, you're calling it bullshit, but here's what you got to understand. There is no non-African person that is going to sincerely help black people globally to get their power back. So when you're calling
nullify the point that I'm making.
Hold on.
You
when
have to give up the whole rest of the world.
When you're calling it bullshit,
you have to give up everything.
No. When you're calling it,
give up being part of humanity.
You're
going to end up like the Jews of Israel or the Arabs in Saudi Arabia who have agreed to lock themselves into a tiny little space and not come out of that space and be leaving the rest of the world for Satan. And that's why we're in the mess we're in today.
When you're calling it
the Kurds are number one Satanists, bro. They go back to Zoroastrianism and peace.
Stop genociding them, please.
None of them Kurds believe in God apart from the Sunni ones.
Apart from the Sunni, brother. You have not done
genociding the people, you motherfucker.
Brother, Freddie, I don't know why you're arguing, bruv. You're just confusing up the issue. What are you even saying?
No, your culture's a shit. If you're saying Pan-African shit, your culture's shit.
I never said Pan-African shit. I'm saying if you agree.
You did. And the thing
I said Kale's version.
Genocidal motherfucker.
Freddie, I'm saying Kale's version.
What do you mean Kale's version? Kale's version,
bro.
All the way back to the forefathers. What are you talking about?
Brother, Kale's ready to forgo the rest of the world.
What are you talking about?
His little Africa.
Kale's version.
And what happened, bro? As soon as you got that, wherever you are in the world, they'll be telling you, oh, you got your Africa now. Why don't you just fuck off back to your own country? And then you'll get run out of the rest of the world.
Brother, here's the thing you got to understand about
Pan-Africanism. He's happy for that because he wants to be the king of the hill, but a very small hill.
Here's what you got to understand about Pan-African. We understand to get our power back, we're going to have to take it back from the European. So for a European and Asian or Middle Eastern to come to me and say, oh, you know what? If you give up all this, we'll give you African back. I already know already that ain't going to work because a student of political science understand second principle of Pan-Africanism, self-determination. Brother, you're not an African and don't say shit because you ain't done nothing for African people globally. Your people has helped to oppress.
Listen to me. Stop pressing buttons. You're getting emotional. Listen to what I'm saying to you. America left Afghanistan. Did Afghanistan have to sign an agreement? Did they have to make an agreement? They were fighting them, yeah. They were militarily fighting them, but they had to make an agreement.
They were part of the United States thing. Here's what you got to understand. How is it possible that the Afghanistans can get rescued when they've been rivals for America?
Rescued? They've done it themselves.
Hold on. Can I finish? How is it possible?
Don't lie then.
I'm not lying. I'm speaking facts. How is it possible?
By who then? Go on. Back what you're saying. Back your talk. Who rescued Afghanistan? No one.
If you can allow me to finish, then you'll know what's possible.
Yeah, but start on the right foot at least.
Now, how is it possible, right, that they've been fighting in Afghanistan, and then all of a sudden they're allowed to settle in America and places in Africa. But the Haitians, who are worse off, they get subjugated. I'll tell you why. Only African people have collectively defeated Europeans, and the Afghanistans were part of that movement of pretending that we are in war so they can reap the opium. Brother, do not start with me when it comes to political science, or due respect to you.
So you're saying that those guys that fell off the airplanes and landed on their faces, you're saying that they were down with America and America wanted that to happen, yeah? Is that what you're saying? You're saying that's part of it. That's part of America's deal with them. You got to send some people up on the airplane to fall down.
Who set it up? Al Qaeda and the Taliban.
Brother, listen.
No.
It's common sense.
You're getting political. Who set them up? Who set it up? The Taliban and Al Qaeda. Who set them up?
The CIA.
Who are
American.
And they involve in what?
Global supremacy for a white man.
And what do they involve themselves in also? The same thing what Brother Maku, Brother Jedi's talking, Illuminati, which is not a more than a free white supremacist religion.
My point to you is that exactly, I'm saying to you, for America to leave Afghanistan, Afghanistan had to agree. They had to sit down and make an agreement. Do you understand? Even though they fought them for 20 years, they had to. Are you listening to me, fam? They had to come to terms. Do you understand? It's like when the Turkish War of Independence that went on for 4 years, where they tried to kick out America and Italy and whatever and England. At the end, they still had to sit down and come to terms. If you're going to take anything off these people, eventually you're going to have to come to terms. There's no such thing as we're going to raise up our military and we're going to fight to the last man. No, you're going to fight until you're in a position where you can sit down and come to terms.
Only people.
So don't try to sell me this military dream.
Robert, the only people
I'm the one who wrote the book on it, bro. My
Europeans
name's
is
Khan,
the
Genghis fucking Khan. I know all about
All right,
it.
shut up now. Let him have a word in.
The only people who have sincerely outdone the Europeans is the Africans. How can Afghanistan, which you are missing the point again, are allowed to settle in America, allowed to settle in Africa if their war?
It's called divide and rule, bro.
No, wait, no. If you are my enemy, and we've been warring for a long time, I'm not going to let you in my country.
Divide and rule. Brother, have you seen the film Scarface?
Hold on.
When all the Cubans go over to America.
Hold on. The Haitians, who have a legendary revolutionary military science, defeated them, and they've been.
I don't believe you anymore. You ain't studied no military science. You ain't studied nothing. You're lying.
The Afghanistans, are allowed to settle in
you're a liar,
America,
bro.
And they can go into Africa.
Brother, it's called divide and rule. All the fucking Afghans that were fucking complicit with America were forced to leave when America left because they would have all got hung in the streets. Same that Boris Johnson's granddad got hung in the fucking streets of fucking Istanbul because they were complicit.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Really?
Yeah, really.
I don't think you know what you're talking about because politically, if you are in war and your greatest ally has wiped and taken things, you don't let them in your land.
Brother, there's nothing you can say that's going to forego a man diving off a fucking airplane and falling to his death because he didn't want to stay in his own country because he was complicit with the fucking white supremacist invaders. And when they left, he had to leave with them.
But you do
sense.
You do realize there's rituals of if you sacrifice yourself, which comes from the religion, as I spoke about a couple of days ago. If you sacrifice yourself, you're going to see the Creator. But it's not more than a ritual which predates in that Illuminati. So what are you talking about?
Right, so everything what I've said militarily and politically, you're coming back. Your answer is ritual sacrifice. All right, I'm going on mute. I'm done. I'm done, bro. You got the mic. Go on.
It is. It's ritual sacrifice.
Okay, so a lot of people are involved, and even as a Pan-African, lots of Pan-Africans are taking on socialist, communists, and they're all Masons as well. So whether they're Bolsheviks and whether we take on ideas from the Russians, it seems, and try and spread that in Africa and America and the rest of the world, it still doesn't make the difference that they're all working on a Masonic theme tune.
But what makes the difference, Brother Snipes, is whether you like it or not. Whether you are in the Freemason, a Muslim, a Christian, a black, Buddhist, you're still going to have to unite with your people to get the power back. You haven't understood that yet. They're not going to give it to you. You can sit down and ask the devil for all these things. The reality, but you're going to have to take the power back in order to liberate you. If you're not willing to do that, respectfully, go back and read the books.
This is why we say that it's going to be very difficult to exercise any type of ideas that you're talking about, because our people are so entrenched in those organizations as well. And we have a clear example right in front of us as a young brother who was a Jehovah's Witness. We know him, blah, blah, blah. Now he said he's joined the Freemasons. You have joined the same oppressive regime that has led us or put us in multiple situations. We've explained this on many occasions. We explained that England's foreign policy is so atrocious and disgusting. Yeah, this is why so many refugees from different countries have automatic right to come here, because they know what they're doing out there. Yeah,
okay.
All based on a Masonic evil agenda.
Yes, brother Trilly.
Sorry, wait till Brother Macu's.
Yeah, all to a racist white supremacy, and as we know about white supremacy, it's just part of the system. And as we said, those who are in the higher ups are multiple in complexion and all of that. It's not just Europeans. Yeah, that's why it's clear. This is why we're saying we've got people working against us, bro. I agree with you in some things, yeah, but this is the fact of the matter. Some people are comfortable with the fact that they worship Baphomet and even as the celebrities, right? But we don't look to celebrities and people like that as people to follow and examples, right? But from their actions and how they're living, we can see the effects of joining and being part of these organizations.
Yeah, but racism is the devil's art, though. So what are you talking about?
Brother Kel, you didn't understand what Macu just said.
Brother,
did you overstand it, brother?
The thing is, right?
Because what I got from what Macu just said is that we are all different. We've got a black Nazi up here talking a bag of shit. So basically, he's saying that if he was living 50, 60 years ago, he would have joined Hitler because he can be successful. Right. People join these dumb shits for money and all these different types of wrong reasons.
Yep.
You get what I'm trying to show you, because they ain't really got the mind capacity and the brain set to understand what you're trying to put across. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So you've got to bear that in mind, bro. Not everyone's going to be able to understand the message that you're trying to portray.
But brother Chili, you do realize that we as an African people, we always use labels to get away from our African identity as well as what we need to do. What the brother Emmanuel is doing is no different than an African descendant who uses Islam as the personification of a Muslim to get at the fact that you're going to have to help your people out. The black Christians do it. The Hebrew Israelites do it. They all do it. So what different is that compared to what others do? It's the same.
But that's not an issue. Hold on. You see, how religion works is, you study the religion, right? And not every single word and paragraph is how you live. Like, who does that? No, you have to relate it to modern day, right? And carry yourself accordingly with the morals and the standards of So you can't say just because a man's a Muslim, that I believe in certain ideals that are not even in the thing, and that might be a hadith that I don't even subscribe to. Like, these are very presumptuous things that you're saying. Do you get what I'm saying? Because there are many times. One second. Yeah, but as I said, you're assuming that each and every individual is driven by their religion, like
yes,
what
they are.
do every day.
Yes, and I'll prove.
You see, Freddie, and this is the problem because
the whole point is
hold on. Your religion is a personal thing, bro. It's a personal thing. It doesn't stop me doing my job. It doesn't stop me reading about my culture. or knowing my culture, or dealing with my people, or dealing with non-Africans, or dealing with Africans, or dealing with West Indians, or dealing with Asians doesn't stop me, bro.
But it stops you from collectively,
morality. One
globally
second.
helping your people out, though. It does do that.
No, it doesn't do that because we do
I
that.
can give you the proof that
my
it's been doing
brother,
that,
shoot, 1 second, because we kind of do that naturally. Wherever we can help out in whatever situation, this is what we call guiding the new generation. Because some of that guiding the new generation is just bringing up your kids, helping your mom, helping your grandparents, helping the people around you. Yeah, you're doing it. And if you're not doing it, then that's down to you, right? So you can never assign those things to, especially us on the panel. Like, it doesn't make no sense, bro.
Well,
You're just
brother,
making
we
flagrant
can
statements
analyze
that
this,
have no
brother.
basis.
We can analyze this, that you cannot find me any of those African prophets that you claim, the Abrahamic faith, that they didn't go against the system and help their people. You cannot give me no proof that no, they didn't do that. They all went against the system, brother, and they all made sure that their people were survived and had economics. But African descendants of today, guess what they do, brother? They get all their money, which they need to help their people out, and give it to Israel, Europeans again, who take from us anyway, and they're benefiting while we don't have nothing, brother. If your religion is not used to revolutionize your people, brother, then there's something wrong with your religion.
That's the capacity that you understand it. That's why there's different types of people within the religion. Some that are more spiritual, right? And some are to the letter of the law or the letter of the texts. You understand? Now, where I'm coming from, we definitely more spiritual. And we deal with physical and all of that, right? So that's my point. Like, hold on. We can have these two. I've stood there with my brothers and said, listen, look at this. In Speaker's Corner, everybody's talking about religion, right? One person touched on spirituality. Right? So I'm the one who makes statements, right? To understand like where people are coming from. I'm a spiritual religious person. I'm not a literal, as you would say. That's why I'm saying, like, you can't assume that everybody is the letter of the law and they believe in this and they're in this sect and all of this type of stuff. Some understand it much more simply than that, which is more organic and more natural and more spiritual. So, like, all of these other parameters and later on things that some people are put into it, as humans do, is the problem, right? So you can't then say that the doctrine or that has anything to do more, because as I said, the people in control of all of said religions are the Masons. They're Masons, right?
Yeah, but
now, the church
here's the
themselves, hold on. The church, the Jews and the Muslims all have their Masonic sects, right? They have the Masonic groups because the Shriners, that's Muslim Masons, yeah. Whether they be European underneath and pretending to be Middle Eastern and all of that, but the knowledge came from that region. Do you get what I'm saying, right? So yeah, and as I said, remember that you can't even build a mosque or a Kaaba or anything without masonry. So in every form there has to be. But when it comes to the European, we know, yeah, this guy was Hellenistic before. What does Hellenistic mean? He means he was into all sorts of Zeus and all of this and bloodletting and rituals and all sorts of mad stuff. Yeah, and Pan, for example. Right. So yeah, and then now he's taken up religion, supposedly on the surface, right? But that's not what he's doing. He's doing masonry at the sorry, not even masonry. He's doing, hold on. The masonry he's doing is to build a society and control it, right? But the spiritual and metaphysical aspect is Satanism. Because everything that is being done on a metaphysical level before it becomes physical.
So
right? They would say esoterical or esoterical, but either or, potato, is still the same thing.
But you do understand black people are hopeless like any hopeless people, they have a tendency of interventions to solve their problems, and they believe that we should create ideologies and mindset that when there's a natural disaster, that the creator's doing all of it, and when Hurricane Katrina, and and make them think that God will solve their problems and not do anything themselves. Revolutionary movements. Now, brother, when you're talking about these prophets, they were all revolutionaries, all of them, brother, every last one of them, brother. So you mean to tell me, because you're talking about the Freemasons and doing this and that, does that mean black people shouldn't collectively, globally build and have a military base? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Because the Illuminati, is that what you're trying to tell me, brother? Is this an excuse to prevent us from getting our power back?
Sorry, your idea of getting our power back and mine are totally different. So
you want to pray?
Brother Kel. And you have yours is filled with frailties and holes in the narrative. Yeah, whereas mine is more realistic.
Okay, well,
hold on.
Excuse me.
Having been to certain parts and seen the political and how things are run and I'm saying it's going to be very difficult to go to each government, society, and blah 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 in Africa and say, yeah, we need to unify and it be a realistic thing in the next 20, 30, 40, 50 to 100 years.
Okay, but
let me fly in there. I agree with what Maku's saying. Keep the religion separate. People are at different levels, isn't it? So you can't just tarnish everybody and say, oh, because he's doing this, he's doing that. But I don't agree with religion at all, innit? I believe in God, innit? So what I'm saying is, on the next hand, you can't have the same vision for all African people, because there's going to be some people I do not want to be around.
Okay.
And they're African. Do you get what I'm saying? I don't want to be nowhere near them. Does that make sense?
Here's the thing, Trilly. I'm going to say this because I know African descendants, we love listening to non-African people than ourselves. So I'm going to say this. There is a book called, National Security, Menderum 2000, Henry Kissinger. He says in his own words, because we love listening to non-African people tell the truth. So I'm going to narrate what he said. He says, our biggest threat to prevent our global supremacy on the planet. He didn't say Islam. He didn't say Christianity. He didn't say Illuminati. He said Pan-African. That's what he says. A Pan-African movement where all the tribes around the planet connect together. He said that. He didn't say Islam, Christianity. So when Brother Maku's talking about Kel's ideology is extreme and mine is a spiritual thing, I know he doesn't understand political science, all due respect to him.
I think it's not realistic. I didn't say it's not. I don't understand it. I understand it more than you know, because I understand political science more and better than you. So,
okay.
Yeah, well, no, it's not. Okay, it's an actual fact.
How can the Yoruba man not understand political science? That's
exactly
stupid.
That makes no sense.
That's
Not
saying a Jew who don't understand business.
We've done stream on politics or the politics. We've established that it's all politics, it's all fun and games.
Yeah,
games on
my
we don't have a say in what they're doing, and what they're doing is business. Usually, right? They're usually doing business. So we have to look at things, even if you're saying, oh, we need to get a military. Well, no, because even they deal with things on a business level.
Now, guess what? I'm going to break down what Khan did for our youth to understand. Khan just use method acting of division to make the African descendant dopamine rely on his tribe, for he can go against the other African. Here's the thing, what Brother Khan needs to understand, that African political science didn't just come from the Yoruba, it came from East Africa, it came from South, Central, North Africa, with the exception of the European-looking North Africa. It's not just based on the Yoruba. So respectfully, keep...
We're not saying it's Yoruba. We're saying we're conforming to the European idea of Nigeria, right? That's all. And we understand that the political wranglings in the country is based on a colonial institutions set up by Europeans. We know this.
We know this.
We're not stupid. So then what do you want me to do with the political science of that? Right? When I know people die. Hold on. In my country, people die over politics. People come into people's house with military and shoot them at the dinner table. They do stuff like that. So my mom, even like who grew up there, was like, "Bruv, don't even, nah, man, we don't deal with politics and all of that, even there." So I'm like, "Bruv, we don't even deal with it here, mom, as well. We keep an eye on it. We understand what's going on, and but to say that we have any interaction or we can make any changes, it's not true. To know what they're doing, what they're doing is masonry. You know what I'm saying?
But what's your solution to protect the black woman globally? What's your solution, brother, to protect the black woman who's the most mistreated? What's your solution?
What do you mean, black woman?
Yeah, what's your solution?
What do you mean, black woman? And why have I got to have a solution? If I don't protect the ones that I created, then that's my first port of call. The ones that are nearest and dearest. Hold on. You're talking about around the world. You ain't even left fucking Birmingham or left England. Like, allow it.
I've lived out of Birmingham many times, brother. I've lived on the African continent,
did you do those
brother.
things? Hold on. Did you do those things? No, you didn't.
Brother,
So just
you did many things. But my question to you is, brother, what is your solution? What's your solution, brother, to protect the African woman? What is it? Don't tell me the Illuminati. Don't try and use the Illuminati to protect the African woman, please.
Hello.
Go on, brother.
The ones I brought into the world,
right.
It's first port of call, no? Hold on. Everything begins at home. Does it not? Even charity begins at home.
Brother.
Right? So what I'm saying is, yes,
don't have no power to protect the black woman globally.
Hey, Kel, can I come to you with my solution? I don't
know what you do for a living, but
to say
has no power.
Help. One second, Matt. 1 second. I just want to come through with a solution to help black women of the future, especially my daughter and that. Don't fucking put them in one big heap. Don't heap them up and say they're all the same. That's going to help them, innit? Moving forward. Brother. Does that make sense?
Brother, all due respect to you, brother, our daughters...
Did you understand what I said, though? Because I know you got a nice style of speaking instead of listening.
But it's not a solution, brother. It's not a solution.
It's not a solution.
No, it's not a solution.
Dumping them all in the same barrel is a solution. Is that what's going to benefit them?
So if I can defend mine first, and
how do we protect?
That's not.
No, I was just going to answer me that quick, Kel, if you can, because obviously black women are individuals, innit? And if you don't treat them so, how the hell can you help them?
You finish, brother? You finish?
Yes, I have. Yeah, I'm just going to let you answer.
I don't want to interrupt you, brother. Collectively, the black woman, brother, is the most mistreated. The black man has to have security power. You understand? He needs security power to protect the black woman from her being raped by the police, which people keep ignoring, which happens in the UK and America and Europe. You understand, brother? We also need protection and military base, right? Whether it be police in our areas to protect the youngsters, brother, who are killing each other. Because you do understand, as fathers, we're going to have to sort them out and claim back our areas. But you do understand that, don't
I understand all these things, but what I'm saying to you, I don't want to meet genocide with genocide, innit? I know the non-African person's a murdering genocide motherfucker. So what would you suggest for me to get free and my daughter to get free tonight? I must kill some non-Africans.
Brother, I never said kill anybody, brother.
Because if I pick up a weapon, if I carry a knife in the street, one second, Kel, because I'm just being realistic here. I'm just trying to work it out in my little head, innit? Because I ain't got as much education as you. So I'm saying, if I carry a borer out there now and I'm not willing to use it, I could lose my own life. Is that correct? Hello?
You could lose your life, brother. Yes.
Yeah, so basically, why would I put my fellow African through that risk? Especially when I know the degree of violence he's going to have to use towards the non-African. Because we know the degrees of violence they use towards us. We're going to have to overmatch them, or we're going to have to top them.
Your ancestors, brother. Ancestors, because when you understand political science, you know, brother, before military, political science comes before the military. You understand? What I'm saying is, brother, whether you like it or not, ancestors in the UK, riots in London, Wolverhampton, Manchester, and the list goes on, brother, they had to put their life on the line to make sure we can prosper a little bit in the UK. So this is nothing new when it comes.
But were they Pan-African though?
It's
Were they
nothing new.
Pan-African?
So again, some of them were Pan-African, brother, but it was
Some
a
of
global.
them were the majority, were the ringleaders, were the driving force Pan-Africans.
Some of them were Black Panthers.
Or was it just a
some of them were-
coincidence that some Pan-Africans were involved?
No, it was a global.
You tried to
it was
claim
a
it like it was a Pan-African movement, the riots.
brother, anytime you collect,
Don't do that. It was a roadman.
Pan-African, brother. Every time you're collecting with your people and you're putting your tribe down, that's Pan-Africanism, brother. That's Pan-Africanism.
It was a community issue.
That's
There'd
the
be white
first.
people in that community.
Yeah, there
too,
was white
bro.
people there, and everyone was
Yeah,
there. Like,
there were white people helping out in slavery too, but guess what?
out.
And there was
didn't
white
believe-
Pan-Africans.
They still didn't believe that we were equal to them,
I'm
though.
just
You
saying,
understand that,
like,
don't you?
you're going to use riots.
Some of the
Right.
most major checks that the
As in
Pan-African
it-
movement got
Right.
to start were from white people. White
Yeah.
people
But
started
did they,
Pan-Africanism.
but did they
They were the
believe
sponsors.
we were equal?
They were the
Did they
sponsors.
believe that we were
They were the
equal?
wallet. They were the
Mm.
wallet. These white
What
European Freemasons
Right.
were the,
Okay.
were the backbone to
Okay.
financing the
Right.
original Pan-Africans. Okay,
And did
right.
they
yeah,
believe that we were
you
equal?
know this though, right?
Did they believe they were equal?
You
There
know
was
this
a
though, yeah?
there was a
So then you
European
gotta ask
man.
yourself, why was the white devil
Yeah.
worshipping non-African European
Mhm.
descendant of slave masters want to
Right.
help your nigga ass?
Because they understood that we have to make our race not be punished too much by some of us helping while the rest are destroying. It's not a modern political side, because if they really wanted to liberate our people, they would have destroyed white
So
supremacy.
there you go. So now you
They
understand that the
destroyed white
Pan-African
supremacy.
movement has been funded from the get-go by people that don't really want to liberate African people. So therefore, the Pan-African movement can be seen as a folly and a tool of those that want to create gatekeepers and people that wax lyrical and take all our energy in one direction while they sit with their fucking Freemason buddies and carry out the true agenda. You've just admitted that. Thank you very much, man.
What the
Case
Pan-Africanist, what the Pan-Africanist movement, what the Pan-Africanist movement has demonstrated that when you are in different institutions, when you're in different, you haven't clarified anything, because white people, they were helped by black people as well. White people were funded.
You're done.
As I said, it's not me and Freddie
I'll just
Pan-Africanism that we
admit
know.
that the fact that the founders of Pan-Africanism were funded by white European
Europeans, thank you.
Masons
Thank
who
you.
do not really want the liberation of the African people.
Thank
Now
you.
that's a simple maths,
Hey,
my brother.
what I admitted,
Yeah,
what I
hold
admitted,
on.
what I admitted,
Hold
brother,
on,
you're
hold
putting
on,
words
please.
in my mouth
Hold
that I
on,
didn't
please
say,
wait,
brother.
please
You
wait.
gotta be
That
truthful.
is simple. That is simple maths, my brother. And the maths is, if a man gives you money, yeah,
Right.
for a project, yeah,
Okay.
but you know that this man has no faith and no belief in your project and no
Right.
no real desire for your project to be successful, then you gotta
Okay.
wonder whether he's seen something in your project that is gonna be futile.
Okay. But here's the thing, brother. There is a college in America, right, where in the late 1800s, there was a European man who tricked one of our freedom fighters, and he had to give him money, and he used that money, built a college and named after himself, and tricked the our freedom fighters. So does it mean that even if you fund something, that it means that you don't control it? Huh?
You're doing panic waffling.
Brother, you can control
Hold on. As a big man like you in your 40s, you're doing panic waffling. Just
I
to
know,
make
man.
that point.
I'm not panic
disgraceful. No,
waffling.
don't cut me off. Disgraceful. Yeah,
brother. In your eyes,
can I talk, please? Do you mind? Because I noticed that you like to dwell in confusion, my brother. You like to dwell in confusion, smoke, mirrors, indirect answers. You can't be straight. You answer questions with questions. You hide a lot of information. It's like, honestly, bro, this is like talking to a Guess Who character or something. Because I'm trying to work out who the fuck you are. I don't know if you're African. I don't know what religion you're coming from. You just chat. Give off no info. Start trying to freestyle one, man. Now stop, man. Stop trying to freestyle and interrupt and talk about political science every 5 minutes. Who even speaks like this? Who speaks in such a neuro-linguistic programming, repetitive, hypnotic way over and over and over again? Exactly. What are you trying to do? Because you just keep saying the same dead phrases. You cannot like talk outside of this paradigm for a split second. Like you can't. Anytime that you're asked to speak outside of this paradigm, you're fucking lost. If you can't say the word Pan-African or non-African or the Honorable Marcus Garvey, then you ain't really got shit to say.
I've got loads of things.
You ain't no, bro, man. Brother, the Pan-African dream. Brother, the non-African. What the non-African likes to do to the African, and the African does to the non-African, brother. And the brother, what we got to do, brother, is a military basis, brother, of Pan-Africans. And the Honorable Marcus Garvey said, honor and Pan-Africans, brother, and the non-African, and with political science. That's a conversation with you. The same fucking words. And I've been watching this now for like, 4 weeks? The same words. You actually think that you're scratching the surface. You can't even explain your fucking thoughts. Bruv, I beg you loud, the panic waffling. I beg you loud, the buck dancing and the distractions. And if we're going to have a conversation, let's get to the nitty-gritty, bro. Let's get to the nitty-gritty, bro. Pan-Africanism, all the founders, they were sponsored and founded by white Freemasons, the same motherfuckers you say are our enemies. And you also admitting that those motherfuckers do not want to see us win. They don't want to see the dream of Pan-Africanism or whatever, the unity. They don't want to see this global unity. It's their number one threat. So why would they fund people?
I've heard what you just said there.
I'm just going to say the whole of Pan-African movement hasn't been funded by any European.
No, I said the founders.
In its inception, fair enough. In its inception, fair enough. But moving forward, 70s, 80s, 90s, it was all self-reliant that funded that.
What's more important, bro, than the startup loan? What's more important than the startup loan?
There ain't nothing more important than the startup loan. The second most important thing to the startup loan is the work you do with the loan. Because obviously, once you got the loan, the work of the thing just begins then, innit?
The
loan is nothing.
I'm asking you to do me one favor. Yeah? One favor.
Yeah.
I beg you go and watch one season of Dragon's Den and come back and tell me about what our investors' fucking interest could be in funding something for people that he doesn't want to see fucking.
Now, I understand the philosophy of funding, because I've funded quite a lot of things myself. So I grasped it, but what I'm saying is that's the beginning, Jay. When you give the money over, they can spend it on crap. That's just like anything can happen, isn't it? It's obviously doing the work after that. And I'm saying all of the work that went in after the donation it's got nothing to do with the exact donation.
That's
you know what I'm saying? Like there's so much work that's gone on all in every nation regarding Pan-Africanism.
No, he's getting it. He's getting it.
Or being funded from one tool. That's all I'm saying, isn't it?
I'm saying Prince Hall Masons, which a lot of these black ones were, yeah. How is that not masonry and they're not involved? They are. And even if they're Prince Hall, they were sponsored and established by Europeans. You have to get your authority from the Euros, come to England.
Yeah,
and that.
I'm saying Reggae Man was sponsored by greedy Spanish and Chinese, innit? But I'm saying the works that came out of the music, I can't deny it, bro.
Yeah, you can do good work.
I can't rubbish reggae music just because greedy Chinese and Spanish people.
Hold on.
You know what I'm saying?
Hold on. But do you support Lucifer?
But JEDI and Maku, because the Europeans had a fight, they want you to help them. That don't make no sense, man.
Yeah, that don't make no sense. I don't know what you're on about.
So I'm saying the people that funded certain people are Luciferians. They are Satanists. This is the facts. No ifs,
Bro,
no
I'm not
buts.
disputing none of
Hold on. So then it's just like
yeah,
saying,
but we ain't got argument to
like
hold
when
on
people
to.
say,
Me, I'm
it's
not
like,
disputing
it's
nothing
just
what
like,
you just said.
okay, then I'm just saying, bro.
I beg you don't act like Maku's speaking for me or whatever, bro.
No,
Both of them ain't got no arguments to hold on. I'm sitting there patiently. I just burnt you. I just roasted you up a little bit and sat back, and you trying to do some ad libs in the back.
You went roasted.
Look, you're doing it now.
You're
doing it now. You're doing it now, bro. When you got the mic, you speak, bruv, and stop chatting shit. Yeah, let Freddie speak. You trying to do ad libs about both of them? You ain't said nothing clever in the last half hour, bro.
Not about clever, bro. It's about organizing the reality. That's the reality.
Listen, brother. I hear you, bro, with the same rhetoric. I hear you with the same hypnotic, whatever they drilled into your head. You're a good little regurgitator. I get it. But when we're talking real life shit now, you start butt dancing.
White supremacy is real life shit,
bro. Like, look what I just said to you. I just said to you that the founders, the founders of the Pan-African movement were funded by white Freemasons, the supposed enemy. What do you mean?
And that means so
that should be enough.
Because there were certain types of funding by them, does that mean that we should respect non-African people and don't organize and get our power back? Is that what you're trying to say, brother Jedi?
No, what I'm trying to say is
no, brother.
Okay, let me explain. You asked me a question. You asked me a question. What I'm trying to say by that, because simply, like, your little brainwashed mind is not fucking computing this. Yeah, you're blind, bro. And I'm here to assist you. Yeah, I don't know what kind of fucking. Let me talk. I know I'm stepping on your toes. Don't scream out too loud, brother. Try hold the pain in. Yeah, this is gonna hurt me more than it hurts you, right? So just relax, bro. But we need to get this tip out of your fucking neck back, bro, because you're not even fucking listening to what man's saying to you. Man's telling you that the founders of the Pan-African movement, being a movement for Africans in Africa and the diaspora, to bring them together, to liberate them, so that they can have a power structure, a foundation, and a workable fucking code of conduct, which they can practice amongst themselves to elevate. Right? We're saying that the oppressor, the white supremacist himself, funded these motherfuckers. And you talking about, what's that got to do, brother Jedi? What's that got to do with you saying now that we must now be friends with the non-African? No, I'm saying the non-African enemy funded these Boule Mason brothers of theirs to be gatekeepers to our hopes and dreams of a whole nation of people that dream to be fucking free. The ones that actually want to be liberated. So we get caught up and stuck in the race paradigm. Yeah.
Oh, I knew he's going to do it. In other words, we need to rely on non-African people.
Listen. Meanwhile, we're told to give up, yeah, to just melt in with the rest of Africa, yeah, melt in, all different tribes, all different people, melt in. Forget your identity. We're not going to speak of our identities. We're not going to speak of our beliefs. We're not going to wear any of that, any of our own individual culture proudly. No, we're going to jack it in for Marcus Messiah Garvey's ideals of what fucking an African is. A man that's never been to Africa. And we're going to go around telling everyone else they're non-African or they're unsynchronized Africans. And I am a Pan-African. And we're going to do all this lording about. Yeah. Meanwhile, all we're gonna do is fatten the pockets of our Mason gatekeeper fucking leaders that we have, and that we continue to do, and there'll be no actual liberation because we're just trying to build. Shut up, man. Let me talk, man. You little dead sound effects. Like I said,
come on, brother, relax, man. We're just debating, bro. We're just relaxing, bro.
Every time I try to spit fire, shut up, man. Every time I try to spit fire, you're trying to put your little judge voice over my voice. So if I play this back, I'm going to hear you making dumb sound effects while I'm talking. Loud at, man. It's my mic. Let me talk on the mic. And then when I'm done, you talk on the mic. But you never seem to be saying anything. But you don't like the fact that I'm resonating. So you start squealing. What weirdness is that? You're a fucking weirdo, bro. What kind of weird shit are you doing, man? You're fucking weird. Repeat the same shit over and over again. Like, you're just weird, bruv. I'm talking, man's going, throwing me off my point. Fix up, man. Fix up. I'm bunning out. Listen, I'm telling you, this is why he don't want man talking about masonry.
I know.
Yeah? Because the link becomes apparent. Remember,
he got so triggered.
Remember, controlled opposition. Controlled opposition is an ancient fucking technique. Yeah. So they're gonna give you the very fucking liberators that you need, that you're begging for, that your subconscious and your soul, your psyche requires. Yeah. The very keys of fucking rebellion and liberation in your heart. They're going to give you these motherfuckers. But these people are compromised. They're controlled.
Design.
Yeah, they're going to fight for. Yeah, they're going to fight for little ones and twos. Of course. I told you already firsthand from my own personal offer. They angled me through the good I could do, through philanthropy, through charity. That's how they tried to angle me to recruit me. I can't speak for no one else. But other people, they don't seem to talk about their shit. They just stay cryptic. This is why we can't trust them. I'm telling you, I told you, this man tried to recruit me. This is what he said. I've told you that already, time and time again. So this man's just chatting shit. I know how this shit works. These men are Masons, yeah, and all decorated and all part of these different fraternities and orders, yeah, like the ex-Freemason we had on here, letting you know this is all linked to Lucifer. I don't know what this brother's waffling on about, rare. But this is why I say, bun all of these political celebrities that everybody keeps repeating. I don't care. I don't want to hear about Nkrumah. I don't want to hear about you, this, that. I don't want to hear about none of these people. You come to me and show me works that's going to help us as people get free, and I'm down. But don't be telling me when I'm synchronizing who's African, who's a non-African, and then you can't even tell me where you're from in Africa. Joker. Crazy. Weirdo shit. You're going to talk about building army and all this bollocks. Who's your military engineers? Who's going to work with you? Are you actually being serious?
Strategy.
You talk about this massive fucking organization that's against you, white supremacy, and then you think that you're just going to start building straps and warheads to take back. Yeah, we're going to take back our freedom, brother. You're a joker. You've been infiltrated from the start. Who funded you? Who funded you in the beginning? Who's probably funding you now? Half the people in the Pan-African movement, half the prominent men are Freemasons. Facts. You've been infiltrated. You've been created from the start. You're acting like you're fighting against these white Europeans, but you are them in blackface. Talking about Pan-African. What the fuck is Pan?
Exactly, man.
Get out of here, man. Yeah, now go on, Kel, grab the mic. Grab the mic. No, let Kel respond. Grab the mic, man, and rock it.
Yeah. All right, then. Well, here's the thing, brother. First of all, I repeat myself, because when you understand psychology, mankind forget a lot. This is a fact. We forget too much. So repetitive dialogue, repetitive things, it's for it to sink in the brain, because we are forgetful people. Second thing, brother, is that whether they funded some or not, does it change the fact that if they really was interested in wiping out white supremacy, they wouldn't need to fund the African movement. They would just give it amongst themselves and then destroy the system which is based upon subjugating African people, right? Number three, that black dollars and etc. funded the Garvey movement. We cannot take that away. Number four, brother, I am brainwashed with Pan-Africanism as a youth, because these are the strategies to control your dopamines away from non-African people, because you all seem to have a love for them, because they help you with something. That means you have an alliance with them, and you don't fail to realize is that they help you so they can control your movement. You see, this is political science. They help you so they can control.
But Garvey moved with the Ku Klux Klan.
Can I finish what I'm saying and that? Can I finish? No, but we've already explained already the Garvey movement in political science and that. You can sit down to preserve life. The Ku Klux Klan member came to Garvey.
Are they members? Are they Masons?
Hold on. Came to
Are the Ku Klux Klan Masons?
Are you going to allow me to finish, or are we going to talk about the Ku Klux? No, they're not, brother, because the Garvey movement was race first.
Look it up, bro.
You see, brother, I know already, brother. I've not disagreed that the Honorable Marcus Garvey, right, was in the that type of thing. However, when you are limited when it comes to movements and you have to form to socialism, capitalism, etc., right? We as our people that have no power. So the fact that we can go into those movements and have a race first, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that at all. That is black betterment. You understand? The moment you're helping your people globally, that's black betterment. In between that, it's got nothing to do with black betterment. We understand that, but that's black betterment. And we applaud his ancestors.
Let me jump in, bro.
Yes, brother. Yes, brother.
Oh, that was your response to what I said, yeah?
So that was his clapback.
That was your response to what I said. See what I'm saying? What planet are you on, bro? You just want to say dopamines, non-Africans, Africans, Pan-African, dopamines, right? Honorable Marcus Garvey. Like I said, like I predicted, you can't say anything outside of that fucking script. Can you even think outside? Can you see outside of that script? Do you exist? Who are you? What are you, man? Where are you from?
A
Pan-African. I'm just Pan-African.
I'm a Pan-African.
That's not attractive, bro.
But
I'm not a number. I'm not a person. I'm not a being. Hold on. I'm not I got no personality. I got no soul. I got nothing. I'm just a Pan-African. No identifying features. I'm from no specific place on the continent. I'm just a Pan-African. You get me? I worship no specific God. I'm just a Pan-African. That's not appealing to Africans. It's not attractive to Africans. That's not our nature. That's not us. We're vibrant. We're proud.
Exactly.
Yeah. We rep, bro. And it don't have to be out of ignorance. It don't have to be out of nationalism. We rep and love our brothers and sisters. But we rep. Anytime you're around Africans, you know that's the case, bro. Man want you to know where they're from, and they want to know where you're from, and we can rep together. You doing some secret squirrel, like you sound halfway Mason, bro. And all these little NLP buzzwords that you keep spinning over and over and over, trying to browbeat us with your little hypnotic tones and conversation. It's jarring. But I understand that's how you was brought up. That's how you think that you the best way to communicate. But one thing you're missing is fucking spirit and soul, bro. That's what you're missing. That's what these people mistake for aggression and whatever. It's passion. They got this flavor, this sauce. When we stick it, when it goes down, people know what time it is. Right. Your whole clapback was just waffle, like that, regurgitating the same old words. I don't even know what we're arguing about no more. It's over.
I did tell him this last week when he was saying that with defending Mary, innit? I said that the robot thing, it's not going to work out, innit?
Yeah, no one's feeling that robot shit that you're trying to do.
My idea of Pan-African might be less educated, but it's not the same, bro. It's much less complicated.
This is new to me.
Brother Trill, you do understand, brother, all due respect to that. It doesn't matter what you call the movement, brother. One way or another, brother, I will never have to convince black people. I never have to manipulate them or sedate them. One way or another, non-African people tell you every single day, we're never going to help you sincerely, collectively. So you're going to have to formulate coalitions with one another to sort our problems out. That's why I don't.
Anyway, though.
Yeah, but what I'm saying,
no, we don't, brother. No, we don't.
That's basic, though, bro, man.
How can you say
to me, that is
for Europeans.
So, brother, why is there IMF loan, brother?
We do it for Europeans. We run their social care. Do we not?
If it's basic, why is there an IMF loan, Trill Billy? Why is there IMF loan if we do it?
You know what you're doing, bro? You're sounding like the same European people you're criticizing. I mean, the same religious people you're criticizing. You sound like you just came to Christianity or just found Pan-Africanism the other day.
Right.
Do you get what I'm saying? And you're trying to like, I don't know, you're trying to indoctrinate people with what you know now. Like, it's like a new information type thing. You know, like a revert or something. Like, you have to tell him, shut the fuck up with that talk. You get what I'm saying?
I'm not a revert, brother. I was born.
I'm not saying you are, bro. No, I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying the way you're coming across, bro. Because obviously, just like what Jay said, at sometimes it's non-African the way you're coming across. It's too regimental.
But what you got to understand, but when we're dealing with the reality,
the point about funding, you're trying to dispute the point about funding, innit? When really you should be saying as a Pan-African that obviously the funding don't dismiss the work. Like we got funded by. We could have got funded by Baphomet for once you've used it to save children's lives. That means you've gone against the devil's work, innit?
Yeah, but listen, let me tell you something. Check this out.
That's what you should have been saying.
Trillbilly and Kale, please, I beg you. Can I just add this to Trillbilly's case? Yeah, we can't fund the FTP, a fuck the police foundation, yeah, and have the original founders be the Metropolitan Police Force.
No.
Yeah, but family, we could move away from them. Imagine if they gave us.
How am I going to start? What? Oh, Freddie.
Bro, this is, you know, bro.
No one's going to take us seriously.
We're going to start the Fuck the Police Foundation, yeah, and our initial startup loans are going to be by the Metropolitan Police, Freddie.
Family, if I don't agree with the FTP,
it doesn't even make
if I don't agree with the FTP, yeah, bro, I'm gonna move away from them, innit? If I don't agree, I can agree in principle with fuck the police, but I don't have to agree with everybody in the organization. So I can move away from them. I can take examples of their good work, what they're getting funded by Babylon to do, and take.
No, wait, Freddie. I'm saying, yeah, me Jedi. I'm starting a foundation called Fuck the Police. And this is run out the police, fuck everything they stand for, and support to tear them down and get free of them. Yeah? And then you find out that one of my key funders was the Metropolitan Police Force.
Yeah, your group in principles are oxymoron, isn't it? It's a non-starter. But at the same time, I can take principles from your work chain. Because in principle, the idea of fuck the police is brilliant. It's a great idea. It's just where the money's coming from. So maybe I can take that idea and go over there with it. Like Brazil and help the Africans over there. Or I can go to Jamaica and help the Africans or Trinidad.
Does it not make you suspicious about why the police would fund the Fuck the Police Foundation?
No, it's an oxymoron. I can't be involved.
No, get that. No. I'm asking you. Would you not be suspicious? Would you not sit down and think, hold on?
Of course.
Why would the police
be highly dubious?
1 second, slow it down. Listen.
I'm trying. I'm listening. I'm trying to listen.
I'm just saying, yeah. Why would the police fund an organization designed to destroy them?
It's got to be in their interest. Yeah, Jay.
Right,
I understand
bro.
So got to be in their interest.
So now I'm saying, why would the free Masonic, white supremacists, non-African Europeans, as described by Kale, yeah, the ones dealing with this devil shit, why would they support black liberation in the form of Pan-Africanism if supporting that cause in that form was not of some benefit to them?
No, 100%. 100%. But Jay, what I'm saying is you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater, innit? What I'm trying to explain is that basically, fucking the principle of fuck the police is a brilliant idea. Regardless of where the money's coming from, that idea and principle there is something you could run with and live with and teach your kids and your kids.
Yeah, but you can't say regardless. It's narrow-minded because we might find out that. We might find out.
I didn't hear the first part, Jay.
I'm saying we can't say regardless, right? And this is why, because it seems like a thing of, oh yeah, well, the idea is good, but then when we find out that the actual idea in itself is designed to create more revenue for the police, the idea of people being out there actively trying to destroy the police gives the police jobs. This is why the police created this in the first place, or allowed it, or sponsored it. Said, yeah, push this, because they know that it only serves them in the end. On the outside, it looks like it's, oh my God, we got some rebels. But think about it. If no one else is out there doing shit, but you got the Fuck the Police Foundation out there, you've now got a job. You've got something to go and destroy. You've got something. You've got a reason. right? I mean, it's a simple analogy, but I hope you understand.
No,
what
no,
I'm
I
saying.
do.
In another word, this is what they call the Hegelian dialectic. This is what they call it. Yeah, action, reaction, solution, right? Problem, reaction, solution. Yeah,
and the black people back then were allowed to
One second,
control
let him
certain
finish. Let him
money.
finish.
You
Let
do
him finish.
understand that, don't you?
Kel, let him finish, please, because I need to hear this.
Yeah, COINTELPRO. Yeah, the idea of what do you call this thing? Controlled opposition.
Yeah.
This is something that we should actually grasp. The good guy and the bad guy often are the same person in a mask.
Mm-hmm.
No, 100%.
You seen Scooby-Doo? This is what Scooby-Doo is trying to teach us. When you pull off the face, when you pull off the mask of Pan-Africanism, you're going to see a white Freemason.
Pedophile looking guy.
So by that, what you're saying is,
I've never seen that Pan-Africanism like that, but obviously,
I know why. Because the dream, because obviously, look, man, there's many roots to this. It could be the fact that we are world citizens and they're just trying to confine us. Jada, sit in your bed. We are world citizens and they're just trying to confine us to a continent when we are world citizens. Yeah, that could be one of the reasons why they push it. Another is because they know that with their plans for Africa, that our type of this type of unity that's going to liberate people will not happen. But in fact, what will happen is we will buy into the capitalistic values of the West and in fact clone the West and bring it over to Africa. Akon will borrow trillions of dollars from the Chinese, make loans, put electric everywhere. They're going to bring internet to Africa. Russians, Chinese, all these people building infrastructure, roads, modernize Africa, skyscrapers, twerkers, LGBT pride parades, abortions, fucking GMO food, everything that we got over here that we're running from is going to be over there. So therefore, this Pan-African dream is actually just bringing all the rest of the world, the least materialistic people, going to bring them fully up to speed with this materialism and make them feel that, yeah, because you've now got a mansion and a yacht, you've made it in life and the world is good. Meanwhile, baby's still getting drained of adrenochrome. Spiritually, you're not getting worshipping false gods and false entities. Your grandson's likely to be a fucking tranny. Yeah.
Yeah, but Jay,
you can't get a grape with a pussycat seed in it.
Yeah, but Jay, can I say one thing though?
Can I add one more to that?
One second.
At least financially, we're good. At least we got more black judges. At least, you know what I mean? At least the captain of the English football team is black. At least our mayor's black and
no, 100. I get everything you're saying, Jay, but I'm saying, yeah, Igbo, the Igbo tradition is not practiced the same in England as it in London, England, as it's practiced in Lagos, Nigeria, and neither is Pan-Africanism. Do you know what I'm saying? We don't practice Pan-Africanism in Yard the same way they practice it in England. In England, they're probably running around looking for a building. In Yard, we're probably making sure each other's crops are growing. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's like completely different, Jay. This is why I get pissed with Kel when he groups up all these black people and says, yo, black people, because some of these black people are never going to want to be around.
That's the unsynchronized one, brother Trilly. That's the unsynchronized one. And first of all, brother, I want to say to the brother Jedi, you do realize that the pattern office when it comes to inventions, that we didn't control those things and we had to give it to non-African people in order for us to build little things and control certain money. So by us doing that back then, brother, right, that had to happen. But what does that have to do with that? They use the money and still practice the race first, the liberation. You see, this is what you're missing, brother. You want us to repuff them and say, well, there's some good Europeans, good Asians, good Middle Easterns, so we shouldn't formulate Pan-Africanism because they've helped us out. If they've helped us out, brother, why haven't they destroyed white supremacy? That's my question for you.
Kale, militarily speaking, if you armed the Pan-Africanists to destroy the current power structures of Africa, you would predominantly be killing your own people to establish a Pan-Africanist institution. And then that would not be able to be contained in Africa. It would spill out of Africa, and you'd see a Pan-Africanist army going out into the wider world. And that's when the West would say, "Nah, you're fucking up our plans now." Because we went through all this trouble to establish Saudi Arabia.
First of all, you're a non-African, so you shouldn't be speaking on that issue. You're a non-African.
Hold on. What I'm saying is, you cannot build a momentum and then squash that momentum. If you build a momentum of Pan-Africanism where you're destroying the current institutions, the tribal institutions, the power structures of Africa to create your own power structure, you predominantly be killing your own African people to achieve that goal. More Africans will die. Let me use a model of the Prophet Muhammad. When he brought Islam, the war was amongst Arabs. They made their own empire, and then what happened? They mashed up the Iranians and they mashed up the Romans. Because
let me
that power
say about
cannot,
Deed
once you wind up a wind-up toy, it only stops once the power runs out, yeah? There's no power going to run out. Africa will be an army, and that army will go out into the world.
We don't want
them go all the way to Israel and Saudi Arabia, and then the West will be like, "You're fucking up our plans right now."
That's your interpretation, but
that's the only way it can go, because energy has to flow, brother.
No, it's not the only way, brother. You're a non-African, brother. You don't speak an African.
Can I get some context to this conversation right now? Because I feel like I'm missing something. Like,
here's the thing.
Basically,
I heard something about.
Let go on, Jay. Explain it.
I don't know, but like, rather than that, can people just keep with the flow, and then hopefully Shax will catch on sooner or later.
All right, Jez, let me just put one question. To achieve Pan-Africanism, would you not predominantly have to kill more Africans than non-Africans to achieve that goal militarily?
Let me explain something to you.
If anyone's got the military now to understand what I'm saying.
Hold on. There was a great general by the name of Dedan Kamadi, and he was facing in the 60s against the Europeans as usual. And those who know about his autobiography, he had his troops with him, and he questioned them, and he says that, "Are you with me for this liberation, or are you doing it for the people?" And some of his troops said, "We're doing it because you asked us to do it." And Dedan Kamadi, a great general, told the ones who are doing it for the liberation to kill the ones who was not sincere with the liberation. Unfortunately, brother, right, when we do get our power back, some of those unsynchronized Africans, whether they like it or not, they're gonna have to go, because they're gonna help non-African people fight against us. So yes, brother, some of them unsynchronized Africans, just like what Shaka Zulu had to do, and the rest of our generals, they're gonna have to go too. Go on, brother Shakara.
Mad.
Well, I can't answer this question without first addressing the questioner in relation to the disrespect to my empress earlier still, you know what I'm saying? So we're just gonna have to just log that, you get me? Man, not respect them vibes there, you know what I'm saying? But what's it called? We have to understand that we are in a state of warfare, and in warfare there are casualties. And I don't think anybody, when we have these conversations about overturning the system, it's very violent terminology. It's very aggressive, right? And so in relation to Pan-Africanism, it is blood has been shed for the last 500 years in relation to African people. Blood was shed when they tried to kill and assassinate Patrice Lumumba, and there were hundreds that were killed. And thousands, in fact, that were assassinated and killed before and after him for standing for what he was fighting for. And so in the face of that kind of aggression, 100% self-defense is going to have to take place. The powers that be in America and Britain and France and so on and so forth are very well known to arm many among us as African people in order to have their wishes and their intent and their power manifested among us. And so at some point we're going to have to go to war with said people, and there's no doubt about that. But it's not about we are going to have to kill. Our blood is already being shed, yeah. And so we have to develop means of defending ourselves and our ideals. And the irony of this whole conversation is that we have a man by the name of Khalid Muhammad on the screen there displayed, yeah, who was one of the most vociferous, who was actually a black nationalist Pan-Africanist, and was one of the most vociferous in terms of defending these principles of armed rebellion and armed revolution, and the fact that some of the Negroes are going to have to dead. So yeah, that's
yeah. But sorry, I think with brother Khalid, he was mainly focused on
big up
area he was in, and also with the oppression in South Africa. Because when he said things like "kill the babies," you get me? Because their babies are going to grow up to oppress your babies. You know what I'm saying? That's what he was referring to.
100%. But Khalid Muhammad was not just about where he was at in South Africa. One of the things that is unknown about Khalid Muhammad is that he went to Uganda to train in terms of military warfare at one point as well. But he was a black nationalist Pan-Africanist, right? So when we're talking about and his leadership of the new Black Panther Party, demonstrated that in terms of his own pronouncements. He was a black nationalist Pan-Africanist, and was very, very definitive in terms of self-defense, the need for self-defense, not just against Europeans, but how Europeans manufacture traitors among us who will act violently in defense of Western imperialism and white supremacy.
Yes,
right. Yeah. So we have to develop means to defend the thing. If
we're inside or outside, I mean,
everywhere we go. Africans are about African people, right?
Yeah, but
and that
exactly.
That is one of the reasons why Confederation of the Caribbean and an African military high command was suggested and tried to be implemented by people like the Sergeant Kwame Nkrumah. It wasn't just because man had a desire for military expansion. They understood clearly that there was military expansion taking place on the part of Europeans, and so we had to develop a means to protect ourselves, not just individually but collectively, and that those who had a greater semblance of independence at the time or freedom at the time had to develop a means for addressing and defending those who never. So the Africans who were in Zimbabwe and the Africans who were in South Africa and Namibia and so on and so forth were under direct threat, and military threat and so on and so forth, right? And mistakes were made in this circumstance. There's no doubt about that. But the point is the principle of the fact that we need to have a military to defend ourselves, and the fact that there were Africans among us who were on the payroll of the establishment of the colonizer, and acting the military payroll of the colonizer. That was just a reality that we had to deal with, and we were not equipped enough. We have never been equipped enough as far as the last 100 years is concerned to be able to properly withstand that. So, and that's one of the challenges of the now. That's just what it is.
Yeah, man.
One second, Mac. I was going to ask that. I don't think. Do you think we've got the genocidal mentality to carry out these works?
No, that's the point. If you look at the best of our leaders, they never did. Right? If you look at China, a lot of man was mowed down straight. They had children killing their parents in China, because they betrayed the thing straight, right. That's how they dealt with certain things. But the man them, and even though a lot of propaganda has been put out there about despotic leaders and so on and so forth, like many people have been killed, in the black world, for standing on the ideals of African liberation. Most of them were not killed by the people that were standing on those ideals. Colonizers and the people who were paid by colonizers are responsible for the deaths of millions of people. Millions. Of people. All right. And so, none of them have, you will never see, even though they put out again propaganda, Nkrumah, Lumumba, Secretary, they're not known for just mowing down, man. Right. Just what I'm saying. More people, more among those ranks were killed than they killed anybody. And that's part of the reason.
Fast forward 50 years, and then you got etc.
That makes sense.
Mad. So fast forward 50 years, and then you got Amin and them lot, though.
And you got Gaddafi and all these Pan-African.
Edie.
And this is the point. Because people put up like there are differences on Idi Amin, but a lot of the propaganda against him, one was not true. Whatever you think about him as an individual, and two,
are you sure?
Yeah, 100%.
Exactly.
Right. So wait. Shakira, listen. I'm gonna say this, yeah. My brother, you go to Ghana, you talk about the Akan and that, yeah. One thing we won't do is talk shit with Idi Amin, bro. Like my children is Ugandan, bro. We ain't gonna do that. Like I said, I physically know people that have been victims of this guy's regime, Africans and Ugandans.
So do I, bro. So do I.
Exactly. So we're talking about it's not true then.
I'm not. Hold on. I said a lot.
So what was I going to say that wasn't true? What was I going to say that wasn't true?
I didn't say that you said anything that wasn't true. What I said was a lot of the things that the propaganda about Idi Amin was not true. But Idi Amin is not a Pan-African hero. Yeah. So like when you look at schools of Pan-Africanism, there is no school of Idi Amin. Yeah, there are some people who think that he was a more positive force and he was a negative one, or at least began as a positive force and became a negative one. That happens. But Idi Amin is not a Pan-African hero like that. There is nobody that's going to put Idi Amin next to the Asacha for Kwame Nkrumah and Patrice Lumumba and Malcolm X, right? And act like there's equilibrium here. That's not the case. And whether I think Idi Amin was wrong or right or not, it doesn't mean that everything that was said about him was correct. Yeah, right, you know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying.
Can I ask a question?
Go on.
How did you come up to learn? I'm sorry. How did you arrive to learn about Idi Amin?
Many different places, bro.
So how did you learn about?
Claiming to be I'm not claiming to be an expert on Idi Amin. I know people from Uganda who were for him. I know people that were against him. Yeah, and I've heard different debates on him. And all I'm saying is that attempting to reduce the conversation to Idi Amin is not really particularly pertinent in terms of what Pan-Africanism is.
No, my brother. The last statement you made was about we don't have the pensions to carry out these acts, etc. And I just said, fast forward 50 years, and we have Idi Amin. That's what I said. Fast forward 50 years, and we have Idi Amin. In response to you saying, we as a people don't have that kind of, do you understand me, to kill our own, that kind of thing.
He was amazing, 100%.
You misunderstood the thing, right? You misunderstood the thing as what I'm saying, yeah? What I said was the best of our leaders never engage in that kind of mowing down of people, right? That's what I actually said, yeah? I'm not saying that nobody was ever killed, yeah? That people it's a state of warfare, right? Just what I'm saying. Long before Lumumba was killed, people were being killed in the Congo because it was warfare. Yeah.
But did he have rumors against him as well?
The Mau Mau in Kenya killed people that were traitors to the liberation fight. They did. Yeah. The people that were fighting apartheid in South Africa, they killed people that betrayed the liberation fight in South Africa. Everywhere that there's been a liberation fight, traitors have been killed. Just like if you are a part of the British Armed Forces and you betray the thing, you are going to end up dead. That's a part of the politics of the thing. Right. So Idi Amin, again, I'm not saying you had despots who were in power. Most of the despots that you find in power among African people are not African liberating freedom fighters. These are people that were bought and paid for, as Idi Amin was, and he went off script a bit, and that's why they got vexed with him. But Idi Amin was installed by the British. Yeah, what's it called? So when you look at people like Mobutu, millions died on it, but he was funded for 30 years in power. Whilst before that, they were charging Patrice Lumumba, with all kinds of criminality that he was never guilty of. So the point is that that we have not, when it comes to the military aspect of this thing, we have always been out-resourced because colonizers obviously have a head start in this in relationship to that kind of warfare, right? And because they've always been able to find people among us that are willing to betray the thing, we have never been equipped, fully resourced with the means to be able to defend the movement and the gains of the movement for sustained periods of time. So there's always been able to be a reversal based upon betrayal and military might. Yeah, that's a fact.
My brother, before we digress, because in the interest of conversation, I want to further explore this explanation about the Idi Amin, you're
wearing that hat today, Motion, yeah?
How you came about learning about this guy from a Pan-African sense, because I'm saying to you, you might have learned about him before, heard stuff about him before. However, for you to be able to sit down and say to me that there's a lot of propaganda about him that's not true. Clearly, there's some Pan-African school you've been in where they've talked about Idi Amin and the propaganda against him and so on and so forth, right?
No,
very, he's spoken about in a Pan-African sense, right? As somebody who was part of some type of liberation, booted out foreigners,
it's not always Pan-African settings, isn't it? Right. So it's not necessarily I'm in a Pan-African meeting or study group, political education, and learning about things. There's sometimes that, and there are people I've met Ugandans who are not for Idi Amin. They don't like him as a person, but they tell me that everything that was said about him is not necessarily true. Yeah, right. And so
we know that. I agree with
right.
that.
That's the only point I'm making. I'm not saying that he was a saint. I'm not even saying that he was a hero. I'm simply saying that just because he was a negative force on the African continent, it doesn't mean that all of the things that were said about him were necessarily factual. Yeah, in relation to the propaganda, right? That's possible. It's possible for him to be a tyrant, and it's possible for colonizers to be using and embellishing on his image for their own purposes. Both of these things can exist in the same place at the same time.
Okay, so would the actual genetic Ugandans be classed as colonizers then and embellishers for telling their story and their experience of the time?
Not necessarily. It's a complex history, but again, I've met the Ugandans who have different perspectives on the thing, as you would anywhere you go in the world. In any country, you're going to find different perspectives, right? So again, I'm not claiming to be an expert on Idi Amin. Yeah, I'm not here trying to defend and put up a case for Idi Amin. That's not what I'm on.
Okay,
right?
so can we admit? So can we agree then that in some schools of Pan-African thoughts, that Idi Amin is a hero in some senses?
No, not this. Again, I'm saying that there are people.
Are you going to outright say? Are you going to say outright no? Did you hear what I said? In some schools of Pan-African, I said I didn't say all. I didn't say yours. I didn't say anybody else.
I'm a bit confused.
Just like Gaddafi is. Yeah.
I've never heard that before, Mosh, in my life, and I've been following Pan-African for a little while. But I think don't you think the propaganda against black people is historic, like running decades and decades and decades?
Decades, but centuries, my brother. I agree with that. I'm not like, you can't keep using my brother. Freddie.
There are some people who believe that there are some people who believe that what he did as far as the Indians in Uganda was correct. Yeah, economically speaking, right? And you will find that, right? There are some people that believe that economically speaking, they were on Shegri and they should have been expelled from the country. But again,
thank you. Okay, so my brother, that's it. Simple.
Idi Amin. Like, for example, if I go into a Pan-Africanist like building, Saturday school, meeting area, hall, events, wherever, I've never gone anywhere and seen all of the the ancestors on the wall and seen an image of Idi Amin. I've never experienced that. Yeah. I've heard analysis of him and people that think that he was wrong or right on this and whatever, people that think that he was totally wrong, and people that think that he had some whatever, but he was corrupted at a different point, or he was corrupted at the beginning and then went off script, but I've never seen that. He's not where in the pantheon of Pan-African heroes, Idi Amin is not one of them.
Okay, so can I ask you a question? Is every single Pan-African hero classed as a Pan-African?
I don't understand the question.
Is every single hero of Pan-Africans labeled themselves a Pan-African?
Labeled them, not necessarily, because there's a time before Pan-Africanism, the term is being used popularly speaking. So like, you know what I'm saying, Jean-Jacques Dessalines, for example, in Haiti, is a Pan-African hero. And he had Pan-African principles, but he never said I'm a Pan-Africanist because the term wasn't in use at that time.
Fair enough. Now I can understand that. So what I'm saying to you is this: being that Idi Amin is being able to be spoke about in these circles, right?
What's that? Okay. I don't know. Like we was on something else.
My brother. You made a statement. You was talking, and I just made a quick statement, after statement, and I feel like you got defensive on it and said, "Oh, not everything's right, correct about him," so on and so forth, right? So I'm just exploring how this person that we're talking about comes up in conversation in Pan-African circles or in Pan-African groups or whatever, right? And I'm saying to you,
that, bro.
Right, and you did, and you did. I'm not saying you didn't. However, I'm still. Now you're saying you don't understand how so on and so forth. But I jumped in on the conversation, right? Made a statement. I'm allowed to chime in. I'm allowed to make my
I'm not questioning that, my
right?
brother.
Cool. So that's how we got to it. That's how we got to it. Emotion has a mind. Emotion has a mind. Emotion had a question to ask. Boom. That's how we got to it. We're having a conversation.
Okay, bro.
It's clear how we got to it, my brother. You saying you don't see how you got to it is like you're trying to seek some victim narrative now. It's not that, my brother. We're having a conversation. Yeah.
No, it's
like,
not a victim
I got respect for you, my brother. You get me? Like, you understand me? You put up a post on Instagram one day, yeah, and I said, bruh, I wholeheartedly agree with you. No, you understand me? No fight back on that. Talk the truth, brother. You understand me? Yeah,
bro. I'm not suggesting that you're fighting, man. You know, I'm just saying because when I came in, I said the same thing as well. I asked for clarity on the conversation because 1 minute I was hearing about this one thing, and the next minute I'm hearing about this. So I'm just confused about it. And now we've got onto a line of questions strictly about Idi Amin. I'm like, I don't know.
That was just my question. But that's my questions, my brother. That was just my questions.
That's fine. Go ahead.
That was just my questions, my brother. You understand?
I will answer whatever I can.
I know that, my brother. Shaka, right? One thing I know is that if you can answer a question, you will answer, and if you don't know, you will say, "Fam, I'm not too sure. Right. Let me research that." I respect you, my brother. Straight up, man. I respect you, but I just had a question or two, man. Simple, man.
Likewise.
You see me?
So go on. If you got another question.
Yeah, he's like one of the top 5 dictators in Africa, especially to do with massacres and genocide and killing loads of people. So,
what we can say about Idi Amin, though, which you should know this.
He's not the worst.
But, hold on, brother Snipe, with all due respect here, is that as a Pan-Africanist, you're supposed to study the political and military science that was effective to help the liberation. One of the things that Idi Amin did very, very well, he made sure that his men were looked after before he did. We as African people are very selfish to one another, so we can definitely apply that blueprint when it comes to us as a people.
Is that what you're doing? Yeah, using Idi Amin's blueprint.
No, I'm using one of the African ancestors because you're supposed to study.
I'm saying though, you're gonna study Idi Amin,
like with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he made it perfectly clear, whether you like it or not, that the non-African people, they are your enemy. You know, he used the devil, so that those people who are into religion understand, like, whoa, don't spend with them, don't marry with them. It's clear. So our ancestors, they made things perfectly clear.
I can't listen to that individual when their doctrine says that me as an African was cursed with big lips, dark skin, and all of that. I can't agree with that.
Elijah Muhammad dropping his light skin energy chat. You can
listen to him, though, innit? You can listen to him
and all of this type of stuff. That's who you're gonna quote. That's who you're gonna quote, bro. Mr. Yakub himself. That's who you're gonna quote. Like, bro.
Yeah, but I'm a bit confused by that. Because now we've got onto for the record. Elijah Muhammad was not Pan-Africanist. Just pointing that out there.
I don't
respect
know
a lot of what he did. Yeah, but I'm not a follower of his, but he wasn't a Pan-Africanist. I'm just pointing that out.
No, I don't.
We can use strategy. We can use strategy.
So, my brother Kale, can I ask you a question? Seeing as you said that, my brother. Yeah. So, reverse to where I just dropped the Idi Amin thing. Are you telling me in certain conversations around Pan-African schools and certain things like that, outside of maybe official learning, people ain't talking about the actions, the economic thoughts of Idi Amin? Is that what people are telling me? That they're not talking about that stuff?
I've literally just said.
No, I just asked Brother Kel, though. I just asked Brother Kel, my brother. You gave your response, respect for that. I just asked Brother Kel.
Brother, the Shakara has clarified it. What I do believe in,
Shakara don't speak for you, my brother. You are a grown man too. Like, come on.
Well, brother, it's not about he speaks for me or not. At the end of the day, it's collectivism, right? And he's answered the question. What I do believe in, though, brother, there's nothing wrong with, and Shakara has made this clear already, that especially in Pan-Africanism, of course, not all of us were Pan-Africanists, but you do need to study certain types of strategies that's going to help the liberation. And I agree with that,
my brother. I agree with that totally.
For the record, I agree with that. So I may not consider somebody a hero,
but there may be something that I can learn from them, right? In terms of strategy or whatever. There's anybody you can learn from. Your enemies,
but some weren't heroes, and they were definitely Pan-Africans, right? So we're clear on that.
Again,
But we also
sorry?
agree that those ones that are not heroes, that were Pan-Africans, that were leaders of their country, and were also charged with terrible atrocities. You get me?
Sorry,
like
I'm confused.
Gaddafi.
What
Momo
was your first
Gaddafi.
statement?
Let's go
What
Momo
was your first
Gaddafi on it, right? Because he was Pan-Arab and Pan-African, right?
But we don't believe
And
that he's
the last time, hold on, thank you. That's correct, right? And there's some confliction between even Pan-Africans on that individual, right?
There are some people.
Officially, what is down is that he's a Pan-African.
And there are many. I don't know if that's official, but there are many. But there are many who disagree with that assessment. I've made it clear on many occasions. I know why it's.
Yes, you have.
It's a revelation.
Yeah. So why are we talking about Idi Amin, who wasn't?
There are different points of view. Sorry,
when we
there are
could talk about Gaddafi.
There are different points of view among Pan-Africanists, right?
Momo was a bad.
And there are different forms of Pan-Africanism. So Pan-Africanism is not one ideology. Pan-Africanism is a sensibility. It's a goal, right? And under that goal, there are different ideologies that inform people's actions and thoughts in different ways. Yeah. So you have people who can, because of some of Gaddafi's pronouncements and his actions in some ways, shape, and forms, consider him to be a modern day Pan-Africanist. And there are others who say no, Gaddafi is an Arabic expansionist who utilized Pan-African rhetoric in order to cajole and have and facilitate Arab expansionism in Africa, right? So that debate does take place. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. There's far more people that consider, for example, Gaddafi to be a Pan-Africanist than they do Idi Amin. Yeah, right, that's not really a conversation, but the Gaddafi one is a conversation. That happens because there are different thoughts and ideologies under the school of Pan-Africanism.
So as a Pan-African, as a Pan-African, did Gaddafi seek to work with Amin and the others?
Gaddafi, I don't know of the relationship between Idi Amin and Gaddafi. I have no idea about their relationship. But the problem with the Gaddafi is, for example, like part of like I'm a Black nationalist Pan-Africanist, right? And so that particular school of thought of ideology learned from a lot of the brothers and sisters in Sudan. Yeah, like I recall, for example, members of the Sudanese People Liberation Organization and the Sudanese People Liberation Army, like sitting with my father in the living room and educating him about the conditions in Sudan. Yeah, or what would be today be called, well, Sudan in general, but including South Sudan, right? What was then just Sudan, yeah. And the fact that Gaddafi was among those who armed the so-called Janjaweed, in Sudan, right? You know what I'm saying? Against the so-called South Sudanese, right? And so, but because of a lot of Gaddafi's rhetoric, and because the fact that he stood up against the West to some degree, and the fact that, quite frankly, he had a lot of policies as far as Libya was concerned that raised at the point at which Gaddafi died, it was estimated that in Libya had the highest living standards in the whole of Africa. Yeah, and there is some substantiation for that claim. Yeah,
no, it's a lie.
For that claim. What's it called? Because of the fact that, for example, he tied the and he also gave pronouncements to some of the ideas of past Pan-Africanists. For example, this gold dinar thing is something that he adopted from, I think, the Sergeant for Kwame Nkrumah, in terms of having an African currency and strengthening, all of the individual currencies by attaching it to gold and all kinds of different things. Yeah, so there are even some things that he pronounced on that I might agree with, even though I don't think he's a Pan-Africanist, right? And that's what Kay was saying earlier. When you're looking at these things, there's complexity and nuance. Yeah, somebody may ultimately be an enemy, but there's still things that you can learn from them, and that's the nuance that we're dealing with in any real world political science and economic science.
So you do accept the thinking and the feeling of some of these individuals. It might not be direct because it's mainly to do with their ideology. And now a lot of these guys took communist, socialist, fascist views and ruled over their people using that that particular tool.
But
that's
the fascism part
is
is not necessarily correct. The idea of socialism certainly, but the reality is that the reality is that when we're talking about today, the overwhelming majority of black nations in the world, Africa and the Caribbean, are running the capitalist model and are aping and mimicking Washington and Westminster as far as political governance is concerned, right? There are no African governments. When I say African governments, I mean governments governed under majority black nations, that are running any indigenous forms of governance, on the national level. That's that. There is nowhere where you're going to find, let's say, for example, Ubuntu, with in the black world, all right.
And even there should there be.
We're going between capitalism and socialism. And then you have some Pan-Africanists who are socialists, and you have some Pan-Africanists who reject both capitalism and socialism. But the overwhelming majority of African
so
nations.
Glad you're breaking this down, you know, Tucker. So glad you're breaking it down, man.
Yeah, I get that, bro. No problems. I
People
appreciate
think that everything's just the same and what one with lemon.
As things evolve, there's nuances, right? But the reality is that the majority of majority black nations, when they fought for or received independence, were not Pan-Africanist. The majority were not socialist. The majority were neo-colonial and therefore running capitalist economies in service to Britain, France, and America in particular.
We know this, though. That's why we say that the governments of Africa are European institutions.
The governments of African people are European institutions for the most part. And so the reality, but the point is that again, you have to look at the nuances across the Pan-African spectrum, and you also have to factor in the fact that liberation is a process, not an event. So when you get independence, it requires, there's a process between the flag going up and instituting a new form of governance. Like that's a process. You have to do a whole lot of different work. You're restructuring the whole.
Do Africans know about that, or do they know about that? They know about that, right?
Again, Africans are not just people on the continent, right? And if you actually study the Africans who are on the continent who are doing this work, then maybe you'd be more informed on what was actually taking place.
You don't have to
necessarily agree with it, but there were battles as well, because some of the indigenous social order, in as much as there were traitors at every level of society, some of the indigenous social and political order, was also bought off by the colonizer. So some of the revolutionary leaders, when they were trying to enact certain policies and liberate our people, had to do political and social and economic battle with some of the indigenous hierarchy.
But now we realize what the format was. As I said, it was communist, socialist, because those are the guys in the European sense who had coined this revolution business. Do you get what I'm saying?
Does that mean that survive?
Political situation.
No, you're oversimplifying. You're oversimplifying. So there were some. You certainly are.
Not trying to be horrible.
There were many who were socialists, and even in degrees, even in socialism, you have degrees, and then you have people that profess communism, and then you had people that said, well, we want to have there are people that said, when you're studying socialism, actually the basic principles that they're discussing are actually our indigenous principles. For example, collective ownership of wealth and the means of production. So people like Julius Nyerere say, well, actually, we have that principle in our villages. This is what I grew up in already.
Right.
Now, then you get a man like me who's going to say, well, actually, if that's the case, then we can do away with socialism. Then we can do away with Marx. We can do away with communism, and let's evolve our indigenous systems. That's what a man like me is gonna say, coming from the school that I come from, right? What's it called? But then you got shades of the thing. So then you have a man like Kwame Nkrumah who says, well, he's professing socialism, but we must have a version of socialism that is relevant to the African reality, and we must affirm the African personality, which means again that we must look to our indigenous, involve our indigenous systems, right? And so there's nuances in all of these things. So you are oversimplifying, yeah. But again, the majority were not saying that. The majority were neo-colonialists. The majority were serving the interests of Britain, America, and France in particular. It's one of the reasons why it was so easy for
I'm telling you what they were learning.
Sankara to be killed off and for Nkrumah to be overthrown and Secretary and Samora Machel, because a lot of the nations that were around him were in the pocket of the Americans and the French and the British. Yeah.
Right.
So
and I'm saying what the education was, the political science of the time, was this socialist, communist, fascist, whatever. Those were the ideals of the time for revolution, right? Based on the Bolsheviks, based on the Russians actually demonstrating that fact, taking down their monarchy.
Again, you're oversimplifying.
Creating these systems. Hold on. Creating these systems to come back a new society. You know, this is where they sat down and formulated the ideas. Now, back in the 60s, when we're getting our independence, a lot of these ideas and thought processes are flying about, right? In Cuba,
I've already said that, I haven't said that you're wrong. I think that you're oversimplifying, right? So
I'm not oversimplifying. I'm just explaining it.
Sorry, it is. So you have in the audience. Sorry, you have people, for example, like Patrice Lumumba, who was accused of being a socialist and a communist, because you have to remember that at this point, America is fighting the Cold War. Yes, and so one of their propaganda tools is to label anybody who challenges American imperialism as a communist. Especially because they don't credit Africans with being able to intellectualize. So whenever we develop some kind of theory or philosophy of liberation, we must be getting it from some white people somewhere, right?
Right.
So they did that a lot, yeah. And it was also because a lot of the African nations were part of what is called the non-aligned movement. In other words, they were not going to get into the Cold War and take sides with America or Russia. Yeah, and America in particular labeled a lot of the nations who decided to be non-aligned as communist and as a justification for weaponizing the machinery of the state, yeah, against them, right? So you have as in our previous conversation, it was being advocated that we must go through the UN, but the UN is, especially in that era, was an arm of Western imperialism, and so they were facilitating what's it called, the dynamic, so to speak, to ensure that Africans were not doing business. So even if they weren't communists, there were some people, because obviously you're dealing with underdeveloped, newly independent nations, yeah, who need resources, who need finances to be able to put on certain programs and develop their nations, yeah. And some of them were not what's the word, overly precious about where the funds come from, as long as they didn't have the dictates of those people. So they were willing to do business with America. They were also willing to do business with Russia. But America, because they were fighting the Cold War, considered any business with Russia as taking on and adopting communism.
Right.
As a political economic philosophy. So no, what I'm saying is that yes, there were socialists. There were people that did business and or aligned themselves with China and Russia. There are people that were assisted by China and Russia in terms of receiving arms. Yeah, a lot of the freedom fighters in Southern Africa, for example, got guns from China.
That's right.
And so on and so forth, to fight apartheid and white minority rule in Zimbabwe and so on and so forth. Wow,
the political science is what we're talking about.
The colonizer was funding the other forces, but you're dealing with the socialism and not dealing with the capitalism. Even though the capitalism was the far more majority dynamic, right? The overwhelming majority of our nations in Africa and the Caribbean were cajoled into Western democracy and Westminster and Washington DC capitalism as political economic governance.
But nobody talks about the Vietnamese president copying the blueprint of the Honorable Marcus Garvey, Winston Churchill, Mussolini, Hitler. You know what I mean, Snipes? Like, you're talking about it, but why don't you talk about these people who look at African people inferior, but they're stealing the Honorable Marcus Garvey's blueprint of organizing black people? Why don't we talk about that, brother?
Organizing? No, I think a lot of these people had their own blueprint, especially about going
They
to
didn't.
war.
No, they didn't, brother.
Hold on. And obviously the Russian Revolution was in the late 18th century, so they definitely
No, it wasn't. The Russian Revolution was
been
in
aware.
1917 to 1919. It was in the early 20th century. It was the early part of the 20th century. The Russian Revolution took place.
Regardless,
but the point is that
I think
the point. And by the way, for the record, the Garvey movement was vehemently opposed to the dictates of the Russian Revolution defining the trajectory of African liberation.
Okay, cool. So now, but the ideologies, hold on, of said individuals are definitely going to be taken up by all different individuals. Now, they all picked and choose. Now, if you knew political science, you would understand that saying capitalism is just an amalgamation of one or two or three of those systems. Do you get what I'm saying? We're not exempt or out of the way of this socialist, communist, fascist ideals.
Arcanism as well. Anarchism is the same as well.
So, yeah.
But
what I'm saying is, hold on. There's definitely been various African leaders who have taken on these ideals. That's clear. There's no argument there. Like, yes, in Somalia, Siad Barre was a socialist.
Siad Barre.
Yeah, but anyway, Siad Barre. Yeah, he was a socialist.
That's not his name.
You know what I'm saying? And he turned the whole country into that. You know, it was a very flourishing. It was like Dubai in the 1950s or 40s or 30s or whatever. Like, Europeans used to like going to such a beautiful place. It was beautiful, but obviously their corruption and how they infiltrate and systems that we take on. Remember, they put these people in power in these countries, yeah, and then they're working off this same communist, fascist, socialist ideal. They choose one and try and run the country by it. Sometimes it works to a certain extent, and then other times it totally destroys the country.
The majority of those who profess socialism were killed or attacked or overthrown by the imperialists, not supported by them. The majority of people, and that's this fact. Whether because I don't profess socialism, but that's just a fact. The majority of people
fascism?
I don't profess fascism either. But the fact, but the imperialism, the imperialism.
What about Mandela being a fascist?
The imperialists of we're just throwing stuff out at the moment. Let's have an intelligent.
Yeah. We know.
What's it called? The imperialists of America and funded the longest standing despots. Yeah, the longest standing despots in the black world were funded and supported by America and Britain and France for decades. Yes, decades. Yeah, look at places that we don't often talk about, like Cote d'Ivoire. Yeah, like Benin and Togo. Yeah,
that's right.
And these places, yeah, and the fact that you have instances of man being in power for all 30 years, and then the French come in, take him out, and install his son, right, and all kinds of shit has taken place, right? But these are known despots that are 100% backed by imperialists. They're 100% capitalist, yeah, and authoritarian, right? So the majority of our nations have adopted a capitalist model in ape and mimicry of Britain, America, and France. Yeah, the socialists were a minority, and the let's say the African cultural nationalists were even greater minority. Those who said we're not even dealing with either of these ideologies. We want to develop something uniquely African that suits the indigenous cultural makeup of our people and develop ourselves from that point of view. But it's a process. Yeah, it's a process, and it's a process that was attempted to be implemented whilst fighting the greatest military, yes, and intelligence might of the world at that time and this time till now. Yeah, and so we have to put all of these things into perspective, right? It's not a simple trajectory of history. You can say, man, you know, some people did business with Europeans, and then later advocated that we shouldn't do that kind of business because they learned that lesson. Yeah, they may have thought one way at a certain particular point, and then they've had an experience that evolves their ideological and their behavioral thinking in a particular way. And so you have to take the time to study the activities and learn the lessons of history as you would do in any circumstance. We don't. People take time, yeah, to study the life of Muhammad and Jesus and Moses, right? And Abraham. They take time to delve into nuances. Yeah, they take time to study the significant people of their religious philosophy, right? And understand how things developed. Yeah. But we don't do it in circumstances like these where we're talking about people that fought on behalf of Africa. Like, we don't take the time to actually study them. And you're not going to agree with everything. I don't agree with everything. Yeah, that's not the point. The point is,
it's not applicable. Sorry, it's not applicable. Whatever I learn about Abraham or whatever, I mean, that's personal. And if I want to as well, it's not a must. Do you get what I'm saying? But it would be incumbent on you to kind of know about what the book is talking about, right?
Or are you using
hold on, my brother. How you can apply it and some of the ideas and the moralities in the present day. Yeah, because some are unworkable because they're too old. Yeah, it's over 500, 600 years old. Like, bro, forget all that. Yeah, what we apply, what we can apply, as in personal. If a person behaved a certain way and you're resonant with that, and it resonates with you in the book, then you follow that path. You try and be like that individual, maybe. You get what I'm saying? But how it affects my freedom and my life, I have to be steeped in the now. I can't be looking to the past necessarily and lamenting and thinking, oh, let me take a strategy and that's not that's not how to secure my legacy, maybe. And saying, yeah, Mike was great. What how did you become great, Mike? Oh, because I listened to political science and the strategies and No, I gotta use my own brain, come up with my own ideas.
Went against the system. You're not done. They went against the system.
I don't know about this.
All those prophets.
One second. Brother Kel, did you have a question? You had a question that you was gonna ask, and I felt you felt like it was a pertinent question. So I want you to ask it, please, my brother.
Nobody talks about Mussolini, Winston Churchill, Hitler, the Vietnamese president, and they don't talk about how they stole from, I will break it down, from Africans who are not intelligent and they're low life. They stole his blueprint and furthered their agenda. Nobody talks about that. What Brother Snipe wants to talk about, how black people at that time, they had to formulate in them institutions, but they still practice their race first. Why don't you talk about that, Brother Sniper?
What are you talking about? You sound like a blasted idiot. What are you talking about?
No, I don't think my brother Kel. What are
you talking about?
Brother Kel, 1 second. Brother Kel,
you're gonna talk to me properly or sensibly, or put something to me that's decent, not the same old silly questions. Do you get what I'm saying? You keep repeating yourself.
And a mantra.
Hold on. And a mantra is not necessarily a good thing,
like
my brother, right?
No,
because we do. Hold on. We study things and we look into stuff. And when we was looking into yogis and all of this type of stuff, they said the one clear thing they said, that people, the way to hypnotize and get people into certain thing is constantly say the same thing all the time. So mantra for us is not a necessarily positive thing, where you've got the idea that keep saying something, it will then bring a result. If you don't know the result, one second. But you see, you're gonna talk over me. You see. When it's your time to talk, you ain't got much to say. But when other people are talking, you want to talk. This doesn't make sense.
Your point of opinion.
It's unsynchronized.
From your perspective.
Yes, from my perspective.
On a level, yeah. Mantra is a part of any school of thought, ideology, system, and so on.
I'm not into
I've done that already, brother. I've explained that already. Brother.
I'm African, I know. Yeah, we don't do mantras, man.
Any religion, any philosophy, any school of thought, you're gonna have certain ideas that are repeated over and over and over again.
All right.
Let me tell you what a mantra is.
Even as a
War
parent,
on terror. War on terror. War on
as a
terror.
parent,
War on terror. That's a
even as a
fucking
parent.
mantra.
Even as a parent, whenever my son gets up in the morning, we have things that we repeat to him every morning, right? It's a part of the learning process.
I'm not your child. I'm not his child either. So how does that make sense?
Or a Christian,
how does that make sense?
If you're a Muslim,
if I'm not his child and I'm older than him, how does that make sense?
If you're a Christian, a Muslim, a Buddhist,
you're trying shit, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
if you follow Ifa, if you follow Pap, if you follow Akom, if you follow Islam,
I told you.
You're gonna have when you do your 5 prayers a day, yeah,
we're African.
You're following.
That's right. You're African.
You're mantras, yeah.
You don't even know what you're doing, bro.
When you say the Lord's Prayer,
fuck around with juju.
Mantra.
That's right.
Fuck around with juju.
When it's Pan-Africanism,
it's a
problem. And it's a contradiction. It's a contradiction to say man are African around here, and I'm dealing with juju. That's a contradiction.
So, wait.
I know what mantras is, man.
They got it from the non-African people.
And a mantra is not even African. It's
1 second. I don't want to get run. I don't want this to runaway train thing to happen. Yeah.
Yeah. Give Titus motion. Go out here.
Brother, you mentioned something about religion, and Kel, you had a question about religion and doing something for the. Doing something for the people, right? Did you not say that? What has your religion done for your people?
I did.
Right. So let me break this down for you, then, my brother. Yeah. Okay. I'm not sure if you're aware of certain schools, right? So there are many, and in history, and we've mentioned them. You've mentioned Elijah Muhammad, right? And you mentioned what has those religions done for their people? Well, the religion of Islam galvanized black people in America and gave them something, and gave them that something to hold on to and to fight for, right? So that's one aspect of religion. What you're seeing today is the Israelite movement. They're galvanizing people, their brothers and sisters, and saying, "Yo, listen, see this book here? Yeah, you the people of them book. Now, if that ain't something to tell a people to galvanize them, listen, this is your book. Yeah." I don't understand how you're going to ask that question as to how these people's religions are doing something for them when they're using these said books and showing them, brother, you are Israelite.
Well, I'll tell you why, brother. First of all, the Nation of Islam, brother, I've told you this many times, that their leader and teacher, Elijah Muhammad, which was Elijah Bull, was a student of Bishop Henry Miller McTurner, who was a Pan-Africanist, right? The Hebrew Israelites, brother, they understand something very interesting, which a lot of us don't. They practice their tribe first. So, yes, they do, brother. Yes, they do, brother.
They speak their tribe first. Half of them are married to Mexican women, bro. Stop it. Half of them are married to Mexican women, bro. Stop it. Stop it. Mexican women, go look at their weddings and their exposure videos. Stop it, man. Telling man you stinky Africans. Stop it, bro. Stop it. But however, what we're saying is, brother, the question you asked, this is why we shouldn't digress from points, because you asked this is why I wanted to hear this. This is why I wanted you to ask the question, because I knew that I could show you examples where people's faiths are galvanizing brothers and sisters worldwide. Doesn't matter whether they believe in Pan-Africanism, Islam, whether they believe they're Israelites, whatever, they're being galvanized, right? They're sitting there saying, whoa, hold on a minute. The evidence is pointing to this being us. And you know what? You're right. And you know what that is doing for people? Some of them is getting pride. Some of them is getting that fight. Some of them is getting that spring in their step. For you to not think that that's not happening, like galvanizing people, I don't know what world you're looking at, my brother. And it must seem like if they're not following Pan-Africanism, it ain't working for them, which isn't true.
Brother,
people of different denominations are waking up and standing up of all different faiths, my brother.
Brother Motion, all due respect to you, right? When you understand those prophets in those religions, brother, they went against the system. You see, brother, they went against the system and had their tribe and etc. Right? Not seeing black people in those religions go against the system and help their people. It's a contradiction, brother. The fact that we're going to debate this, you've seen improvements No, we haven't seen no improvements, brother, because you don't see it amongst the black Muslims because they're too scared to organize black people, even though their Prophet Muhammad, the son of Abdullah, peace be upon him, says, learn from your lineage and connect the kinship from your lineage. It will bring the love of your people, increase your wealth, increase your lifespan. Black Muslims don't believe in that. They believe we need to build with non-African people from that faith who have all the resources and oppressing us. It makes no sense. When you look at
about
Messiah,
Are you sure about that, my brother? Did you know?
Go
Did you know? Did you know? And this is why I don't understand where you brothers are coming from, bro. You can go to an area like Mitcham, right, and go to a totally Ugandan mosque, right? Okay, totally Ugandan, and those people stay within their community and uplift their own communities. Do you understand me? Yeah, they go on Hajj and so on and so forth. But predominantly, they're around their community, supporting their own communities.
It depends on
things back home. So on and so forth. Right?
Yeah, it depends on what your standard is, bro. It depends on what your standard
Say that
is.
again?
If we're talking about it from a Pan-African point of view, and I know there are many Muslims who are Pan-Africanists. There are many Christians who are Pan-Africanists. On the whole,
put it this way, yeah. Right, put it this way.
Huh? Hello? Sorry,
No,
what
I'm
are
saying
you,
put it this way. My point of view is this. My point of view is this. I know this, yeah. There's people that might not identify as Pan-African, yeah, and they follow different faith systems, right? But from my experience, my own experience, they will see a man like me, and they'll see how resolute I am, and how anti I am, right? And not have no banner of whatever, and they will be about their religions, but say to a man, brother, you know what? I can get you a book, you know. You get me? Like you got I get you this and that. Like you could be here doing this and that, you know, like boom, boom, boom. Do you get me? I see that you can really help the people and galvanize people with your expertise and so on and so forth. Right? And that's a dream I've always wanted. And I don't put myself down as Pan-African.
No, but
right. So let me finish. Let me finish. Give me 10 seconds, brother. For anyone to say somebody's faith or belief is not allowing them to galvanize other people, I think that's bullshit, because people's faith sometimes is what ensures that they do that.
But we gotta be true.
Sometimes, but we're looking at it from a collective point of view.
It's not sometimes, bro. It's not sometimes. It's a lot of the time. It's not sometimes. It's a lot of the time.
Of course it is. But it depends on what standard you're talking about, right? So if you're talking about just having a system of belief that gives meaning to life and guides certain actions in a particular kind of way that we might think is productive, yeah, I'd agree with you, right? But if we're talking about galvanizing people around the issues that are faced by African people worldwide, yeah, then there's nuances here. Again, there are Pan-Africanists who are Muslim, there are Pan-Africanists who are Christians, yeah. On whole, the Islamic or the Muslim community and the Christian community are not, yeah. The most churches and mosques that are majority populated by Black or African people are not galvanized around an African liberation mission. Yeah, most Black people are not. Most Black people in general, whether they're non-religious or religious, are not galvanized around that, right? And I know Black Muslims and Black Christians who have that sensibility, who also find it difficult to galvanize their own religious community around said issues, right? So I have to also take that into consideration. Yeah. At the same time, from a Pan-African point of view, we don't have an issue recognizing the good work of our brothers and sisters beyond the label of religion that they hold on to. Yeah. You know, if a man mentions Elijah Muhammad, again, he's not a Pan-Africanist, right? But I can respect what he did in terms of developing an organization and the impact that had.
That's right.
I find a lot of the rhetoric of a lot of the Black Hebrew Israelite groups to be repugnant, especially as it regards African people and in many cases African women in particular. But I can also respect that there are men who are now today Hebrew Israelites that were shot in Manon Road, yeah, last year or last week, and now are not doing that because they found some semblance of faith. There are men who are strung out on drugs, yeah, who as a result of having some semblance of faith have turned their life around, at least in that respect. And I can appreciate that work. I don't have to agree with their ideology, and challenging their ideology doesn't mean that I don't recognize the good that somebody may draw from that within their own personal life. Yeah, but if we're talking about looking at the systems of the world and society and so on and so forth, and our position and the kind of organization that we need to be able to withstand and develop ourselves in this context, that's a different argument. Yeah, we have to look at yeah, we can't. Sorry, my final statement is this. That when we look at these dynamics properly, what we find is that the level of respect that is given to the religions that you have identified is not reciprocated when it comes to, and demanded by them, is not reciprocated when it comes to our indigenous spiritual systems as African people. And so one of the reasons why, what's it called? One of the reasons why you find a challenge or a critique, yes, of, in particular, Abrahamic religions coming from Pan-Africanists is because of this idea of the demonization, yeah, of indigenous Africans, right?
There we go.
And the need to challenge that. That's all that is.
Right. So wait. One second. Africans, as usual. 1 second. One bomber clock, pussy clock second. No disrespect, yeah. But hear the joke thing, my brother Shakara. You have to check the panorama, yeah. This is all panoramic view right here, yeah. So listen, listen, yeah. Brother, you responded to something that I said to brother Kale, yeah. I don't know why you bugging, my brother. I was chatting to brother Kale.
I thought we were having a conversation. I didn't know it was specific.
We are because, but it was Kale's, and like I said to you, I kind of heard the question, like he asked the question, and I heard it, yeah. You understand me? And I wanted him to repeat the question because I could see the angle. So I wanted to respond. He asked, and I wanted him to at least have a chance to refute. You get me? But you don't know, brother. Like obviously, yeah, man. Big up.
Emotion.
I just thought we were having a conversation. I was. Yeah, we are, right. So
we are, my brother, man.
And I was agreeing with him. I'm simply.
No, my brother is just my brother. My brother is light-hearted jest, man. Come on, man. We're having a serious conversation. Come on, man. You feel me?
The fact of the matter is, Pan-Africanists have got as much derogatory things to say. No, not Pan-Africanists. No.
BNP, man. BNP, God damn it.
The African spiritualists within the Pan-Africanist movement have got as much negative thing to say about the Abrahamic faiths as the other side. The only difference is obviously they're a minority. So this.
If you say so, Reggie, I'm not sure where you. In fact, I understand why you have to promote that fallacy, because you have to retrieve some of the moral high ground, so to speak. But it's just forced. One of the reasons why we are the minority is in fact the result of the demonization of African spiritual systems, and the fact that they have had to go underground. Not even because
when you finish, I have a question, please, brother.
Yeah. It was said earlier about the fact it was said earlier about governance systems that are actually African, and that's another reason why people look to the African spiritual systems, because indigenously we don't have the same separations between spirituality and politics and economics, right? So a lot of the political institutions are also spiritual institutions, are also economic institutions. So in order to learn indigenous African political economy, you would often have to study the spiritual systems, because that's what they're most
my brother, Shaka, this African spiritualist, maybe for you,
king,
hang on.
It's not for the king and the Abba. It's broader than that. That's not how it's operating.
Can I respond?
Tell me how my country operates. You sound stupid.
The fact is, this African spiritualist belief system, maybe for you, is some sort of tag, that you associate with being an African. But for Abrahamic people, they actually believe in this stuff. You get what I'm saying? So,
Abrahamic people believe in what stuff? Sorry, believe in what stuff? But my brother, you don't have to be an African spiritualist, right? All I'm simply saying is that when we look at the
bro, I'm telling you, no. My point is simple.
If you look at the history of African people,
just tell him, Reggie. There's a reason why Africans are religious. There's a reason.
Before you go to Tariq, the fact of the
and you're divorcing Africans being religious.
I have to divorce
from an
anything, bro.
adherence to
Shush.
African spiritual
You don't
system.
know nothing.
The fact
Brother
is,
Shaka, the fact is, yeah,
You know what I mean?
the fact is that
Shit is voodoo
clearly,
man
yeah,
ever.
Africans are following Christianity. They're following Islam because they believe it's the truth. They're not going to follow your African spirituality because you claim it was our original belief. That's not enough for people to follow.
My brother, there are any number of Africans in this world today who are following an indigenous African spiritual system, right? No less, yeah. What's the word? Convicted, yeah, by the truth of what they stand on, right? So again, I understand that there are Africans who are Christians and there are Africans who are Muslims, and they believe that what their religion is saying is the truth. At the moment, we're not debating. Sorry, at the moment, we're not debating the truth or lack thereof of the religion. A conversation was on the table about religion and the extent to which critiques and so on and so forth take place and what motivates them. And I'm simply saying, excuse me, I'm simply saying that for many, yeah, on the continent and in the diaspora, because you might like to give this impression that nobody on the continent is invested in the restoration of dignity and functionality to indigenous African spiritual systems. I know that to be false. 100%, I know that to be false. Yeah? Yeah, and that is correct. So we're gonna act like we're gonna use terms like
fantasy and delusion,
which is again a part of the lexicon that was used to denigrate and demonize African spiritual systems, right? Africans on the continent and in the diaspora are not immune to this. It happens everywhere, and quite frankly, you don't have to have been to Africa to encounter this dynamic, right? Because many Africans in the diaspora do the same. Quiet as it's kept, Africans, when we were brought to the Americas, did carry our culture and our indigenous spiritual systems with us. And we have them today, yes, and a similar situation exists in terms of demonization. All right, and so we look at the ways in which these systems were preserved, also in societies that were rebelling against enslavement and colonization, also in maroon what they call maroon villages, yeah, where they preserved remnants of indigenous social, political, and economic order in the midst of staving off possible invasions from enslavers and so on and so forth, right? So we look at these things and we say, all right, you know what? There are things that we can learn in terms of evolving systems of governance and politics and economics, yeah, in today's world, yeah, that speak to our sense of self, that speak to who we are as African people, that will be easier to develop from among our indigenous people than these foreign systems and ideologies that we're importing from America and importing from Britain and importing from France and importing from Russia and even China in certain circumstances. That's the point. And so in order to do that work, you have to challenge the colonial demonization of the indigenous spiritual systems. And so if this is not motivated by a hatred for Jesus Christ and Muhammad, it's motivated by a love for our indigenous self and our indigenous culture and the need to overcome.
Time out. Reggie, wait your bumper clock turn. Yeah. Listen, all I'm going to say is this. Ask you a quick question. Do other indigenous spiritual systems in Africa demonize other indigenous systems in Africa also?
No, there's no significant history of that. What's it called? What you have. For example, there's never been a point I've never come across anywhere whereby people have gone to war because you are worshiping this god and I'm worshiping that god. This is not a significant dynamic in indigenous. In fact, because the claims within the spiritual systems themselves don't produce that kind of sensibility. They're not religions that whereby God is trying to establish his authority, for example, in respect of other peoples, right? So the dominant sensibility among indigenous African spiritual systems is one of grace, understanding, and mutual respect. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Now, so unless anybody can bring me evidence to the contrary, I'd be glad to hear it.
Brother Shaka, I think it's time that you moved forward with the times, brother. I mean, at the end of the day, people are not doing these going on military expeditions for the most part to convert people, or forcing people to move away from African spiritualists. You know what I mean? Like, you guys have to get out there, put your stall up, and sell yourselves. You know what I mean? If you want people to join this African spiritualist nonsense, you have to put your stall up in Speaker's Corner, etc., man, and convince people that this is the truth. Otherwise, you're wasting
my brother. Whatever methods I adopt,
you still got to convince Africans.
Whatever methods I adopt
correct.
in order to project African spiritual systems, yeah, you need not concern yourself with, right? You know what I'm saying? If I want to put up a stool, I'll put up a stool, yeah, and whatever. It's not a shakara thing. It's not a shakara thing. I'm one who has a revolutionary application of African spiritual systems among many Africans on the continent and in the diaspora. I was having a conversation just the other day with my brother who's in Nigeria, and discussing, African spiritual systems and the subjugation of said in the various different places that we've experienced in the world.
So where they been subjugated?
Sorry, I'm quite.
My mum will tell you straight. But
I'm quite certain, and I'm sure your mum
you want to go around.
I'm sure your beautiful mother has a beautiful perspective on these things. Yeah, and the brothers and the sisters. And the brothers and the sisters who I interactive, yeah, I'm saying in various different parts of the African diaspora also have beautiful and wonderful perspectives on these things. You know?
Right. So when I go
to Ghana, when I go to Ghana and I fellowship with the Africania Mission, who are a group of indigenous spiritualists from various different schools of thought. So they're not one quote unquote ethnic group, but they provide space for the various different indigenous traditions that are in their surrounding area, and embrace them and share them in a communal kind of spiritual order. Yeah, what's cool? Sorry, I'm not finished. But we have these discussions also. All right. You know what I'm saying?
It's not about discussion. I'm just saying. You see,
when I was in Sierra Leone the other day, there's a lot of Muslims and a lot of Christians, and I was able to engage with some traditionalists also. Yeah, and we had certain conversations around that at the same time as well. And I learned some things about indigenous Mende spirituality. Yeah, now you have to look for it because it's not so obvious as the big churches and the big mosques that you see around. Do you know what I'm saying? Right? But that happens too. So we do things by communion. Yeah? I'm not on a crusade. Do you know what I'm saying? We do have to teach and we do have to challenge.
Sorry, any priestly class of any region. One second. Any priestly class or any spirituality is definitely going to be at the foot of the king's door. I'm telling you, he's the one engaging in these practices still now till today. Yeah. So as you say, you're thinking it's something that's separate. Remember, because he has a religion also. A man could be a Roman Catholic, but still practice his traditional, cultural, spiritual systems. This is easy for Africans to blend whatever and do whatever, but they're going to do what they're going to do. Nobody in this fucking universe can ever change that. Yeah, you can think Europeans can come and settle us and colonize us and but what they're not going to do, is change how we do our thing. So now these religions are well established with our spiritual systems and everything. Yeah, and I'm telling you, a lot of the practices that you're talking about, are at the foot of the king's door. These are practices the king has to do. You can see them on YouTube. When the Olu of Wari or Benin or whatever, about Benin, has to take part in rituals and ceremonies in front of the camera. Do you get what I'm saying? And he personally might have his own religion, like he might be a Christian, he might be a thing, like his grandfather and his great grandfather before him and all of that. That's not the issue, bro. And it's definitely not a thing where people are systematically trying to put down African systems where we're from. Do you get what I'm saying? They are there. And this is why we definitely know why so many of our people are religious. Because they know that there's many other systems, and we have family members who are steeped in those systems. So we can't even go like, yo, no, it's alien to us. No, we know it's
Choose
there,
to get
but
out
we
of
don't choose to
uniting with your
engage,
people.
my brother.
Who's on there just
Sorry.
cracking up? Who's on
Sorry,
there?
sorry. What? Sorry, I just feel like sometimes what happens is we go around in circles because arguments are kind of just invented. Yeah, I literally said a minute ago that one of the reasons why people elevate the indigenous African spiritual systems is because of the fact that traditionally there is not this stark separation between the spiritual, the political, and the economic. And so one of the ways in which you learn about the indigenous political and economic systems is by studying the spiritual systems. Yeah, I literally said that not about 5 minutes ago.
And then you
I've
also
just
said,
got a diatribe.
sorry, you also said,
as though
you also said, when I said, yeah,
excuse
but
me,
those things are at the foot of
allow
the
me to
king.
finish.
Hold on, my brother. The
Allow me to
spiritual
finish.
system
Allow
and the
me to finish.
politics. 1 second,
Allow me
brother.
to finish. Allow me to finish.
1 second.
Allow
No,
me to finish.
I'm not going to allow you to
Allow
finish
me to
now.
finish.
Yeah,
Allow me
because
to
you
finish.
start to piss me off, bro.
Allow me to
Yeah?
finish.
Just
I'm
let
not
me
interested.
add my little
I'm not interested
insertion
in your
because,
pissed offness.
and then
I'm
I'll
not
be done,
finished.
bro. I just
Allow me
can't
to
be
finish.
bothered with all this.
Allow me to
nonsense.
finish. Allow me to
Bruv,
finish.
because you're going to
That's
go
it.
into some long
Right?
monologue,
Allow me to
yeah,
finish.
and I'm
But you
telling
just-
you,
But
yeah,
you just completed a long
why
monologue.
I
You just
mentioned
completed a
what I
long monologue.
mentioned, bruv.
Allow me to
Because
finish.
you made a statement
literally
when
just
I was
completed a long
speaking,
monologue.
bruv. Yeah, when you
You
made that
literally
statement
just
and
completed a long
talking
monologue.
about, bruv,
All right, can we cut short on the panelogs?
when you
रांची के स्ट्रीट से हाथों में वीड है हेडफोन में बीट बजे कागज में गीत लिखे ब्लैक निगर
Literally, yeah, that was said a while ago. All right, now that's the first point. The second point is that when we're dealing with
you don't even know
indigenous
what you're talking
spiritual
about, bro.
systems, when we're dealing, sorry, what the point I was making is that sometimes we have.
I was making all of that is at the foot
Lord of
of the door of the king, and you said no. That is
Yeah,
why we're having
what I
this
said
discussion
was
right now.
what I said was it's not just at the foot of the door of the king.
What I'm saying it
Indigenous
is.
African spiritual system. Sorry, indigenous. Yeah, and
Where do
you're
you think
wrong.
you're
my
gonna
brother.
find it
You don't-
in Africa?
as somebody
Who do you think is
again
gonna be
one
using
again
African
one
spiritual
again
system
again
if it's
again
not
again
the royalty and
again because not all indigenous African
understand.
societies and spiritual systems have centralized royalty, my brother. We're not just talking about the Yoruba. We're not just talking about Ifa and Isheshe. We're talking about
right.
indigenous African spiritual systems. Yeah, and so even in Ifa and Isheshe, there are rights that are governed by kingship, and there are rights that are not. Not everything involves a king or a queen or an Oba or an
You
Odi
was
or an
talking about
Alake. Yeah,
chiefs were given by Europeans.
when the Babalawo and the Iyanifa yes conduct ceremony, they're not always doing it at the foot of the king. There are it's a complete way of life. So there are rituals and social order that is done within a family that don't involve kingship. Yeah, even in Ifa, even in Isheshe. Yeah. And so, but then when you take it outside of just the Yoruba and you go into a system like the Igbo, where traditionally,
regions, kingdoms,
no, we were
villages,
discussing
and
indigenous
how the
African
people
spiritual
react.
systems. We were
There's
discussing
elders in the village.
We were discussing
hold on.
African
There's
spiritual
elders.
systems.
There's chiefs.
How are you going to
there's
interrupt me
also-
again?
Not in every village, right? There's kings. There's also there's
literally just
princes.
said that,
Hold
bro.
on. And they say in different towns and villages and all of that. But everything has a structure. We've always had an organized structure. It's just being disrespectful to our culture and what we hold dear. Yeah. That has
My
never
brother.
been violated. Hold on. I've never experienced or even heard from any of these elder people or people in these positions, yeah, what you're talking about. So I know, and I'm saying to you, yeah, that most of the rituals and ceremony of the tribe or whatever tribe, yeah, is held, it's mainly with their king or their Oba or their Oni or their what the Igbo has their own one. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. So like, any leader that they have, but they have
What did the Igbo have? What did the Igbo have, Maki? What did the Igbo have? What did the Igbo have? Tell me.
They have an Igwe.
Right, and you know, and are you familiar with what Igwe
just
means?
fall back, man, bruvs.
Know what Igwe means?
So now, whatever they
What
have,
does
right?
Igwe
They have
mean,
it, right?
Maki?
Bro, just relax yourself, bro. Because what I'm saying is that any type of structure that there is follows this priestly system. The priestly system will be with it. Do you get what I'm saying? The highest priest of the whole ends will be in the king's court. These are the facts. This is how these ceremonies are carried out and rituals and customs of every particular tribe. And even if you do a meeting, yeah, there are certain customs and traditions that will never change. You got to bring cola nuts, a little bit of alcohol, and this and that, and da. So, like, bro, some things just don't change, bro. And the fact that they have religions, yeah, or they've taken up the what you see as European style religions, but a lot of them had them prior to some interaction with some of these Europeans. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, they already knew about their thing, and they've interwoven it so much that you can go to the Americas and you can see that they've mixed the what you're calling Santeria with the Orisha thing. And
what is the proper name for Santeria, my brother? What's the proper name for Santeria? Tell me, please.
Petrol's gone off, you know. So
what's the proper name for Santeria, my brother?
Why are you trying to pick apart what I'm saying, bro? Are you not hearing what I'm saying, or
you are trying to pick apart what I'm saying and manufacturing disagreements?
No, because you said no when I said it was at the door of the king.
What I said was it's not just at the door of the king. Yeah, ritual in the Ifa.
Everybody does it, right?
Ritual in the Ifa. Ritual, my brother. You are not an Ifa devotee. Yeah, I happen to be one. Okay,
doesn't matter what you are.
Right, it does matter because of the fact that you just said. Sorry, because of the fact that you just said. Because and it's my bloodline too. So know yourself, innit? The reality is the reality is this. Yeah, you cannot talk about it being in the Americas and then act like I'm not one of the Africans from the Americas. Right? It's ridiculous. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Who's saying that you're not from the Americas?
And contrary and unlike yourself, my brother, I actually take the time to interact with and study and even engage in fellowship with varying different African spiritual systems. All right. So again, what I said was not confined to Ifa and Isheshe. So even if it was the case, and it's not, even if it was the case that all ritual in Yoruba land, yeah, involves the Oba and the Oni and the Alake, right? Even if that was the case, that's not the case for the Igbo. It's not the case for the Mokongo. It's not the case for the Zulu. It's not the case for the Kikuyu, right? And various other different. So if we're talking about indigenous spiritual systems, but you actually made my point again, because you done said that the people them engage in their rituals and so on and so forth, right? And they may also have their religion. This is not people that are typically in indigenous African spiritual systems, yeah, do not feel an aversion off the bat to other people's religions. What was being stated is the fact that there has been a historic and a contemporary. I know of these things, yeah. I was watching I was watching an Igbo brother. I'm not even going to bother going into his name and that kind of thing. Right, just the other day, he was talking to another brother who is Yoruba from Nigeria, and they were discussing the fact that you have situations in which sacred places of, to this day, sacred space of their indigenous spiritual systems are being attacked and desecrated by other members of their community who denounce, yeah, the indigenous spiritual system. This is still happening today. So I'm not asking no questions. I'm stating for a fact, right? I don't need any endorsement, yeah, but because a man feels like I wasn't born on the continent, or my mum wasn't born on the continent, in relation to what I am saying. I don't have to come out. I don't even have to come out the Caribbean to substantiate what it is I'm saying. I don't have to do that.
Yeah. And for the record, in the Caribbean, hold on, my brother.
Sorry, and for the record, I asked a question earlier. I'm gonna answer it now. Santeria in
you're not my tribe.
You mostly find in
you're not gonna tell me about my tribe. It's never gonna work.
When it comes to Santeria among the people them, like in Cuba, is often what they call the white man's Ifa, yeah. The more indigenous they refer to as regla de Ocha, and Ocha is the evolution or the of the term Orisha. And then you have Lukumi, and Lukumi is the name comes from Olukumi, yeah, and it's one of the indigenous subgroups among the Yoruba. So the people are known as Lukumi, and their spiritual system is known as Lukumi in places like Cuba and in places like Brazil, yeah, and in places like Trinidad, yeah, and them thing. We have the thing way there, and you will find Ifa devotees that are from Yoruba land who understand when they encounter certain things, yes, in the Americas, they're able to decipher whether it's sometimes an older version. Yeah, they preserved an older version of certain things than what's even in Nigeria or Benin or Togo, yeah, among the Yoruba right now, for obvious reasons. There are some things that are older, that are preserved, the older versions of it, the older terms of it or whatever are preserved in the Americas, and there are some new evolutions of it and so on and so forth. So the point is that some people, because of the demonization of African spiritual systems, have felt restore dignity and functionality to indigenous spiritual systems as a part of a Pan-African mission. Yeah, because we don't want to just be imitating and borrowing ideology from America and Britain and France and Russia and so on and so forth. So where are we going to go to find, well, how did our people indigenously organize politics and economics? Yeah, for what purpose did they do it? How did it serve the people then? And how can we evolve those systems to meet the needs of the modern world? Yeah, right. And so if one studies Pan-African philosophy, then you will come across these things. But because ones do not study Pan-African philosophy, there a lot of statements are made and assumptions are made and things are imposed on the team and so on and so forth.
What about African social and economic philosophy? What about that? What about in those regions?
I literally just thinking about it.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that's what we study. Obviously, we're not going to deal with speculation outside of the continent of what you think of some Africans. We can get it direct. Some of us, you know, it's not available to everybody, and everybody doesn't need to know what's going. Hold on, what's going on?
I'm a maroon descendant, you know,
my brother. I'm not doubting your Africanness. Like, what are you doing? Yeah. It's like you're trying to doubt mine or trying to reassure yourself that you're African. I know you're African, bro. Relax. Yeah. You know, if you know what tribe you are, then cool, innit? Because Kale don't even know what tribe or what part of Africa he's from. He just says he's Pan-African.
I'm not from one part of Africa. I am
Pan-African. I know. And obviously, you know, in my history, it's the same. Like, there's no issue there. But when it comes to, as I said, how systems are run other than what we're calling the established government, they come under kingship and thing, right? So this is what rules the region. So the idea of how the king runs his kingdom, yeah, is very much steeped in tradition and the spirituality of those people.
I literally said that.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say. So when you say, hold on 1 second, if that's what you were saying, then you would understand what I was saying easily.
Called repeating, Shakara. It's called repeating the same repeating that the same Brother Cal does. And
but you're missing the point, right? So it's very simple.
He repeated.
Again, not all the statement that I made was not all ritual takes place at the foot of a king. That's
what
ritual
I'm saying.
But ritual does take place involving the king. Yes,
my brother.
Sorry, 1 second. Not all indigenous African societies have centralized kingship systems. There are decentralized systems also, communal orders, right, that are governed by things like council of elders and so on and so forth. Some the Ga, for example, who mostly populate Ghana today, before the Danish and the British came, they never had kings. They had Wulome, which was a council of their elders and priests who would govern. That the social order was governed across that, but they invented a king because when the British came, they wanted to speak to a king, right? You know what I'm saying? And so the social order was impacted by that.
Yeah, but that's not our issue, though. That's not our issue.
But again, that's why I said
just making examples of places outside where I'm from, bro. Like, what are we doing, bro?
But the conversation is not confined to where you're from, my brother.
I hear you. Right. But bro, you know, listen. There's something about being from a particular place in Africa that is definitely like different to being in other places and other people's experiences, right? So when you're dealing with my country, yeah, and the spiritual systems and the way it works and the politics and the political science, yeah, I'm gonna have a little bit of an advantage, not because I know so much, bro. Not because I know so much about it. It's because I definitely immersed in it. It's part of my culture and everything. And I've been there and I talk to the elders. I've talked to all different peoples. I know how different systems work. And there are many different systems. And every single tribe is a different system. That's how complex and different the place is, right? In a small region, you could have 10 variations of different tribes and sub-tribes of those tribes that have different traditions. And most of those rituals and are definitely going to be expressed by the king, because the king has all of those Zanusis or Babalawos and at his disposal first, before anyone. And any examples set by those guys are going to go out into the villages
That weren't
and all of the
African
small.
democracy
Hold
back
on
then,
one
brother.
second, my
That
brother.
wasn't the African democracy.
Brother. They're going to go into the little areas, the small areas where people are practicing certain things. But it might go down to their Babalawo, and their Babalawo goes back to a school of Babalawos, and the school of Babalawos is connected to the palace and the king. And that's all I'm trying to say. Whether it's a king or a chief or it's a village setting, there's definitely always been structure from where we're coming from. Yeah. So
Again,
people have to
the point
know
is, it
how
hasn't
certain
been
things work.
structure.
So I'm not denying, hold on, I'm not saying you're wrong with, people practice whatever they're practicing, right? But the main focus, you see, because if you get the royalty, the royalty and the king doing a particular thing, you're going to get more people
My brother,
involved in doing it, right?
The
You got what I'm
first
saying?
the
Like,
first thing is this, yeah.
but
I have
when
the
it comes
pleasure.
to the cultural and spiritual thing, that is always separate and always has to be adhered to and done. Do you get what I'm saying? No matter what your religious point of view is, and that is definitely a truth.
The good thing about my life is that I have the benefit of fellowshipping with brothers and sisters who are from Nigeria, other than Maku. Yeah, some of them were born and raised in Nigeria, have lived there for longer than Maku, and are actively engaged in indigenous African spiritual systems. They're not engaging in African spiritual systems with a bit of Christianity and a bit of Islam, right? But they just engage in African spiritual systems. And so I have the
Nigerians
and so I have the benefit. Sorry, not to say that there's nothing I can learn from Maku, but I do also have other people to learn from on these issues. And as well as the fact that my learning about these issues is not confined to the Yoruba or Nigeria, or people from Nigeria. Right, I have a bit more breadth,
like the African
experiences, and my study where these things are concerned. So, as I already said, one of the reasons why people study African spiritual systems is because of the fact that it relates to indigenous political and economic systems, which are currently not governing on the national level as far as African peoples are concerned globally. And so the idea is, well, how can we evolve the basic principles of these indigenous social orders as housed and preserved in the knowledge of the spiritual systems, so that we are not just importing ideologies from France and Britain and America. That is the and in order to do that work, we have to acknowledge that there is a demonization against African spiritual systems, which comes with words like juju and those kind of characterizations, and the idea that anything
official name.
When you say Vudan, when you say Vudan and so on and so forth, people act like people don't fully appreciate what that term means. And
we don't use words like Vudan.
Right? No, we do, because Vudan is a word.
We don't.
Sorry, who's we? Sorry,
we say juju. That's what it is.
Say
no. Juju. Sorry, juju is actually a terminology.
Juju.
Juju is a term actually that comes from the Hausa people when they were Islamized. They used the term juju to refer to all of the indigenous African spiritual systems, including their own. So there is indigenous Hausa who the term juju is to refer to, right? So there are no and even African spiritualists realize
as well. They got magic as well.
There are no indigenous African spiritual systems that have the name juju. That does not exist.
Yes, right? How is it derogatory?
You will hear Ifa and Isheshe, yeah. When if you sing an oriki to Shango, somebody will say you're practicing juju. But in the among the Yoruba, there is that happens. I've seen it happen directly with my own eyes.
I'm saying what juju is a practice, right?
Yes, it happens. The Ifa spiritual system
practice juju,
is considered to be juju. When you open a ceremony, and this has even happened on the level of kingship. Yeah, the Oba of Benin some years ago caused some consternation because he refused to engage in the traditional rites because he said he was a Christian. That happened a few years ago.
Talk about it.
That happened a few years ago, right? So we know this take place. There was consternation for a long time in the nation of Ghana because the political system where Kwame Nkrumah instituted this thing whereby every state function was opened by libation, a Christian prayer, and a Muslim prayer. And at some point in I think it was 2012 or somewhere around there, the government, no, actually it's before that, the government in Ghana banned the libation. And so that there were people that were licking out against that, and it was banned. And I'm not even sure that there was some talk about overturning the ban.
Sorry.
However, Vudan is a word in the Fon language. Yeah, the Fon language. Yeah,
none of us are Fon.
Sorry. Yeah, and you don't have to be fun. But the point is that if we're talking about
saying it's juju though.
People,
listen to the words we use. Listen to the words we use. If I say juju to Reggie, he knows what I'm talking about. If I say juju to Jedi, he knows what I'm talking about.
If we talk about the cross, it represents the angle.
If you don't countenance the fun and their indigenous spiritual system, that's up to you. But I happen to have some interaction with the fun people and their indigenous spiritual system. I happen to know what
you're trying to teach us.
I happen to know what Vudan means beyond.
No one's running around talking about Ifa.
I happen to know what Vudan means beyond Western Christian and Muslim propaganda. I know what the word actually means. I understand the significance of the term Vudan within the culture that birthed the terminology. I don't have to rely on Western characterization or Christianized African characterization or Islamized African.
Bro, you're using Western terminologies every day. What are you talking about? You have to rely on one.
Hold on.
When you go to Benin, the word Vudan means something, right?
And it shouldn't even be called Benin.
Within that, but it's not called Nigeria either, bro. So if you're gonna affirm Nigeria, then whatever, right? We understand we're communicating in 2022, and we understand our current reality and what we're about. Right? But again, the term Benin is not even that important. The point is that the foreign language from which the term Vudan comes from, is legitimate and has a significance within that language, and so it is only the Africans, on the continent or in the diaspora, who have a disparaging and denigrated
the unsynchronized African
spiritual system as a negative thing. That's what you call colonial indoctrination.
Get on the phone and phone one of these Nigerians, right, and ask them what juju is, right? Ask them, please. Like, you're just being ignorant, and you're not. Hold on. To say it doesn't exist and when three people have already said, like, yes, man, juju, we know.
But it just clarified it that the house.
I'm saying, but the
Abrahamic followers.
My brother, the person who taught me the etymology of the term juju.
You're in another country.
Sorry, my brother, the person who taught me the etymology of the term. I didn't say you say voodoo. You were the one who brought the term voodoo into this conversation.
Yes, he did.
And you don't know what it means, right? That is the point I'm making. You are going off Western. You are going off Western. And
then
Christianity and Islamic indoctrination, right? So, but anybody who's a part of the indigenous spiritual system understands the relationship between what is called Ifa or Isheshe among the Yoruba and what is called Vudan among the Fon and the Ewe, because the Vudan is not exclusive to the Fon. The Ewe have Vudan, and a couple other groups have Vudan, right? But in as much as you have Ifa in are in Ifa and Isheshe. You also have Fa, yes, among the Fon and the Evwe. You also have Afa among the Ibo. Yeah, so these are related systems. They're not separate and distinct systems. They're different expressions of similar and shared systems, right? And if you talk to the spiritualists or the indigenous people that actually adhere to these things, then you would know that. And the person who taught me the origin and the etymology of the term juju, well, at least one of the people, because several have taught me this, is in fact the #1 Yoruba teacher in the country. Yeah. He said to me, juju is not a Yoruba word. It's a word that was used by the Hausa to describe indigenous spiritual systems when they took on the majority and took on the term, took on the
Brother, it's still an
Islam,
African word.
right?
It's still an
So,
African word, regardless.
I'm not denying the fact that,
Like,
again, I'm not denying, again, but it was never said, it was never said that it's not an African word. It was never
Shakara, listen, my brother, you can't 1 minute say this is an Arab from Arabized people and Jojo is not an Arabized word. It's not an Arab word, right?
I never said it was.
All right, cool. So where did Jojo come from then? For them, did they just make up Jojo then?
Yes, because of the fact that it was a terminology that was used to disparage indigenous spiritual systems. So there are no indigenous spiritual systems that self-define as juju. That is why the term juju is used for practically any indigenous African spiritual system. Yeah, there is nothing. You will never find a religion called juju. There is no
used. Now it's not used.
They use the terminology to refer to all kinds of different things because it's coming from a particular perspective, defining other things. So I've never said that the word is not an African word. It is an African word. I even went as far as to say there are some adherents to indigenous spiritual systems that reappropriate terminology and use it in a positive light. I've never said that the terminology is not African.
Quick question then. So those people that coined the phrase Jojo, once they picked up whatever religion, yeah, what did they call it before they called it Jojo?
They called it by whatever the different names
Do we
of
know?
the systems were.
Do we know?
Yeah, again. So if you're dealing with,
do we know?
I'm answering you, brother. I'm answering you.
You see, it doesn't work that way. My brother. Sorry, motion. Sorry.
Yeah.
How it works is you have words for different things. So, like in South Africa, they would say muti, right? So muti is medicine, right? So where we will say udu, yeah, that's medicine. But juju is the overall thing that they're doing, which is a form of magic or black magic or whatever, right? This is our understanding of it. It's just plain and simple. There's many words that describe the actions around it and what it is and and the people who practice it. Because you got to remember, there's a section of family members who live in the forest who practice this thing. You understand? The women wear scarves like they're nuns, white scarves and all of that and
Why do they wear white scarves, my brother?
I don't know, bros. Because
one
why?
of the reasons why they wear white scarves, if you're a Yoruba, is because it's often because you're a devotee of Obatala, and Obatala his color is white, yeah, and he's known as
talk about the Orisha. Talk about it.
No, right, wait. So there's a white deity.
No, his color is white, my brother.
Yeah,
so
the clothing and the style.
Clothing then. Say his clothing.
Sorry. This is why our funeral processions, everybody's wearing white rather than people wearing black that they do in Europe and all of that. We wear white. You got some people got hats on. Hold on. To represent the spiritual system. So no one is down in the spiritual system because it becomes inherent, especially when we perform in funeral rites and blah 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 and all of these type of things. And your level, if you're royal, then even more so that these rituals and all of that will be involved in the thing. There's no distinction. We're not saying that anyone who overstands the mythos. This is our mythos. This is our history. My story is a myth. Yeah. So mythology. So this is our mythology about our ancestors or the ones that came down from heaven, and that is not judge. Yeah, that is not voodoo. This just makes no sense.
What is
but
voodoo, Matthew? What is
hold
voodoo?
on, there's elements of magic and what you could say judge or Odu in the stories, obviously.
What is voodoo, Matthew?
So, bruv, sorry. Yeah, I'm saying Odu and juju. Yeah, in our stories, because people can do magic. The Orishas, they did magic. They had a little a pot, yeah, a little wooden pot, and man could manifest food. You know, like little things in the story. So, like, yeah, those stories about the Orishas and what they did and how they came down and that's part of our history and heritage and all of that, right? That has got nothing to do with sitting down in the corner, cutting off a chicken head and doing all sorts of madness.
The non-Africans call that juju. The non-Africans call that juju.
1 second, turning yourself into animals, wishing on other people's downfall, wishing they were going blind. So you have to go to the Babalawo for him to do a practice. Yeah, this is what voodoo is. It's a practice. It is not a spiritual system like what you lot are trying to say like that.
How would you know that, Matthew? You're not fun. You're not everywhere. Yeah, you don't know nothing about
different
system. So how would you know what voodoo is?
I agree. But with my people, I'm saying
so you don't know,
what you're
right? So you don't know, right? And I'm saying
hold on,
when you characterize voodoo,
with what you're overstanding. Hold on, my brother.
You're coming from Europeanized, Westernized, Christian, Islamized.
Yes,
I'm not. I'm
So,
really not.
Are you saying that?
Regardless, hold on. Regardless of me being born here, right? My mom was born in Nigeria, right? My grandma was alive up until 5 years ago. My uncles, my mom's 9 brothers and sisters. My dad's 30-something brothers and sisters, and all of that. I've got all of these things at my disposal. So I'm a lucky individual in that sense, right? So I can get
I know man who
hold
have
on. Some of the stories, 1 second. Sorry, some of the stories they've told me, for me, yeah, I can't not believe them because they've been verified by other folks, right? But they're in the realms of some fantasy type stuff. But it makes me understand, yeah, why a lot of them are religious, and that I'm gonna stick to that point, yeah, because they realize that there's other things out there. You can do whatever practices and do. That's not necessarily negative, right? Because we've got that capability. So we know what we're capable of. So some things we steer away from because we understand how the universe works. If you start taking from the universe, yeah, it's gonna want its quota back and sometimes double. So this is why us Nigerians, your average Nigerians, do not mess with those things there. Plain and simple. It's just a normal thing. No one's upset about it. No one's on a campaign to try and downplay what we consider not even cultural. Do you get what I'm saying? It's not even a thing.
It's luckily I have experience on things beyond just man in it. So that's all good, yeah.
Sorry. But as I said, so we're never gonna doubt the authenticity of what I'm saying and saying it came from a Western European. That's ridiculous.
Oh, I'm 100% saying that. The demonized perspective on
I've been there.
And the demonized perspective on African spiritual systems 100% comes from indoctrination from Western,
and they're using our culture in their religion
and Islam, right?
That's
right. Africans, right? So the reality is, yeah, that when we deal with one of the things that happened was the term was popularized around the world because of its connection to the Haitian Revolution.
Right.
That's one of the contexts in which it was demonized. So people say we don't deal with voodoo. They don't know what voodoo is. Yeah. So when you know, man, who their elders and their grandfather and their grandfather were priests in the tradition, then you kind of get a better understanding of what the thing actually is and how it was demonized and what does you need, so on and so forth. If you don't know certain things, that you won't even know that the Hausa, for example, had a spiritual system which was referred to as body before the majority of them converted to Islam, and many of there are those among the household who still have that bawdy tradition among them. And when you ask the question, what was it known as before? The different spiritual systems were known by their actual names. So they were known as Ifa, they were known as Udon, they were known as Bawdy, yeah? They were known as Ordinani or Ordinala. Yeah, that's what they were known by. Their actual, or they were known by the name of the group from which they come.
And brother, check her out. You know that there's a European woman who's brought all of the voodoo in the Haitian Revolution in Chicago, brother. The same voodoo they're attacking, the white woman brought all of them. But brother Snipe,
she brought it.
So, wait. So all of those times, yeah, all of those times.
I don't know what you're
wait. All of those times. When you had all those different spiritual systems called by their names or religions, yeah, whatever you want to call them, yeah, by their names, yeah. You're telling me throughout them times they never battled, they didn't look down upon each other, nothing like that.
So there is to say that they never battled, not in the name of religion, right? So not all religions and spiritual systems develop a need for war in the name of the god or in the name of the religion. There were battles among Africans, certainly, yeah. Like the Africans are not immune to warfare, but the idea that there's no crusades, yeah. That like there's
what were those battles over?
Various different things, land, political disputes, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Even within a
Western ideology,
for example, even within a
they
culture,
were under religious banners. Yeah.
Even within a culture, you may have a civil war, yeah, that takes place, right? And then sometimes.
But how does that come? But my brother, the point is, how did these things come about? They don't just come about from nothing. My brother, let me finish. They don't come about from nothing, right? So it's usually down to things you see people do, the practices of people, yeah, the behaviors of people, right? Certain things like that, right? This is how these revolutions come about, the way people are treated, right?
Again,
so
you're speculating about religious
you can't give me a clear-cut answer, though. This is what I'm trying to say to you.
I've given you a clear-cut answer, my brother.
You're speculating. You're saying
here it is. I have not come across.
You don't have categorical evidence, my brother. So it leaves me to speculate, my brother. And unless you have categorical evidence, I can assert anything the fuck I want, and you can't even tell me it's not true.
And you're entitled to assert what you want.
All right, cool. So why are we just talking for
at
the
the
sake
same time? Your assertions are
we don't know.
It doesn't mean your assertions are any more informed. If you ask me, did they go to war on religion? I'm saying to you, I don't have any evidence of that. Yeah, I don't. All right. What's it called? And even if you found one, yeah, somewhere about the place, somewhere where this war was a religious war, yeah, Shango went to war with Satpata, yeah, and that's what they were about. And the people that were worshipping Shango wanted the people them that dealt with Satpata to worship Shango. Like I have not come across that. Yeah, I have not come across that. I have come across spirituality employed within the context of war, but not religious war. Right? That they're two different things. Yeah, like you know what I'm saying. It's not the same thing. So yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. So if anybody can find evidence of this for me, I'd be glad to see it. I'd be glad to see evidence of Satpata trying to subdue Shango.
Do we know that Shango
going to war with Nyame and so on and so forth? I'd be glad to see.
We know that Shango was a real individual, right?
Yes, my brother.
Right. And we know that. Hold on, my brother. Yeah, to be elevated to the position of the other Orishas.
What was Shango known as before Shango?
Who pre-existed him, because he went to the rock, right, to obtain his powers. You know,
what was Shango's name in real life?
Hold on, my brother. He went to the rock in Ife, right, where Oduduwa was meant to have made his last speech or whatever, and disappeared into the rock or whatever. Yeah, so he's gone there. He's done some incantation, and drawn. And for that, he said that it's said that the fire was that came out went into his body, and forever then he could breathe fire as a weapon and all of this type of stuff, and gave him this this kind of persona, aggressive and angry and ready for war, bloodthirsty. So
what was Shango's name in life, Maku?
I can't even remember, bro. He
Oranmian. Yeah, his name was Oranmian. And what Orisha was he likened to in death? So there was a name for the same Orisha prior to it being named Shango.
Okay, so there was an Orisha that he resembled, and that could only be
So
like
the Orisha, there was an
God
Orisha of
of
thunder
war.
and lightning and fire prior to that same Orisha being named Shango. What was the name of that Orisha prior to the Orisha being named Shango?
What, Ogun?
No, Jakuta. Yes.
Why is it necessary to know, like,
because he likes to intellectually spar, because he likes to be like, oh, I know all this shit.
Sorry, I don't know why I can't ask a question. A man asked me a question and I can't ask a question.
What relevance is that to that, bro?
It's as relevant as asking me whether I know that Shango was a real person or not. It's as relevant as asking me.
5 minutes ago, you told a man he weren't born somewhere, so your information you have is more pertinent than his, but you weren't born where he
I never said that. That's a fabrication. I never said that my information is more pertinent than a man's because of where I was born. I never said anything of the sort.
That's what you said to a man. He ain't never been somewhere. Yeah, he ain't never been somewhere. Did you not say that, bro? He ain't never lived somewhere. He was never born somewhere, and you will speak to people that were born there. Why is the people that you're speaking to why is their information more pertinent to you than the people's information that he's speaking to that was born there too? That's the question I'm asking you.
And I'm going to answer you. I generally speaking know you to be a fair brother, yeah? And to put that forward to me without actually contextualizing what I was responding to, I don't think it's particularly fair. I was being challenged on the fact that I am not from Nigeria. And when you speak to continental Africans, they can say these things and if you're not that, then you don't know these things. So I said, well, actually, luckily, I have the opportunity, the privilege, yes, of being able to interact with brothers and sisters who are born in Nigeria, who live there, and who are actual devotees of these spiritual systems. And I also have the benefit of learning from brothers and sisters who are not from Nigeria and who are devotees of spiritual systems who are outside of Nigeria.
I heard that bit, right?
You said that first, right?
It's incorrect to say that I was boasting about where I was born and I know more than the man because of I never said
did I use the phrase boasting?
There's no way you can.
Did I use the phrase boasting? I said to you, right, after you said all of that spiel, yeah, you made a statement about somebody not being born somewhere, right?
What did I say, bro?
And listen. If you replay back probably 5 minutes ago, I literally said, you know what's interesting? Yeah. Because I wanted to say it from long time, yeah. I said, you know what's interesting? Replay it back and listen back, brother. Yeah. Because as soon as I heard it, I said, well, okay. Because what's interesting is see what happens is, and when people, I feel like when people are intellectually sparring, there's a level of like, I just feel I'm gonna just put it plain and simple, just straight dishonesty, yeah. And I say it across the board, yeah, where certain things like man will dance around, yeah, like, and it's not on, and then man will throw out statements, yeah. And you did this the other day. You use certain things that you use, yeah, that you hear people tell you, and you'll use it for the sake of an argument, yeah, even though you don't necessarily believe in it, my brother. You get me?
I have no idea.
A couple times I've told you I feel like you've been intellectually dishonest. You get me? Couple times.
I have no idea what you're trying at the moment, but I'm simply not taking any talk when it comes to the fact that man have come on the panel today multiple times and told me that man ain't from Africa, and so man can't talk about these things. Yeah, when you're from Africa, you can say these things.
I don't think anyone said that.
Who said that?
No one has said that. No one has said that.
We Africans don't deal with this, and in Africa we call it this, and you don't know. Yes, they anyway.
No one has said that to you.
Am I going to challenge me?
I kept on saying that no one is challenging your Africanness.
Right? I didn't say.
You seem to be insecure about it.
I didn't. If a man is going to tell me about what I said without actually contextualizing what I was actually responding to, it's just not a fair judgment. And it's cool. I come to expect that, but it's just not a fair judgment. At the same time, we're going to talk about. At the same time, we're going to talk about what's it called, killing chicken. Like when a Jew kills a chicken, it's kosher. Yeah. When the African kills a chicken, and it's in the context of an indigenous African spiritual system, it's juju. Yeah. If a Muslim kills a chicken, it's halal.
Okay,
yeah?
so can I ask you a question? If
those are not points. You shut everyone down to say that. It just
who believes that? Because listen, bro, yeah, this is the thing, right?
No one said you wasn't African.
The man just said a minute ago.
Don't know nothing about.
When you kill a chicken in the corner, the man just said a minute ago. When you kill a chicken in the corner, we don't deal with that. That's juju. Yeah, and so I'm saying now, but when the Jew does it, it's kosher. When the Muslim does it, it's halal. But when the African spiritualist does it, it's juju. It's a relevant point. A man literally just said that a minute ago.
If a juju man is cutting up chickens in the corner, if a babalawo is cutting up chickens in the corner, he's fucking cutting up chickens in the corner. He's fucking doing judge. Yeah. If a normal Nigerian is cutting a chicken, he's cutting a fucking chicken. He's butchering the chicken to eat properly. Like, what are we doing here? We're not going to judge our whole people by individual action, and we can individualize it and say these men do this particular practice in secret, in the dark, or wherever. Yeah, and we know about it, right?
The Abrahamic they're not even sacrificing.
And the reason you're hiding, hold on, the reason they're hiding and doing it instead of having a temple, a church, or a something, or a whatever they have, or you know what I mean, like they have in the village, yeah. But we're talking about the big city, yeah.
Okay, I'll make
a statement. Church, next to mosque, next to Jehovah's Witness, and all of this. Like, bro, we don't have the religious restraints and are not confined by these things where we come from. Like the religious freedom that everyone has is cool. The way it works with each and every culture or every tribe in that region is really down to them. If it's like 2 centuries back that they became Muslims, yeah, well, that's their thing, isn't it? Do you get what I'm saying? They've got traditions and cultures and thing that they had prior to that has been woven into that version of whatever they're doing. Do you get what I'm saying? Because some things are still going to be, because I'm a Robo tribe, yeah, we have to do a Robo stuff. Do you get what I'm saying? Oh, I'm Igbo, I have to do Igbo stuff. Like, yeah, it's not going to change because I'm a Muslim, an atheist, or no, that's got nothing to do with it. That's your personal preference, and that's what you choose, yeah. But there's a bigger picture. As I said, the bigger collective is your culture, yeah, and the history and everything that goes with that. And some of it is saying, hold on, some of it is saying where we're from, saying blatantly, we do not engage in such practices. Yeah, some people do. We don't knock them, we don't think, but we, the majority, yeah, do not engage, and we're not trying to promote it. Like, let them do their thing. It's such a big place, but then overstand though. But please do overstand why some people are religious, and stop taking our mythos as the Orishas and all of that, which we're saying is history. We're saying it's the story of our ancestors when they came down here and blah blah blah.
You're talking.
You can't say that's judge or voodoo.
You're talking like saying history and religion.
All of these spiritual
systems are not connected. The Bible and the Quran are stories of the history of a people, and they inform a religion and a spiritual system. Yeah. So there's no real dichotomy between history and spirituality in any absolute sense. Yeah. Now, if you make a foray into the Oduifa, yes, all right, and I'm not gonna insult you by trying to explain to you what the Oduifa is, yeah, even though I know that you don't do it with the Oduifa, right? But if you make a foray into the Odu, yes, you will find history in the Odu, yeah, but the Odu are used in rituals and ceremonies, yeah, because they are encapsulated wisdom of the ancestors of the ages. There's a spiritual significance to this, yeah. And so the Odu Ifa is no more valuable than the Bible or the Quran. So no less valuable, sorry, than the Bible or the Quran. In that respect,
our culture is very important to us.
Sorry, I haven't there are aspects of everyone's culture that is important. Yeah.
Okay.
There are many aspects of culture that we have, for example, that people don't even know in the Caribbean come from indigenous African spiritual systems. And at the same time, yeah, I know that because I'm not, again, like I don't know why, like when people talk to me, it's like I only speak to people from the continent when I'm on Trilluminati Live or something. Like it's not, I don't understand. Yeah.
No,
You
but
may
you don't have to keep making that point.
You may have that perspective, right? But I'm saying when I speak to brothers and sisters, I get different perspectives. And I'm saying I know brothers and sisters who are part of indigenous spiritual systems on the continent and who relay these things to me. I'm not going to dismiss them because of what Maku said. I'm bringing that perspective to the conversation because it was raised.
I find that odd. Hold on, my brother. I find that odd because when I went to Nigeria, right? Hold on. When I went to Nigeria, there was a lot that they didn't know. They were calling me professor because I'm telling them stuff about their culture that they're supposed to know, right? But they're like, no, we don't necessarily know this. We went and studied economics, this one, that one, accountancy thing. I'm doing my master's in
just
this.
a minute ago, you were telling me that because
I'm saying, but this is in the city, bro. My brother. This is in the big city. This is Lagos. So this is something else. This is a whole nother animal.
So then there are those that know, and there are those that don't.
Hold on, my brother.
I agree.
Yeah, but what I'm talking about when I'm talking about the Delta, yeah, when we're in the Delta, it's more rural. It's definitely based on produce and all of that because it's more foresty. It's at the whole different ends. Yeah, when you're in the big city, you get to meet all different people, right, from all over Africa and whatever tribes they are. And it's not exclusive. Like, yeah, Lagos is Yoruba. It's in Yoruba land, but it's not Yorubas that live there alone. It's everybody. You know what I'm saying? So, like, we haven't got those issues, yeah. But what we do is that even if it's Islamic, Christian, or even cultural, yeah, like you're saying, the Ifa and the Rishas and all of that, we still have that. There's no issue with those things running alongside each other. It's never been an issue for us.
I was on what the place name again? What's it called? Oh, what is the channel called again? G Block.
Oh, yeah? yes. Sorry.
What's it called? Right, G Block. And a Yoruba brother said to me one time that 99.9% of the time, yeah, Ifa is used for evil. Yeah, this is the indigenous spiritual system of the Yoruba people. A Yoruba brother said this to me 100%. All right. And so we had a discussion and a debate about that. Yeah, I've come across those brothers and sisters, and I've come across other brothers and sisters who are devotees of the tradition. I'm not speaking from a place of ignorance. I'm also speaking of an adherent of African spiritual system. So I engage in ceremony and fellowship and ritual with African spiritualists of various inclinations. Yeah, and yes, I do think that experience is valuable. Yes, I do. That most brothers and sisters in these arenas don't engage in that, and even if they do have the experience with their own individual people group, they may not have experience of other indigenous spiritual systems from other people groups. Yeah, and I'm not saying this to be arrogant. I'm saying this because this is my experience. And in as much as the man can tell me that he's born in Nigeria and man come from Lagos, and when man went to Lagos and man was telling the people them whatever, I'm allowed to bring that to the conversation, my experience to the conversation too. Yeah, and I'm simply stating that if we're talking about it, because this is where we started it off, in a Pan-African setting and with a Pan-African understanding, yes, when people affirm the indigenous spiritual systems, they are doing so because of the fact that these indigenous spiritual systems have been denigrated and demonized. And when we're looking for ideology that speaks to our indigenous culture, that is born of our indigenous culture, that can help to inform how we politicize and economize in today's world, yeah, trying to organize among the masses of our people, one of the things that we do is we look to our indigenous spiritual systems, the various different spiritual systems, because of the fact that politics, economics, and spirituality were not segregated in the same way indigenously as they are in the West. And again, we don't have to leave. We don't only get that when we go to the African continent, or we study, or we've learned from brothers and sisters on the African continent, even though that is an essential part of the process. Because when you look at Palmares in Brazil, which was an indigenous, autonomous kingdom that was established in the middle of Brazil, during slavery, which was a haven for free Africans, for nearly 100 years, all right, and they withstood all kinds of invasions from the Portuguese, for that length of time. Google the name Zumbi, Zumbi. But this was an indigenous autonomous nation, effectively, that was governed under under indigenous social order, but the people then weren't from one people group. Some of them were Yoruba, some of them were Mbundu, some of them were Mokonga, some of them were Kalenjin. There was a number of different and they were able to develop a social order and they were able to defend that for a significant period of time. When you go along the various different maroon communities throughout the Americas, they were preserving indigenous social orders and so on and so forth. In fact, when you study the goals of certain rebellions, like Taki's rebellion in Jamaica, for example, the goal was to overthrow the enslaver and to institute an indigenous government, on the island among the Africans, the various different groups of Africans that were there, right? And so when we don't this idea that people talk about African spirituality in order to burn up Islam and Christianity is nonsense. We have to challenge the Christian and the Islam and the Islamic image that has been projected to the world of indigenous African spiritual systems, because that is a reality. That is a reality, and and the legacy of that reality persists to this day. And with that, family, I do have to run, so I'm going to duck out and depart from you kindly. But good and fruitful discussion as always.
Big up.
And all of these
Big
things,
up Sister Sankofa as well.
More Juba, yes indeed. Big up the Empress, the Queen, regardless of the universe. More Juba, Oludumare, more Juba, Orisha, more Juba, Egungun. Ashe.
I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Judge. Fucking Juju.
That nigga would never leave. Shit.
Yeah, you saying now? Hell, leave for shit, bro.
Damn.
He's a mix and blend. It's a pot thing. You got what I'm saying? What he's done, he's taken the place Benin, next to Nigeria, and the Fon people and all of that, their situation, and maximized it to the whole of Nigeria. It's like, bro, that ain't got shit to do with us. Am I Fon? No. Do I practice what they practice? No. There's so many people in between us, that practice different things. And our regions, the way we live, it's mad, bro. It's just like the way the Yorubas have spread out in Nigeria. It's like one city at a time and gone to other areas and created those new areas and new sets of people, because they're mixing with other people who were there originally and whatever to create another diverse tribe. So our influence goes way more than what this guy is trying to think. And I'm saying, what's our interaction? When did we have these organized systems? Because like they're saying from the 1100s and the 1500s and all of this type of stuff, we were organized. So I don't know. Before slavery was even conceived, we already had religious values and all of these type of things that these men are saying is a problem. Some of us had caliphates and kingdoms and sacked other people. Do you get what I'm saying? The people in the north have more Islamic, when they were in Mali warring and being Dosa, what's his name? Sunny Ali and them man there. The Songhai Empire and all of that. That's Mandem. It's the same people. But now those people now reside in the north of Nigeria, and man are calling them Muslims, man are calling them Hausas, and da-da-da-da. Everybody got their own different diverse history within the continent and within that little space that we're calling Nigeria, which is a huge space, but there's so many tribes, bro. If you look on the map, you see Sokoto, and those Sokoto people are Fulanese or Hausas or whatever, and they all have moved from other places and they take their history with them. They tell you when we moved to this area. It might be later than your people, but they tell, everybody knows, man.
The thing is, yeah, on the flip side of what our brother said, is like he's not the only person that a man speaks to that has been around, practice, even employed certain things. You get me? For certain means and you get what I'm saying? Had the consequences and all kinds of things like that, or even been privileged enough to meet people from small tribes. You get me? Like that will turn around and tell you certain things and say, fam, it's a madness. I've seen this, I've seen that. And you're like, bro, you're chatting shit. And I'm saying, bruv. You know, when a man's eyes is watering, bruv, from like.
As I said, the word voodoo is not even an African word. Definitely like European of some sort. You get what I'm saying? Like, so as I said, we've been saying juju, we've been saying odu. Do you get what I'm saying? Which is two different things. One is performing magic in a sense, yeah, or black magic, and the other one is practicing medicine. So we know the difference. We're not stupid, yeah. We know how our systems work within our village. We have oracles and all of these type of things, just as in the original village with these Orishas. One of them was an oracle, and these are physical people. These are real people. It's not this fantasy island type of bullshit. Some of the stories has a little bit of fantasy to it, but it's still real people. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. Do you get it? Certain ones of us, we wouldn't be here because we supposedly have bloodline right to that individual. That Orisha and all of that. Bro, it's not that spectacular. It's just dumb. You know what I mean? It's not a spectacular thing if you know these people were real. It's just like Kemet. Oh, Osiris did it. That was a real motherfucker. He was just the king of kings for that time. Ptah, the king of kings for that time. King of the pygmies or whoever. Whoever's dominant, whoever's decided on this build and all of this construction or who was around in reality. Because we're all news to this story. Our story with these Orishas is telling you that before that they was in some other part of the country.
Don't forget about the troglodytes.
The pig, the little, and the thing is, we call them Ishukikirildi. Yeah, that's what we call little pygmies. You know, like little man, little short dwarfs. Yeah, and in ancient time they were classed. Ishukikirildi is a little demon. To get it. So we had these concepts of demons and all of this and magic and, you know, great sages within our culture who did certain things. And, you know, he was a man who did a little magic for himself, make himself a lick of food. You get what I'm saying? The adventures of Anansi and all of this type of stuff. Bro, these are our folk tales and all of these type of things. Like we're supposed to have that because Europeans have it. They've got King Arthur, sword in the stone. And as I said, if their stories can have a little bit of magic, why can't ours? Yeah, it's only fair. Yeah, it's only fair because, like, when you start with your Zeus business, yeah, you're gonna expect me to believe this nigga had thunderbolts coming from his hand. So, like, bro, you know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna doubt your thing, but that's your thing, innit? But when it's my thing now, it's yeah, that's definitely a myth. Same with the Indians. Oh, their thing is definitely a myth. But they say it's history. They say that's their culture. That's what happened. We say the same thing. So
who says it didn't? That's what I'm trying to say.
You can't tell me about no Orisha Orumila. Bro, you stupid. These are real people, real individuals. So we doing man worship again?
Each people had their prophets.
We're doing ancestral worship again? Yeah, we've done that already. Right? We've done that already. That's not what we're supposed to be doing out here, bro. If we're descendants of those great people and they were great before that when they was in Egypt and great before that when they was in Sumeria, yeah, it just shows the greatness of you and your people that you can achieve wonderful and great things. You can be the greatest diplomat. You can organize, you know, a large body of people. And you know you can do that. I can do that. JEDI can do it, you know.
I'd be interested to know
the power to move a crowd, as we say. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you know, we're going this way.
I'd be interested to know who these people who these people venerated or what these people venerated. Do you get me?
Yeah.
These same people that lived that people are talking about this and
But
this.
bro,
and this.
how are you gonna tell me that Mumsy and her born raised tribal marks and every blood clot, pussy clot thing? Why tribal marks? Because tradition is tradition, motherfucker. Whether my grandma was a Roman Catholic or not, my great grandma was not. And it was my great grandma that says tradition have to still run. Yeah. I'm only the lucky one because my grandma was a Roman Catholic and she didn't believe in some of the tradition. You get me? Like, nah, that's a bit outdated, the tribal mark thing. It's a fucking good thing. Yeah. Shows you if you're keloiding, how strong the blood is. You get me? Shows that, look, you know, when we get cut and then a whole new skin grows over the thing. That's keloiding. We can grow spots, ingrowing hairs, and whole skin grows over the wound because that's how our body works. You get it? So we also did it as identifying a sign of respect and all of that. You see someone who had tribal marks, bro, they would never harm another person who had tribal marks, even if they were different. These are African ways and traditions and things that we had way before any Europeans and interacting with these idiots. You get me? Especially when your people's getting kidnapped and all of these type of stuff. Like, bro, man need to wake up. How is Yoruba a fucking spiritual system in the Americas, in the Caribbean? How does that make sense? It's only a tribe of people, right? Now it's a spiritual system that the Haitians use to defeat the thing, but the Haitians are these people. So it just doesn't make sense. Oh yeah, they were practicing Yoruba. Excuse me. You can't practice what man is like ethnically or whatever, or half of what man is a tribe. You know what I mean? Half of. Nah, it doesn't make sense, bro. But it makes sense, yeah, that these people found ways to defend themselves and use what they knew best. So yeah, they did have some of these practices and things. I'm not saying they're all dark and because as I said, we're magical people. Our stories tell us so. Do you get what I'm saying? But whether you use it positively or negatively, yeah, or you get a religion and it just fine tunes that and just like, yeah, you know what? There's so much badness out there, monsters, all of that in our mythos and stories and real shit, mammy water, as we say, which is like a mermaid. They'll grab you at the water's edge. These things for my mom and my grandma and my uncles and that, they were real things. Real stories, real thing. They've seen real man change into animal and go into someone's yard and all of this type of stuff. This is why you're going to be if you're going to be Christian, you're going to be the most serious Christian ever. You're going to be super devoted. Imagine a whole country like that.
That's what I'm trying to say, bro. I know people that's what I'm trying to say. When you talk to people, when he says, "Oh, this westernized or European or Islamic view," where you see people that were not Islamic or Christian have seen these things and turn to Islam or Christianity because of the things they've seen. Do you understand me? Or experience. Like you're always gonna discount those people that turn to these things later. Not everybody was born or followed these things. Do you understand me? Many people even followed what you class as the indigenous systems and turned away from that. Why? You get me? But we don't want to talk about those things, though. We never want to talk about those ones there. Do you feel me?
Listen, my tribal flag is one brother cutting another brother's head off with a sword. So like, this is what we're saying, bro. You know what I'm saying? There's different processes running and different attitudes and different people types and different tribes. Some men are like man in the Caribbean that some men have got a kind of Bayesian attitude. Some men are like Niger's like yard man. Do you get what I'm saying? Got that no nonsense. We're not having it from whoever's trying to tell us anything. Yeah, we can identify with that, but we can also identify that our Bayesian brothers match our cousins next door, like Ghanaians and something. Really lovely, nice people. Do you get what I'm saying? In general, they've got nice persona, their personality. It can probably beat you up, but they're not as wicked and as bad mind as like a Nigerian. You get it?
The Bayesians are Fulani.
Like we'll mouth murder you and do you something.
Bayesians are
That's
Fulani.
a yardman style, right?
Nah, Bayesian Fulani, bro. Let's not get it twisted, bro.
Yeah.
Fulani, full out Fulani.
No, but there's some man, but there's some also, yes, like we could say with Kenyans and some other ones, like, boy, they're a bit Uncle Tomish and a bit conformist in their ways, right? Do you know what I'm saying? So we match it to the Caribbean and we say, yeah, boy, man, the men are acting Trini and that. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, some of them, man, they love the system. Like, they would have white policemen with white gloves and all of that, Bobby on the beat and that. Yeah, they love the colonial thing. They don't want to let it go. Do you get it? We have that everywhere we are, it seems.
Yeah, there's people in Jamaica that are like that, man.
Exactly. You know what I mean?
All them
But the overall majority's got that rebellious. This is why it's confirmed that, listen, there was Maroons who were badass. You know what I'm saying? And then anyone else from any of the other islands who just wasn't having a bar of it, we send them to Jamaica. So there's always been